Hi guys, here I am with another long ass video for you guys. Today we'll be delving into the toxic mess of the TV show Girlfriends. It follows 4 African American women and their African American male friend. They live in LA, California, and we see them go through trials and tribulations while being trifling and toxic to one another. I first watched the show in 2020 when it first went on Netflix. Yes, I know, for the people who have watched the show before, I'm very late to the party, but the show premiered in 2001 and I'm a 2003 baby, so I wasn't even alive. Okay, I wasn't even alive. In 2020, it was during the time where a lot of Black sitcoms were going on to Netflix. So in 2020 was the first time that I ever watched Moesha, Sister, and Girlfriends. And when I watched Girlfriends, I instantly fell in love with the show. These 4 women that we are gonna follow today, are toxic in their own ways, okay? We're gonna go through all 8 seasons of the show. There's like over 100 storylines, so obviously I cannot talk about every single storyline, but I will talk about as much as I can. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. You have no idea how much that will help me. It helps more than you know. And also follow me on my socials if you want to. And here's some Realityoholic lore for you guys. I actually have an editing TikTok where I edit like TV show characters and movie characters, whatever. And some Degrassi fans, you guys know who you are. You guys stumbled upon one of my Manny Santos edits, and I was like, oh my gosh! And the only reason you guys knew it was me because my TikTok editing name isn't Realityoholic, it's Edit Princessa. The only reason you guys knew it was me was because of my profile picture, and I was like, branding really works. But if you guys like edits and you like watching edits, go check out my TikTok editing page. I mean, it's not a surprise I edit, right? I mean, look at my intros. I always try to make my intros creative and fun. I just honestly just love editing so much, but let's not talk about that. We're here to talk about Girlfriends, okay? Now, a quick disclaimer to the, it's not that deep crowd, because I know, people love to do that. People, in this anti-intellectual world of ours right now, don't like to be critical about art for some reason. I don't know why, but we don't do that around here, okay? We don't do that around here. If the show was about nice, good people, of course it would be boring, but that doesn't mean that we can't be up here criticizing and being critical and analyzing their terrible ways, okay? Because it's fun. I don't like to take things at face value. I like to go deep into what's going on, okay? Anyway, this intro has gone on long enough. I'm Realityoholic, aka Edwina. I like to yap, and let's get into it. The first season of Girlfriends gives a Sex in the City type vibe. I've actually never even watched Sex and the City, but I've seen a few clips to, get a general idea of what the show is about. And the main character in Sex and the City, Carrie Bradshaw, is a lot like Joan Clayton, who is our main character in this show. Carrie Bradshaw in Sex and the City would do an inner monologue, and in season 1 of Girlfriends, our main character Joan Clayton would have an inner monologue, but that was quickly scrapped after season 1, and I actually think that was a good idea, because even though Joan Clayton is our main character, we always have 3 other main characters. I feel like it would have, I don't know, unless they gave all of them an inner monologue, but I don't know how that would work. To truly understand the toxic mess that we will be getting into, we must get to know the characters that we will be following for 8 seasons. First, we have Miss Joan Clayton, who I've already said is our main character. She is a newly appointed junior partner at her law firm. She's desperate for male attention, she's a people pleaser, she's a doormat, and she's a pushover. Then we have Miss Toni Childs, who is Joan Clayton's best friend of 20 years. She is self-absorbed and materialistic. Then we have Maya Wilkes. She is married, she is a mother, her son's name is Jabari, and she is the hood chick of the group, who is not afraid to speak her mind. And then we have Lynn Searcy, and all I can say about Lynn is that she's a bum. She's a mooch, okay? She has 5 degrees, doesn't use any of them, doesn't have a job, and couch hops between Joan and Toni's place. She is also adopted and mixed race with black and white. And finally, we have William, who is essentially the 5th girlfriend. He is a junior partner at Joan's law firm, and he is a good friend, but a terrible partner. And as we go through these seasons, you guys are going to see me be so annoyed with how much of a terrible partner William is. He don't deserve women. He just doesn't. William brings a male perspective to the show, albeit it's a Republican, red pill, misogynistic male perspective, but it is a male perspective nonetheless. Now that we've established our main characters, let's get into season 1. The first episode of the show, and the toxicity is already apparent. So Joan is turning 29 years old, and she lies and says she's turning 26, and this is the third time that she's done this.
26, Joan.
26. What do you need, a Q-tip or something?
She also makes Junior partner, which is a huge win.
They're making me Junior partner!
But instead of really being happy about her, succeeding in her career, the thing that she's really pressed about, the thing that's on her mind is the fact that she is 29 and doesn't have a man in her life.
I'm 29 today. And according to my life state planner, I should have it all by now. The career, the husband, the kids. So if I say 26, and I bought myself some time, okay?
This is the first taste of Joan's male obsession that we will be seeing for all 8 seasons, which annoys me so much. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Strap yourself down, okay? Staple yourself down, whatever you need to do, because Joan and her male obsessed brain will annoy you too. I already know. So Joan hosts a birthday party for herself, and even Maya, Joan's assistant. Oh yes, I forgot to add, Maya is Joan's assistant. Maya is up here like, well, it's gonna be awkward at your birthday party because you're not gonna have a man and everybody else is going to.
You being a birthday girl and all, you gonna be the only one at your party who ain't got no man.
Miss Ma'am, just because you're married, okay, you think that you better, girl. We'll get to Maya and her messed up marriage, okay? Girl, calm it down. We then meet Toni, who has been Joan's best friend for over 20 years, and Lynn, who has been Toni and Joan's best friend since university. Toni tells Lynn that she's bringing a man named Charles to Joan's birthday party. And Lynn is like, hold up, Charles? You mean Joan's ex-boyfriend Charles? Joan's last ex-boyfriend who she broke up with a year ago? And Toni doesn't see a problem with this because Joan broke up with him.
Joan used to date him. Oh, no. You cannot date Joan's Charles. Well, you're not supposed to date your girlfriend's ex, but that's if he dumped her. Joan broke up with him. She's not going to care.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T-H.
So Lynn forces Toni to tell Joan by threatening to cut Toni's hair, which is crazy because you never see Lynn this bold with Toni ever again. So Toni tells Joan that she's bringing Charles to Joan's birthday party. And Joan. We find out in a flashback that Joan broke up with Charles because she wanted marriage from him and he didn't.
I do want to get married, and if that isn't something that you want, then maybe we should just end this right now.
Okay.
Oh my God, it's not funny.
And instead of Joan just telling Toni, girl, no, what the hell? I wanted marriage from him. He didn't want marriage from me. That's why I broke up with him. She tells Toni that it's fine. It's fine. Bring him. And this leads Joan to be passive aggressive at her birthday party. A passive aggressiveness that we will know all too well in these 8 seasons. So Joan decides to bring William, her co-worker, as her fake date for her birthday party. I will say Joan in that olive dress, T body T. When Toni and Charles arrive at Joan's house, now Joan wants to be acting a fool, talking about, I'm gonna show him this booty that could have been his. Girl, he knows what it could have been. He knows it could have been his. He doesn't care. That's why he let you break up with him. When Maya finds out that Toni is dating Joan's ex, and I told you, Maya isn't afraid to speak her mind, she doesn't like it one bit, especially because her and Toni have already gotten off on the wrong foot because of Toni. So this is where the classist and egregiousness comes in, a trait in Toni, Joan, and other characters as the show goes on. Toni clearly doesn't like Maya because Maya is hood, and she just off the bat thinks that Maya is uneducated. And Maya doesn't go for this in the slightest bit. She claps back at Toni every single time.
Why are you looking at me? I'm sorry, it's why are you looking at me? You dropped verbs. Kiss is both a verb and a noun. So how about you give my ass a kiss or kiss my ass?
And well, like I said, Maya does not stand for Toni bringing Charles, who's Joan's ex, to her birthday party. And Maya says this out loud to Joan and Toni, but Toni sees no issue in it.
Dating Joan's ex? Yeah, so? And you all are friends?
And Joan acts like she's fine with it.
Maya, I don't mind if Toni dates Charles.
But the whole night, she's being passive aggressive, and you can clearly see that she's pressed.
I'm into the venture capital thing now.
Oh, that explains why Toni's in your wallet.
Like, Miss Ma'am, say how you feel or shut up. So Joan starts literally insulting Toni the whole night, and Maya's living for it. When Charles stirs the conversation into talking about how he actually wants to get married now, Joan is taken aback because she broke up with him because he didn't want marriage. And he says, well, when you find the right person and when it's not shoved down your throat. So he's insinuating that Joan literally shoved it down his throat about the idea of marriage. Joan is pressed, to say the least.
You broke up with me.
Because you didn't want to get married.
Well, no, not when it's being crammed down a brother's throat.
I didn't want a ring, I was just looking for a little intent.
When Joan blows up, Toni ends up having the audacity to tell Joan that she's tripping.
Joan is tripping. I'm tripping? Yes, you're tripping. You're the one who brought this man into my house? My last real boyfriend.
And then Joan finally admits that she isn't okay with Toni bringing Charles to her house. Because honestly, let's think about this, okay? Your best friend of 20 years, you know that she dated that guy. They were in her house being intimate or whatever, being romantical and everything. Being romantic and everything. And you're bringing him to her house. And then let's not even talk about Toni right now. Let's talk about Charles. You dated this woman, right? You were up in the house and everything, and you decide to come back to her house with her best friend. Like, so as Joan is telling Toni that she lied about being okay with it.
Said you were okay with it.
Maya jumps in and starts defending Joan. And then Toni calls Maya low rent.
You are so foul, just staking up the joint. Now I know your low rent ass is not saying anything about anybody. If you aren't Joan's girl, I'll put my foot up your ass. Girl, I will wear you out. Do not let this Prada fool you.
And then Joan, defending Maya and herself, insults Toni and calls her a skank.
Been skank.
And you guys are supposed to be best friends of 20 years? You're 29 years old and this is how you guys be talking. Okay, toxic. Joan is fed up with the argument and tells everybody to leave. And everybody has the audacity to just stay seated.
Did you hear me? Go, get out. Fine.
So Joan's like, fine, I'll leave. Girl, this is your house. If you don't go call the police and tell these people to leave. While Joan is trying to leave, her dress ends up unraveling and she flashes everybody. Happy birthday. Later on, Toni is in bed with Charles while he paints her nails because he's ready to suck them. Oh yeah, they call him toe-sucking Charles.
Just grab hold of the headboard if you need to, baby. I'm about to rock your chakras.
Toni ends up feeling guilty and tells Charles to leave and breaks up with him.
I can't hurt the only woman in the world who puts up with me.
So what does Charles do? Does he go home? No, he goes to Joan's house and he sweet talks her. And this dumb ass woman who doesn't even know that him and Toni broke up, she just assumes that they're still dating. She lets Charles sweet talk her and they make out. While they're making out, Toni arrives. Joan hides Charles. Toni apologizes.
You would not have done what I've done to you because you don't have one deceitful bone in your body.
And then Joan is like, Charles, get up. And she reveals that Charles is there. And Joan and Toni just make up and they ditch Charles. And that's the end of the first episode. The first episode. Oh my gosh. I mean, it's too much. It's too much. Oh yeah, and also wanted to mention that Lynn literally moved herself into Joan's house.
Noticed you moved back in last night. Would have been nice if you asked.
And Joan just let her. Doormat behavior. I'm already tired of these women and we're only on the first topic of season 1. Toni is clearly jealous of Maya and Joan's newfound friendship. She constantly complains about Maya and complains about Maya tagging along with them.
Because Maya's our friend. Come on, for real. When did our threesome become a foursome?
While the girlfriends are getting ready to go out, Joan compliments Maya on her rap. And Maya says that she got it from Paris, France.
Maya, that is a beautiful rap.
Thank you. Just a little something I picked up at the Bon Marché in France.
And Toni, being all the way classist and egregious, doesn't believe that Maya has actually been to Paris.
Oh, please, girl. The closest you've been to France is French toast and Denny's.
The girlfriends want to go to the club. Toni wants to go to this new high-class club called Liquid City, and Maya wants to go to a club called The Creep, which is more hood. Joan sides with Maya, which leaves Toni upset. Because Toni wants to be a big baby about it, Maya says that she'll get them into Liquid City.
Okay. If you guys want to go to the play at Liquid City, I can get us in there too. Let's go.
But because, you know, Toni's class isn't egregious, she doesn't believe that Maya has a hookup at Liquid City.
I'm talking about Liquid City on Rodeo, not the liquor store on Rodeo.
And yes, she is a bitch. BICTH.
So Toni leaves to go to Liquid City on her own, but Maya is determined to prove Toni wrong and doesn't like to be called a liar. So tells Joan and Lynn that they're gonna go to Liquid City and she'll show Toni that she can actually get them in. When Toni gets to Liquid City, she is denied access. And when Maya comes, we find out that the bouncer is Maya's cousin. So he lets Maya, Lynn, Joan, and William is here too. He lets him in too. And Joan pleads to Maya to let Toni in too. So Maya reluctantly points Toni out in the crowd to her bouncer cousin. And her bouncer cousin points to Toni to come up. While Toni is trying to get to the entrance, some rude ass woman thinks that she's the one that's been pointed at.
You, come on in.
Excuse me, he was pointing at me.
Like, why would he point at you? The rude ass woman explodes on Toni. And Joan comes to Toni's defense. And the rude ass woman gets at Joan.
No, I'm sorry, she's right.
Was somebody talking to you, bitch?
And Toni doesn't want to back down. But Joan keeps trying to plead to Toni, let's just get into the club. But no, Toni doesn't care. She keeps on arguing with the woman instead of just going inside and enjoying her time in Liquid City, you know, the club that you guys have never been able to get into.
I'm tired of these women stepping to me ready to fight, think I'm gonna back down because I'm all cute. So what you got to say now? Okay.
When Joan is pulling Toni away, the rude ass woman says this.
You better be glad your girl stepped in and saved your bony ass.
And Toni, instead of just walking away and just ignoring her because she's gonna be outside the club while we're enjoying our time, Toni claps back.
My ass is perfect, you bald-headed bitch.
I can't with that line. The way that Joan Marie Jones delivered that line was hilarious. But when Toni says that, Joan pulls her away again, so her back is now facing the rude ass woman. And the rude ass woman, what does she do? She grabs onto Toni's hair, drags her, and her friends jump Toni. But Maya and Lynn, they're on the go. They jump in to help Toni. And what does Joan do? Joan stands there, scared as a mouse. And what else does she do? She just shouts, sidebar. Sidebar! William's just over here enjoying the chaos, whilst Toni is screaming for Joan's help. After the fight, all the girls are frazzled. And Toni is completely upset with Joan because Joan didn't jump in.
Yeah, well, some women don't get into girl fights either.
She goes as far as to blame Joan for the fight happening.
I got beat up because I was defending you, Joan. Well, if you had just walked away like I was trying to do, none of this would have happened.
I got my ass beat because I was defending you. No, girl, you got your ass beat because you couldn't just walk away from some negative person. Joan explains she couldn't fight and she couldn't jump in because she's a lawyer. She could get disbarred for fighting on the street. But Toni isn't listening, and all she can think about is that she was getting her ass beat and Joan wasn't there for her.
I am a grown woman and I don't get into street fights. And I'm an attorney. What if the police came? I could get disbarred. I'm your best friend and I was getting my ass kicked. Toni.
What I'm saying, if Toni had just let it go and just walked into the club and just enjoyed her time, this wouldn't have been happening. Just let this negative ass weird woman be mad outside the club. So because Toni is upset with Joan not jumping in, Toni avoids Joan, but a new budding friendship starts to grow with Maya and Toni because Toni is very appreciative of Maya jumping in for her because Maya and her didn't even like each other and Maya still jumped in for her.
I guess I should say, you know what someone says when someone's done something for them? Thank you, in that area.
But Toni still doesn't believe that Maya has been to France.
But Maya, come on, you did not go to France. Oh, please. My
my cleaning lady speaks Spanish. That doesn't mean she's been to Spain.
Joan tries to make up with Toni, but Toni acts like a big ass baby, complaining about how Joan is letting everybody else slide now and not letting her slide anymore.
You're not there for me anymore. What? You're always taking everyone's side but mine. You chose Maya's club over my club, and then you dumped me outside of my club. You're going with Maya? And don't get me started on Lynn. You always let her slide.
So essentially she's saying that you're letting everybody push you over and not letting me do it anymore like you used to. Like, really, Miss Miam? Really? But Joan counters back and says that she's covered all of Toni's bad behavior since the 5th grade.
Ever since 5th grade, I have covered for every stupid, inane, and selfish thing that you have ever done.
This leads Toni to asking Joan if she's such a bad person and why she's still friends with her. And Joan says,
Why are you my friend at all?
How could you even ask me that? I don't know, you just are. You have always been a part of my life, and the thought of you not being a part of my life is just...
That is a terrible justification for still being friends with somebody who has continuous bad behavior. Like, the codependency is crazy. But Joan is shocked that Toni is essentially jealous of Joan letting people get away with things, because Joan tells her that she has always been jealous of Toni, how Toni is the person that she has always wanted to be.
You are the bitch that I have always wanted to be.
Put a pin in that, because this sets the tone for their whole entire friendship. I thought the toe sucking child's episode set the tone for their entire friendship, but this episode did too. The codependency is out of this world. Like, what can I say? The codependency is out of this world. So Toni, Joan, and William decide to try internet dating, and Joan meets a man named Marcus. At first she likes him, but then she finds out that Mr. Marcus, has wide childbearing hips.
I have hips.
This leads Joan to develop an ick. But in true Joan fashion, desperate for a man, she sleeps with him anyway. Side note, Joan has a 3-month rule when it comes to dating, to sleep with somebody, and she never, ever follows it.
You know that I don't have sex with anyone unless I have been in a relationship for at least 3 months.
Joan eventually breaks up with Marcus, and weeks later, she thinks that she's pregnant.
Toni, I think I'm pregnant.
Who is this? It's Joan. Joan Clayton, pregnant.
And her neurotic ass spirals, immediately just believing, oh my gosh, yep, this is it.
Guys, I can't be pregnant. I have a plan, and it is a great plan. It's first comes love, then comes marriage, then comes Joan with the baby carriage. Not first comes baby. It doesn't even rhyme with anything. It's stupid.
The other girlfriends and William rally around her to be there for her. When Joan takes the pregnancy test, it's positive, and Joan is crushed because this is not how she saw her life. She saw marriage first and then babies. And surprisingly, Toni gives Joan pretty good advice. Yes, I know, Miss Toni Childs giving good advice. What?
Look it up. Okay. So it isn't exactly the way you planned. So what?
Okay.
You're pregnant. And honey, you will deal with it.
When Joan complains about what she really wanted in life, or how she wanted to be and how she saw her life, Maya gives her advice about being anything that she wants to be. And here goes Joan's ass.
You can be anything you want to be.
No, I can't. Can I be a sofa, Maya? What do I want to be a sofa? Can I be a sofa? No, can I?
No.
Hey! You was the lion and...
But Toni does tell Joan that she has options, aka having a termination, which Maya starts to be all judgmental about.
Have options, right? Well, you know, abortion's not one of them.
Like, we get it, your mother.
Oh, please. She has a family. She's a mother.
But Joan says she wants to have the baby. William comforts Joan.
Well, if your baby needs a father figure, you can count on me.
Which is very sweet and platonic. Let's keep it that way. Like, everyone genuinely shows up for Joan, which is very sweet. A rare, wholesome girlfriend's moment. However, when Joan goes to the doctor, she finds out that she actually isn't pregnant. And Joan is weirdly upset about it.
No, I went and saw Dr. Kent today. Said I'm not pregnant.
But that's good news, right?
Yeah. Of course it is.
And I'm confused, 'cause I'm like, girl, do you want to be a single mother? Do you want Marcus's wide hip ass's baby? What exactly was the plan here, Miss Ma'am? But in the end, it's not surprising. It's not surprising for Joan. So far, her character has been established to want marriage, to want babies, to want that whole life. And honestly, I think if she was pregnant, she would have settled for Marcus. She would have married him. I guarantee she would have married him and would have settled with him because it's a baby and a marriage. That's what she would have done. My personal take with the storyline is that I feel like the storyline came in too early in the show. I feel like the storyline could have came in season 3 when the characters were more established. I feel like it would have been way more entertaining because we were just still getting to know these characters in the beginning of season 1. So Joan being pregnant was just like,
Okay.
but the possibility of her being pregnant was just like, okay. I mean, if it was like in season 3, it would be more entertaining and more shocking. During the internet dating episode where Joan, William and Toni are looking for internet dates, Toni finds out that her date is a dark-skinned black man and she is instantly turned off.
Tony Charles?
Yes.
Hello, I'm Del Toussaint.
Can we just get a drink? I'm actually in a hurry.
When she tells the girlfriends why she's turned off about him, she tells them that it's because he's too black. Maya at first thinks that Toni means that he's too ghetto, but Toni says no, he's too black as in he's blue black, he's coal, he's midnight.
He's too black. Too black? You mean ghetto? No, I mean too black. You know, blue black, coal, midnight.
Okay, yeah, I know, you're shocked. Toni, a dark-skinned black woman, is saying that about a dark-skinned black man. Maya checks Toni right away, telling Toni that you ain't exactly light bright your damn self.
Well, hell, Toni, you ain't exactly light bright your damn self.
This leads the other girlfriends to think that Toni hates herself, but Toni insists that she loves herself.
No one loves themselves more than I do.
She later on tells Joan why she feels this way. She talks about her experiences as a dark-skinned black woman and not wanting to be with a dark-skinned black man because she would eventually have to give him a child, and she doesn't want her daughter to go through the things that she had to go through as a dark-skinned black woman, like hearing things like, "You're pretty for a dark-skinned girl." She goes on to tell Joan that Joan doesn't understand because Joan is a light-skinned woman. She doesn't understand the beauty standards that are put onto darker-skinned women.
Oh, the lighter-skinned girl. You don't have to do what I have to do to compete. This comes from eating salads and taking Tybo 5 times a week. And this compliments of the Koreans on Crenshaw. And the only reason I'm not darker is because I dodge the sun. Just that I'm in the market for a husband. And to secure my financial future, I'm gonna have to give him a couple kids. And if I were down and we had a girl, then she would be even darker. I don't want her going through life hearing, "Oh, you're cute for a dark-skinned girl," or "Tar baby," or "Skillet."
As a black woman as a whole, but especially as a dark-skinned woman, the beauty standard is higher. To be considered beautiful as a dark-skinned black woman, as a black woman as a whole, you have to be high maintenance. You're not allowed to have any messy hair days. You're not allowed to have any bummy outfits plus a messy hair day. Any other woman of a different race can go out with a messy bun and nobody will say anything. But if a black woman goes out with her natural hair just in a messy ponytail or a messy bun, she will be dragged by her own community. So I feel like this storyline was honestly so realistic and still relevant, sadly, to this day. And I understand Toni's internalized colorism, but I wish she would have, got help for it. But as we see, as the seasons go by, and the guy that she marries and the baby that she will end up having with the man, yeah, she didn't learn. Okay, this place right here is a Darnell hate club, okay? Me and the homies hate Darnell. Darnell is Maya's husband. He is a controlling weirdo. Oh, and he's also a cheater, but this show loves to sweep that under the rug, but I won't. One day, Joan catches Darnell being fed strawberries by another woman. When Joan tells Maya about this, Maya is obviously upset.
She was feeding him, Maya, a strawberry. Look, I don't know, maybe that's something that they do in baggage handler world, but I don't go around feeding my coworkers fruit. Do you? How close were they sitting? Close enough. I don't know. Look, I saw something and it was kind of strange, and I thought you'd want to know. It was just a feeling. End of story.
Oh, right, feeling, huh? What about your feeling that Lynn was only going to be in your house for a week, and the feeling that you'd be married by the time you're 27?
And swears that Darnell would never cheat. Okay. When Maya's at home and Darnell comes back home, she starts interrogating him and tells him what Joan saw. When Darnell comes home, he immediately wants to go into the shower.
Well, why you gotta take a shower right now?
Because I'm funky.
I want to go into the shower so quickly for you, trying to wash off the sex. Maya confronts him about the whole thing, and his response is, "Are you on your period?"
You cheating on me?
Maya. Oh, I know. Are you on your period?
See, I have my own story of a time where I was reasonably mad, and these snot-nosed little boys asked that same question. Okay, so a little story time here. I was 15 years old. I was sitting on my school. My school had a hill, it was like a grassy hill, and I was sitting on it one day by myself at lunchtime, right? And it was like a huge hill of grass, so like nobody needs to be up in my space. So I was sitting there relaxing, and two annoying ass boys in my year decided that they wanted to play fight right next to me, and one of those annoying snot-nosed little boys pushed one of the boys onto me, and I rightfully got mad, and I was like, what are you doing? Like I got angry at them, and one of them asked that same annoying ass question, and I'm just like, so what? I'm just irrationally angry. I just have to be on my period. It's not about you pushing a guy onto me. I'm just irrationally mad. You know what? Story time over. Ladies, tell me if you've ever had that experience where you're rightfully angry and here comes a man talking about, are you on your period? Teen boys are so annoying. Anyway, Darnell obviously denies cheating and gets mad at Maya for believing Joan.
Who was she, Darnell?
Cecily.
Cecily? Okay, but Joan was saying that you two were acting all guilty.
Oh, so that's it? Your girl fills your head with some silly idea and you believe her, not me?
Maya then turns on Joan and tells Joan that no, you were mistaken. Like, okay, girl. So you just gonna let your man be fed strawberries by some random woman. Oh yeah, sorry. I forgot to add that the random woman is a woman named Cecily, who actually is friends with Darnell and Maya, and she works with Darnell. Maya all of a sudden feels guilty because Darnell is mad. Okay.
Let's pray that he doesn't leave me.
So he was able to explain the strawberry and everything? We didn't even get to that part. He was just so upset I'd even accuse him.
He's the one who cheated, and now he's making her feel like the guilty one?
When Darnell comes by to Joan's office to pick up Maya, and Maya goes off somewhere, he confronts Joan and tells Joan that she was mistaken, explaining himself about how Cecily is just a co-worker and they're friends and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. And Maya walks in mid-conversation.
I love my wife, and I've got nothing to hide. So whatever you think you saw, you didn't.
Hey, babe, we gotta get Jabari.
1 minute. Cecily's a flight attendant and a friend of mine. We started working for the airline at the same time. She's cool people, and sometimes we have lunch together. And that's it.
When Darnell leaves, Maya tells Joan that she doesn't believe Darnell because, according to Maya, Darnell never explains himself. He never feels the need to explain himself. So now she doesn't believe him that nothing was going on with him and Cecily.
I don't believe him.
Wait a minute. Maya, what are you talking about? I'm the one who didn't believe him, but now I do, so everything should be fine, right?
What is that, your gut again?
Well, yeah.
Well, see, that's the problem. You have a single woman's gut. I have a married woman's gut. Darnell is a simple guy, Joan. He's never felt the need to explain himself before. And the fact that he felt compelled to come in here and state his case makes me think he's feeling guilty about something. Now, I don't know what happened. I don't know how far it went, but I'll tell you one thing. It's not going any further.
And you'd think that Maya would act on her intuition, you know, in a smart way, but no. She instead plans a vow renewal ceremony with Darnell. So this man feeds a woman strawberries and you're like, we need to renew our vows. Months later, Darnell and Maya are trying for baby number 2. I don't know why, because Darnell sucks. But they also have trouble conceiving. When Maya goes to the doctor, she finds out that she has fibroids and she has to have surgery to remove them.
You have a fibroid tumor growing in your uterus. These tumors are almost always benign.
After surgery, sleeping with Darnell becomes uncomfortable for Maya. And you think a husband would be okay and understanding of his wife not wanting to jump back into bed so quickly after having a surgery to remove fibroids. Darnell begs Maya to sleep with him constantly, knowing that she's uncomfortable, and gets pissy when she says no.
You know what, Darnell? You need to be patient, okay? Now, I talked to all my girls and they all...
Hey, wait. You talk to your girls about our business?
Yeah, I had to talk to somebody because you're not hearing me.
No, I'm hearing you. All I'm hearing is no.
And also refuses to sleep in the same bed as her because she won't give him any.
I'm not saying no to you, Darnell. I'm just saying no to sex right now.
Fine, then I'll go sleep on the sofa tonight.
So you're saying to me that if you can't have sex with me, we can't lie in the same bed? What about cuddling? What about kissing, Darnell? What about rubbing my back with my feet or making me feel better? You can't do any of that?
Like, sir? Like, Darnell is a full-blown weirdo. After weeks and weeks of him begging begging Maya to sleep with him. Maya takes the first chance to escape because she has been avoiding him, and she ends up avoiding him in the biggest way by taking a trip to Jamaica, Joan and the other girlfriend. And honestly, I don't blame her.
I need a vacation. Tired of running from my husband and faking it when he catches me.
Joan's desperate ass is still on the search for a husband, and she has a new boyfriend named Frank. We find out that Frank is married, but Joan has no idea. One day, Joan and Frank are having a date at her house, and Lynn and Toni's annoying asses barge in, interrupting everything.
Joan! Fred!
It's Frank.
Whatever. Guys, Joan, I need to borrow that black dress, the one with the spaghetti straps.
Like, they are way too comfortable doing all this, and Joan, you know she ain't gonna put her foot down. She tries to kick them out, but Toni comes right back to try to take her shoes. They do not respect Joan in the slightest bit. Like I said, we find out that Frank is married. Frank's wife shows up at Joan's workplace looking to, you know, not even beat Joan's ass, kill Joan. She tells Maya that she followed her husband to Joan's house and knows that they got something going on.
Your boss, Joan, is sleeping with my husband. I know this because I followed him to her house.
And when I tell you, Frank's wife is full on ready to murder.
This woman is trying to kill Joan Clayton.
Maya and Lynn both confront Joan about dating a married man, but Joan insists that Frank is not married. But when Maya and Lynn tell her about Frank's wife, Joan believes them, and she ends up breaking up with Frank by pouring a Bloody Mary all the way up on him. And Bloody Mary stains, yeah, it's hard for that to come out. Meanwhile, Toni's trifling ass is sleeping with a married man too. At least she thinks she is. This trifling ass woman, like I tell you, they don't respect Joan. She has been sleeping with this married man in Joan's house because apparently this man's wife is so crazy. She's been hot on their tail, so they need to do it somewhere else. In Joan's house.
It's great that we've been able to use your friend's place while she's at work.
What choice did we have after your wife started staking out my place?
Oh yeah, my wife is so crazy. If she called us together, girl, ain't no telling what she'd do.
Why are you wasting your lunch hour talking about her when I'm on the menu?
That's right.
So what's your sentence for her?
Electric chair.
And when Toni finds out that Joan has been dating a married man, this woman is up here all excited.
Joan, are you dating a married man? Because I am too. Now I don't feel so guilty about not feeling guilty.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T-H.
And Maya isn't having it because, you know, she's mismarried. And we find out that Lynn has slept with a married man too.
Dating a married man's bad karma. You know, I did it once.
Yeah. And look at how messed up Lynn's life is.
I can't with these women. Toni says she doesn't mind if a man cheats as long as he's honest with her.
My Keith has always been upfront with me. See, I don't have a problem with a guy cheating on his wife as long as he's honest about it. That way I know I can trust him.
Dumb. I swear, a lot of women who date married men or just men who have girlfriends have a superiority complex where they feel like, oh, he's getting in with me because I'm just so much better than her. Like, if she was better, then he wouldn't be coming to me. Like, cheating would never make sense to me because I'm like, why can't you just break up? Why is it so hard for you to just be like, you know what, I want to get with this person, so let me go break up with this person. Instead, you just want to cheat. Girl, I remember when I watched that Ashley Madison documentary. Ashley Madison is basically a website for married people to have affairs. And I was like, why can't you just divorce? These dumbass people. Well, that's besides the point. Let's get back to the storyline. Okay. When Toni admits that she's been using Joan's house to have her affair with a married man,
We stop using my place, we start using Joan's. What?
Joan concludes that the wife that came to her workplace wasn't Frank's wife and was actually Toni's married man's wife. So her dumbass takes back Frank. And we find out that Toni's married man isn't actually married. He lied the whole time. Toni's mad about it.
You're not an adulterer, you're a liar?
So the murderous woman is actually Frank's wife. Shocker. She shows up at Joan's house ready to kill, and everyone tries to cover for Frank for some odd reason. Well, they don't want Joan to die, and the lies start spreading. Lynn lies that Frank came to Joan's house because Lynn is making jewelry for him because he wants to buy the jewelry for his wife.
Thank you for the jewelry. I wanted to surprise you, so surprise.
What's surprising is you thought I would actually like this, but I guess you're trying, so...
And Joan lies and says that she has a boyfriend named Frank, who is not the wife's Frank, but Frank as in William is Frank. And she claims that William is Frank and he is her boyfriend. And William slaps her ass.
Daddy's home.
I would have slapped him in the face. You're going too far, William. During this whole ordeal, Joan quickly gets tired of everybody covering for Frank when he is the one who is cheating. And Joan tells Frank's wife the truth. And Frank has the audacity to tell his wife that Joan came on to him.
She came on to me.
So Joan's ready to beat his ass. But no, Frank's wife gets in the way and says, you know, I'm the wife. I get first beating. So then everyone starts chasing him, ready to murder him. The girlfriends and Frank's wife get revenge on him by putting up a billboard about how much of a dog he is. And their work is done. Toni, you're trifling. So, as you know, Maya plans a vow renewal ceremony with Darnell, and Joan decides to be the head planner for it. And Maya makes Joan a bridesmaid. And here comes Jones in a monologue complaining about how she's a bridesmaid once again instead of being a bride.
Wow! My 14th stint as a bridesmaid.
Get out of my face, Joan. Maya's family is heavily involved, making the cakes, the dresses, doing the music, etc., etc. And Joan, this is where the classist and egregiousness jumps out, because Joan hates almost every idea that Maya has for her vow renewal. She essentially turns up her nose to Maya's hood ideas.
I was thinking white chocolate, raspberry ganache. Oh!
Hey girl, but everyone in my family loves my husband's pound cake.
Everybody standing in a circle eating pound cake?
It's a wedding! Not some Hands Across America bake sale?
I could wait and see this dress, girl. It is so hot. Mommy, get the dress so she can see it.
Does it look anything like Juanita's?
This is your dress.
I'm expecting something a little more classic.
What? Organza's classy?
True, when used as an accent.
Well, Joan, if you have some ideas, just tell me. I can make changes.
Well, I don't know. I mean, okay, well, like maybe if the organza was just on the sleeves and the waist, and if the skirt was in satin instead of that really nice fabric that you made that out of.
Joan tries to be covert with it, but Maya clocks it. Maya confronts Joan about her behavior.
And Jeanette, you are such an amazing seamstress. I'm sure that you could knock off this Vera Wang easily. Vera Wang is the premier wedding designer.
Yeah, we know who Vera Wang is.
Yeah,
we know. Mm-hmm. We don't only know FUBU.
I wasn't saying that you didn't know.
Then what, Joan? What you saying, girl?
Trying to help make the wedding more tasteful. Just do this and make the best of this wedding.
The best of this wedding? Do you hear yourself?
Yeah. Do you hear me? I'm apologizing.
Joan, it's not just about the wedding. You don't see my ideas as different from your ideas. You see them as less than yours. And that's classist and egregious.
And also confronts Joan about the fact that this is the first time, you know, her planning Maya's vow renewal ceremony. This is the first time that she's ever even been to Maya's house. And they've been friends for months.
You've known me for a year, and yesterday was the first time you even bothered to come to my house.
Joan really wants her house to always be that hangout spot where they all go to all the time. Like, she loves events being at her house. This becomes a recurring pattern throughout the show. Even though everybody disrespects Joan all up in her house all the time, Joan creates it because she wants everything to be at her house and no one else's. We barely ever see them hang out at Toni's house. Lynn don't have a house, and we don't even see them hang out at Maya's house. Everything's always at Joan's because she wants it to be. She likes the control. So because Joan doesn't like Maya's hood ideas, Maya disinvites Joan from the wedding, and Maya's mother rides for Maya.
My baby was too tasteful to say this, but I'm not. Get out.
As she should. Joan realizes that she's wrong for being, you know, classist and egregious, and apologizes. And she's let back into the wedding. Joan's bougie ass behavior is exhausting. Not everybody wants luxury. Some people just want homely vibes. They want their family involved. Maya even says that she's rich in other things. She might not be rich in money, but she's rich in the fact that her family all wanted to be involved in planning this ceremony for her.
I can't even appreciate that I'm rich in other ways. I mean, the fact that my aunt is baking the cakes and my mother is sewing the dresses, and I have loved ones, Jones, who can celebrate the way I want to celebrate.
But all Joan could think about was, when is that caviar coming? I'm joking, but low-key. Joan and Toni truly are two sides of the same coin, both classist and egregious. No wonder they're best friends. And this isn't the last time that Joan will almost ruin one of her friends' wedding. What a surprise. Everyone is sick of Lynn being a bum. No surprises there. Lynn is trying to get her 6th master's degree, and Toni and Joan are not trying to support her through another master's degree.
This has got to stop. When I took her in, I thought it was just until she completed this term. Yeah, well, when I took her in, I thought it was just until she completed sophomore year.
So they urge her to get a job. And you know Lynn's bum ass don't want no damn job.
I'm overqualified for part-time jobs.
She claims that she's getting her education and she thought that they were friends and friends support each other.
Sorry, I thought that you guys were my friends. And I thought you cared about me. I'm just trying to finish my education and I thought you had my back.
Shut up, bitch!
Girl, how much education do you need? Lynn has been staying with Toni for the past 8 weeks, and Toni tells Lynn she has a week to get a job and to move out. And you think that the whole storyline would continue being about Lynn being a bum, but no, it shifts from Lynn being a bum to Joan being an enabler of Lynn being a bum. When Joan gets Lynn a job, basically helping with her garden. So now everyone's like, Joan, you're an enabler. This is your fault. It's your fault that Lynn is a bum. So now the girlfriends stage an intervention for Joan about her being an enabler.
You're an enabler. I'm a what? You enable dysfunctional behavior of your friends by protecting them from the consequence of their actions.
You're always taking everyone's side but mine. You chose Maya's club over my club, and then you dump me outside of my club to go with Maya? And don't get me started on Lynn. You always let her slide. I'm not in first place anymore.
Blaming a grown-ass woman for a grown-ass woman's laziness. Okay, like I agree that Joan is an enabler for all of her friends' bad behaviors. I mean, we see how she just lets them walk all over her. But to blame Joan for Lynn being a bum for over 10 years, getting 5 master's degrees and doing nothing with them while she mooches off both Toni and Joan. She's a grown woman, she's 29 years old, and you're gonna blame that on Joan? No. So no real growth comes out of this at the end of the episode, because Lynn continues to be a bum and Joan continues to be an enabler.
Okay, you know, when the time comes, I'll stay with you, but only help you with the problem. Okay. Oh, but right now, can I borrow your car? I need to get back over there and let the souffle in the oven. All this time, you could cook?
Nobody learns anything. The girlfriends and William decide to make a list of qualities they want in their dream partner. And after they make these lists, they go off to an art gallery to scope out who could be their potential dream partner. This is where Joan meets a man named Sean. Joan becomes obsessed right away. He ticks all her boxes for her dream partner, and Miss Miam is very full on when it comes to talking to him. Like, she's all over him at that museum.
Hey, look at Joan. She is all over that man. That's our Joan. When she sees a man, she wants his latches on like he's neon sick.
Most of the time, I take the trash out at night. Why are you asking me this?
Trying to take control of the situation when he gives his number to her and she declines, saying that no, as she's the woman, she should give her number to him. So she gives her number to him.
Oh, thank you. Yeah. No. I'm the woman. See, I don't make the calls. I receive them. It's my job to say yes, please, and thank you, and what time would you like me to be ready? So, I gonna give you my card.
And the other girlfriends see Joan's desperate vibes radiating off of her. So after they leave the art gallery, Joan is waiting and waiting for Sean to call and is panicking when he hasn't called yet. The girlfriends tell her that, girl, he ain't calling you yet because you decided to take control of the situation, and apparently how men don't like that in a woman.
Yeah, it's been 5 days, he's not gonna call. He's just another jerk, and I'm a jerk for thinking the whole list thing was gonna change anything.
Maybe you scared him away. You were kind of all over him. Guys don't like that.
You did come on a little strong. A lot.
And I'm sure some men like that. I don't know any, but I'm sure they're out there.
Yeah, but Joan, he gave you his card first. You just had to control the chase.
Even though at first Joan was upset with the girlfriends telling her that she was too full on with Sean, she goes back to talk to him and she takes their advice and she's more mellow when she talks to him, and Joan and Sean end up dating. Joan then finds out a few weeks later, as they continue dating, that Sean is a sex addict.
I'm a recovering sex addict. And for me, there isn't a lot between nothing and sex. Once I get turned on, there's no turning off. So if it's not going to be you because of your role, it's going to be somebody.
At first, Joan is taken aback, but she does decide to go to a sex addict anonymous whatever, like a meeting with him, and Lynn tags along because Lynn thinks that she actually might be a sex addict as well.
Joan, I think you should go with him to his next meeting. Yeah, and I need a ride.
While Joan is listening to Sean speak at the meeting, she finds out that he has slept with over 300 women.
Time that I lost sleeping with almost 300 women I didn't know.
And Joan can't handle that. She leaves the meeting while he continues talking. But then her and Sean have a talk and they continue dating. That could have been me. 300. Nah. As time goes on, Joan starts spending more time with Sean over the girlfriends, and this leaves Lynn very much pressed.
Come on, it's a joke.
Is that the same Holiday Inn you took your 300 sex partners to? Ready for lunch?
I paged you. Didn't you get my message?
No, you stopped paying my pager bill, remember?
Right. I went for an early lunch with
Sean. I don't know. I didn't see that one coming.
Lynn, I think we need to talk about Sean.
Okay, well, is this going to take long because some of us are still hungry here?
Okay, I may be way off base here, but I get this feeling that you have a problem with Sean.
Joan, that's insane. I do not have a problem with Sean. I hate Sean! I mean, here, Joan. Sean. What about me? Where's the me and Sean?
But Joan does try to balance being with the girlfriends and Sean. Like, Lynn, mind your own business. You're up here mooching off Joan. Are you mad that she got a man and everything? Like, girl, mind your own business. You're already mooching off her. Leave her alone. So as Joan is trying to balance her time with her girlfriends and with Sean, she hits a roadblock when Maya is about to go to surgery to remove her fibroids, and Sean needs Joan to accompany him to a job interview dinner as his employer, his potential employer, heard about his sex addiction, and Sean needs Joan to be there with him so he can show that he is in a committed relationship.
If I took the Dansbys out to dinner, they'd see that I'm in a steady and secure monogamous relationship, and they'd see that I've changed.
I don't know why the employers care that much. Like, what, they think he's just gonna go sleep with everybody at the job? Like, but either way, Joan tries to be there for Sean and Maya. She asks Maya if it's okay if she's not there at the beginning of her being at the hospital, and Maya says that it's fine. But Lynn is just so pressed that Joan has to go with Sean.
Where's Joan? With Sean. Haven't you been listening? She's dumped us for him. I mean, here you are, facing death at the hands of some pen-collecting quack when your attorney, alleged friend, is not here to save you from his butchery. That's all I'm saying. Hey! Oh, when's the last time your best friend sat down and listened to you bitch and moan about Greg? You're right. Where is that heifer? We were in Joan's life long before Sean, and we will be here for her way after Mr. Sex Addict falls off the wagon, starts screwing everything in a skirt, and dumps her ass. We see your life as a married woman, and we're not in it. And before Lynn pointed out what a selfish bitch you've become. Shut up, bitch!
When Joan is at the hospital with Maya ends up making her stay longer.
I cannot believe your trifling ass is really going.
So Joan ends up missing Sean's interview dinner, and Sean doesn't get the job. The thing with Lynn being so pressed about Joan hanging out with Sean more than the girlfriend, she complains about how Joan isn't looking after her anymore and questions whether Joan cares.
Okay, fine. I'm jealous, but at least I'm not selfish and insensitive. I'm selfish and insensitive. Okay, you know what? That's BS, and we both know it. I have made a career out of being there for you. Joan, I've been in grad school for what, 7 years? And you promised that we'd celebrate when I finally finished.
And we will.
And we didn't. I turned in my last paper 2 days ago. I'm done. It was one of the biggest days in my life, and you didn't even remember.
Oh my God. I don't know what to say. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Clap if you care. All right, let's move on. Perfect.
Is this woman for real? You're 29 years old and she's literally letting you live in her house rent free, and you're questioning whether she cares about you anymore just because she's getting to know her new relationship, which requires more time together. I can't with Lynn. I really can't with this. Shut up. Joan is not your mother, Lynn, okay? And honestly, I don't even care for Sean and Joan together. I really don't. But I just feel like this was just a classic case of Joan just entered a new relationship and she needs to spend more time with the guy that she's in a relationship with because they're getting to know each other. So she can't just drop everything so Lynn can be fed. Davis is a man who owns the restaurant that the girlfriends frequent at. Him and Joan have a flirty relationship, even though Davis has a fiance. It's Valentine's Day weekend and Joan is upset that Sean won't be able to be there for her on Valentine's Day because he has to leave town. And Joan is obsessed with the holidays. Any holiday she's obsessed with. And Valentine's is one of the big ones, so you know, she's upset. Davis ends up showing up to Joan's workplace with her favorite food, even though she didn't ask him to. And in this scene, they go on talking about how great their partners are, clearly trying to fight their attraction for each other. But it doesn't work because they end up kissing. Later on, Davis ends up going to Joan's house to discuss the kiss. And he asks Joan to go away with him on Valentine's Day. Sir, don't you have a fiance?
I think we owe it to ourselves to see if there's something worth exploring here.
What about Ava?
She gets car sick.
Why would we do that? Why would we hurt two people that we care about?
Joan, look, we have been dancing around each other for too long now. And we're not doing them any favors until we figure out what's going on between us.
Joan's dumbass, who can't get through to Sean every time she calls him, thinks that he's probably just screwing another woman and is like, sure, let's go away together for Valentine's Day, even though you have a fiance and I have a boyfriend. And when Joan says yes and decides to go with him, that same exact moment, Sean appears at her door. It turns out Sean wasn't answering his phone because he wanted to surprise Joan on Valentine's Day. Sean sees Davis there and gets upset. He asks Joan if something happened between them, and Joan lies her ass off and says nothing happened.
So what did I walk in on?
Nothing. Nothing happened.
I promise.
Joan later goes over to Davis's restaurant and tells him that they should just remain friends and decide to go back to their respective partners. Respective. But they don't respect them. Clearly. Side note, in the same episode, Maya and Darnell's disgusting asses decide to sleep with each other on Joan's desk. Another point for the girlfriends not respecting Joan, and then by proxy, the people that are around them don't respect Joan either. Weeks later, Joan, Sean, Toni, and Toni's boyfriend Greg, we'll get to them later, go to Davis's restaurant, and Davis is still up here flirting with Joan subtly.
I forgot to make a reservation. Do you have a table for us?
For you, always. Eating chocolate. For you,
always, we know.
Make that special pasta I like.
So it's the crab cakes and the special pasta.
I didn't ask for crab cakes.
But I know you won't.
You know me too well.
Which Sean notices, and he's understandably annoyed about it. He then asks Joan again if something happened between her and Davis, but she lies again and says nothing happened.
Come on, Davis and I are friends.
Well, in the course of your friendship, has anything ever happened between the two of you?
No.
But later, due to guilt, she tells Sean that they kissed. So she tells him some of the truth because she conveniently leaves out the fact that they were going to run away with each other on Valentine's Day. Sean is upset when he hears that they kissed and tells Joan that he doesn't want her to go back to Davis's restaurant anymore. Joan refuses, saying that Sean doesn't own her, and talks about how, I don't tell you not to go outside when you've slept with 300 women in California.
Won't see Davis or go to 847 again.
Excuse me?
No more nice guy, no more nice restaurant.
You have to respect me when I tell you that I don't have feelings for Davis anymore.
I'm not gonna have us sitting in his restaurant with him looking at me thinking I'm some punk because he had my woman.
Had my woman? You don't own me, Sean.
That doesn't give you free reign to go kissing some glorified short order cook.
Okay, and what about all the women you had? You slept with half of LA and I don't ask you not to leave the house.
I mean, God, that's not the same thing though. He slept with those women before you guys even met each other. You kissed Davis when you guys were still dating. It's not the same thing, Miss Joan. When Joan refuses to stop going to Davis's restaurant, Sean clocks her and tells her, do you really want to ruin this relationship like you've ruined every relationship that you've had?
You know what? You've screwed up every relationship you've ever had. You sure you want to screw up another one?
Yikes. For some reason, to combat this issue, Joan decides to have Sean, Davis, and Davis's fiance Ava come over to her house for dinner, and it's a whole mess. Because Davis accidentally spills the fact that him and Joan were gonna run away together on Valentine's Day.
Joan and I kissed once, it was no big deal.
No big deal. So I guess it won't be a big deal if I kiss Sean. Okay, what's it there?
It was just a little happy Valentine's Day kiss. We didn't end up going away together.
You two were going away together? You didn't tell me that part.
Well, there was no need to because we didn't.
So is that why you're with me? Because she chose somebody else?
No, it wasn't even like that.
This leads everybody to arguing. And let me tell you something, Davis, you ain't ish. You don't deserve Ava. Not in the slightest bit. Nope. After the blow up of the dinner, because, you know, they all just started arguing with each other and insulting each other, Joan finally decides to never go back to Davis's restaurant again. I've seen some people say that they liked Davis for Joan and think that Joan and Davis should have been a thing. And I'm just like, you saw how he treated his fiance, right? Miss Ava? Yeah, he did not respect her in the slightest bit. You guys want him to be with Joan? He ain't ish in the slightest bit. Now let's go all the way back to when the girlfriends and William did internet dating. William meets a woman named Yvonne. She's a police officer and completely unhinged. Her unhingedness is actually hilarious. But William thinks that she's crazy and he doesn't call her back.
You'd be surprised how many crazy people are out on the street.
And in restaurants.
What's that supposed to mean? I know you're not trying to talk about me. But you better not be trying to pick up another woman because I'll cut a man.
Months later, during the Halloween episode of the season, Joan pranks William using police officers and Yvonne ends up being partners with the officers. And because, like I said, William never called her back, Yvonne gets her revenge on William hilariously.
So you remember my name. But I guess you conveniently forgot my phone number. No!
I can't with her slowly walking towards him and him screaming for help. Time goes by, and during the episode where the girlfriends and William are looking for their dream partners, they visit an art gallery, and surprise, surprise, Yvonne is working as one of the rent-a-cops. So it seems like they keep running into each other. So William decides to convince Yvonne to give their relationship a try. But Yvonne clocks that William only wants to date her because he has no one else to date.
Can't get anybody to date you, huh? Let's just call the whacked out woman and take her out. She can't be doing anything. So are you on the real?
It's lonely out there.
Ooh, you are preaching to the choir here.
But they date anyway. Yvonne ends up telling Maya that William has a big willy.
whatever you thinking, add to it.
This earns him the nickname Big Willie. But William doesn't appreciate Yvonne telling, other people about their intimacy, which I completely understand.
Look, man, because you're going around telling people about her sex life.
I just told Maya.
Who told Joan? Now they're both laughing at me, calling me Big Willie.
As time goes on, William doesn't want Yvonne to be a police officer anymore because of the dangers that comes with the job.
William, Yvonne's been shot.
Oh my God, is she dead?
No, she's on line 1.
So essentially he wants her to quit her job. For Yvonne, being a police officer has been her dream. It is her dream job. She loves it. So she refuses.
Other little girls were playing fashion model with their Barbies. I was busting out for street walking.
Maybe you can be one of those cops that go into the schools and talk to the kids about drugs.
What do you think I was doing when I got shot?
Yvonne, I love you. But I can't live knowing that you might not be coming home at the end of the day. I'm laying down the law.
Well, I am the law.
I practice the law.
Oh, wait, now, wait a minute. What is your point?
Yvonne stands 10 toes down. She's not about to quit her career for a man. She even decides to go to the Sinbad Music Festival in Jamaica without him to get away from him and have some fun without Mr. Big Willie trying to get her to literally change her whole life to be with him. Let me tell you something about William. I think that William is one of the funniest characters on the show. I think the lines that they give him are hilarious. I think out of all the characters, William, Maya and Toni are the funniest characters. But just because Mr. Man is funny, don't mean he ain't trifling too. The fact that he felt entitled to tell Yvonne to quit her career to be with him because he's scared that she'll get hurt. They don't date her then, Mr. Man. I don't want to tell you. This is her dream career. I know for a fact, if Yvonne told him to quit being a lawyer, he wouldn't. He wants her to quit her whole career for him. Ladies, don't do that. And you know what, fellas, don't do that at all either. If it's your dream, don't neglect your dream for somebody else. I'll get to the conclusion of William and Yvonne's season 1 storyline at the Jamaica blow up section because Yvonne, she disappoints me. Jeez, a lot of the storylines that end up happening stem from this dream partner situation and going to the art gallery, because in that same episode, Toni ends up reuniting with her ex-college boyfriend Greg, who is a bartender at the art gallery and is still a struggling artist. And because he's a struggling artist, he is struggling financially. And you know Miss Toni Charles likes the luxury and the rich men.
Why did I have to run into Greg? I can't go back to living in a studio apartment, sleeping on a futon and surviving on passion and ramen noodles.
And she actually still wants to be with him.
I love you.
You still love me?
I never stopped.
Well, you should have. I'm such a horrible person.
Yeah, you are. But have you seen yourself naked?
So her and Greg start dating again. However, it doesn't take long for Toni's classes and egregiousness to jump out when it comes to Greg, when she complains to him about him ruining some expensive things.
It looks like paint.
It's not just paint. Sweetie, it's paint on my $1,500 duvet cover.
It's alright, you can barely see it.
Unless you're looking.
I'm sorry, baby. Look, I'll buy you another bedspread, okay?
You buy bedspreads at Target. This duvet came from Florence, Italy, so how are you gonna buy me another one, Greg? The Metro doesn't go there. And what are you gonna buy it with? Your paintings? Oh wait, that's right, you don't sell those. While you're at it, why don't you buy yourself another $800 Mongolian long-hair cashmere sweater?
You paid $800 for this sweater?
Greg gets tired of this and blows up at Toni for being materialistic and putting a monetary value on everything.
When are you gonna learn that these are just material trappings with no intrinsic value?
Spoken just like a man with no trappings.
Fine. Well then maybe tonight you can cuddle up with your $1,500 duvet.
But Toni doesn't see the problem. While Maya is at the hospital to remove her fibroids, Toni meets Clay Spencer, who is Maya's doctor. He's a rich man who has expensive taste, just like Toni.
Pernambuco rollerball. Nice choice.
Well, thank you very much. I collect fine pens. Surprised you noticed. Most people just see a bic.
Well, Toni's not rich, she just has expensive taste. So Toni, seeing how rich and expensive this man is, starts to hang out with him more and more when Maya's in a hospital.
Dr. Clay Spencer, please report to radiology.
I'll see y'all later.
One night at dinner, Toni sees some professional people that she knows and wants to pretend that Greg is paying the bill instead of her, which leaves Greg upset. He makes a whole scene and leaves.
It's the least you can do.
Well, I sure am glad I make a lot of money so I can pay for this big, expensive dinner. Have a good evening.
Where are you going?
Well, I was going to get your car, ma'am.
I'll be mad too. Like, girl, who cares if you're paying? I saw you. I don't even think they even care. But you know Toni's ass. Class isn't egregious. During a double date with Joan and Sean, Toni surprises Greg with his art on Davis's restaurant walls. However, even though Toni was trying to do something that she thought would help him with his career, Greg is upset because allegedly putting your art on restaurant walls is career suicide for an artist.
Only sidewalk artists hang their art in restaurants. I have told you that.
Like I previously said, Clay and Toni start hanging out while Maya is still in hospital. And after the mess with Toni putting Greg's art up on the wall, Clay comes by to Davis's restaurant while Greg and Toni are taking the paintings down. And Greg is still mad at Toni, while Toni is upset because honestly, I do really think that Toni was just trying to help him. She didn't know that, you know, as an artist, you're not supposed to put your paintings on a restaurant wall. She really was just trying to help. While Greg is in the back of the restaurant, Clay all of a sudden comes to the restaurant. He offers to buy one of Greg's paintings and then he kisses Toni. Toni kisses him right back. And thus the affair between Toni and Clay begins behind Greg's back. And Miss Toni Childs does one of the most despicable things. She sleeps with Clay and Greg on the same night and her ass gets chlamydia.
To see Dr. Dunn this morning, she told me I have chlamydia. I'm in hell. Oh, just because you're burning does not mean you're in hell.
Toni has the audacity to initially suspect Greg and not Clay. That sounds classist and egregious, because she just assumes that because Clay is a doctor, he's clean all over. And then, you know, Greg is struggling financially, so oh yeah, he must be the one that has the chlamydia.
This happened. You did use condoms, right?
Well, not really.
Well, Greg and I stopped using them a few weeks ago. And Dr. Spencer? He's a doctor. He's clean. You saw the way he scrubs.
I am meeting someone for dinner.
A woman?
Yeah, a woman.
Are you sleeping with her?
What?
Look, Greg, I have chlamydia.
But Toni finds out that it was Clay who gave it to her. Toni starts to believe that this might be a wake-up call for her and that she should stop her affair with Clay, but Clay convinces her to continue. And Greg, after Toni tells him about the chlamydia thing, finds out that he doesn't have chlamydia. So then he confronts Toni and tells her, if I didn't give it to you, where did you get it from? And she's like, well, I mean, the doctor said it could be dormant in me.
No, the doctor said that it could be dormant, so if it wasn't dormant in you, it must have been dormant in me.
And Greg believes her. And after Greg asks her if she's been with someone else, Toni says no, and Greg believes her. Clay ends up proposing to Toni while she's still dating Greg. And what does Toni's dumb ass do? She sees that sparkly ring, that expensive sparkly ring from this rich man. Of course she says yes. She goes to the girlfriends, hype about her engagement ring.
Please help me get this flawless 5-carat emerald cut diamond engagement ring on my track. Can you help me?
And at first, the girlfriends are excited for her until they find out that it wasn't Greg who proposed, it was Clay. The girlfriends are upset about this, especially Joan. Toni claims she wants to marry Clay because he can give her what she wants, but she also says that she loves Greg too.
I do love Greg. I've always loved him, and I've tried my damnedest to make it work. You guys know that. But I've had to face some hard facts. Greg and I cannot live on passion alone. Clay is offering me dinner in Paris.
Is that it? Is that the whole reason that you're marrying Clay? You're still just an insecure little country girl from Fresno, impressed by a Beverly Hills doctor, aren't you?
Joan tries to reason with Toni, but Toni is just blinded by her new ring. But she also does tell Joan that she'll look into her heart about the engagement.
All right, I will look into my heart when I have time.
Greg comes by to Joan's house, upset about an argument he just had with Toni. But Joan thinks that Greg is upset because Toni broke up with him. So both of them are misunderstanding the whole conversation. And Greg finds out everything from Joan. By accident, might I add. Joan thought that Greg knew.
Blinded by the ring. As a matter of fact, you know what? I think she is engaged to the ring and not Clay. But Toni didn't have the decency to tell you why she broke up with you?
Toni never broke up with me.
Meanwhile, Toni does look into her heart and breaks up with Clay, realizing that she loves Greg more. After Toni breaks up with Clay, she tells Joan about it, and Joan is scared. Joan is just scared. She tries to tell Toni, but ends up failing to tell her because as she's on the phone to Joan, Toni's already going to meet Greg. And when Toni sits down to dinner with Greg, Greg breaks up with Toni without telling her why.
You always care more about the money than you do me.
I don't need any of this.
I don't need you.
And Joan is extremely guilty. Toni becomes severely depressed, not knowing why Greg broke up with her. And Joan, full of guilt, plans a trip to Jamaica for all the girlfriends to go to the Sinbad Music Festival, which is great for Maya because, like I mentioned, she wants to get away from Darnell, who wants to sleep with her after she just had her fibroid surgery. Yvonne is also going to the Sinbad Music Festival to get away from William because his ass wants her to quit her career for him. And this all sets up the Jamaica blow up that we will get into right now. So like I said, Toni is extremely depressed that Greg broke up with her.
I don't want to eat. I want Greg.
And the girlfriends try to cheer her up the best that they can. Do I feel bad for her? No. Girl, you were cheating on him, almost gave him chlamydia, and then got engaged behind his back. I don't feel bad for you, Miss Ma'am. Joan is feeling guilty. Maya wants to run away from Darnell, so they go to Jamaica for the Sinbad Music Festival. In Jamaica, the girlfriends run into Yvonne, and Yvonne is up there enjoying herself without William. I know that's right. Until William shows up and proposes to Yvonne so that she will quit her job as a police officer. And what does Yvonne's dumbass do? She says yes. Girl, get her out of my face. Get her out of my face. Get her out of my face. Girl, really? Really? It took William proposing for her to be like, you know what, yes, I will quit my whole career, my dream career, for this man who wants me to give up my dream career. Meanwhile, Toni is still depressed, spouting all types of sadness, talking about she wants to be unalived. These Sinbad to Toni to cheer her up. And Toni is still spouting about how she wants to be dead. Sinbad panics and says, well, I don't want to be around you when you do die. Okay, because I don't want to be the last person around you.
I don't want to die. Alrighty then, you know. When you do that, I want to be the last one seen with you, okay?
Joan ends up getting a famous athlete, Terrell Davis, to sweet talk Toni. It ends up working too well because Toni comes back the morning after talking about she's engaged to the man that she just met. The girlfriends are horrified, but Toni goes on to say if she can't have the love of her life, which is Greg, then she's just gonna go with any guy. He has to be rich though, obviously.
I'm not marrying for love. I loved Greg. You see where that got me?
Joan sees that Toni is making a serious mistake. And Joan already told Maya and Lynn the truth about her accidentally telling Greg, and now it's time for her to tell Toni. She tells Toni everything, and she feels like there's a weight lifted off of her after telling Toni. What does Toni do? Toni blows up and slaps Joan and chokes her. She tells Joan that Joan ruined her life.
You bitch! I'm sorry, okay? You ruined my life, and all you can say is I'm sorry?
Last time I checked, you were cheating on Greg. You almost gave him an STI and you got engaged behind his back. How is any of that Joan's fault? It was an accident. Joan thought that Greg knew. Joan thought that Greg knew it was an accident. The fact that she even blames Joan for this, you ruined your own life by being trifling. This leads Toni to leave Jamaica early. Meanwhile, Maya ends up getting a Brazilian wax while in Jamaica, and that revives her sexual desires. So she leaves early too to put it on Darnell. He don't deserve it, but whatever. And Lynn's ass got her own storyline going on as she falls in love with a Jamaican hotel baggage handler named Vasco, and she tells the girlfriends that she's going to stay in Jamaica with him. And when I tell you, nobody cares. They don't even bat an eye. These girls really wanted Lynn's mooching ass out of their lives because they didn't even bat an eye when she said she's literally staying in a different continent.
I'm not coming back to LA. Okay, I can't deal with this today.
They were like, well, if that gets her out of our pockets and our houses, well, goodbye. When Joan returns from Jamaica, she walks up into her house, and you know what she sees? She sees Toni half naked on her couch, spread across the couch and everything, and Sean in his boxers standing in front of Toni, and that's how we end season 1. The fact that season 1 started off toxic with Toni bringing Joan's ex-boyfriend to her birthday party and ended toxic with Toni supposedly having slept with Joan's boyfriend. This show, I can't with this show. We have another 7 seasons of toxicness to get through. Season 1 was pretty good. It was really good season. I enjoyed it. It was a really good first season. I feel like this season really established who these characters were and how the writers were going to navigate their characters throughout the 8 seasons, because they didn't really lose these toxic traits that they have now. That's not what I'm gonna say, but you know, I'm getting ahead of myself. Okay, season 2, where the messes like it never messed before compared to season 1. I know that I said that I feel like season 1 really set the tone to who the characters were and their toxicness. But honestly, I feel like season 2 really cemented these characters' worst traits. So before we get into season 2, we must get into what our characters are doing this season. So let's go see what William and the girls are doing, huh? Joan is still pushover. However, this season she's actually trying to break out of that mindset, and her and Toni are on shaky grounds. Toni becomes broke this season, and a lot of karma comes Miss Ma'am's way. Lynn is, surprise, surprise, still out here bumming, but now she's bumming with her new man, Vosco. Maya gets involved in an emotional affair with a man who is not her husband, and William continues to string Yvonne along with the same entitled, controlling behavior. With that setup done, let's get into season 2. So we start this season where we left off with season 1. Toni's trifling ass splayed on Joan's couch and Sean in his boxers standing in front of the couch. Joan is instantly furious because she knows Toni so well. They've been best friends for over 20 years. She knows exactly what Toni's trying to do. She knows that Sean and Toni didn't sleep together. Instead, Toni was trying to seduce Sean into sleeping with her to get back at Joan for telling Greg accidentally about Toni and Clay. And Toni, with her despicable mind, knows that Sean is a sex addict, so she came up in Joan's house thinking that Sean would sleep with her. But Sean wasn't going for it. He had just came out of the bedroom or the bathroom or whatever and saw Toni standing there, and that's when Joan came home.
Okay, look, baby, I was just about to get in the shower. That's why I'm like this. And I heard something, right? So I came in to check it out, and she was already like that. I didn't help her get that way or nothing. Toni, tell her. Come on, I swear, baby, this is not how it looks.
It looks like Toni tried to seduce you to get back at me.
And you think after Toni slapped Joan all across Jamaica and choked her out all the way up and through the Caribbean, that Joan would slap Toni after she just saw her trying to seduce her man, nigga. Toni is so evil. But no, Joan instantly forgives Toni. She tells her how much she loves her and that Toni can't keep hurting her like this because she loves her.
I'm not gonna hit you, Toni. You trying to hurt me is not gonna bring Greg back. I am tired of your knee-jerk reactions, Toni. I am not a knee-jerk friend. I love you, and I want to help you get through this. But if you want this friendship to last, this kind of crap cannot happen again.
Okay, look, he wasn't gonna sleep with me anyway. I'm gonna borrow your Honey magazine. I'll get it back to you.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T-H.
Joan, get out of my face. Get out of my face with this mess. Are you kidding me? She tried to sleep with your man and you just say, I love you. I'm not gonna slap you. You need to stop doing this because I love you. I can't with the codependency with these two. They are a mess. And Maya and Lynn think the same way I do because when they find out what Toni did, they are disgusted. They literally tell Joan to stop being friends with Toni. And put a pin in that because these two heifers are going to switch up so fast when it comes to that.
I tried to sleep with Sean, okay? Okay, what I think she's trying to say is, oh, hell no. Own that anger, cut her off, tell her off. You need to blind that bitch.
Joan is so stressed about this whole Toni thing that her hair starts falling out. So she ends up going to see a therapist. And her therapist tells her to stop being friends with Toni as well.
Not to mention that she taught me makeup tips that I still use today.
And you think you still owe her for things that happened, what, 20 years
No,
ago?
it's more like 19.
Why do you put Toni's feelings ahead of your own?
Because that's what you're supposed to, huh?
From where I sit, this friend Toni sounds like poison.
I know. I need to cut her out of my life.
But Joan is hesitant because her and Toni have known each other since they were little girls. But she soon starts to change her mind and actually wants to cut Toni off when Toni starts to annoy her.
Where's Toni? Well, did she call?
No.
I can't believe she's not here. She is so selfish. She has no boundaries, no responsibility, and
she almost ends the friendship until Toni ends up struggling financially and loses her car. And she begs Joan to be there for her. And Joan caves.
Joan, I want you. I need you. I have screwed up a lot of things, but I have never screwed with my money. I ain't got no man. I damn near ain't got no job. And I just lost my supreme driving experience. What am I gonna do? You're the only one who can help me. Don't say something. Fix it. Fix it. Toni, you're gonna be fine. We'll get through this. Together. Thank you.
However, Joan lies to her therapist and tells him that her and Toni are not friends anymore.
But it's done. I think you'd be proud of me.
The important thing is you're proud of yourself.
Yeah. Yeah.
This people pleaser ass woman. When Toni finds out that Joan's therapist told Joan to cut her off, Toni is furious and she tells Joan to get rid of him.
If you have issues with me, you need to be talking to me, not about me. I don't need to talk to anyone about you except you.
Toni, look.
No, you look. We're best friends, Joan. You know what? No, we're beyond friends. We're more like sisters. And maybe it's been a little rocky lately, but we got through it. We always get through it. We're here, aren't we?
Yeah, I know we're here, but I don't know if we should be.
Where should we be?
I don't know. I mean, maybe we just need some distance or some time. Some space to figure this out.
Figure what out?
Our friendship.
What has that shrink been saying about me?
I can't tell you that.
All right, then what have you been telling him about me?
I can't tell you that either.
Well, isn't that convenient? We've never had secrets before. I think this man is creating issues. Convincing you there's a problem between us? So you'll keep coming back.
That's not what he's doing, Toni.
Oh, no? Then what is he doing? Do I need to go over there and ask?
Don't do that. Look, I'm just trying to figure...
There's nothing to figure out. It's you and me. There's no he and you and me. Get rid of him. And get that poison out of our lives. Don't you want things back to normal?
You know what? You're right. I should be talking to you. I mean, I hear what you're saying about the whole sister thing. I mean, sisters manage to get through it.
Right.
You know?
Like the way that conversation went, the manipulation Toni was spewing, but Joan listens to Toni. Well, not really, because she lies to Toni and tells her that she stopped seeing the therapist. So Joan's lying to her therapist about not being friends with Toni, and she's also lying to Toni about not seeing her therapist anymore. So she's just up here trying to people please everybody. Meanwhile, Joan's therapist starts teaching her how to say no to people, which thank you, because this woman does not know how to say no to nobody. She wants to please everybody, and you cannot please everybody. Joan is terrified when he tells her that she needs to learn how to say no, because if she does say no, people will hate her.
Telling people what you think they want to hear, a pattern for you. Until you can learn to say no, you're lying to yourself, Joan.
How do I keep these people from walking all over me?
Learn to say no.
Can we stop a little early today?
No. See how easy that is?
This is classic people pleaser behavior, and this is coming from someone who used to be a people pleaser. So I know it's annoying to watching somebody else because you're like, oh my gosh, that used to be me. Ew. However, Joan does listen to her therapist and she starts to set boundaries. Clicks for Joan, clicks for Joan.
I'm glad I caught you. You're gonna have to take that phone conference call alone because Yvonne's having a ladies' day and I'm gonna get her some Krispy Kremes.
No.
I'm not taking the conference call alone, and I'm not rescheduling. No. And, Maya? You need to find a hair salon that's gonna take you after work is over.
Joan, my after work time belongs to Darnell and Jabari.
Well then, Maya, maybe you should teach them to do your hair. How long has this man been in my house?
He has a name, Bosco, and he's been here a week.
When were you gonna tell me?
When we got caught?
You know what? No. No. You're not both staying here, okay? No offense, Vasco, but I don't even know you.
Fine. If he can't stay, then I'm leaving too.
Okay.
Joan?
No.
No?
Yes.
When?
Now.
Damn.
So yay to Joan's growth, not letting people walk all over her. I wish it lasted. Everybody is pissed that Joan is now setting boundaries for herself.
Maya? It's Miss Nancy Reagan herself. Little Miss just saying no.
Ew. Like, they really don't like that Joan is choosing herself and not bending over backwards for them anymore and letting them just walk all over her and doing anything to her. When Toni finds out that Joan is actually still seeing her therapist, Toni's ass is really like, if you don't stop seeing him, then we can't be friends. And Joan is like, that will save me years of therapy. Like, yes, Joan, like, I love seeing this side of Joan because she is not letting these people walk all over her anymore.
Oh, she stopped seeing that therapist. Oh, really, Joan? I guess I'll just have to cancel those 4 appointments I made this morning. You lied to me?
Yes, I did. I lie to everybody. I'm a liar.
Well, I just lost my appetite. That tends to happen when I've been betrayed.
Good, don't eat. I don't care. I'm seeing Dr. Bales, and that's all there is to it.
If you keep seeing him, we can't be friends.
Good. You just saved me 2 years in therapy. Oh, no, wait. I lied. 4 years. Bye.
But Toni was bluffing because Toni's ass ends up invading Joan's therapy session.
Today, I figured if you want to go to therapy, fine. I'll just come down and present my side of the story.
She wants us to participate in couples therapy.
Wait a minute.
Well, I think at some point that might be a good idea, but right now, I think Joan still has a lot of work to do before she's strong enough to confront this.
What do you mean? I am confronting this. I'm in the middle of confronting this.
Well, then bring it on.
Oh, you don't want none of this.
And then all of a sudden now her and Joan are having couples counseling and couples therapy. This is not how normal friendship should work, just like William said.
You know what the problem is with you and Toni, don't you? Suppressed sexual desire.
William.
Hear me out. Real friends don't get all obsessed over each other. Real friends don't go to therapy over each other. Real friends pat each other on the back and move on. You two want each other, so oil it up and take it to the mat. I'm going. You lesbians kill me.
Minus the lesbian part. Normal friends don't do couples therapies. Normal friends don't do what Joan and Toni do. And it's very much true. This is ridiculous. They should not be friends in the slightest bit. Time goes by and Joan recommends Toni to her boss as her boss is looking for a new house and Toni is a real estate agent. Joan finds out from her boss that while Toni was showing him houses, Toni told Joan's boyfriend, Sean, is a sex addict. And this humiliates Joan as her boss makes jokes about it.
Oh, by the way, heard about the breakup with your boyfriend. It's probably for the best, him being a sex addict and all. No wonder you always look so tired.
And this is the last straw for Joan. She completely cuts off Toni after this. And I don't blame her. You should have been cut off, when she, tried to sleep with your man.
I draw another line, you cross that. Today, you cross the last line. How dare you tell my boss my business?
Because I told him Sean is a sex addict? Oh, please don't. Everybody knew. The man was going around telling everybody and their mom to go to his meetings.
I'm tired. I'm tired of turning the other cheek. I'm tired of trying to understand you. I'm tired of being your whipping dog. I'm tired of explaining to people what's good about you when I'm not even sure myself. I've always given you the benefit of the doubt, Toni, because I honestly didn't believe that you meant to hurt me. But now I believe you do. You don't wish me well, and I don't need anyone in my life who doesn't wish me well. So please.
I literally do not feel bad for Toni at all. While Joan and Toni aren't friends anymore, Greg comes back into Toni's life. I didn't expect that, did you? So Greg and Toni start dating again, and it's all kumbaya until we find out that Greg's psycho ass had a master plan this whole time. On Halloween, Toni goes out to buy a pumpkin for her and Greg, and when she comes back to her apartment, she finds Greg on her living room floor with another woman. This was his plan all along. The fact that he pretended to still love Toni and was dating her and everything just to do this, that's crazy. I know, okay? What Toni did to him was despicable. And I understand his anger, but for him to, that's real psycho. That's real psycho-ish right there. For him to come up with this whole plan to get back together with her, act like he loves her, do all these PDA and saying sweet nothings to her, just to do this, just to sleep with another woman in her living room is absolutely crazy.
Help me unload this. Hey, I'm Nisi. Thank you for letting us use your place.
Payback's a bitch, isn't it, Toni? You wanna hurt me, Toni? You wanna hurt me? You can't hurt me anymore, Toni. I loved you for exactly who you were, and you belittled me for what I didn't have. I gave you honesty, and you cheated on me. I gave you my heart, and you tried to give me an STD.
I thought that was your sister.
You're so full of yourself, Toni. What, did you honestly think I would run back to you and forgive you like a fool? Who's a fool now, Toni?
Get out.
I'm gone.
Toni is devastated, and with nowhere to go, she decides to go to Joan's house while Joan is having a Halloween party because, you know, Joan's all obsessed with the holidays.
Bring it there, girl. Back it up now. Watch yourself.
Maya and Lynn find her on Joan's doorstep and they comfort her because, you know, Maya and Lynn are still friends with Toni even though Joan isn't friends with her anymore. When Joan comes outside and sees Toni there, Maya and Lynn want Joan to take Toni in and be friends with her. Like when Toni tried to sleep with Sean, they were telling her to cut her off, and now she's up here crying on her front porch. Now they're like, oh, you need to be friends with Toni again. After all of that, after all of them saying that she needs to stop being friends with Toni. Why are you friends with Toni? She's a terrible person, she's a terrible friend. And now because she's crying on her front porch, now all of a sudden Joan has to be friends with her again.
I know we're not supposed to be talking right now, and I know we're not friends anymore, but I didn't know where else to go.
Joan, at least let her come in and pull herself together.
I think it would be better if she just went back to your place.
Joan,
Even William, after Joan doesn't let Toni come into her house, the next day, William goes up to Joan at work and tells Joan that she was being too harsh on Toni. Like, you are one of the people that were telling her to cut Toni off.
I think you were a little tough on Toni last night.
Is that so?
Okay, now, Joan, don't get all sassy on me.
Look, William, I cut Toni out of my life like you all told me to. What are you saying? Now you want me to put her back in?
I'm just saying you don't stomp on someone when they're down. That's cold. That's cruel. That's... Shut up, bitch!
The 180 that William, Maya, and Lynn did when it came to Toni and Joan's relationship, when they literally told Joan to stop being friends with Toni, and now all of a sudden they want her to be friends with Toni, was so jarring. But Joan stays 10 toes down. She does not want to be friends with Toni anymore, and I don't blame her. Toni, after losing Joan and now Greg, goes on a whole spiral and goes on a shopping binge. I actually love the whole shopping binge scene. Jill Marie Jones did an amazing job in that scene. Honestly, that scene was hilarious. In a last-ditch effort to reunite Toni and Joan, knowing that Joan is at church, Maya and Lynn bring Toni to church to talk to Joan. Toni apologizes profusely, but Joan doesn't want to hear it, and she moves seats. When the pastor is preaching about redemption, Toni is so moved, and honestly, this was a really good scene. You could really see how Toni was realizing how terrible she has been, and she was realizing that she needs to change.
Come and confess to him with a sincere heart and say, Lord, have mercy.
So she's so moved that she goes up to the altar and is crying and everything, and this makes Joan so emotional. She goes up there with Toni, holds her hand, and this cements them being friends again. Now, Like I said, I thought the scene was really good. I thought the realization on Toni's face, realizing that she has been a terrible person and she needs to change, was really, really well done and well acted by Joan Marie Jones, and Tracy Ellis Ross really ate with her emotional acting too. But that doesn't mean that I wanted them to be friends again. Like, Joan could have forgave her, fine, whatever, but they didn't need to be friends again. All it took was Toni realizing, oh my gosh, I'm just like getting real emotional at this service, and then Joan's getting emotional too, and now suddenly they're friends again. No, Toni has done things that you can't come back from. You can forgive for your peace of mind. I always say that forgiveness should be more about you, so you don't hold on to that anger that you have for that person more than it is for the other person. So Joan can forgive her, but it doesn't mean they have to become friends again, because as we go on, you'll see that they should have never became friends again after this. So Darnell is still a controlling weirdo. No surprises there. This season, they switched out Flex Alexander, who played Darnell in season 1, with Khalil Kane, who now plays Darnell throughout the rest of the season. But that doesn't change Darnell's character, because he's still weird. Like, I see some people try to like disconnect season 1 Darnell from the rest of the show just because he was played by a different actor. No, that's still the same character. Just because it's a different actor doesn't change the fact that it's the same character. This whole season, the conflict between Maya and Darnell is that Maya is changing and Darnell hates it because she isn't that 17-year-old girl anymore that he married. Remember I told you guys that Maya got a Brazilian bikini wax at the end of last season, and that got her juices flowing again, and she wasn't uncomfortable anymore with wanting to sleep with Darnell, and goes back to California early so she can put it on Darnell. Well, when she gets home ready to put it on him and she takes her trousers off, Darnell loses his mind because she got a bikini wax and she doesn't have any hair on Miss Twyla anymore.
Woman!
What?
When did Miss Twyla go bald?
Have I changed?
No.
But Darnell thinks just because I got this Brazilian wax that I'm changing, girl, he's tripping.
Well, I hope you brought some of that hair home, because I know a place where you could use some.
Look. I'm growing it back as fast as I can, okay? So don't go there.
Don't worry, I'm not.
You know what, Darnell? And why haven't you? You know, we haven't had sex in months, and now you're telling me you don't want me just because of a couple of hairs missing?
You took my whole forest.
Like, this man is really mad that Maya removed body hair from her body. He then goes on to talk about how much she's changed because she's got these new friends.
Where's the woman that I married?
Darnell, baby, that girl was 17 years old. I would hope that I've changed since then.
And then he has the audacity to say, before, you wouldn't have just left your son and gone to another country.
Before you hooked up with those girls, you never left your son and ran off anywhere, waxed anything more than a car, or hung out with a girl who would try and sleep with another girl's man.
That would be your mother.
And that's another thing you never used to do. Talk all bold about my mother.
Does he not have a father? Weren't you here looking after him? So what? Because Maya is a mother, she can't go on holiday? She just has to stay home with her child? Jabari has 2 parents, doesn't he? Then he goes on to complain about Maya now begging to have sex with him when that was his role.
Can I please have some?
And that's another thing, Maya.
Oh, hell, what?
You never used to beg for it. That was always my job.
Like, the control issues are really on display. He's mad that she has new friends. He's mad that she got hair removed from her own body. And he's mad that she went on holiday for herself. Weeks later, the girlfriends are out shopping and Maya sees a £300 dress. Joan encourages her to buy it to treat herself. So Maya does.
My color, huh?
You look good, girl.
When Darnell finds out, he is furious. And he goes on again talking about how Maya's changed ever since she started hanging out with the girlfriends.
Ever since them trifling women came into your life, we ain't had nothing but problems.
So Darnell wants Maya to return the dress.
Damn straight you taking it back.
What'd you say?
I said stay black.
Hey! You was a lion and...
Maya returns the dress to keep the peace. And somehow Darnell is still mad because he wanted to be able to pay for the dress or something, or like he wanted to work some things out, and now he's mad that Maya worked it out because he wants to be the man and he wants to control everything and he wants to make sure that he got the things done and not her.
But don't you trust me to earn enough money to take care of business?
Smell like bitchy here!
Like Maya sent back the dress just like he wanted her to. And then when she does, now all of a sudden he's pressed about it. Now all of a sudden he wanted her to keep it and he wanted to figure things out. And oh yeah, now he's saying, I do want you to have nice stuff, but wow. I can't with this man. The next conflict with Maya and Darnell is Maya wanted to go back to school because since she was a teenage mother, she couldn't go to college. But Darnell shuts that ish down because he wants to build up his garage business.
He had this plan that first he'd start his business rebuilding engines with peanut in them, okay? But I've been waiting on them for 2 years now.
So clearly, her goals are secondary to his. The control issues continue. That's when a man named Stan enters the conversation. So Stan gets lost at Maya's workplace when he is looking for the floor that he's supposed to be on for his job interview. Maya decides to help him prep for his interview and gives him a photo of her and her son so he can pretend that he's a family man.
Okay, you can borrow mine. Here you go.
Okay. Stan ends up getting the job because of this, and he is so grateful to Maya that he asks her out to lunch. But Maya makes it clear that she's married. And Stan is like, well, we're just going out as friends. So they go out to eat at the new restaurant this season that the girlfriends frequent at.
You do know that I'm married and not really to you.
Well, no. I didn't mean it like, like a date. I just meant like, like lunch.
Oh, well, gotta eat lunch, right?
Maya vents to Stan about Darnell discouraging her to going back to college, and Stan does something that Darnell doesn't do and encourages Maya to go back to college, telling her that a dream deferred is a dream denied.
You know what happens to a dream deferred.
So the emotional validation begins, something that she isn't getting from Darnell. Oops. While Stan and Maya are having lunch, Joan and Toni enter the building. Toni doesn't care at all what's going on. She literally thinks that Stan is Darnell.
Hey, Darnell.
It's not Darnell.
Her husband's not named Darnell?
Not her husband.
Okay, whatever.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T-H.
While Joan peeps something. She's like, okay then. Back at the office, Maya all of a sudden pushes Joan to go out with Sean. And when Joan is apprehensive, Maya gets defensive over Stan, talking about his amazing qualities after she just met the man. She just met the man.
Stan! Wasn't he great?
Oh, your little lunch buddy. He seemed nice.
Good, because Joan, I think he would be perfect for you.
Oh, no, thanks. I'm not really ready to get back to dating. And even if I were, he's really not my type.
So you mean intelligent, funny, sensitive, and attractive isn't your type?
Okay, what's with you?
Nothing's with me. I'm fine. I got a man, a good man. Now I'm just trying to do your lonely ass a favor.
Maya and Stan end up in an elevator together, and Maya ends up venting to Stan once again about how she told Darnell everything about, a dream deferred is a dream denied, and Darnell still wasn't going for her going back to college. So she ends up crying on Stan's chest, screaming a storm and everything.
Let it out. Just let it out.
I am so frustrated.
And scream.
I can't do that.
Of course you can.
I can't do that.
The emotional validation builds up even more. So I said that Maya wanted Joan to date Stan and Joan was apprehensive. Well, Joan changes her mind and she's like, you know what? Yeah, Maya, I will go out with Stan. And Maya Maya isn't going for it. She does everything in her power to stop Joan and Stan from going out on their date when Stan and Joan are getting ready to leave while they're in Joan's house.
What's wrong, Joan?
Oh my God. I think I just saw somebody.
Yeah.
Mayo.
Hey, girl. Joan, girl, what's up? Stan? Oh, how was the date?
It's still going on.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, okay. You know, I need to use your bathroom, girl. You know, I've been drinking from your hose.
You know, it's late. I think I should go.
No, it is late. He should go. Bye, Stan.
I had a great time tonight.
Yeah, me too.
Maya is absolutely annoying in this scene, and this won't be the last time she does this. You are married. So after this, all the girlfriends clock it and they have an intervention telling Maya that you have a husband. You can't be all up in here trying to take Stan away from Joan.
Me and Stan are doing nothing. It's just a fantasy.
Emotional infidelity is just as wrong as physical infidelity.
Maya admits to the girlfriends that she just likes to have a male understanding.
I'm just a girl going through a hard time looking for a little male understanding.
Because she isn't getting that from Darnell. And then she tells Joan to stop seeing Stan because she wants to keep her fantasy with Stan alive.
I decided that I am not going to stop seeing Stan.
Maya,
I know what you're going to say, but I really need his attention right now, and I don't want you getting all judgmental about it.
Okay.
And I don't want you seeing him anymore either, right? The fantasy doesn't work if he's dating you, kissing you, or giving you some reason to use your diaphragm.
Maya, I was just kidding about that.
Well, I'm not. Okay.
I think you're risking a lot.
I am not giving up any of my parts, so just let me have this.
She's married. So Maya continues going out with Stan and enjoying her time with Stan. She uses the girlfriends as alibis when she's hanging out with Stan. So if Darnell asks where she is, she's with the girlfriends.
Anyway, y'all, I've got to go and meet Stan. And by the way, y'all are dragging me to that huge white cell at Stroud's. And Lynn, I'm your ride, so you cannot go home until the store closes.
Trifling. Maya even goes to hotels with Stan. And the girlfriends continue to say up and down that she's cheating on Darnell. But Maya insists that she's not. Okay, Miss Ma'am. But if Darnell was walking around with the woman that fed him strawberries, Cecily, she would literally freak out and probably kill Darnell. But here she goes, going to hotels with Stan. Oh yeah, that's not suspicious at all. During Christmas, Stan gifts Maya a $1,500 watch.
But would you look at what Stan gave me?
That's like on board. That's a $1,500 watch.
$1,500? Okay, girl, I knew it was nice, but damn!
You are sleeping with him, aren't you?
No! Joan, we are just friends.
Meanwhile, Darnell, knowing that Maya wants a new watch, asks Joan for advice. So it seems like he's finally coming around to, liking Joan a bit. Because at the beginning of this Christmas episode, Maya tells William as Santa that she wants Darnell to like Joan.
I want my husband to like my friends. Well, mostly just Joan.
Wait. Why does Darnell still hate me? I haven't done anything to piss that man off in weeks.
Okay, Darnell's problem is he just doesn't know you.
So it seems like he's beginning to like Joan because he's asking Joan for advice on a watch that he can get for Maya. So Joan gives him advice, and Joan is just, her people pleaser ass. She's just ecstatic that her and Darnell are getting along.
While I'm here, I want to ask you advice about something.
Advice? Wait, from me? Yes, sure, okay.
Loser! Obviously, because Darnell is gifting this to Maya and doesn't want Maya to know, Joan doesn't tell Maya that Darnell was gonna get her a watch. And when Joan finds out that Stan brought Maya a $1,500 watch, she tells Maya to take it back, because accepting a gift like that from a man when you're married, no.
When a man gives a woman an expensive watch, it's more than just Merry Christmas. It's Merry Christmas. Now drop your panties.
Well, good thing mine are cute.
Okay.
I'm giving the watch back.
Maya promises that she'll give it back, but when she tries to give it back to Stan, Stan says, no, I got it for you. This is for you. This is for you. So Maya's like, okay. During an office party at the law firm, Darnell ends up seeing Maya and the watch, you know, the $1,500 watch. And what does Maya do? When Darnell asks her where she got that watch from, this woman has the audacity to say that Joan bought it for her.
It was a gift. Joan gave it to me.
So she throws Joan completely under the bus, and Darnell is so angry. He insults Joan, calling her single and bitter.
The watch, Maya. I told her I was buying you a watch, and the bitch went behind my back and bought you a better one. What's up with her? I mean, what is she thinking? Is she trying to split us up? Does she want you?
Darnell!
That's it, isn't it? She wants you for herself.
I don't think so.
Hey guys, look what I found. Mistletoe, gizzy, gizzy!
You want to kiss something? Kiss my ass.
What did I do? Why am I kissing your ass?
Thanks for buying my wife a better watch than I did.
Wait a minute.
No, you wait a minute. What are you trying to say? That I can't afford to buy my wife nice things? That I ain't about nothing?
Anything.
What?
No, nothing.
Just because your bougie, bitter ass can't get a man, you want to break us up. You want everybody to be as lonely and miserable as you are. Well, you ain't gonna get Maya. Smell like bitch in here.
Like this man and this woman, Maya and Darnell, screw you, you suck anyway. Like, I don't know why Joan wants to be liked by this man anyway, he sucks. And screw you, Maya. The fact that Maya just stood there and let Darnell say those disgusting things to her own friend after she threw her under the bus, after her trifling ass is cheating on her husband. No, I would stop being friends with Maya if I was Joan. You can ruin your own marriage. You're not about to put me into this situation and have your husband insult me while you stand there and just let him. No, we're not friends anymore. Maya then comes up in Joan's house. She has the audacity to do that. But you know, Joan don't respect herself, so she gonna let her come up in her house. Maya tells the girlfriends that Darnell told her that she can't be friends with them anymore.
Darnell doesn't want me to be friends with you guys anymore.
What did I do?
Guilt by association.
Is he your dad? Who is he to dictate who you can be friends with? The girlfriends end up saving Maya's ass when she doesn't deserve it. They come to her house and Darnell, when he opens the door, he closes it.
Merry Christmas!
Oh, hell no.
No, please.
Maya, no.
Get this man out of my face. Get this man out of my face. But the girls then tell him that Maya won $3,000 and that's how she bought the watch for herself. And she bought other things for Christmas too. She just didn't want to tell him. She wanted it to be a surprise. So they save Maya's ass and Darnell lets them into the house for Christmas. Joan scolds Maya and tells her that she almost lost everything. She almost lost her whole family. And Maya says that she understands and says she won't make the same mistake again and that she's gonna cut off Stan.
I just couldn't bear to lose you as a friend.
No, I'm so glad you thought of something. I was so miserable.
Maya, you have got to end this thing with Stan. You came so close to losing everything.
I know, but I didn't. Thanks to you. Look, we're all here. I didn't lose anything. Not my family, not my friends.
But what does this trifling woman do after she talks to Joan about that? She goes outside while everybody else is enjoying Christmas. She goes outside and calls Stan to wish him a happy Christmas. Whatever happens to you now, Maya, even before this, girl, you deserve it. So Maya and Stan are still out here having an emotional affair. They have a picnic at William's house, and when William comes in and sees what they're doing, he goes to speak to Maya alone and tells Maya that that man is not your friend. He wants you.
Me, Maya.
William, we're not doing anything.
You must think I just tumbled off a turnip truck. The man was foaming at the mouth, Maya. Look, I'm a guy. And although it's been made painfully obvious to me over the past couple of days that I don't know anything about women, I do know guys, and this one's after one thing: the booty.
And you see, this is where they need the male perspective, even if it's from William, because William is speaking straight facts. But Maya insists that her and Stan are just friends. So Maya asks Stan, we're just friends, right? And Stan is like, yeah, we're friends. We can be friends. And then they start talking about how much they are friends and they're this and you're my homie and you're my homegirl and blah, blah, blah. And then what happens? Stan kisses Maya and they make out.
Men and women can just be friends. Instead of, well, you know, friends.
Of course they can. Look at us. We're just friends instead of, friend.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're my boy.
You're my girl.
Sidekick.
My road
My
dog.
ace boom.
Homie.
Give me a pound.
Yeah.
Maya quickly runs to Joan's house, as they always do when something happens to these girls, and tells the girlfriends that she kissed Stan and that kiss was disgusting.
Stan and I kissed.
Oh God, we don't want to hear it.
Wait, I do? Yeah, me too. It's either that or talk about William.
That kiss was just stank. It was the worst kiss I ever had. Yeah, I mean, it was sloppy. Oh, drool was all dripping down my chin. Oh. And then he was kind of slurping on my lip. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I swallowed a little piece of pickle.
And that kiss woke her up, because now all of a sudden she realizes that she was cheating on Darnell. So meanwhile, while Maya hated that kiss and found it disgusting, Stan is now professing his love to her. This man breaks out into song for Maya in the workplace.
You light up my life. You give me hope to carry on.
Stop it. Stop singing. Stop it. Stop.
I know
Okay?
I'm not a singer, okay? But you make me want to sing.
Listen,
How many people were scared? Me too. I was really, really scared.
He wants to tell Darnell about them and thinks that they are just going to be this new it couple. But Maya is so scared and afraid because she does not want to lose Darnell now.
Yes, I am crazy in love. Hell, let's just take the man out, sit him down, and tell him tonight.
So Lynn takes it upon herself to break things off with Stan on Maya's behalf. She does it terribly though.
She's scared of you. Scared? All I ever did was be there for her, give her a shoulder to cry on, the love and support that she wasn't getting at home, so what she got to be scared of?
Well, for starters, she's afraid you'll try to kiss her. Nobody could face that kind of hell again.
She told you that?
Some other choice words.
And Stan becomes a psycho. Like, where was this psycho behavior before? The psycho behavior literally clicked once him and Maya kissed and he started professing his love and singing to her. After Lynn breaks things off with Stan on Maya's behalf, Stan goes maximum crazy and he befriends Darnell. So Maya comes home from work and she sees Stan sitting up on that couch playing video games with Darnell like a crazy person. So this is essentially a power play over Maya because, Lynn broke up with him in a terrible way. Now he's befriending Darnell, talking about how he doesn't love her anymore, he doesn't care, but now he's going to watch her sweat and make her afraid because she won't know when Stan might tell Darnell.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I hurt you, and I know that I've driven you to this, but this is crazy.
You know what's crazy? What's crazy is you giving yourself so much credit. You've driven me to this. Believe it or not, I can actually live with the fact that you don't want me. I just hope that you can live with me hanging out with my new best bud, Darnell.
So, but you're just gonna tell Darnell about us.
Maybe I will, maybe I won't. I'm gonna have a lot of fun watching you squirm.
But Stan ends up actually liking being friends with Darnell. So he chooses to back off and leave their lives. And Maya thinks that she's safe.
It's funny, Maya, when we first connected, it was because we liked each other. And now we have to part ways because we both like Darnell.
I love Darnell.
Well, I hope you start acting like it.
So weeks go by and Darnell and Maya are finally on the same page again and they are going strong. So one day Maya is telling the girlfriends about how her and Darnell are doing so well that she thinks that she needs to tell Darnell about what happened with Stan. The girlfriends are opposed to it because they're like, you got away with it. You don't have to tell him.
Things are better than they've ever been. I mean, we're talking all the time, doing things we never used to, and it's just eating at me that I have the secret. And guys, I've been thinking I need to tell Darnell about Stan. Are you crazy? What? What? I mean, you and Lynn are the ones who told me to tell him.
Yeah, but that was when Stan was threatening to tell Darnell. But you got away with it. It's over. Be thankful.
No, I don't want to keep any secrets from my husband, okay? Yeah, we had an affair. But it's not like we had sex, we just kissed. I think Darnell will understand.
No, I don't think Darnell will understand why you had Stan all up in his house, playing his PlayStation, eating your meatloaf.
I'll take a little finessing.
When Maya gets home after her conversation with the girlfriends, she's up here ready to have some PDA with Darnell and just, be playful and cooking some dinner or whatever like that. But Darnell was sitting stoic on the couch. Darnell tells Maya to play the voicemail on their telephone. And we find out that Maya accidentally butt dialed him when she was telling the girlfriend about how she wanted to tell him about what happened with Stan. In a great emotional scene, Khalil Kane and Golden Brooks ate down in this scene. Darnell is all emotional, Maya is all emotional, and Darnell kicks Maya out of the house. So Maya runs to Joan's house.
It's just eating at me that I have the secret.
You let that play.
Guys, I've been thinking I need to tell Darnell about Stan. Are you crazy? What? What? I mean, you and Lynn are the ones who told me to tell him.
Yeah, but that was when Stan was threatening to tell Darnell. But you got away with it.
I'm sorry.
Be thankful.
No, I don't want to keep... Darnell, baby, I'm so sorry. Darnell, please. Baby.
Had that man.
Baby, I love you.
No, I don't think Darnell...
My
Baby, I didn't ask him to come here, Darnell. Okay, but he was stalking me. I couldn't get rid of him. He's crazy.
Move, Maya.
No.
Move, Maya.
Please.
So if you want to make up for cheating on him,
Darnell, please, baby. Please just put the bags down. Don't go.
he loves you, all right?
Baby, okay, I know. Okay, baby, listen to me. I messed up, all right? But we were going through a hard time. I didn't...
Surprise party for Lamont this weekend. I want you and Darnell to come.
Baby, please.
Call me.
Darnell, baby, look at me. Look at me, baby. I love you.
No.
It's Kurt.
Darnell, baby, please don't do this.
Well, look, man. Peanut,
Darnell, why are you doing this?
I'll pick him up, but man.
Baby, where are you going? Baby, stop and think about our son.
Why?
Peace.
Why? You didn't.
You have no more business.
What's going on?
He kicked me out.
Oh, God.
And that's the end of the Stan, Darnell, and Maya saga. For now anyway, because next season we'll see what happens with Maya and Darnell. So when it comes to Darnell, like I said, he's controlling. He's emotionally stunted and he's clearly a bit misogynistic because he wants the man to do this and the woman to do that. The woman to be basically lesser. Like, I just feel that energy coming off his character. Like Maya said, he wants her to be frozen in that teenage girl mindset, the way that he met her, because they met as high school sweethearts and then she got pregnant at 16 and had Jabari. And then they got married as like 17-year-olds. So I feel like he wants her to be stuck in this same teenage mindset, but she's a grown woman. And our teenagers can be very, naive and gullible and they just go with the flow sometimes. He wants her to be like that. He didn't like she was finally gaining independence when she started hanging out with the girlfriends, because from what we saw from her character in the beginning, she was very close with her mother, and I feel like she didn't really have other friends. I don't think Maya actually had other friends besides the girlfriends, because every time she was at work and she was on the phone, she was always on the phone to her mother. So I feel like she got independence when she was hanging out with the girlfriends, and Darnell didn't like that. And then she craved male understanding and validation that she should be getting from her husband, and he wasn't giving that to her because everything has to be Darnell's way. So then she found it in Stan. But still, just because Darnell was a controlling weirdo doesn't mean that we're gonna give Maya a pass for cheating. No, what she was doing with Stan was so trifling, okay? And the fact that she did that watch thing to Joan, literally I would have stopped being friends with her. At the end of the season, I don't feel bad for her when she goes running to Joan talking about Donnell kicked her out. Good. So, as of last season, William and Yvonne are engaged. And Yvonne quits the police force because William proposed. When William and Yvonne come back from Jamaica, they surprise the girlfriends with their engagements. And Lynn has the right reaction when she finds out that Yvonne quits her dream career as a police officer for William.
Whoa, you're quitting your job for some man?
Side note, Yvonne looks amazing this season. Hair tea, body tea, face card tea, everything tea. William, unsurprisingly, starts acting real weird about setting the wedding date.
Not like the wedding anniversary we'll celebrate someday.
That's true.
Of course, as of now, we don't know what date we'll be celebrating that.
Well, you can't predict the future.
Damn it, Willie, when are we gonna set the date?
Well, it's not that simple, honey. My schedule's in flux right now. The Wexler case may be going to trial, and then it's football season, and...
William Jerome Dent, you better not be trying to weasel out of marrying me after I quit the force for you.
He drags his feet along, not setting a date, which makes Yvonne think that he doesn't actually want to marry her. And she'd be right. It's the fact that he's dragging his feet, setting the wedding date when he proposed. When Yvonne is venting to Joan about William dragging his feet with setting the wedding date, Joan suggests that Yvonne and William move in together. And Yvonne jumps at the chance, but William hates the idea.
What the hell are you doing telling Yvonne we should live together?
Weird behavior from a man who supposedly wants marriage. If you get married, you guys are going to be living together anyway, so what's the problem? When William goes to Joan to vent about Yvonne and how he doesn't really feel like he actually wants to marry her, Joan tells him, if you don't want to marry her, don't string her along. So William takes that as he needs to break up with Yvonne, which he does.
Listening to Yvonne, it sounded like you were getting cold feet.
Well, I'm not.
Good. Because I'd hope if you were, you'd break it off with her instead of leading her on, only to dump her later.
When William tries to break up with Yvonne, he completely throws Joan under the bus and tells Yvonne that it was Joan's idea.
I think we should break up.
Repeat yourself.
It was Joan's idea.
Another point for these people not respecting Joan in the slightest bit and throwing her under the bus, because what? I swear, when these characters don't want to hold any type of accountability, they throw it at Joan. William admits to Joan the obvious that I already knew. He proposed to Yvonne so he wouldn't lose her.
Well, I did what you said. I dumped her.
What? I never told you to do that.
Of course you did. You said I shouldn't string her along.
Only if you were having doubts. You said you weren't.
Well, I guess I didn't realize the extent to which I was until you fanned the flames.
Well, if I'd known there were flames, I wouldn't have fanned. Oh, William, I can't believe you did that.
I love her. I guess I'm just not ready for this marriage thing. I realize now I only proposed so we wouldn't break up.
And somehow, William and Yvonne are back to being engaged in the same episode. And how do they get back together, you might ask? By using Joan's singlehood as an insult. So William tells Yvonne, do you want to be single like Joan, or do you want to be married? Even if it's to a douchebag like William.
Let this face be a cautionary tale, Yvonne. You know, she plays charades for fun.
Honestly, William and Yvonne's relationship, now that I'm thinking about it, feels like it was fueled by a fear of being alone than being in love. And them using Joan's singlehood really backs up my theory with that. When William and Yvonne get back together, William sets the date for their wedding to be on Valentine's Day. Weeks go by and a prenup issue happens, especially since Yvonne isn't working anymore because, you know, William proposed to her so she wouldn't work anymore, but they work it out anyway. I'm like, yeah, you better compensate her if she's gonna get married to you and she's not even gonna be working anymore. But I'm like, does Yvonne really just not have to work anymore? Like, sure, she gave up her career as a police officer. Couldn't she do something else in the legal field? Did she have to just not work anymore? The next issue in their relationship, what a surprise, another issue in William and Yvonne's relationship. William decides to buy a house for him and Yvonne without consulting her.
She hasn't seen it?
Perhaps you should look up the word surprise.
And Yvonne is furious because he didn't consult her. Like, let's imagine, okay, this is going to be the house that we're going to live in together. And you buy it. So this leads Yvonne to point out the controlling pattern in William's behavior, proposing so she can get out of her job, delaying commitment to the wedding, and making unilateral decisions on where they're supposed to live together.
I don't understand it. You just said you liked the house. What's with all the drama?
It isn't just about this house. It's about you and me and our relationship.
Well, then I just bought you a whole house. If that doesn't express the magnitude of my love for you, I don't know what does.
No, it expresses the magnitude of the control issues we got going on all up and through here.
What?
I gave up my career because you wanted me to. I gave up my apartment and moved in with you. And even after I made all those sacrifices, you still wouldn't set a wedding date.
But I finally did set a date.
After I gave you an ultimatum.
So you controlled that one. Aha!
But then William spins it back on her when she says that she just wants them to be equal partners. And then William's like, oh, so you want me to be someone that I'm not? Who's controlling now?
I can't take this. I don't want this kind of relationship.
Well, what are you saying? You want to break up?
See, why do you always go there? Whenever we get into an argument, you go straight to the end of the relationship. That's just more controlling. I can disagree with you without it meaning I'm walking out. It just means I want you to change your behavior. I want you to start thinking like a couple.
I should change. I should be more like you want me to be. That doesn't sound too controlling, does it?
Shut up, bitch!
Get this man out of my face. Literally all Yvonne wants is equality, and William can't see that. William thinks that that's a problem. They make up, and William promises to be less controlling, and Yvonne promises to be more appreciative.
I'll stop controlling.
And I'll start appreciating.
Appreciative of what exactly? So William, again, making a unilateral decision, sells the house without even telling Yvonne. Like, sure, she was upset about him buying the house, but you're doing the same thing again, not consulting her, by selling the house. And Yvonne is rightfully upset about this. But they make up real quick when Yvonne is like, I'm keeping this house. So she shoots a hole in the wall and pretends that somebody died in the house so that they can keep the house.
Well, that can be arranged. Nobody wants a house that's a crime scene. I want this house!
Honestly, that was hilarious. Now it's William and Yvonne's wedding day weekend. And Yvonne has a bachelorette party, and Lynn and Yvonne's grandmother brought her a whip for when William's a bad boy.
What? It's the best one they have. It's the braided latigo punishment whip for when William's a bad boy.
It's okay, sweetie. You couldn't have known. I got her the same thing.
Another issue shows up in William and Yvonne's relationship. William hasn't told his own mother about Yvonne. Not only that they're getting married, but he hasn't even told her that he's even dating Yvonne. William claims that his mother is judgmental, and that's why he never told her.
Your mother has no idea who I am.
Of course she does. Don't be ridiculous.
I called her.
Oh. Okay, Mom, to understand, you went behind my back and dialed my private speed dial on my private line. Okay, I see flipping the script's not gonna work this time.
She doesn't even know about me?
I love my mother dearly, and I'll forever be in her debt for the pain she endured giving birth to a baby with a head the size of a cassava melon. But she's a very judgmental woman.
But Yvonne wants his mother there, so she stands 10 toes down and wants William to call his mother to tell her that they're getting married, or just even tell her about Yvonne's existence. Yvonne really reaches her breaking point and tells William, this is like the 5th problem in our relationship that has to do with us getting married. It's clear that you don't want to marry me. But William says, we are getting married. I set the date, everything's ready.
First you won't set a wedding date, then you buy this house without me. Now I found out your mother doesn't even know who I am. It's clear you don't want to marry me, so don't.
We're getting married, Yvonne. I got the tux. I hired the wedding planner from hell. I even tattooed your name on my butt.
In William's mind, it was, I've already come this far, so we're getting married. When William listens to Yvonne and calls his mother in front of her, his mother calls Yvonne a hussy and goes on to say, if William was really serious about Yvonne, he would have told her.
We're getting married because we love each other.
Oh, I know my baby. If you're not telling me about it until now, it's because you don't really want to go through with it.
So Yvonne has had it. She gives William back the ring and leaves. Clicks for Yvonne, girl, yes. But the girlfriend's nosy asses want to get involved and they tranquilize Yvonne and literally tape her to this, I don't know, sex swing? I don't know what that is. They tape her to it and try to convince her to marry William. While the girlfriends are holding Yvonne hostage to try to convince her to marry William, William brings in his mother. And Yvonne is skeptical at first. She's like, no, that's not your mother. I don't believe you. But his mother answers everything correctly when Yvonne asks her about things to do with William. So Yvonne's like, okay. And they go ahead with the wedding. That woman that was singing while Yvonne was going down the altar, she ate down. So everything's going swimmingly. William and Yvonne are at the altar. They're about to get married. I'm not a fan, but you know, they're about to get married. And everything seems to be going well until we find out that William has been saying Yvonne's name wrong the whole time.
Yvonne? Reverend, it's pronounced Yvonne.
No, actually, Willie, it's Yvonne.
But I've always called you Yvonne.
I know.
If that's your name, let people say your name correctly. I'm always stand for this. Don't let somebody say your name incorrectly and just let them go get away with it. You better correct them because that's your name. This leads Yvonne to really contemplate what she's doing. And she has finally reached her breaking point as she realizes she gave up her career, she gave up her identity, she gave up her voice to be married to William. And she runs out of the wedding.
Let's call this off. No, really, I can't do this.
Why can't you do this? Because I called you Yvonne?
No, because I've been letting you and I never said anything about it. I let you walk all over me about setting a date, about the house. I let you humiliate me about this whole thing with your mother. I gave up my life's dream of being a cop. That's not something I would do. That's not me. That's Yvonne.
Please, Yvonne, don't do this.
Something kept gnawing at me, you know. And I kept thinking it was you. But it's not. It's me. I just gave up too much of myself to be with you. You know, we women, we want to be married so bad, and sometimes we just lose ourselves in the process, and that's exactly what I've done. I just don't know who I am anymore.
Yvonne, I love you.
The girlfriends, with their dumbasses, try to tranquilize Yvonne again, and Lynn accidentally tranquilizes Maya. Honestly, in the end, Yvonne did the right thing because we find out that William's mother was actually an actress that William hired.
That woman over there pretending to be my mother.
That's not your mother? Where's your mother?
She's still in Kansas City. I tried, but she wouldn't come back with me.
You dodged a bullet, Yvonne. So after Yvonne leaves William at the altar, William is deeply depressed and stays at Joan's. He becomes bitter and takes it out on all women. Well, all black women.
You know, I need a white woman because I've just about had it with you black guys. Okay.
He reads the heck out of Maya and Toni.
Don't even get me started on Toni Chlamydia Childs over here.
Months go by after William and Yvonne break up, and while William is in his car one day, Yvonne is back on the force, and her and her partner stop William when Yvonne recognizes his car. We and William do not see Yvonne because her partner comes out of the car to talk to him. Yvonne is too embarrassed or something to go and talk to William, so she has her partner go and talk to William. She just wants to see how he's doing. So it's a quiet closure moment for William. William never wanted marriage. at all. He wanted control. He didn't want Yvonne to be a cop anymore, so he proposed to her. He wasted her time knowing that she wanted marriage and he didn't. But we can't just only put this on William, because Yvonne chose to shrink herself. She wanted her husband so badly that she let him control her. She let him say her name wrong the whole time that they were dating and the whole time that they were engaged. Like, how you let someone say your name wrong and you guys are literally getting married? Like, that alone should have ended it. Either way, I think that William and Yvonne could be funny together. Like, they had funny scenes. Like, they were funny together, okay? But their relationship sucked. William sucked in this relationship, and this won't be the last time that he sucks in a relationship. My guy is funny, okay? Don't get it twisted, but he sucks in romantic relationships. Things dry up for Toni at her real estate job. She's not specializing in results right now.
I haven't sold a house in 3 months. I'm on probation at work. They took my desk, they took my leads, they pulled all my ads.
So Toni is essentially broke. A very unfamiliar look for the classist and egregious Toni. Honestly, Toni was never rich. She just liked luxury things, but now she's broke. So now Toni can't afford expensive clothing. She can barely even afford eating out.
Well, I saw you admiring the Norman Smithermans at Saks the other day, so I got us a pair.
Toni, you don't have the money for these. Take them back. Both pairs.
Do you see a big Q for quitter on my forehead? I'm Toni Childs.
I know, and you specialize in results.
No, I'm Toni Childs. I've never returned a pair of shoes in my life. She the one who's lying. She ain't got no money. I know she hungry.
So Toni's humbling error has been activated. Toni ends up becoming so desperate to sell houses that she's the one who sold William the house that he bought without consulting Yvonne, all so that she can get the commission for the sale. Then months go by and Toni's work is finally improving. She even sells a $4.2 million house to Beyonce, of all people, so she gets a commission from that. To celebrate, Toni goes out to lunch with another realtor and she wants it to turn into a real date, but the other realtor turns her down because he thinks that Toni is shallow. He's not wrong.
I don't think me asking you out would be a good idea.
Oh, I see. Anthony, I've dated husky men before. It's no big deal.
My weight is not an issue for me, and it certainly is not an issue for the women I date.
Okay.
You're just not my type, Toni.
Not your type. No, really, I'm everybody's type. I mean, look at this.
Toni, you're superficial. Hence this conversation.
He asks her, what does she want to be remembered for? And here goes Toni with her shallowness.
Where's the substance? What's your legacy gonna be? I mean, one day you are gonna die. What's your obituary gonna say?
First off, it's gonna say she was 102, but look, 50.
But in the end, this question really does hit Toni hard. This leads Toni to wanting to start her own real estate business. Maya and Lynn are supportive, while Joan is apprehensive, picking apart Toni's plans when she just has the outline of the idea, worrying about everything that might go wrong.
Have you thought about the basics? Incorporation versus sole proprietorship?
Huh?
Have you estimated your startup costs? Office space, remodeling, salaries, advertising, insurance, legal fees, cucumbers.
Damn, Joan. I just asked you what you thought. I didn't expect a pop quiz up in here.
Listen, I think these ideas of yours are great. I do.
Oh.
I'm just saying, you know, be realistic. You don't even have the startup money.
Hello? My commission from the Beyonce compound?
Okay, well, let's break that down, okay? I mean, you know, 2.5% of 4 million is what? Huh? It's 100,000, right? You know, tax is gonna take half of that, and then after you pay me back, and visa, you're practically back in the hole.
Let's put a pin in Joan picking apart somebody else's business idea. Like, sure, Joan was being practical, but Toni was literally just telling them about her idea, just the outline of it. She didn't have time yet to get into the nitty-gritty of, you know, this financial thing or this thing or that thing. She was just asking, do you like my idea? Because Joan isn't being supportive of Toni's idea, this leads Joan and Toni to fall out. Shocking, I know. Toni does go ahead with her real estate idea. She finds her own building. She's painting with Lynn and Maya, and then Joan comes in to apologize. Toni accepts that Joan has to be mama bear for all of them, trying to be realistic and practical. And Joan accepts that she needs to be more supportive.
I'm sorry. I really should have been more supportive. It's okay. I know you're happy for me. You just have to be mama. That's you.
And if I'm gonna eat up all your food and borrow all your money, guess I gotta take the good with the bad.
You guys, I don't want to be the mama anymore. Oh, Joan, you can't help it. You're born with the soul of an old woman.
There's some growth, sort of. Because these characters, they don't stick to the lessons that they've learnt. Joan and Toni make up in the same episode that they fall out, and Lynn and Maya make a snide comment about this being like the 5th time that they've fallen out and gotten back together.
What is this, their 3rd makeup this month?
Yeah, girl, the month ain't over.
The classic codependency of Joan and Toni. One thing about Toni during her broke era, though, was that she wasn't bumming like Lynn was. So I can give her props and I can give her points for that. She wasn't trying to mooch off nobody. When Toni and Joan are at a bar, Toni ends up meeting a man named Randall. And Toni takes a shine to him until she finds out that he has an 8-year-old daughter. Toni tells Randall that she's fine with him having a daughter.
I have a daughter.
Oh.
That's not gonna be a problem, is it?
No, not a problem at all.
But then immediately tells the girlfriends that she doesn't want to date a man with kids.
I do not date a man with children.
And why? Because she's selfish and she doesn't want the child's needs to come before hers.
It's messy. At some point, the child's needs and my needs will collide, and when I inevitably get my way, the little brat will resent me, so why go there?
At least she's honest. Maya wants to add her 2 cents and says that she finds Darnell sexy when he's being a father. And Toni claps right back and says, if you find Darnell sexy, then why are you cheating on him?
Nothing turns me on more than watching Darnell hang out with Jabbar. If he's so sexy, Maya, why are you cheating on him?
Clock that T. Clock that T. Clock it. Clock that T.
This is during around the time where Maya was actively cheating on Darnell with Stan. But Toni still wants to go out with Randall. So her and Randall set up a date. And when Randall comes to her house, ready to go on a date with her, he has his 8-year-old daughter with him. Her name is Courtney. He brought Courtney to Toni's house because he has to wait for his mother to pick up Courtney. Toni is obviously uncomfortable with this. And she's even more uncomfortable when Randall has to leave Courtney with Toni to go pick up Spy Kids for Courtney to watch. So now Courtney and Toni are left alone together. Toni is uncomfortable, but she tries.
Courtney! How's the pizza?
Too hot. I'm gonna let it cool off.
Oh.
Courtney starts doing her little kid things as kids do and starts jumping on Toni's couch. When Toni tries to reach for her to get her to stop, Courtney accidentally falls off the couch and breaks her arm.
Courtney, get off!
Don't cry now, because this is what the fuck you wanted. This is what the fuck you wanted.
Well, Miss Ma'am, you shouldn't have been jumping on the couch. Toni is stressed, panicked, and horrified and takes Courtney to the hospital. In the hospital, when Toni and Courtney are alone, they actually start to bond as Toni does Courtney's hair for her and teaches her about the importance of keeping up appearances.
No matter how much you hurt on the inside, you must always look fabulous because the world preys on weakness and it's never fair to ugly.
Toni's actually surprisingly being good with this child. Here these two come in with matching outfits and coffees in their hands. They look cute though. Those outfits were tea. Toni's grown woman ways start to rub off on Courtney.
Hi, you got this child drinking coffee? It's a latte. It's mostly milk. Don't spoil our Divas Day out, huh, Courtney?
Yes, Miss Toni.
So, Courtney, how old are you?
A lady doesn't ask a lady her age, and a lady never tells. Right, Miss Toni?
The child is gifted.
Everything seems to be going well, and Toni is basically turning Courtney into a mini version of her. But then Courtney overhears a grown woman conversation between the girlfriends.
I don't know if I'm turning into Toni, but I don't like having sex with an unemployed man.
Unemployed? Hell, I know how you be having sex with an uncircumcised man. All right.
Shoot, if it wasn't for my porn collection, I wouldn't be having any orgasms at all.
Girl, you got some serious man problems.
Sweetheart, how much did you hear?
Just about man problems, and I have some. His name is Kevin.
Courtney, you're too young to be worried about boys, and until you can read Zora Neale Hurston and write a 10-page thesis, you need to steer clear of their twisted little minds.
And she ends up repeating it back to her father. Randall is furious and decides that Toni is a bad influence on Courtney, so he breaks up with her.
Well, let's see. She asked me, what's an orgasm? What's a porn collection? What is circus-sized? What the hell have you been saying to my child?
Oh, God. See, you don't understand. See, I went up to my girlfriend's house, and we got to talk.
And you gave her coffee?
Yeah, and I also told her to stay away from boys and encouraged her to read.
Well, she did read. She picked up a Zora Neale Hurston book, which is hardly PG. Yeah, you're not the type of influence I want around my child, Toni. I should have checked you out before I ever exposed my child to you.
And honestly, Toni wasn't that bad with Courtney. She would say comments that Courtney really shouldn't be knowing, okay? Like telling her to read some type of book that was like clearly for grown people. But Toni wasn't that bad with her. She wasn't that bad with her. This episode and storyline, terrible. It's Lynn's Gotcha Day. Gotcha Day is a day adoptive children celebrate the day that they were adopted. So Lynn is bringing her sisters to meet the girlfriends so they can celebrate. And Lynn is nervous about her sister, Tonya, meeting the girlfriends. And very quickly, we see why. Tonya shows up, and it's clear that she's a white woman cosplaying as a black woman.
Hiya, right? Yeah. Girl, your braids are tight. Who hooked you up? Oh, God, thank you. My cousin Ronnie, he has a shop on Crenshaw called Situations.
Do you think he can fit me in? Girl, I need to do something with this mess on my head, because I can't have his LA brother see me look all toe up.
The accent, the mannerisms, the slang, the forced speech, Miss Ma'am, just stop. Joan and Toni instantly have a problem with Tonya, while Maya doesn't. Because Maya claims that in her hood, she has a lot of white girls who act black.
Well, you know what, y'all? I think Tanya's cool. She just wigging, that's all.
What?
She's a wigger. You know, a white person trying to act black. Y'all ain't no secret. White people love us.
Okay. So she's fine with it. But Joan and Toni, they're not going for it. They are not engaging with this nonsense, and I'm right there with them. At dinner in Joan's house, Tonya leans into her fake ass black routine.
I need some hip hop, something I can dance to. I need to work this meal off. Brothers like a big butt, but they don't like it too big, ain't that right? Joan, you gonna leave his sister hanging?
Toni is sick of it and confronts Tonya. Toni straight up says, "You're not black. Stop acting black.
You're white.
And stop acting black."
Oh, damn, guys. Let's not get into this, okay?
No, let's. I want to hear what the sister has to say.
That, you see? That right there. That's acting black, and you need to stop. You're a sister. Not a sister. You're an not an
And Tonya cuts back at Toni and tells Toni that she's not acting black with that white hair stitched into her hair. And Joan comes up trying to defend Toni because, you know, that's her bestie. And she's like, the hair is Korean.
You're not acting like an with all that white hair stitched into your head.
Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute, all right? The hair is Korean. And what about you, huh? With that little do-rag tied up on your head.
And Tonya, up in Joan's house, tells Toni and Joan that they're just mad because she acts more black than them two combined.
Look, if it upsets you that someone white acts more black than the two of you combined, then that's on you.
Shut up, bitch!
Joan kicks Tonya out, thank you. Maya still stays cool with Tonya and brings Tonya to her cousin Ronnie's hair salon. And Tonya's up here struggling when Ronnie is braiding her hair. Good, do a little tighter for me, Ronnie. Some hip hop music comes on and everyone starts vibing with it, including Tonya. Everyone's singing along to the lyrics. And then the N-word comes on and Tonya says it like twice. The entire salon freezes.
Know what a nigga look like when a nigga in a roaster.
And Maya is furious, telling Tonya that she crossed the line. And Lynn, oh yeah, I forgot to say, Lynn came too. So Lynn is embarrassed and angry at what her sister just said. Lynn takes Tonya outside and Tonya doesn't see the problem with it at all. She keeps saying the word. And then she even says it with the hard R, claiming that she didn't mean it in a racist way.
What? I was just singing a song. I don't know why everybody's tripping. It's not like I called anybody a nigga. I said nigga.
But Lynn stays 10 toes down and chastises Tonya for even uttering the word or even thinking of the word. But then Tonya has the audacity to flip it on Lynn and tells Lynn that Lynn doesn't even know how to be black herself. Talks about how Lynn had an identity crisis her whole life about being white and being black and being mixed.
Stop trying to be black. Oh, well, ain't this a trip? All of a sudden, you're the authority on what's black? You. 2 years ago, you were a biracial grunge girl, and a couple years before that, you were just some preppy white girl.
Like, this woman has the audacity. When you say that word, it only hurts one of us.
That doesn't matter, because when you use that word, only one of us gets hurt.
Lynn now wants nothing to do with Tonya, but Joan insists that she must make up with Tonya because at the end of the day, she's her sister. So Lynn agrees and meets up with Tonya. And here comes Tonya in her best white woman attire, now suddenly speaking proper. When Lynn asks Tonya why Tonya acts this way, Tonya goes into this spiel about how when Lynn was growing up, there was no black people around, so she took it upon herself to teach Lynn about black culture. And then while teaching Lynn about black culture, she loved black culture so much that she integrated it into her life.
I started off doing it for you. For me? Yeah. Lynn, how many black kids were there growing up in our neighborhood in Seattle?
Including me. 1.
And how many in our high school?
Including me. 1.
And how much effort did Mom and Dad put into exposing you to African American culture?
Oh, don't put this on them. They're great parents.
Sure they are, but they dropped the ball in that one area, so I made it my mission to pick up the slack.
So all of this was for me, huh?
I may have started out trying to help you, but in the process, I found myself. Lynn, this is me. I mean, not this, but I love black culture. I love hip-hop. I love cornbread and potato salad made the right way. Ooh, don't forget how much I love the brothers.
A white woman teaching a mixed black woman about black culture, a culture that she's never lived. So you loving black culture so much made you turn into cosplaying black culture. Like, you could have brought her books, played music, watched MTV, I don't know, watched the Apollo Theater or something. You didn't have to turn into a black woman to teach her about black women. Like, why do you talk like that when you grew up in the suburbs?
You could have not said a lot of things that you did. I didn't talk like that.
So Lynn and Tonya make up, and Tonya goes right back to appropriating, cornrows and all. And she's back at Joan's house after disrespecting her, and now they're all kikiing all together. Why? This woman literally came up in Joan's house talking about, I'm more blacker than you. Like, this episode reminds me of that episode in Sister Sister where this girl became obsessed with Tia and Tamira and wanted to be like the third twin. She wanted to be a triplet with them, and then she turned her hair curly, and then she darkened her skin, and then Tia and Tamira were creeped out by it. But the message in the end of the episode was that Tia and Tamira were wrong for being creeped out by it. Just like, I guess they're trying to teach us that Joan and Toni were wrong for being mad at Tonya for appropriating black culture. Like, this episode was just bad. It was bad. Please, I want to know in the comments, do any of you actually like this episode if you've watched the show? Because I don't. Joan and Sean are good for the moment until Sean has to move to New York for work. Joan visits him, and because he can't control himself because because of his sex addiction, he wants Joan to move to New York essentially so he can get some and not cheat.
I'm making enough money to support us, or you could get a job here. I've been dealing with some law firms.
Wait, you're serious?
He wants Joan to literally throw her whole LA life away. Joan isn't desperate for once and refuses. So her and Sean break up. When she refuses, he says she can't stay in the hotel with him because he might be tempted or something.
You know what?
What?
I need you to stay in a hotel.
What? Wait,
Reconsider.
you could move back to LA, you know.
Because of my addiction, I lost everything. This job is the break that I've been waiting for.
This man sucks. So Sean and Joan break up. Goodbye, Sean. I never even liked Sean. I didn't like his character. I didn't like him and Joan together. It's whatever. Bye, Sean. Months or weeks, I can't remember which one, but a new mailman comes by and his name is Chris. He's a young man and Joan takes a shine to him and he takes a shine to Joan. However, Joan is embarrassed at first to be seeing him because everybody at the law firm makes fun of her for getting with him because he's younger than her.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay. What's going on?
Oh, we were just talking about some things, like where you went last night after the game.
What do you mean? I went home.
We went out to celebrate the win, but you weren't there. And coincidentally enough, neither was Chris. Someone's ears were burning. Good morning, Chris.
Hello, team.
Eventually, she stops caring and they start dating. While dating Chris, Joan starts loosening up and acting all young, okay? Acting like she really is in some teenage relationship or something. Her and Chris go and sneak into a park, and at first she's apprehensive, but when Chris throws her Lubus into the park, Joan literally climbs up from the barriers and get her Lubus. She was literally gliding, like literally flying up to get her shoes. They're not the only ones at the park that are sneaking around to get some smooches, because there's other young couples in there too. And the police come, so Joan, Chris and all the other young couples run away so they don't get arrested. But Joan ends up being caught and she gets arrested for trespassing. She obviously gets out real quick and she puts Lynn's name on her citation.
I got a police citation. Well, technically Lynn got the citation. You put my name on your citation?
And honestly, Lynn been mooching. She don't even have a job. Whatever, who cares? Joan treats Chris like her second chance to be young when she's only 30. Girl, you are young. For women, I swear, when they reach a certain age, like when they reach 30 or 40, I swear society just wants them to die. Because apparently, once you're 30 or you're 40 as a woman, why are you alive? God forbid a woman, grows old gracefully and has the gift of growing old. But 30 and 40 isn't old. So after Joan gets arrested and she is bailed out, or I don't remember, she just got out, okay? Chris comes over to her house and the girlfriends start interrogating him because, Joan got arrested on her own. But they do it playfully, not hostile, just curious.
Playboy, why did you abandon our girl?
It was dark. Look, I ran down the mountain with a girl with curly hair, right? And I thought that it was Joan until she put up a fight when I tried to put her in the car. Chris, okay, I like you. I think you mean well. But look, every time I ever got busted for having sex in a public place, my man stood by my side. In fact, one time, 2 men stood by my side. But that's a story for when you're a little older.
Later on, Joan and Chris go clubbing. They meet a girl named Gigi, and Gigi offers Chris and Joan what Joan thinks is a mint.
Oh, yeah, I'll take one, thank you, sir.
But it's not a mint, it's ecstasy. When Joan finds out that she's taking ecstasy, she freaks out and wants to go home to be with her girlfriends.
No, I don't take drugs. I know. Okay, calm down. Okay, look, it's not really a drug, okay? It's a party pill. Therapists use it for troubled married folks, to get them to hug and stuff, okay? It's a hug drug, and everybody here is on it, and they're fine. Okay?
Call my girls. Okay. Call my girls.
Okay.
Toni and Lynn take care of Joan while Joan is still high, while Maya is online looking at dingalings.
Oh my God. What now? Oh my God. This man has got the biggest ding-a-ling I have ever seen in my life.
Priorities, Maya. Priorities. The girlfriends end up taking Joan to hospital just to make sure that she's going to be okay. And Chris shows up. And now the girlfriends aren't interrogating him playfully. They're real hostile. They don't want him around Joan.
Where was all that concern when you were doping her up down at that crack house?
Joan forgives Chris because 1, she took something from a stranger, and 2, she took it without asking what it was. She just assumed. So I honestly don't think it was Chris's fault. I don't think it was Chris's fault at all. I don't get why they're mad at him, because Joan just took it without even asking what it is and just assuming that it was a mint. So weeks go by again and Chris and Joan are perfectly fine until Sean's punk ass calls Joan. And Joan and Sean, even though they broke up, they had a plan to get back together if Sean was ever back in LA. So Sean says he's coming back to town, and Joan thinks that this means they're gonna get back together. So she immediately gets excited when she's on the phone to Sean, tells Chris that they have to break things off because her boyfriend is coming back to town.
That was my boyfriend.
Your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Joan, wait a minute. You never told me that you had a boyfriend.
Well, he was my boyfriend, but he moved to New York, and we didn't want to do that whole long distance thing. But it was always understood that if he came back to LA, that we would be back together. And well, he's back.
Chris is obviously upset and rushes out of the house. Joan fakes being upset for him, but once he leaves, she's real happy, up here singing about getting a Brazilian wax because Sean's back in town.
Gosh, Chris, come on. Please don't. Chris, come on. Oh. My boyfriend's back and he's coming to see me. Hey now, Brazilian wax, hey.
However, when Sean meets up with Joan, he tells her that he's engaged. And Joan is devastated. Joan and the other girlfriends plan to go out to dinner, and the other girlfriends come to the restaurant first before Joan, and they see Sean with another woman. So they assume that it's his fiance.
Guys, Sean's here. And oh my God, that must be that heifer bitch.
When Joan comes, they try to steer Joan away from the restaurant so they can go somewhere else so she doesn't see Sean and his supposed fiance. But Joan is like, no, I want to go up to him. I want to say hi to him. I want to say hi to his fiance. So she goes up to Sean and she finds out, this punk. She finds out that he's not even engaged. This is just a woman that he just met. And he literally admits that he told Joan that he had a fiance because he didn't want to come back to LA in a relationship.
I did just break up with someone, and I did it by telling her I was engaged, and here she is. Joan, I'm sorry. Joan, hey, look. When I came by the other day, you had this look in your eye, and I couldn't tell you the truth.
What is the truth, Sean?
I just wanted to come back to town and not be in a relationship with you. I mean, still friends, but not what we were doing.
Well, then why did you just tell me that?
Well, because you know how you are.
No. How am I?
You're just too much.
I'm too much? You are the sex addict, the coward, and the liar, and I am too much.
You see? Everything with you is drama. Everything has to be scrutinized, controlled, and nitpicked to death, and I don't want to go back there again.
I have changed, okay? Wait a minute. What am I doing? Go to hell. No. I want you to take this with you.
Your punk ass, okay, can have sex with 300 women, but you can't tell Joan that you just don't want to be in a relationship anymore. You can't open your mouth to do that. But that woman who Joan thought was his fiance, that's a baddie right there. So Joan is devastated and she goes to find Chris.
Full of drama, so have sex with me.
What?
Sex. Right here, right now.
Joan, what kind of game are you playing?
The kind that'll make us both feel better in like 10 or 15 minutes. Please, just let me have him. Because he wants me. And at this moment, all that I want to feel is wanted.
Fix yourself up, okay? And you go in there and you work it all out on Junior. Come here.
Thank you.
I I never cared for Joan and Sean. I never cared for Joan and Chris. Joan was never serious about Chris. Like, she was never gonna marry him or anything. And you know, this woman's obsessed with marriage. She was never gonna marry him, so it's whatever. He was literally just her boy toy. Another, like she said, he was her second chance to feel young again. And as desperate as Joan is, she wants a man who can provide her with luxury, a man who has like a high paying career, and like on the same level as her, honestly. Just like Toni. Maya walks in on her mother getting it on with her new boyfriend, Earl.
Mama? Mama? Oh, hell no!
Maya is upset that her mother has her own boyfriend in the house. Girl, that's your mother's boyfriend. He can be up in his house all he wants if she wants him to.
Look, you are not so grown that I can't still smack those legs.
Mommy, I'm just saying. I mean, the man's walking around like he owns the place.
Oh, Ma, that's none of your business.
No, it is my business.
No, it is not your business. This is my house, and that's my man, and you need to go so we can finish round 3.
And Maya's upset that Earl's granddaughter is calling her mother grandma.
No.
This is Earl's granddaughter.
Grandma Jeanette, can I get a fruit roll?
Sure, baby.
You got her calling you grandma? You only got one grandchild, Mommy.
Okay. Like, girl, this isn't your house. This is your mother's house. Calm it down. You're married with a kid. Let your mother get her freak on. Yeah, this is before Darnell found out about Stan. Okay? This storyline really shows us how much Maya can't share at all. She is selfish. And we've already seen this pattern, busting in on Joan and Stan, getting ready to go on their date because she was jealous of Joan and Stan being in a relationship or any sort of relationship budding when she's married. Like, when Maya doesn't want something, she doesn't want anybody else to have that thing either. Maya finds out that her mother is moving to another town with Earl, and she's extremely upset about it.
Else you forgot to tell me? Like the fact that you're moving to San Bernardino with Earl?
Maya, baby, I'm sorry. I was gonna tell you tonight.
How could you do this to me? How could you just be selling our house and why do I have to hear about it on the street?
I have been meaning to tell you. I just didn't know how. I was scared, okay, Maya? But everything is moving so fast. Please know. This is hard for me too.
Then don't do it.
But I love Earl.
You don't even know him.
No, you don't know
No,
him.
I don't have to know him to know I don't like him.
Well, Maya, I'm happy. And I want you to be happy for me.
Mommy, why do you have to be happy in San Bernardino? Huh? Why can't you be happy living across the street from me?
Because Earl got a great job there.
You know what? I don't care about Earl.
She's so upset about it that she refuses to sign ownership of the house over to her mother. Her mother put Maya's name on the tenancy just in case something happened to her. So Maya refuses to sign it because she doesn't want her mother to go. So her and her mother are at odds.
Okay. Good. Then I ain't signing.
And it's also Mother's Day. Maya is acting like a spoiled brat. Like, Miss Girl, you're 24 years old, you're married, and you have a child. How many times do I have to say this? Joan is throwing a Mother's Day brunch, and Maya's mother comes along to talk some sense into Maya. The girlfriends and Darnell try to reason with Maya to talk to her mother.
She wasn't finished raising you when she started helping you and Darnell raise Jabari. Maya, she is asking you for this one thing, and you're telling her no.
Maya blows up at everyone, admits that she needs her mother. She doesn't want her mother to go away to another town that's still in California. She talks about how her mother raised her alone and her mother is all that she's ever had. Yada, yada, yada.
You don't understand. I need my mama, okay?
Baby, don't cry. You're gonna make Mama cry. Come on.
Do I need to call you a wambulance?
You know, when I said that this season really cements these characters' worst traits, with Maya, this is one of them. When she doesn't like something, she gets real annoying about it. All in all, in the storyline, Maya was just being ridiculous. I mean, that's all I can say. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you think she was in the right with the way that she was acting? I understand that her mother was a single mother. Her mother was there for her time and time again. Her mother helped her raise Jabari. But girl, you have to let your mother live her life. You're 24. Grow up. As you may remember, at the end of last season, Lynn decided to stay in Jamaica with a man that she just met named Vasco, who was a Jamaican hotel baggage handler. And nobody cared. Nobody batted an eye. However, when the first episode of season 2 comes around, Lynn is back in California with no Vasco in sight.
Mangoes, love! Anything you want, man, I got! Okay, I don't know what the hell you just said, but more importantly, I don't know what the hell you're doing here. Come here.
Well, I lost your key, and I know you hate it when I break your windows.
No, I meant I thought I left you in Jamaica on a beach with a bellboy selling jet skis.
Yeah, well, you kind of have to have jet skis for that plan to work.
Hey, girl, I am so glad you're not really in love with that man, because Dreadlock looked like he was looking for a green card.
Until we find out that Lynn snuck Vasco into Joan's house without Joan knowing. See, he has been living there for like a few weeks without Joan knowing. Another point for these girls not respecting Joan. When Joan does find out, this is during the time when Joan was seeing her therapist and her therapist was telling her to learn how to say no. So Joan kicks Lynn and Vasco out of her house. So now Lynn and Vasco have to look for somewhere to live.
How long has this man been in my house?
He has a name, Vasco, and he's been here a week.
When were you gonna tell me?
He can't stay? Then I'm leaving too.
Okay.
They end up living in Maya's mother's garage. This woman, Miss Lynn Searcy, with 5 degrees, is up here living in a garage. The one thing that you need to know about Vasco is that he is essentially the male version of Lynn. He is a bum too.
Hasn't found a job yet. Didn't have any luck down in the docks.
Well, depends on what you consider luck. He found a nickel.
But he was having a nice dream. It was about a boy and a girl and a little canoe.
Yeah, well, I hope they were paddling that canoe to work because you need to get a job.
We can't go look for a job today. We still have to see Bel Air and Brentwood.
And do you know why they could afford to live in such a nice neighborhood? Because they had jobs. Get one.
What, baby?
What? Okay, why aren't you out there pounding the pavement? Why don't you have a job? Why is there water over the bathroom floor?
Oh, yeah, the pipe is broken. You need to call Maya's mother.
You couldn't tell her?
I didn't know the number.
She lives across the driveway.
Don't yell at me. I've been working on my career plan. Don't you even want to hear it?
No, I don't want to hear it. I want to see it. I want to see your ass out there working.
Listen, you remember the map of the movie star homes?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm gonna do a map of the black movie star homes.
And honestly, I think that he was Lynn's karma, but Lynn doesn't learn anything from this. Lynn is ironically annoyed at his moochy, lazy behavior, while Lynn gets a job as a waitress at the new restaurant that her and her girlfriends frequent at. Vasco isn't up here looking for no job. Side note, I honestly love that every season the girlfriends get a new restaurant that they frequent at. This time it's at an Asian restaurant during Christmas time, when Lynn and Vasco can barely feed themselves because Lynn's the only one with a job up in here. Vasco decides to give Lynn a dog for Christmas when you guys can barely feed yourself. Well done. This is Lynn's breaking point because Vasco continues and continues and continues to be a bum, which is just so hilarious with her being so annoyed with it and complaining about it, because this is who she has been for like the last decade with Toni and Joan. This is her karma. But it's her breaking point, and her and Vasco have an argument and he leaves.
Okay, look, I can barely keep your ass in Raisin Bran and Jerk Chicken, and now you bring me another mouth to feed? What were you thinking?
I was thinking it was a sweet gift of unconditional love.
Think again, island boy.
You're fine. No, I'm out of here.
Bye, bum. But Lynn is heartbroken because she actually loved Vasco. Of course you loved him. He was you. So you have to love yourself. After Maya's mother moves to a new town with Earl, now Lynn has to look for a new place to live. So who's her next mooch target? William. Now that William and Yvonne aren't together anymore, William has this big house all to himself, so Lynn moves in. A few months after Lynn and Vasco break up, Lynn ends up running into Vasco. He's just walking the streets of LA. How is this guy walking the streets of LA? LA is a costly place to live, so how is he getting money? Because he lazy. He a bum and he have no motivation. I read a theory that he probably found some other stupid woman to, you know, take him in, and he's mooching off her, just like Lynn is mooching off William. I mean, it could be plausible. When Lynn tries to talk to Bosco when they reunite, Bosco is all snappy and standoffish and, you know, short with her, and he leaves.
I can't believe this. I've been so worried about you.
He looks good.
Where have you been and how are you?
I'm fine.
It's really good to see you. We should get some coffee or talk.
We really don't have anything to talk about. Take care.
Bye, boy.
Okay, bye. William runs into Yvonne. You remember I told you guys when Yvonne's partner went to go talk to William on behalf of Yvonne. So both Lynn and William just saw their exes and they're feeling pretty run down. So what do Lynn and William decide to do? Well, Lynn propositions William for them to be sex buddies.
We're both human and we have basic human needs. So, do you want to be sex buddies?
With no strings attached. And William, he jumps at the chance. Terrible idea. Now they're sex buddies. But it doesn't last long because William calls out Yvonne's name during sex, and this leads Lynn to be upset.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
You like that, huh?
Papa likes that, Yvonne. Hey, where you going?
William, you just called me Yvonne.
Oh, I didn't. I said, are ye having fun?
William.
Wait a minute, wait. So I was fantasizing a little bit.
So they stop their arrangements, but still live together. Honestly, with the Lynn and William thing, I'm just like, I know it's fictional, but I'm just like, this is why I just don't believe that men and women can be friends. Because some men really act like they're friends with women, but in reality, if they had the chance, they would sleep with that woman. That's not what friends do. That's not how friends think. Like, I do think that the majority of women think that men and women can be friends, but the majority of men don't think that women and men can be friends. And that's what makes me think, because men think that men and women can be friends. That's why I'm just like, maybe men and women can't be friends, because a lot of men have like an ulterior motive when they are friends with women. And it's just like, what do you guys think? Do you guys think men and women can be friends? Just friends? No feelings attached?
Do you believe that men and women can be just friends?
Yes. Yeah, of course.
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
Yes?
Yeah.
I think it'd be hard to do.
Yes.
I mean, we're all men.
I know.
So of course we're going to have those feelings, and we can be content with just friendship, and we can be silent regarding those feelings, but we're gonna have them.
Yes.
No. No.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. I don't believe so. No. I guess what I'm saying is no.
Okay, good.
The William and Lynn thing, a whole mess, but they just continue living together and nothing else. Season 2 was pretty good. Full of drama and chaos, more than season 1, if you could believe it. Joan and Toni's friendship continues to be toxic. Joan is still a pushover who lets everybody walk all over her. Toni is toxic. I will say, I feel like Toni gets away with so much with the audience because she's, you know, the it girl of the group, and it's all about the halo effects. Okay, she's gorgeous, she's the it girl, and I feel like that's all people can see sometimes, and they just like let her negative traits go to the wayside because she's pretty. But I don't do that, girl. I'm not biased, okay? I call Toni out when she needs to be called out. And at the end of the season, Maya's marriage is all up in the air. What's gonna happen with her, Darnell? Lynn is still mooching off everybody. William didn't deserve Yvonne, and Darnell was a controlling jerk. So now that we're done with season 2, it's time to get on to my favorite season 3. Season 3 is my absolute favorite season of Girlfriends. I think the writers really knew how to balance the funny and the drama in this season. It just all works. It just all works. Let's get into the characters. Toni falls in love with someone that she never expected to. A short man. Joan desperate as ever, starts dating an actor named Ellis, and her jealousy over Toni's life reaches heights that I never thought that it could reach. Maya is now navigating single life and is now a single mother, playing the victim when it comes to her and Darnell's divorce. Lynn is out here still bumming and starts dating a celibate man when we all know that Lynn likes to get freaky. William starts dating a new woman named Monica, which all the girlfriends absolutely despise. Now that we've got what the characters are going to be doing this season out of the way, let's get into season 3. Joan throws Toni a 31st birthday party, but Toni doesn't want this and she wants Joan to cancel it. Ensues an argument between them two.
It is stupid to get hung up over a birthday. Who cares? You're getting older. We're all getting older. Chicken 10!
Where Toni accidentally lets it slip that she's actually turning 32, not 31.
Toni Child's the last 32 years. I think I would know the level of my childness. Toni? What? What you got? Come on back, please. I'm ready to come back. Come on. What? Toni, you just said you were 32. I said 31. No, you said I've been Toni Childs for 32 years. I know what I said because I said it, and what I said is I'm 31. Antoinette Marie Childs, you tell me right now how old you are. Joan, bitch Clayton. I said I'm 31.
This is where we find out that Toni has been lying about her age since grade school.
I've been lying about your age since 4th grade?
Joan's weird ass is thrilled that Toni is a year older than her.
It's hard to milk cows before school. You want to make fun of me now? Yeah, kinda. Why are we even arguing about something so trivial? This is not trivial, Toni. This is major. You are older than me. Fine.
Of course her ass is. Of course her ass is. Honestly, the writers ate with putting this little thing in here with Joan and Toni, and Joan being so like happy about Toni being a year older than her, because as you will see as the season goes by, Joan is jealous of Toni, and whatever one-up she can get from Toni, she will take it. So Toni being a year older than her, Joan takes that and runs with it. And not only does Joan now know that Toni is actually 32, not 31, but everybody in the party knows, because even though Toni called everybody and cancelled the party, Joan recalled them and the party was back on. So everybody was hiding up in Joan's house when Toni and Joan were having an argument, and Toni let it slip that she's 32 and not 31. So everybody heard, and now Toni is upset. Joan carries on with making fun of Toni being a year older than her, making all types of old people jokes.
I had the carrot ginger soup.
Oh, wise choice, Toni. Stick with something soft. You never know how that denture cream's gonna hold up.
And even the other girlfriends join in, and this worsens Toni's insecurity.
Science. Teasing her is elder abuse. I know they say black don't crack, but too bad, black, you cracked.
She goes on about how her youth is now gone.
And it's gone.
What's gone?
My youth. Look at my face. Can't you see the lines? Oh, yeah.
Ma'am, you're 32, not 72. Let's calm it down. In this same conversation, Maya actually reveals that she's been lying about her age for the past 2 years that she's known these girlfriends. She's been lying and saying that she's 2 years older than she actually is. So she reveals that she's actually 25 and that she had Jabari at 16 and that she didn't want to tell the other girlfriends until she knew them better.
Everybody is sick of you being 25. You have been 25 since they met you. I know, I've been lying about my age ever since I met you. You're 27.
No, now I really am 25. Actually, had Jabari when I was 16. I just didn't want to admit it till I knew y'all better.
So Toni, riding off her insecurities stemming from Joan's punk ass making fun of her being old, she decides to go to a Botox party. And I can't with this scene. She comes up into Joan's house with one of her eyebrows up, looking real crazy. So obviously the Botox went awry, and Maya's reaction to Toni's botched face, too funny.
Hell no. I know you old, but did you have a stroke? Did she have a stroke?
No.
So Toni then decides to go to a plastic surgeon to fix her Botox botched face. And here enters Dr. Todd Garrett. When Toni wants to get more things done to her face, Todd tells Toni that she's already gorgeous the way that she is and how hundreds of women come to his practice and want to look like her. Toni doesn't want to hear it because, you know, she thinks that she's real old now and she needs to get things done.
Okay, Miss Childs, what do you want to have done?
You're the expert. You tell me what I need.
Nothing.
There's that word again. I hope he validates.
Look, let me be frank with you. I don't need your business. I have enough people coming to me hoping that I can make them 1/5 as beautiful as God has made you.
Oh, God, and goes gym 4 times a week. What are my lips, though, see?
About 2,400.
Do you get them reduced?
No, that's what other women pay to get lips like yours. Being beautiful is not enough.
It's funny because Toni's known as the it girl of the group. She has deep insecurities about her own looks still. I mean, we got the colorism thing and now this of her being insecure about her age. Todd and Toni end up having this playful, mean flirtatiousness going on. When Toni insults Todd about his height, and he's shorter than Toni.
You're a very mean little man.
And you just look mean.
And clear chemistry is there from the jump between them. After this, Todd and Toni continue to randomly run into each other.
Twice in 1 week, isn't it?
Well, I live in this neighborhood, so I'm here all the time.
Me too.
Todd ends up asking Toni out, but Toni rejects him because he's short. She straight up just says, I don't date short men.
Would you like to have dinner sometime?
No, sorry, don't date short men.
And when Toni talks to Maya about the situation, Toni later apologizes to him. And this ensues more playful insults.
Have you ever thought about suing the city for building the sidewalks too close to your face?
No. But I think you should be concerned with the city suing you for crushing those sidewalks with those big country grape stomping feet.
When they randomly run into each other again, Toni invites him to Joan's house. Now, you barely know this man and you invite him to Joan's house. But, you know, Joan don't care. She just lets people walk all over us. You know what? Just bring him. When Toni brings Todd over to Joan's house, the other girlfriends and William and Joan's new boyfriend, Ellis, we'll get to him later, are having a debate about men and women. Side eye to William talking about all women are whores.
Bottom line, all women are whores. Whore was a little strong. But all I'm saying is all women have a price.
Oh boy, that is not true, honey, because there is not enough money in the world to make me sleep with you.
Of course he thinks that. During the conversation, Toni insists that Todd can't protect her because he's short and how women want to be protected and feel protected.
You want to feel secure and protected. That's why I can't date a short man. Sorry, Todd.
Yes, you are.
And then we have another situation of Todd and Toni running into each other randomly again. When Toni accidentally hits her car into a random man's car door. The man quickly becomes aggressive towards Toni, and Todd comes out of nowhere. After the man grips up Toni, he comes out of nowhere and he grabs this guy and ends up punching him in the face and beating him up.
Get a life.
Bitch, I said open the damn door. Hey, get your hands off of her. Go to hell. All right, dude, take it easy. Not until you apologize to the lady. Dude, just let me go. Apologize! Fine, I'm sorry.
This makes Toni realize that she does have feelings for Todd because he protected her. Toni vents about this to Maya and Joan, and she's upset that she's in love with a short man.
I think I'm falling in love with Dr. Too Little.
But Maya and Joan encourage Toni to actually go out with Todd.
Great. What part is great? Well, that you're in love. With Pocket Doc, hello. Well, does he know? No, and he never will.
But Toni's ass still isn't going for it, complaining about how they're gonna have a short child, and if they have the short child's gonna end up in prison and become somebody else's prison wife.
Kid will be short. Then in school, he'll always be picked last for kickball, which will cause him pain and anger until he explodes in a violent crime spree. And then in prison, because he's so little, he'll have to be some muscle-bound killer's bitch, okay?
Okay. So what's Toni's solution to get over Todd? She thinks that she should fall in love with a tall man and then she'll forget all about Todd. So she decides to go out with a tall black man. And she wants to recreate the same playful insults that her and Todd have going on. But the tall man doesn't get it. When Toni insists that he should hit her where it hurts, like, you know, playful insults.
You heard me, take your best shot. I'm a big girl, I can take it. Hit me.
So you're into that?
Yes, I love it.
Are you sure?
Look, if you want to date me, you have to be able to go there with me.
He misinterprets that and thinks that Toni means she wants him to actually physically hit her. So he ends up hitting her and she bangs her head.
So hit me!
Hey, I do want to date you.
Like Toni got rocked. This leads Toni to come to a weird ass conclusion that she needs to sleep with Todd so she can get over him. And the other girlfriends are literally bewildered. But Toni reveals that she doesn't even like sex. She hates it.
Since when don't you like sex?
I never liked sex.
So she's like, if I want to get over him, let me sleep with him and then I'll get over him. But when she does sleep with Todd, her feelings are still intact. So her and Todd start dating. Toni and Todd's relationship is going strong. During Christmas, Todd is going away for holidays, so he gets Toni a Barbie doll of herself. That storyline was hilarious. Toni and a little Barbie doll.
All my packages have to go through Memphis. Yeah, girl, that just makes no kind of sense.
A few weeks go by after that, and Toni is upset that Todd asks her to get an HIV test.
Wants me to get an HIV test. Isn't that some mess?
Well, isn't he gonna have one too?
Yeah, but we're not talking about him, we're talking about me. For him to suggest that I get one, he must think I've got cooties.
But like, sir, why did you wait to do this after you already slept with her? And 2, Toni, why are you so mad when you literally had chlamydia like 2 years ago? Calm it down. The test is obviously negative, so Toni is ecstatic. Valentine's Day rolls around and Todd gives Toni jewelry, which she obviously loves, and he accompanies that with a card. And the card has 2 black people running down flowers. And Toni's like, that looks like cotton.
Yeah, with a picture of a black couple running across a field of something that looks a lot like cotton. Newsflash, you ain't black.
I was trying to be culturally sensitive. Give me a break. I've never dated a black woman before. I thought you'd appreciate it.
This leads Toni to worry that Todd has jungle fever and that he only really likes her because she's exotic.
First black girl that he's dated. And that's all I am to him. His forbidden fruit, his chocolate drop, his ebony mandinga.
Toni's dumb ass dresses like a stereotype and starts talking and walking and acting like a stereotype in this one scene, asking, is this what you want? Todd is obviously bewildered.
Or you want a little pickaninny? Aunt Jemima? Come on, Mr. Charlie, what you want?
And Toni explains to him that every other time she's dated white men, they just wanted her because she was exotic, not because they wanted her for her. But Todd assures her that he does love her and he loves her for her, not her race.
You're not the first white guy that I've dated. And a lot of the time it was pretty clear that they only wanted to be with me because they thought being with a black woman was exotic. You know, I didn't make a big deal about it because I knew it wouldn't last. Plus, I got a lot of great joy, which I knew would last. but that's all I am to you. I really can't handle it. I want more than sapphires from you, baby. I want this to work.
Oh, so do I, baby.
Oh.
So this conflict just, was driven by Toni's insecurity of the past white men that she's dated. Like, Toni, you couldn't have just said that from the beginning. Why did you come up here walking up here like you just walked out of the 60s? Like, okay. A few weeks go by, and while Todd and Toni are spying on their messy neighbors, Todd leaves to go to temple as he's Jewish and Toni's a Christian. So while Toni is still spying on the neighbors and Todd is leaving, she makes a quick comment about wanting to say her I do's next to a cross.
Hey, have fun at temple. By the way, I'm not getting married there. I need to say my I do somewhere near a cross.
Todd stops in his tracks and asks Toni if she's proposing to him.
You just mentioned marriage.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You just said I need to say my I do's by a cross. Is that a proposal, Miss Childs?
Proposal? To you?
Toni's bewildered and she starts to panic. But Todd goes on to say that he's been thinking about marriage too, when they've only been dating for like 2 to 3 months. What? Toni continues to panic and she gives Todd an ultimatum for him to propose to her in 30 days or it's over.
Look, buddy, you've got 30 days to propose to me or it's over.
Mental institution. Crazy. Bitch needs straight jacket.
You think that these guys were teenagers or something, because what? Grown people in their 30s. Okay, after Toni makes this ultimatum, she hides from him the whole episode. So Todd has to go to the girlfriends looking for Toni and tells them what Toni said to him. When Joan finds out that Todd and Toni are talking about marriage, here comes her jealousy creeping in, talking about how her and Ellis, her new boyfriend, like I said, we'll get to them, have been dating longer than Todd and Toni, and they're already talking about marriage.
I can't believe that you and Toni are discussing marriage. You haven't even been together as long as me and Ellis.
Like, girl, this isn't about you. But Todd tells the girlfriends that he really does love Toni and he wants to marry her. So all the girlfriends, including Joan, encourage him to actually propose to Toni. When Toni finally comes out of hiding, they theorize that Toni is actually scared of love. She talks about how she doesn't want to marry Todd, 1, because he's short, 2, because he's Jewish and she's Christian, and 3, because if she's having doubts, that means that she believes that this is not right and they shouldn't be getting married. And then she decides that she doesn't want him.
Hey, for one brief moment, I got as desperate as you. And I pictured myself walking down the aisle. Of course, I was wearing flats and he was wearing platforms. And that's when I realized I don't want to marry that little man.
So she goes to the restaurant that the girlfriends frequent out, and Todd is there waiting for her. Toni's ready to argue and everything, and then Todd shuts her up by proposing to her with 4 rings. And you know that made Miss Luxury Obsessed quiet. She sits down and she admits that she does want to marry him and that she does love him.
Or this one.
Oh, what took you so long?
So now this begins Toni and Todd's engagement era. Toni, who's selfish, self-centered, and self-obsessed, loves the attention that she's getting during her engagement era. She makes the wedding all about her. Not all about her and Todd, all about her.
Guys, this whole bride thing is even more fabulous than I imagined. These people can't get enough of me. Toni, this is an engagement party for you and Todd, not the Toni Child Show. Oh, honey, I don't know what channel you're on. This is the All Toni Network. All Toni, all the time.
She plans on throwing a party every weekend before the wedding, and that the wedding will be 2 months after the engagement. Toni also forgets to invite Todd to all the parties that she's throwing for the wedding.
Where is Todd anyway? You did invite him, right?
I think I did. Wait a minute. Oh, of course I did. I checked the list. He was on it.
Sweetie, don't you think we should get Todd's vote?
Yeah. Where is he anyway?
Oh, hell. Everybody look under the pillows. Toni. I don't know, okay? I'm pretty sure I put him on the list.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T-H.
Also, during Toni's engagement era arc, Joan's jealousy arc over Toni is set up. More on that later. During Todd and Toni's wedding day weekend, Toni rents out a mansion. She falls out with Joan during the wedding day weekend. Obviously, like I said, we'll get to that later. And then she falls out with Todd. While Toni is complaining about how the wedding feels like it's going off course because, you know, she just fell out with Joan, her best friend. And then she goes on to complain about all the other things, all the luxurious things that are going on in the wedding. Todd goes on to say that he just wants a simple, meaningful wedding and tells Toni that all that they really need to make a great wedding is the 2 of them at the altar saying their I do's. Toni completely stomps on that idea and goes on to talk about other materialistic things that she wants for the wedding.
I wanted my day to be perfect.
Everything could fall apart as long as you and I are standing together in front of God saying I do forever.
That's crazy talk. So, I was thinking,
Cha-ching.
the town car is gonna pick us up and whisk us up the coast to Big Sur for our honeymoon night. Then another town car is gonna take us to San Francisco International so we can fly to our own private island in the middle of the Indian Ocean. So I'm thinking, everyone does that.
And this finally makes Todd snap. He calls out Toni on her selfishness, claiming that he thought that Toni's selfishness and her self-absorbedness was just a joke. But now he realizes that's who she is. This wedding has been all about her. She has barely even included him in the wedding.
What about my feelings?
I'm not trying to hurt your feelings. I'm just trying to have my dream wedding.
Oh, here you go again. My wedding. You know, I used to think that was just a joke. But you seriously think this is just about you? What am I to you? Huh? Your bank? A new accessory? Your handbag? What?
Listen, if I were marrying for money, I wouldn't be marrying you. And plus, I didn't ask you to pay for a damn thing. I just asked if you liked my helicopter idea. I've got money. I can pay for it myself. I don't need you.
Fine. Drop me a postcard and let me know how your wedding went.
Oh, okay. How about I drop it out of my helicopter, you cheap bastard?
So this leads to Toni and Todd falling out, and now Toni's all alone. So now she has no Joan and no Todd, and she's extremely depressed, up in the shower, crying up a storm. Meanwhile, William has a one-on-one talk with Todd, telling Todd that Toni really does love him.
Does she love me?
I know the answer to that.
But does she really love me?
You're not Bill Gates rich. And you are not the tallest man in the world. So my guess would be yes.
And Toni's dad gives Toni a terrible pep talk about how every time he left the house, he was trying to leave her mother.
Girl, a relationship ain't worth a lick unless someone's running out. Every morning of my life, when y'all thought I was going to work, I was just running out on your mama.
How does that help, sir? How does that help? Todd and Toni reconcile, Joan and Toni reconcile. We'll get to that later, okay? I keep telling you. And the wedding goes on as planned. So now Todd and Toni are officially married. And that final dance sequence at the end of the episode, girl, Maya ate that up. Maya ate that up. So honestly, I really enjoyed Toni and Todd's storyline this season. I feel like honestly, Toni's storylines this season ate up everybody else's for me. I loved the trajectory with her and Todd first meeting, you know, the playful insults and their chemistry, and then just seeing their relationship grow and Toni actually, you know, not being as shallow as she usually is, falling in love with a man that she never thought she would fall in love with. Granted, this woman is still insanely self-absorbed, insanely materialistic, and insanely terrible. But I mean, Toni's character was kind of growing. We saw some growth with her this season. I will say we did. I mean, what do you guys think? I think we did. This annoying ass couple. Joan and Ellis meet at the gym, and Ellis is established as a famous actor. Ellis is using the treadmill that Joan wants to use because those settings on the treadmill have the settings that she needs because she's running the marathon.
I'm training for the marathon and it's a first for me, and this is the only machine that has the forest walk setting.
Yeah, Joan decides to run a marathon so she can be distracted from men. Okay, Miss Ma'am, you couldn't just do the marathon. Why did it have to be about being off men? This male obsessed woman. Joan asks Ellis to get off the treadmill because she wants to use those settings, and those settings are only on that particular treadmill. But I'm like, girl, wait your turn. What if he needs those settings? This leads Ellis and Joan to have a heated argument.
I played someone like you once. Yeah, grasping for something you can control because you can't control the things that you really want.
Don't presume to know me, okay? You don't know me.
I knew you'd say that.
You know what? Some of us who actually work for a living don't have all day to stand around and wait for the machines.
So what I do isn't work?
No, I'm sure playing make-believe is very taxing.
After this, Joan tells the girlfriends about the encounter with Ellis, talking about how much she hates him and how much, oh, he's just this and that and this and that. And this leads the girlfriends to theorize that you're talking about him an awful lot. You must like him. But Joan insists that she doesn't like him.
I've never taken such an instant dislike to somebody.
Wow, you must really like this guy.
So Toni takes it upon herself, this is before her and Todd meet, to ask Joan if she can date Ellis because, I mean, he's famous, he's a famous actor, so you know, he's rich. Toni wants all of that. Joan says that Toni can have him, but Toni sits back and she's like, are you sure? And starts to list out scenarios where Toni asks Joan if she could date a guy that she thought that Joan liked, and Joan said yes, and then all of a sudden Joan is literally trying to kill Toni.
You heard him say that he was going to be back in the gym tomorrow, so you can come as my guest. You can have him.
I don't care. Is this the same I don't care that had you swinging at me at the 6th grade dance over Randy Johnson?
Toni, you can have him.
Is that the same you can have him that had you chasing me through the student union over Jeff Thomas?
Toni. But Joan insists that this is not one of those situations and tells Toni to go for it. So Toni and Joan go to the gym together to see Ellis. Toni gets her flirt on and Ellis and Toni start having a nice conversation. But then here comes Joan simultaneously starting an argument with Ellis.
Hey, even if I were to accept your little story about not unplugging it, I was here first. And now that it's working, I should be able to use it.
What is it with you and this machine?
This leads Ellis to conclude that Joan actually likes him.
Why don't you admit why this matters to you so much? You want me.
And Joan realizes that she does. And what does she do to Toni? She throws Toni's ass off a treadmill.
I do want him.
The next day, Joan's dumbass comes to the gym and starts doing what she thinks is some sexy maneuvers, trying to show her bum to Ellis to get his attention. And it works because her and Ellis go out on a date. And this man literally uses one of his scripts to tell some fake ass story to impress Joan. That's weird. Like, imagine somebody just telling you some fake ass story when you're going on a date with them, trying to get to know them. That's weird. However, Ellis and Joan start officially dating after this. And Joan is excited to get the perks of dating a famous actor, especially when she gets invited to a movie premiere and to be Ellis's date at that movie premiere, which means red carpet walk. Ellis's agent says that Ellis needs to be seen as a single man, so Joan can't walk the red carpet with him. When I tell you, Ellis's agent was real disrespectful to Joan. But of course, Joan doesn't stand up for herself.
Find out what the problem is. Bachelors have dates.
No. Bachelors have booty calls. Or dates with other stars. A hunt is nothing personal. You look like you really tried hard, but you gotta go.
Joan doesn't only get booted as Ellis's date and off the red carpet, she also gets booted off the VIP section and has to sit in the mezzanine with the other girlfriends. I forgot to say, she got the other girlfriends tickets to the premiere. So she has to sit in the mezzanine with them and doesn't get invited to the after party that Ellis will be at. But Toni does, because right now Toni is a real estate agent for Layla Ali, a famous boxer.
Did you and Ellis have a fight?
No, I'll tell you about it later.
No, girl, I'm here for you if you need me to stay.
No. Honestly, just go to the party. Have fun.
Whew, that was a gamble. I'll see y'all later.
And yes, she is a bitch. BICTH.
So now Joan is upset that she got booted off being his date, she got booted into the mezzanine, and now she can't go to the after party. But then Ellis tells her that he will be in People magazine and he wants her to be in an interview with him and to be featured in it. And Joan is all for it. But then Joan gets cut out of the magazine. Any trace of her and her being in Ellis's life is cut out, which leads to her being upset. She complains about this to Ellis, but then Ellis gets upset, asking Joan if she's with him or with him for the Hollywood life.
Alice, I can't take this, okay?
Take what?
Look, I'm through being dismissed and disrespected like I'm not even here. I told everybody that I know that I was going to be in People magazine. Just the same way I told everybody that I know that I was going to be walking on the red carpet with you. This is humiliating. My girls think that you're making a fool of me. No, I can't be in a relationship like this.
Hold up. Let me get something straight. Are you in this relationship to be with me, or do you want some kind of celebrity by association? Because I have dated girls like that, and that's not what I'm interested in.
Good question, Ellis, because I'm on the fence myself about that question. But Joan insists that she's upset because she's not being portrayed as his girlfriend. It's like she's not even a part of his life at all.
I'm looking for a soulmate, someone I can build a future with.
You also said that you're single and still looking.
No, that's not a quote, Joan. I can't control what the reporter writes.
Okay, you can't control your reporter. You can't control your publicist. What can you control?
Nothing, all right? Nothing.
And they make up. A few months go by and William, Ellis, Todd, and the girlfriends are all having their men and women debates. The guys got on to talk about how Halle Berry is a 10 out of 10.
Oh, really? Okay, women want security. What do men really want?
Halle Berry!
Later that night, Joan asks Ellis to rate her out of 10.
You're a 9, baby. A solid 9.
But Joan insists that if Halle Berry is a 10, then she can't possibly be a 10. So he asks her to really rate her. And this man, this whiny ass man, I forgot to say, yeah, I think that Ellis is really whiny. But this whiny ass man rates Joan, his girlfriend, a 5 out of 10. I'm sorry, a 5.5 because of her big old booty.
Come on, if Hallie's a 10, I know I'm not a 9, so tell me the truth. I want you to be able to say anything to me.
If Hallie's a 10.
Yes.
No points for personality, intelligence. Just looks. Straight up. Looks.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Joan Clayton is...
Okay, a 5.
A 5?
Yeah. Oh, and a half.
Joan, honey, he hates you. Because imagine your partner basically saying that they think that you're ugly, physically. So Joan is obviously upset, and the girlfriends try to reassure her in their own way.
If you're a 5, I must be a what, a 7? I'm just playing, girl.
Ellis ends up digging himself into a deeper hole when Joan expresses her gripes with him rating her a 5.5 out of 10, as he says that it would be weird if he dated Halle Berry because it would be weird with all these guys wanting his girlfriend.
Stop, look. I'd never want to date Halle Berry. I mean, come on. How could you ever be comfortable around somebody that beautiful?
What?
Not that you're not beautiful. But it'd be weird, huh? Weird to have all these guys always checking out your girlfriend.
Well done, buddy. Well done. But Joan goes on to say, you know what? It's fine because Ellis isn't no Denzel Washington, which makes Ellis pause.
I'm not 10. I'm not...
Denzel.
Right. What?
But then Joan concludes that she's happy that Ellis is with her because of who she is as a person and not because of her looks.
And women are always saying that they don't want men that judge them just on their looks. And here you are wanting to be with me because of all my qualities, not my looks.
Okay, I 100% agree being with somebody who values you as a person first. But Joan, honey, he still thinks you're ugly. Weeks later, Ellis is whining about the black community, thinking that he is a sellout because of the roles that he takes, which are the only black guy in a white movie, and also saying that he wants to be seen as an actor and not a black actor.
Wow. Now they think I'm a sellout. It's all over the internet. Well, on the Black Voices message board alone, there are 167 posts calling me a sellout.
173.
And because I only kissed white sorority girls. Wait, why can't people understand the difference between who I am and the characters I play?
Well, maybe because all the characters you play wear nothing but sweaters tied around their necks and you kiss nothing but white women. And I'm sure it didn't help when you told Entertainment Weekly that you wanted to be known as an actor instead of a black actor, like there's something so wrong with being a black actor.
I can't with Maya's cousins making up a poem about Ellis being a sellout.
Sell out for sale. What's up with you, sell out?
Joan comes up with the idea to make Maya make some fake fan accounts hyping Ellis up so he can be happy because he's been down in the dumps about the black community, thinking that he's a sellout. And the idea works because Ellis really thinks that he has some supporters on his side. He's so whiny. Like, on Valentine's Day, Joan is up to her trusty passive aggressiveness as she tells Ellis to forget Valentine's Day when we know that she's obsessed with the holidays. But she's ecstatic when Ellis actually planned something.
Oh my God, you guys are sending me on a scavenger hunt. I told him to forget Valentine's Day and it worked. Bye.
Mental institution. Crazy. Bitch needs straight jacket.
But he ends up not showing up to the dinner that he's planned for him and Joan. Maya comes rushing to Joan's house and tells Joan all about how she saw Ellis in the restaurant that they frequent at with another woman. So Joan confronts him and finds out that Ellis's ex is pregnant. And he had no idea. But not only is she pregnant, she's about to literally give birth. She's 9 months pregnant. This ex's name is Sylvia, and she was one of Ellis's co-stars. This woman, Sylvia, literally decides to tell Ellis that she's pregnant right when she's literally crowning, because that night that Ellis finds out that Sylvia's pregnant and Joan finds out that Sylvia's pregnant, she gives birth. I've seen theories online that Sylvia literally just waited until she was in active labor to tell Ellis, like she was trying to trap him or something. And honestly, the way that we see Sylvia act onwards, I wouldn't be surprised if she did that because she's a weirdo. Joan at first is heartbroken because she wasn't planning to be a part of any baby mama, baby daddy drama. But her and Ellis continue dating. Joan's jealousy over Toni getting married starts to manifest everywhere. She starts to snap at Ellis constantly. And because Toni is getting married, she randomly revives her marathon idea after months of not training. When Ellis doesn't wake her up after her alarm goes off because she wanted to train early, she goes off on Ellis like it's Ellis's fault.
And it would be really nice if the man in my life would support me for once.
When Ellis suggests that Joan run the marathon next year because she hasn't been training for months and the marathon's literally in like a week, she goes off on him again.
I think you're overdoing it. I mean, maybe you should wait until next year to run the marathon.
Oh, so what are you saying? You don't think I can do it? Do you think I'm weak? You think I'm a quitter?
No, I'm just saying you can't cram for a marathon.
Why not? Cramming works for me. I crammed for the bar exam and I kicked butt. I crammed for my first date with you and you actually believed that I'd seen all your movies. So cramming is a friend to Joan Clayton. Unlike some people.
What is going on with you?
No, what's going on with you? Why can't you just be there for me, Ellis?
I'm starting to wonder why I'm here at all.
Despite Joan constantly blowing up at Ellis, Ellis supports her and hypes her up for the marathon.
Look at me. Look at me.
Okay.
One of the reasons why I admire you is because of your determination and your conviction. You can do this.
Joan predictably flops the marathon because she hasn't been training for months and doesn't even make it to mile 1. Ellis, being a great boyfriend to her, carries her home and comforts her. The girlfriends come over after the marathon trying to see where Joan was because they didn't even see her hit mile 1. And Joan decides to make this the perfect time to go off on Ellis again. She says her damn self she should have been training for months, and Ellis agrees with her, and this sets her off.
What I needed was to train for the marathon for the past 6 months.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, so what are you saying? What are you saying? I'm some sort of dummy who can't finish what she starts?
This makes Ellis snap, and Joan continues saying that it's Ellis's fault that she didn't finish the marathon because she was supposed to be off men.
What about my needs, Ellis? I was supposed to finish the marathon, and I didn't because of you.
What? The fact you didn't finish is my fault?
I'm supposed to be off men, focusing on the marathon, finally doing something for Joan.
Shut up, bitch!
Girl, it's not his fault that you abandoned your goals for male validation.
If you hate Moroccan food so much, why didn't you say something?
Because I'm a good girlfriend.
Girl, if you don't like Moroccan food, then don't eat it. That doesn't make you a good girlfriend, that makes you a people pleaser. But hey, that's what Joan is. The girlfriends are sitting down for the tea, okay? And Joan also brings up him rating her a 5.5. She tells him he's just slumming it with the dog face girl. And Ellis says, not anymore. And they break up.
Just rate me a 5.5. What are you doing, Ellis, huh? What are you, slumming? Dating the dog face girl?
Not anymore, I'm not.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, just walk out like the rest of them. Go on.
Girlfriends go on to talk about how they always knew that Joan self-sabotaged when it came to her relationships, but they've never seen her up close.
Joan drove another one away.
Oh, big time. We had front row seats. I mean, I've always been there for the aftermath, but I've never actually seen how she does it. Yeah. It was exciting. Scary. Yeah, she's my girl, but you know what? I don't know who's ever gonna be crazy enough to marry that.
Joan is so desperate for male validation and male attention and just being in a relationship, but she always seems to mess it up. During Toni's cake tasting party that she has at Joan's house, Joan decides to invite Ellis over to take his stuff out from her house. During Toni's cake testing party, the jealousy meter is rising up. Like, of all days, during your best friend's cake testing party, you want to do domestics. When Ellis and Joan are alone in Joan's bedroom during Toni's cake tasting party, Joan acts like she's free from him now and that she can finally live her life. But Ellis clocks her. He clocks her and tells her that she's doing all of this because she's jealous of Toni getting married. This leads Joan to break down and cry about how she's happy for her best friend. She's not jealous of her. She's happy for her best friend. She's happy that her best friend's getting married. And she hysterically cries because she's actually jealous of Toni getting married before her.
Told me to come over here in the middle of her party, and when I get here, you're folding towels. I mean, come on, Joan, come on. That's why the marathon popped up again. Toni's won something, now Joan's gotta win something. You are jealous of the fact that your best friend is getting married.
Ellis, let me be clear. You were my problem. The way you never appreciated me in this relationship was my problem. So don't put my issues with you on my best friend. I don't have a problem with Toni or her wedding. I am excited about it. I am happy for her. Do you hear me? I am happy for my best friend. I am happy for her. I am happy for my friend. Do you understand? I'm happy for my friend. I am happy for my friend. I'm happy. I am happy for my friend. I'm happy for her. Okay, I'm happy for my friend. I'm happy for my friend. Oh, God. Loser!
And because she breaks down crying, Ellis decides to get back together with Joan. Buddy, the red flags are right there. She's literally in hysterics because her own best friend is getting married before her. She's crazy. During Toni's wedding day weekend, Joan finds out that in Ellis's new movie, he's doing a love scene with Sylvia, his baby mama, and he didn't tell Joan. And Joan flips out. But Ellis counters with inviting Joan to the set so that she'll feel more at ease with him doing a love scene with Sylvia. But Joan decides to go to the set instead of going to Toni's rented mansion for her wedding day weekend straight away. Joan ends up arriving 4 hours late to Toni's rented mansion and doesn't even see a problem in it when Toni's upset.
Here!
Good for you.
What's with her? What's with her? What's with you? You promised to be there for her and you're 4 hours late?
Well,
I'm here now.
Ellis ends up showing up late to the rented mansion and misses the rehearsal dinner, which leaves Joan upset. And this woman has the audacity to accuse Ellis for never being there for her.
You called your cell 3 times. You didn't get my messages?
There aren't any messages on my cell phone. Maybe you misdialed and left them on Sylvia's phone.
Hey, fine. Be mad because I'm late, but don't start that Sylvia crap again.
There wouldn't be any Sylvia crap if you hadn't lied to me.
I knew what else to do, Joan. You were at the set today.
Yeah, well, you weren't here for me.
I just worked a 15-hour day. I drove 3 hours in traffic to get here. I'm exhausted. And you say I'm not here for you?
No, you're not. You never are.
When at the same time, Miss Mayam, aren't you not there for Toni right now? It's her wedding day weekend and you are too obsessed with your relationship with Ellis to be there for your best friend. But I digress. Ellis tells her that he had texted her hours before telling her that he was going to be late, but Joan didn't receive any of those text messages, so she doesn't believe him. So Ellis ends up leaving. Well, sir, you shouldn't have even got back together with her when you saw her being hysterical about her best friend getting married. Like, the red flags were right there. So now Joan's all huffy and puffy while Toni, Maya and Lynn are trying to enjoy Toni's wedding day weekend and playing games.
Oh, girl, good. Just in time for games.
Hey, where's Alice?
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to hear about it.
Yeah, and I'm not in the mood.
Toni also put up a ban for phones, so she wanted no one to have their phone there for the wedding day weekend. But Joan never listened to this plan and bought her phone. So the text that Ellis sent her hours ago finally show up on her phone, and she decides to leave Toni and her wedding day weekend to drive back to LA so she can win back her man. When Toni's flabbergasted, Joan is like, "You've got your man, now I need to get my man."
I'm back to LA to talk to Ellis.
Oh, no, you're not. In 5 minutes, we have a best friend heart-to-heart schedule followed by a 2-minute hug and cry.
Toni, you have got your man, okay? I gotta go get mine.
The jealousy. When Joan gets to set, she sees Sylvia kiss Ellis, like, while he's holding their baby. Joan blows up on them and Sylvia has the audacity. See, I told you this woman was weird. She has the audacity to tell Ellis to tell Joan to stop disrespecting her because she hasn't disrespected her.
10 hours?
Joan.
You couldn't even wait 10 hours until you came to see her.
You came to help me with Santana. I'm working today.
I am not talking to you, Sylvia.
Alice, I suggest you get a hold of your girlfriend. I did not disrespect her, and she will not disrespect me.
When she just kissed her man. See, I told you Sylvia was a weirdo. But I tell you, Sylvia's so lucky that Ellis got with Joan. Because if he had got with Maya or Toni, they would have tore her up. After all this baby mama, baby daddy mess, Joan and Ellis and Joan and Toni reconcile, and Joan is back in Toni's wedding. Joan and Ellis get back together at Toni's wedding. This toxic ass relationship is exhausting and annoying. Like, honestly, as much as I don't like Ellis, I think that he was, for the most part, a good boyfriend to Joan. Not on the parts where he basically said that she was ugly, but when he was trying to be there for her at the marathon and even telling her to come to set so she could feel at ease with Sylvia, when he actually really should have told her that he was going to do a love scene with Sylvia in the first place anyway. Joan, however, was a terrible girlfriend to Ellis. I honestly feel like she really wanted that Hollywood lifestyle. I don't know, I just feel like Joan didn't really want Ellis. I just have this feeling that she didn't really actually want him. She just wanted a man. Because, no, I don't know. At the start of the season, Maya and Darnell are separated because, as you remember last season, Maya was being very trifling with Stan and Darnell found out. So Maya and Jabari are staying at Joan's house. And when I tell you, Maya is so annoying when she's staying at Joan's house, like ungrateful galore. Maya obviously still wants to be with Darnell, but Darnell is closed off. Now, Maya is 100% in the wrong, and Darnell has every reason to be hurt because she cheated. But Darnell has the audacity to say that he was a good husband.
Where are we at this point?
Well, the last I heard, I was a good husband and you were a cheating wife.
Where and when and what? No, you weren't a good husband. Yeah, right. And poor Jabari is in the middle of all of this. Darnell and Maya decide to go to couples counseling at church with some weird ass pastor. After the session, when Maya and Darnell kikiing about how weird the pastor was, Darnell ends up kissing Maya.
Okay, what was that, Daryl?
I
never know. But at least now we know why Sister Rolanda is trying to get over to Faithful
Well,
Central.
part of it may be because her name is actually Yolanda. You know?
And they go back to Joan's house and they sleep together, all up in Joan's house. Nasty, disrespectful. But what's new? Because don't you remember in season 1, Darnell and Maya slept with each other on Joan's desk? I'm like, so instead of just going back to the house that you guys share, that, you know, Darnell kicked you out of, you decide to do this at Joan's house. Like I said, I'll be surprised. After this, Maya is all happy and assumes that her and Darnell are getting back together.
Need tomorrow off to move back home.
What? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, sit down. What, are you and Darnell getting back together?
Honey, we got back together.
Ooh, Maya, did you put it on him?
Honey, I had to remind the boy what he was missing.
Good for you, Maya.
And she also tells Jabari this.
Oh, baby, I wanted it to be a surprise, but Mommy thinks she'll be home by this weekend.
Really?
Darnell ends up being furious with Maya because she told Jabari that she's coming home and that they're getting back together, because he believes that Maya is getting Jabari's hopes up, but Maya admits that her hopes were up.
You told him that you were coming back home, Maya. Why'd you get his hopes all up?
Because Darnell and mine were up.
But Darnell admits that he still loves Maya, but he only slept with Maya because he was horny.
Maya, just because I hate you right now doesn't mean that I don't still love you. And shoot, I was just horny.
So you used me.
Episodes later, Maya is convinced that she's going to move in back with Darnell because they're getting along. Maya's cousin Ronnie and his employee Peaches come to the law firm to see Maya. And honestly, I love Peaches and Ronnie. We needed more screen time with them. They end up telling Maya they just saw Darnell eating out with another woman.
I saw a hoochie all over her husband at the Red Lobster.
Maya realizes that that woman is Cecily. Remember Cecily from season 1 when she was feeding Darnell strawberries? Yeah, he's out eating with this woman again.
They're talking about?
Yeah, Joan, and so do you. It's Cecily.
You mean the Cecily that I saw feeding Darnell strawberries like 2 years ago?
Everyone conveniently forgets about the strawberry thing when Darnell was clearly doing something shady back then. Like, I don't care. I think that he cheated in season 1, but they don't want to talk about it. It's swept under the rug. But when Maya does it, oh no, she gets kicked out. And when Darnell does it, they have a vow renewal ceremony. Maya is heartbroken and goes to Darnell's workplace, which is the airport. He is a baggage handler. She goes looking for him, but instead she finds Cecily. And Cecily is real bold. And she tells Maya that Darnell is her man now.
Saying he's my man now.
You can take that, controlling man. Maya is now depressed, and Joan, Lynn, and Toni take it upon themselves to go back to the airport to speak to Darnell. Joan really tries to tell him that Maya has had enough. Like, girl, she cheated, please. But then Darnell tries to blame the girlfriends for Maya cheating.
So where were you so-called friends when Maya started cheating on me?
We were right there, buddy.
Yeah, he's probably right there coaching her how to shove her tongue down his throat.
Like, it all goes back to her becoming friends with the girlfriends and him thinking that she changed because she became friends with them. Because how is it their fault that she was up here trifling with Stan? Because Toni goes on to say, no, we were telling her that she was cheating, but all she cared about was Stan. This is not really helping Maya's case, but it's true. Don't blame the other girlfriends just because your marriage sucks, Darnell. When the girlfriends come back to Joan's, where Maya is, they relay to Maya what Darnell said, which is essentially, he's not interested in getting back together with Maya. But Maya takes it upon herself to move back home because she dated outside their marriage with Stan and Darnell dated outside their marriage with Cecily now that they're even. So she gets to go back home.
Cecily is the answer to my prayers. That tramp made me and Darnell even. I dated outside our marriage, he dated outside our marriage. We're even, so I can go back home.
Okay, girl. Toni tries to tell her that she's tripping and this is not the best idea, but Maya doesn't care. She goes back home and is ready to, just move back. But her and Darnell have an emotional conversation, and Darnell actually says some smart things and tells Maya that he will take her back only if she says that she doesn't feel them growing apart, and only if she knows for certain that there's nothing out there for her that he'll be holding her back from.
You feel like you're missing out. okay? And I can't get it back for you. I wish that I could, but I can't.
Baby, I don't want it. I don't want it, Darnell. I want you. I live for you.
See, that's the problem. You can't live for me. You gotta live for yourself. There's something out there and it's pulling at you and it's pulling you away from me. I know you feel it. I can see it in your eyes. Baby, I felt it at night when I would hold you. It's like you're slipping away. Tell me that you don't feel us growing apart. And I'll take you back, Maya. I swear to God. I will take you back and we'll fix it. We'll let the past be the past. We'll move on with our lives. No regrets. It'll be just like it was before. All you gotta do is tell me that there's nothing else out there for you. And I'll fight for us, baby. I swear, I will fight for us. But you gotta be able to tell me that one thing.
So they decide to divorce. Clicks to Darnell because, you know, that's one of the few times I was like, yes, Darnell. Yes. But ever since she met the girlfriends, she has changed. She has gotten her own autonomy, I guess. Because what we've seen from Darnell and Maya is that she just goes along with things what Darnell says, and he's the man of the house, and she has to listen to everything that he says. And then once she met the girlfriends, I feel like she realized that she can have a life outside of just being a wife and a mother, and Darnell didn't like that, and that's why they grew apart. She wanted to go back to college. He invalidated her with that. She wanted to get more nice clothes and stuff like that. He invalidated her with that. She had these new friends. He invalidated her with that. She wanted to go out the country and enjoy herself and not just be at home all the time with her child when he has another parent. They were growing apart. But the scene where they decided to divorce, Golden Brooks and Khalil Kane, they did it again. And let me tell you something, Khalil Kane is fine. I just don't like Darnell, but he's fine. Months later, Maya finds out that Darnell is dating a new woman named Lena, and Maya does not like her. Honestly, she has no reason not to like Lena. She just doesn't like Lena because Darnell is dating her.
Your braids are beautiful. Where do you go? Somewhere on Crenshaw?
And then, like, Maya, don't be getting an attitude with her. You're the one who cheated. All Lena does is be nice to Maya. When Maya finds out that Lena has already met Jabari without Darnell telling her, she flips out. Meanwhile, Darnell is over there smirking up a storm. What's funny, sir? What's funny?
I just love Jabari.
Maya is determined to get back Darnell at first when she finds out that he's dating Lena. But then she realizes that she doesn't want Darnell anymore. At least she thinks that by the end of the season.
You know, for a minute there, I thought I wanted him back. But I don't.
Maya moves out of Joan's house, finally, and into a new apartment complex. This is where she meets her neighbor, Jalen. We'll talk more about Maya's trifling ways at Joan's house, okay? Anyway, at her new apartment complex, Maya meets her new neighbor, Jalen, and she ends up sleeping with him. This is a big deal for Maya because she has never slept with anyone but Darnell.
Okay, right, this is not about my body, this is about my soul. I mean, I don't know why I slept with him. Well, I mean, yes I do, I need a comfort, but I don't sleep around Joan, that's not what I do. You know, I've never slept with anyone except Darnell.
So now this sort of situationship with Maya and her new neighbor, Jalen, starts. Maya and Darnell, ugh, I don't have more to say about them. Let's move on. William meets a new woman named Monica. Monica is ambitious, driven, and disciplined, and she wants William to be just that too. She is hyper focused on William's career and is determined to make him senior partner at the law firm. She wants compatibility over love in a relationship. She wants a man who's successful and she wants to help him be successful.
In public. Remember how we talked about suppressing our urge for humor?
Yes.
Well, put it into practice, because there's someone downstairs. How much you need?
William goes along with it because her family has connections and wealth, and he wants to be successful, and he says that Monica makes him feel like a successful man.
The point is, Joan, I want success, and she can take me there.
However, the girlfriends absolutely despise Monica.
Gold digger with a capital G-O-L diva.
And I don't blame them. She's very catty, and Toni especially doesn't like Monica. Toni tries to clock Monica by testing if she knows the girlfriend's names. Monica gets it right at first, until she calls Joan Maya.
What are our names?
Is it just you who needs to know, Toni? Or are you speaking for Maya Lynn and Joan Carol Clayton?
Don't mind her. We're just very protective over William. But we can see that he's in very good hands.
Thank you, Maya.
You was a lion and...
Yeah, another instance that makes the girlfriends hate Monica is when Monica comes in between William and the girlfriends. Monica is determined to make William look good in front of the senior partners. So she plans a Christmas party at William's house.
And just so there's no misunderstanding later, this is still a party for senior partners and big clients. None of your basketball buddies, and certainly not Joan and her coven.
On the same night that William is supposed to be Santa for Jabari, because apparently Jabari does not believe anymore. He doesn't believe in Santa Claus anymore. And Joan is all heartbroken about it.
No, he doesn't believe in Santa anymore.
Oh, well, girl, yeah, he is 8.5.
Because essentially, when Joan stopped believing in Santa, it was right around the time that her parents got divorced.
This is all because of the divorce. I mean, Maya, I was 12 when I stopped believing, and it's no coincidence that that's the same year my parents split up.
12?
Yeah.
Joan, do not blame your arrested development on divorce, okay?
So the girlfriends make a whole big deal for Jabari to still believe in Santa Claus now that, you know, Maya and Darnell are divorced. To get a leg up with the senior partners, William listens to Monica and ditches being Santa for Jabari.
Okay, William, this is just wrong.
I know, I just can't get away right now. I should have called you earlier, but with the party
William,
and
the
everything...
guests are arriving!
So the girlfriends decide to cut William off.
Jabari had to face the reality about Santa just the same way we had to face the reality about you.
The girlfriends and William eventually make up when William writes and reads a cute poem he made about how he misses being friends with the girlfriends. Soon after, William becomes attracted to his new co-worker, Sharon Upton Farley, which is wild because William and Joan originally hated her because she ended up taking the position that they were gunning for, and the position was promised to an ethnic minority of the firm, and instead of the firm either choosing Joan or William, who were like the only two black people in the firm, they hired a new black person, Sharon Upton Farley, to take the position. So William and Joan hated her. But William ends up being turned on every time she says litigious.
Damn litigious. So just review the file.
I'm already up.
What do you mean?
And every time she says litigious, I want to just hammer through a mountain like John Henry.
When Sharon and William are working alone in a hotel room, Sharon says litigious again. And this gets William's heart racing. And Sharon catches onto it and they almost sleep together. But William's guilt kicks in and then Sharon and William have to scream litigious to William's big willy.
Where'd it go?
I don't know. It was there a second ago. Say litigious again.
Litigious!
But nothing works because William feels guilty about cheating on Monica. When William gets home, it's like 6 a.m. and Monica instantly knows that William was cheating on her.
Good morning.
Who is she?
But a huge plot twist ensues because Monica tells William to go back and finish his business with Sharon. Monica's logic? Because Sharon is a senior partner, she could make or break William's career. And William just rejected a powerful woman. Monica doesn't want that for his career. She wants him to get in good with the senior partners.
What's worse is that you've pissed off a senior partner at the one law firm where you have a chance of resurrecting your career. You need to go back and finish your business with Sharon.
William is rightfully disgusted by this because Miss Meow. What? William realizes that he wants love over compatibility.
Excuse me, but what you're suggesting is immoral.
You're looking for morality in the legal profession? Please.
Look, Monica, I'm not going to make partner this way. Don't get me wrong, I want to be senior partner, but not at the expense of my soul.
Oh, now William has a soul. I bet you have a heart too, and maybe even a conscience. What was all that when you were about to screw Sharon?
And so he breaks up with Monica. Monica slaps him because he still cheated on her. And she leaves.
You still cheated on me.
and the girlfriends are ecstatic that William isn't dating Monica anymore. Personally, Monica may be a witch, but she's hilarious. I find her character so entertaining to watch. The diva attitude mixed with the high class that she has always gets me. Lynn's parents come to town. They tell Lynn that they want to retire, but they can't. You know why? Because they're buried in debt from paying Lynn's student loans. And Lynn doesn't even see a problem in this at all with her bum self. Her mother finally goes off and snaps at Lynn. She reminds Lynn that her and her father paid for her undergrad and 2 master's degrees. Degrees that Lynn doesn't even use. So her mother lays down the law and tells Lynn to get a job to repay the loans.
You never got any calls telling you were delinquent?
Yeah, but I mean, if I'd have known it was gonna hurt you guys, I would have sent them $5 or something.
Didn't we do enough? Paying for 4 years of college and 2 master's degrees? No, you had to go out and run up a tab for 2 more degrees you don't use.
Yes.
Now, Ed, she is costing us our dream. It is time for you to get off the tip, get a real job, and pay back that loan like you promised so we can get our good credit back.
She said tip.
And her mother goes on to say how she's so upset that she does everything for everyone else and never does anything for herself. And Lynn still doesn't grasp how serious this is. Like, do you not feel bad for your mother sacrificing all of this for you? No, Lynn doesn't. She really doesn't. She's being real ungrateful. She sees no problem in it and she doesn't want to get a job.
My turn now. I'm gonna get my bed and breakfast and decorate it with my handmade quilts, and your father is gonna sail around that damn harbor in a damn sailboat if it damn well kills him. I have never seen her like that. Are you two okay?
We're fine, Noodle. Yeah. You remember that saying that your mother embroidered on the pillow that goes, I gave my children roots so they could grow, then I gave them wings so they could fly. You haven't taken the wings, Noodle. Oh, why don't you take the wings? Take them already. Fly.
Come on, Daddy. Can't you help me out here? I'm Willis 1, the adopted child, victim of George Bush and a bad economy. Does she even read the paper?
Get a job, Lynn.
Like, seriously, everyone around Lynn enables her laziness. And yes, I do think that is straight up laziness. Because how do you have 11 degrees and you're always mooching off your family and your friends? So Lynn is miserable because she has to get a job, but the girlfriends push her to get a job.
Mothers. Let me tell you about mothers. First they nurture you and they get you all dependent, and then they just cut you off. And then, you wanna know what really sick and twisted they are? They buy this stupid pony that you don't even want, and then they beat that dead horse for the rest of your damn life. You know what? Mothers are a bunch of hype.
Shut up, bitch!
She ends up getting an office job, and we know that it won't last. Spoiler alert, it doesn't last. But the real question remains. Since Lynn quit the office job that she was going to use to repay her student loans for her parents, does she ever repay her parents for those student loans? We never find out. I think she didn't. Lynn's biological mother, named Sandy, finally finds Lynn. I can't with her confusing Joan with Lynn at first. That was hilarious.
Oh my God, you're beautiful.
Thank you. Come in.
At first, Lynn and Sandy get along, and Sandy is very upfront with Lynn. She tells her she's not interested in being her mother and just wants to be seen as her slightly older friend.
In fact, just think of me as your slightly older friend.
Things go left when Lynn, Sandy, and a random man that Sandy met at the bar go over to William's house. They're all up in William's hot tub because, you know, Lynn lives at William's at the moment. And Sandy and this random man, their 2 trifling asses, are practically getting it on in the hot tub while Lynn and William are right there. Lynn is rightfully outraged, but Sandy reminds Lynn that she doesn't want to be her mother.
Stop! Get off!
What is wrong with you?
What's wrong with me?
I mean, it's just sex. We're all adults here. When did you become such a prude? What happened to the sexually liberated woman I was talking to at the bar?
Oh, who cares? You were about to have sex in front of me and you're my mother.
I told you I don't want to be your mother.
Oh, and you made that damn clear when you left me 30 years ago.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, but you're still her biological mother. She doesn't want to see you getting it on in the hot tub. Like, why would you want to do that in front of your own biological daughter? That's weird. Eventually, Lynn and Sandy make up. They even decide to work on a documentary together because one of Lynn's new career ventures is documentary making. Let's see how long that lasts. All I can say is Sandy randomly popping up in Lynn's life and then immediately wilding out, like literally about to sleep with someone in front of her biological daughter. That was a lot. Lynn becomes interested in a celibate poet named Savard. And if you know anything about Lynn, you know that she's very sex positive. She likes to get it on. She likes to get her freak on. She has a sexual relationship with a man named Omar, and they all frequent this poetry slam. She cuts off Omar to pursue Savard. When Lynn finds out that Savard is celibate, she doesn't just lie and say that she's celibate. She lies and says that she's a virgin.
Well, if you can't handle my celibacy, I'd rather not go there.
No, we're gonna work out great, cause you know, I'm celibate.
Really? How long have you been celibate?
Actually, like forever, cause I'm a virgin.
Miss Lynn, Miss Freaky Lynn. Okay. Omar finds out that Lynn cut things off with him to get with Savard. So his punk ass goes on stage and performs a poem about Lynn. A scathing poem. Essentially slut-shaming Lynn.
Got me some Lynn last week, y'all. Got me some Lynn last week. Stepped in there on Monday, didn't leave till Sunday. Sexing her was a full-time gig. Came in at 220, left at 150. Pounds, that is. She showed me her Lynn spin. I gave her my oh my. Played her legs on my shoulders, watched her toes cross like curly fries. I thought I was special as I tattooed that already tattooed ass, leaving my name on her inner thigh. But I wasn't special. No room to write my name. Too many signatures already there. So I just left an asterisk next to the letter O. But I doubt if she'll find it within her nameless, faceless, alphabet soup of men.
I'm gonna be really honest here. That poem was really creative. Like, he ate. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, he ate. It was still wrong though. It was still slut shaming because you were all over her. Okay, so let's calm it down. So Savard finds out that Lynn isn't a virgin or celibate. But Lynn decides to try celibacy because she wants to date him. She likes Savard's way of words, his poems, the way that he expresses himself. And I'm using the word try very loosely because Lynn doesn't try. Because any chance that Lynn can get, she tries to get Savard to sleep with her.
Now what are you doing?
I thought I saw a spider. Hold me.
Which is actually mad weird. Like, he never forced her to be celibate. So for her to be trying to force him out of his celibacy, imagine if a guy did that. People will be up in arms. That's weird. That's predatory and creepy. She's really out here trying to pressure him into compromising his beliefs so she can be satisfied. Despite all that, Lynn and Savard continue dating for months. But then, Savard walks in on William and Lynn playing a game and he becomes uncomfortable because he knows that Lynn and William had a thing in the past. You remember their little sex buddy arrangement?
Like, he was all over you.
We were playing!
Well, I'm not.
I'm like, sir, if you can't trust Lynn to be around William and they live together, then you know what? You guys shouldn't be together then. So Savard now wants Lynn to move out. But then where's she gonna go? She ain't got nowhere to go. But Lynn promises Savard that she will move out. But we'll see about that because like I said, her bum ass ain't got nowhere to go. So now that Maya and Danielle are divorced, Maya has entered her single mother era. She befriends a cleaning woman at the law firm named Tasha, and she finds out that Tasha is also a single mother and Tasha has 2 boys. Tasha explains she's a single mother because she was cheating on, and Maya lets Tasha assume that Maya is a single mother because she was cheated on too.
He cheated on me. What happened with your husband? Oh, girl, you know. Something like that.
When she knows darn well that she was the cheater. Tasha brings her 2 sons over to Joan's house because this is when Maya and Jabari were staying at Joan's house. Tasha ends up hooking Maya up with free cable, but it's Joan's house and that's Joan's TV. I said free cable, but you know, it's illegal. While Jabari and Tasha's sons are playing around Joan's house, running amok, they end up breaking one of Joan's vases. When Joan comes home, she is rightfully outraged. Like, a random woman installed illegal cable in her house and then her sons broke her decor piece. That's priceless.
Where did that come from?
My mom's trunk.
What? Girl, it's just a little hookup. Everybody does it. Not me.
Oh. You know what, girl? The kids were running around, they were playing, and it broke by accident.
Girl, it's simple. The next earthquake, just call your insurance company and report it.
Now you want me to commit insurance fraud?
Look, my boy broke it, so I'll pay for it. I can give you $5 a month.
This thing cost over $1,000.
$6 a month?
And it had sentimental value.
Oh, girl, come here.
Joan tells Maya to never bring Tasha back into our house because Tasha is clearly doing some criminal activities by hooking up illegal cable.
Who is that?
I told you, she's a friend.
I don't want that type of person in my house.
Oh, excuse me? What do you mean by that type of person? Okay, Tasha is a single mother trying to make it, just like me.
That criminal is nothing like you, Maya.
Joan, she just hooked up a stupid cable box. What?
Yeah, well, I don't want it or her in my house.
Anyway, Maya immediately stands up for Tasha, talking about how Tasha's a single mother and Joan doesn't get it. Whoop-de-whoop-de-woo. Fully delusional. This makes Joan fully reach her limit and she announces this is her house. Not yours, Maya. Her house. Because everybody loves to forget.
I don't want it or her in my house.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. Now this is your house?
Yes! That is what you people don't seem to understand. This is my house.
Like, Maya has literally been acting like a real spoilt brat ever since Darnell and her are divorced. Disrespecting Joan when she's living in Joan's house rent-free. Tasha, as expected, ends up becoming a bad influence on Maya. She encourages Maya to legally sort out custody of Jabari with Darnell, even though Maya and Darnell already have a plan in place that doesn't have to do with anything legal. But Tasha only says this because Maya has led her to assume that Darnell cheated on her and that's why they're not together anymore.
Have you worked out the details of your divorce? Like who gets what, visitation rights, child support payments?
Yeah, we've worked out a basic agreement.
A basic agreement means you basically get screwed. You are the victim here. Girl, you better wake up and smell a lawyer.
Maya takes Tasha's advice and ends up starting a fight with Darnell.
Darnell, we need to get a little bit more specific about our divorce agreement.
But I thought we already agreed on everything.
Then see, it's easy to agree when you're not specific. But what happens when we have to be specific and we can't agree on the specifics? Am I supposed to just trust you?
I'm not the one that can't be trusted here.
You can always hold that one indiscretion over my head hard to get what you want. I have no recourse, no protection. I'm being victimized all up and through this. And let me tell you something, brother. You know what? I ain't gonna fly.
You're victim?
Yes, I am.
You must be smoking.
And tired
Be
of you
sick then.
playing
No.
that
You're not gonna make me the
thing.
criminal
I am
in this
victimized.
situation.
She has the audacity to act like a victim, talking about, what about my hurt? What about my hurt? And listen, I don't like Darnell, but I'm not biased up in here. The divorce was Maya's fault. And now she's up here acting like a victim, talking about, why does nobody care about how I feel? Who cares how you feel? You're the one who did this. Like, this victim mindset that Maya has going on after her and Darnell divorce is exhausting. Joan witnesses Maya and Darnell's fight and she confronts Maya and they have another argument. And Joan chews Maya out, as she should.
It is one thing for you to let your friend Tasha drive a wedge between me and you, but your relationship with Darnell is much more important. You have Jabari to think about, Maya.
Were you thinking about Jabari when you ate his mac and cheese?
If you keep this up, your amicable divorce is going to get nasty and you're going to hurt a lot of people.
Hurt? Hurt? What about my hurt? Okay? No one up in here seems to be thinking about that.
Shut up, bitch!
Yeah, I have been putting you up in my house for the last 6 months with free room and board, and I am not thinking about your hurt? You little ingrate.
Don't you damn play that, okay? I told you that I would pay you some rent.
And I told you that I didn't want your money because we are friends. And as your friend, I am telling you, you are messing up.
Joan has housed Maya here for 6 months, rent-free, and Maya just talks to her anyhow. And now she's starting to ruin her relationship with Darnell, which can inadvertently ruin Jabari's life. Later on, when Tasha and Maya are hanging out, Tasha's ex comes by wanting to see his sons. But Tasha refuses to let him see his sons, even though he wants to be involved.
I'm trying to see my boys.
You're always trying to do something. Won't you try and catch up on some child support?
What are you talking about? I pay. You just mad 'cause I won't break you up a little extra to get your raggedy nails.
So what's raggedy is the trifling heifer that you left me and your kids for.
Why you always gotta go there?
Because that's where it's at.
I just want to see my boys, Tasha.
Take a picture.
They need a father.
They have me. I'm more of a father than you could ever be.
Tasha, girl, I don't want to overstep my boundaries.
Then don't.
That's when Maya realizes she messed up by listening to Tasha's advice. She fixes things with Darnell and fixes things with Joan.
Darnell and I talked.
and we're back on track.
That's good, Maya.
And I owe you an apology. I know I've been acting a little janky lately.
A little. Girl, don't sugarcoat it. You have been acting totally janky.
In the end, Tasha and Maya find out that they're cousins.
Got the same hookup. Monty's my cousin.
Tasha, shut up, Monty. It's my cousin.
All I'm gonna say is, Maya is annoying. During Toni's wedding preparations, this one being finding bridesmaids' dresses, she tells the girlfriends an old college friend, Reese, will also be one of the bridesmaids. Joan is immediately outraged.
Reese Jackson. Reese? You have got to be kidding me.
Because back in college, Toni, Joan, and Lynn were friends with Reese until Reese allegedly stole Joan's man, married him, and had kids with him.
How could you ask the one woman in the world that I hate to be a bridesmaid?
Because I didn't think after 12 years you still hated her.
Brian was mine. She stole him and married him.
Last time I checked, you have a man.
He is a boyfriend, not a husband, Maya, okay?
Loser! Joan brings up the We Hate Reese pact that they supposedly made in college.
No Reese means no Reese. No talking to her, no sitting next to her in class. Don't even look at her.
But Joan, she's my roommate.
Yeah, well, after Brian, she's gonna go after your man.
Men. That trifling slut.
Yeah, no, she is one sister-hating sister. We need to bring her down, but any means necessary. Okay, on 3, we hate Reese. 1, 2, 3, we hate Reese!
But Lynn and Toni have no memory of this. And they also reveal that they have kept in contact with Reese this whole time, and they are godparents to 2 of their kids.
Became godmother to her firstborn, but nothing big.
Godmother? Lynn, did you know about this?
Godmother secondborn.
I can't with Lynn trying and failing to remember their college life when they tried to do a flashback for Lynn remembering, and she just couldn't remember.
January 1991.
When Reese arrives, Joan immediately confronts her. She accuses Reese of stealing her man in college, Brian.
Get out of my house.
I can't believe you still think I stole Brian.
Oh no, I don't think, I know.
Reese denies this, and then Joan is up here talking about her and Brian were secretly engaged.
We were gonna be married.
Oh, well, did Brian know that?
Well, of course he did. We were secretly engaged.
I can't with Joan. I can't with Joan. This husband obsession went way back. So to set things straight, Joan and Reese both have their flashbacks to tell their side of the story. Both versions are equally hilarious.
Can't you sell them and stay here with your hoogie?
Hey, Brian.
Hey, what's up, girl?
I heard you have an extra ticket. If you take me and you can touch this.
Bye, Joan. Come on, hoogie. So, you ready for the concert tonight?
Concert? Boy, I'm studying and you should be studying too. You know your dumb ass is dumb.
What about the tickets?
Shove them up, you dumb ass. Take Reese.
Oh no, that wouldn't be right. Brian's your boyfriend.
I can do a lot better than Brian, okay? Just take him to the concert. Have fun. Marry him. Just get him the hell out of my room.
Joan explodes on Reese and tells Reese if it wasn't for Reese, then she'd be the one that was married. She'd be the one that has kids.
If it weren't for you, I would be the one that was married. I would be the one with 2 kids, and I would be living your happy life.
And then Reese fires back, asking Joan, you want the kids? You want the house? You want the husband? Whatever? Well, you can also have the AIDS that he gave me.
Fine, you can have him. And you can have the AIDS he gave me too.
And Reese reveals she contracted AIDS from Brian because he was sleeping with other men. At first, the girlfriends comfort her and try to make her feel better. But later, while cooking dinner, Reese accidentally cuts herself and all of the girlfriends fly back, scared to be contaminated.
Oh, damn it. Oh my God.
Reese calmly explains that once the blood is airborne, nothing will happen. Joan wants to throw away the knife that Reese was using.
Don't touch that, don't. Joan, stop tripping. Nobody's gonna get infected here, okay?
Just throw the knife away too.
You don't have to throw it away, just wash it.
No, it's okay. It's an old knife. Just throw it away.
It's an uncomfortable but real and important moment. While shopping for their bridesmaids' dresses, Reese breaks down when she realizes that she may never get to see her daughters walk down the aisle.
I started thinking about seeing my own daughter in her wedding dress, and I got scared. I might not be around to see my baby get married.
That moment really hits hard. But here comes Toni ruining it, talking about, don't worry about not seeing your daughters walk down the aisle. It's Joan's wedding you'll never live to see.
Shouldn't worry about your daughter's wedding. It's Joan's we're not gonna live to see.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T-H.
Yeah, that's not helping with Joan's jealousy. Simultaneously, like I said, Lynn is working on documentaries right now as her new career endeavor. And right now she's working on a documentary about the AIDS epidemic amongst Black women. Reese is featured in it. We see her interview and it is so powerful and honestly heartbreaking.
A lot of people are alive, but they're not living. They're existing. They're just here. Living is taking one tiny moment and making it into an eternity so that you never lose it. It means putting a value on every breath you take so you might take another one.
A reminder that a lot of us really do take life for granted, especially when we're healthy, and how we should literally just like bask in the beautifulness of life, because you never know when it will be taken away. You never know when your health will be taken away. Every day is a blessing for us. Sadly, at the end of the interview, we find out that Reese passed away, so she never made it to Toni's wedding. Honestly, this is one of the most powerful storylines that Girlfriends ever tackled. And also towards the end of the episode, Joan ends up putting the knife that Reese cut herself on out of the bin and puts it back in the cabinet. Kimberly Elise as Reese, acting was phenomenal. Like, she really ate down. In the weeks leading up to Toni's wedding, her country-ass family comes to visit from Fresno. And can I just say, Toni's mother, Veretta, is so annoying. Her ass always got something negative to say.
Antoinette Marie Childs, why didn't you tell me your fiance was a Jewish boy? I surely ain't racist. I'm a God-fearing Christian woman.
Mommy, you are racist. When I was dating Hassan, you ran him off just because he was a Muslim.
What is wrong with pork?
I will say sometimes she is funny. Okay, I mean, the actress that plays her is hilarious, so sometimes, you know, that seeps in. We learned that Toni and her older sister Sherry are essentially enemies.
Hey, Sherry.
Hey.
And the root of it? As soon as Toni was able to leave Fresno for LA, she took the chance, and Sherry was left behind to look after their alcoholic mother. Veretta's drinking caused real trauma in her children. And yes, alcoholism is a disease, and I hate it when people try to villainize people with addictions, but Veretta really screwed up her children with her alcoholism. Like, no wonder Toni's ass can't love properly, and she's so Toni. And Sherry barely had a childhood because she had to look after her mother while she was on her alcoholic binges, and she basically had to raise Toni too. So she essentially had to parent her own mother and her sibling. While Toni and Sherry's youngest sister never saw any of that because Veretta was sober by then. During Toni's family coming into town, Sherry and Toni are constantly throwing jabs at one another.
She don't never tell you nothing, Mama.
I invited y'all down here to meet Todd's parents, didn't I?
Only because you couldn't put it off any longer. Then why would I expect decency when you only think about yourself?
Toni doesn't even make Sherry a bridesmaid, and Veretta is hurt by this.
Why isn't Sherry one of your bridesmaids?
Because I don't want her to be. She don't even like me, Mama, and you know it.
So you gonna let your friends stand up beside you but not your blood?
I mean, like, as a mother, you don't want to see two of your children hating each other. But both Toni and Sherry say that they don't love each other.
Ain't no love to find.
She's your sister. So? Toni, don't turn your back on your sister.
Let it go, Mama. I don't love her either.
Which leaves Veretta heartbroken. While Toni and Sherry's dad doesn't even care. He's not even trying to fix it or anything. Like, Toni's dad actually sucks. He's a very minor character, so I don't feel like a lot of people like peep it, but like, he sucks.
Come on, why do you always have to be stirring things up?
And why do you want this family choking on secrets and lies? Eugene, did you hear that?
I told you to leave it alone.
He's not even trying to get his daughters to, love each other. He made that terrible speech to Toni about how every time he left the house, he was trying to leave her mother. Like, he sucks. So there's a get-together with Todd and Toni's family at, you guessed it, Joan's house.
I had some issues with your boy being Jewish. I have to sit with that for a while.
We've had to make some adjustments too, what with Toni being black, Christian, tall and all.
Mom, it's African American.
Calm it down, Todd. You can say black. It's okay to say black. Okay. During the get-together, Veretta gets drunk. And this is the first time that Veretta has had a drink in over 10 years. So it's very serious.
Oh, damn, Retta.
What is this? Gin? Why now? You've been sober for 16 years.
She starts crying about how Toni and Sherry hate each other.
I'm drunk because I'm hurt. I got 2 daughters I love and they hate each other. This one's mad because she had to take care of me. And this one's mad because she feels guilty she ran out on me.
And you can visibly see Toni's trauma resurfacing. Toni can't handle her mother being drunk at all and leaves. And Veretta's up here insulting everybody. She calls Todd a midget.
So, I guess we'll see everyone in the morning for breakfast.
God, you little midget.
And then she calls Lynn a stank hoe.
And we can all talk about it.
Now that's all I need. Is some therapy from a stank hoe.
We clearly see that Veretta used Sherry as a clutch throughout her alcoholism when Sherry was younger. Because when no one knows what to do with her, she goes on to say that the fat one knows what to do, talking about Sherry.
The fat one know what to do.
That line alone says everything about what Sherry had to deal with her mother's alcoholism. Like, this woman put her kids through hell. Oh, and screw Toni's dad again, because instead of, getting his wife out of Joan's house, he instead takes his youngest daughter and leaves and lets his other daughter deal with his wife. When, is that not your wife, sir? Come get your wife. But you're letting your child deal with it when you already know how traumatic it has been for your kids, no?
Sherry, you handle this. I'll be in the truck. Come on, Punk.
After this, Toni and Sherry finally sit down and have a talk. Sherry explains her hurt towards Toni, how she was basically Toni's second mother, and Toni has been ungrateful to that fact.
Who was there when you hyperventilated over getting your first period? Who worked a part-time job so I can help you buy those Jordan's jeans like Joan had? Who do you think fed you the dream that you could get the hell out of here, Toni?
So what do you want me to say, Sherry? Thank you?
Yes! Yes. Just say it. I only want to hear thank you.
Toni sees things from Sherry's perspective and they make up.
Thank you, Sherry. Thank you for then and thank you for now.
And Sherry becomes one of Toni's bridesmaids. Cute. As they say, nobody wins when the family feuds. Sibling rivalry turning into bitter resentment is so real. A lot of people can relate to this. And this storyline was done really well. Honestly, Toni's storyline this season, just eating up the girlies. Here we are at this mess. Joan's jealousy over Toni's wedding. The overview now. Joan has been jealous of Toni's wedding from the second that she found out about the 30-day ultimatum that Toni gave to Todd to propose to her.
Can't believe that you and Toni are discussing marriage. You haven't even been together as long as me and Ellis.
Even though Joan, with Lynn and Maya, push Todd to propose to Toni, Joan's jealousy quickly takes over. At Toni's engagement party, Ellis accidentally spills a drink on Joan. There's no stain, absolutely no stain, and Toni and Todd are about to do their speech. Instead of staying to hear Todd and Toni's speech, Joan leaves to go to the bathroom so the stain won't set.
Alice, I need to go and get this out.
They're still toasting.
Well, the stain is gonna set.
Toasting will be over in 2 minutes, and you can't even see it.
I'll be right back, okay?
This time it paid off big.
Okay, girl. After that, like I told you guys, Joan is constantly snapping at Ellis for any little thing. And then the marathon thing happens, and then Joan snaps at Ellis again, and then they break up. Then the cake tasting happens, and Joan brings Ellis over to get his stuff when the cake testing's happening, and then they get back together after Joan was boo-hooing about Toni getting married before her. But even before Ellis comes to the cake testing party to get his stuff, when Toni wants Joan to taste a piece of cake that she likes, Joan visibly looks uncomfortable and goes to do her laundry.
Fresno folks like the act.
Oh my god, I forgot my towels in the dryer. I don't want them to wrinkle. I'll be right back. Girl, you wanna get back here and eat this cake? No, 2 minutes. It'll be 2 minutes, Toni.
And you can see that Toni is confused, absolutely confused. And then when Ellis comes by and Joan tells Toni that, oh, it would just take 2 minutes.
This is my 2 minutes, okay? It's 2 minutes.
When the girlfriends go to accompany Toni to pick out her wedding dress, Joan shoots down every single dress that Toni wears, and you can see on Toni's face that she's disappointed every single time because she wants Joan's approval for her wedding dress as her best friend. And honestly, it's actually sad.
What do you guys think?
Oh, yeah, but it looks like you're trying to be stunning. Not feeling it.
Let's try again.
Maya clocks this and confronts Joan and tells Joan that she knows that she is jealous of Toni getting married.
Held my tongue long enough. You are jealous.
And she's right. We all know that Joan is jealous. Even Toni suspected Joan of being jealous about her getting married when Ellis came to the cake tasting party. Ellis says that Joan is crying because she's happy that they're getting back together. And Toni just makes a quick quip about her thinking that Joan was upset because she was getting married.
And here I was thinking Joan was jealous of me getting married.
But girl, little did you know, Joan was jealous. After Joan reconnects with Reese and Reese finds out that Joan is jealous of Toni getting married, Reese assures Joan she will get married, she will find someone.
Some lucky guy is gonna marry you. Oh God, thank you. When?
And Joan does show up to the next wedding dress tryouts, more optimistic and supportive.
Joan, you look beautiful.
Growth! Oh my gosh, is this growth for Joan? No, because it doesn't even last 5 minutes. During Toni's wedding day weekend, Joan literally says to Ellis that she can't wait for this nightmare to be over. Her own best friend getting married is a nightmare to her.
God. Can't wait for this nightmare to be over.
All because you want a man. A man. A man. A man. A man. Then the whole Joan, Sylvia, Ellis situation happens, which delays Joan from going to Toni's rented mansion for her wedding weekend. Then Joan leaves Toni's rented mansion to go after Ellis. And when she comes back, Toni is done with her. Toni disinvites her for the wedding. She literally confronts Joan and says, "You don't wish me well on my wedding day."
I thought this wedding would be difficult for Joan. I mean, any wedding is difficult for Joan. But then I thought, she might be a little jealous of me right now, but she'll get over it because Joan is my best friend. She's generous and able to put aside her feelings for one weekend because Joan is my best friend. But my best friend is not happy for me. She doesn't wish me well in my marriage.
I do. Toni, it's just that Ellis...
I don't care about Ellis. Let me make this easy for you. Since you're not happy about this day, you don't have to be a part of it.
Toni, don't get overly dramatic.
I'm not getting dramatic, Joan. I'm getting married. And you're not invited, so get out.
And Toni ate down with that speech. She clocked Joan in every single way. Like, yes, Joan is not happy for Toni. This whole wedding process, this whole engagement process, she hasn't been there for Toni. Like, honestly, that is actually scary. Like, your own best friend is just, like, think of that. Like, your own best friend is jealous because you're getting married before her. That is grounds to just cut that person off. Like, I don't care that Joan and Toni have known each other for 20 years. When your friend is that envious of you because you're doing something before them, that's dangerous territory. That's kind of like, you know, that friend might murder you territory. I don't know. So Toni disinvites Joan from the wedding, and she even cuts up Joan's bridesmaid's dress. However, Joan is determined to be there for Toni, which is so funny. Now you want to be there for Toni after you and Ellis fell out because of Sylvia. Now you want to be there for Toni. But she stays at the mansion hoping to reconcile with Toni. But Toni isn't having it. After Todd and Toni fall out and William goes to talk to Todd, encourage him about how Toni does love him, and Toni's dad makes that whack-ass speech to Toni, and then Toni and Todd reunite. Toni is ready to get married. She has her wedding dress on and everything. And Joan comes in and apologizes again. And Toni is so moved by Joan's apology that they reconcile, and Joan is back in the wedding.
Last few months, I haven't been acting like your best friend. I have been jealous of you and your happiness because I don't have my own. But Toni, I love you. And you are my family, so even if I just have to peep through the shrubbery, please, sweetie, don't let me miss this day. Toni, you're getting married. And I just want to be there.
Girl, you had me at absolutely gorgeous. What took you so long?
Child, the codependency of these two. I can't. So now Joan is back in the wedding with no bridesmaid's dress, and she just has to wear the dress that she has on. And the audience were side-eyeing her like crazy, like just because she didn't have a bridesmaid's dress on. Like, calm down, Veretta. As you can see, Joan's jealousy over Toni's wedding was so draining for me. Okay, and as always, it comes back down to her obsession with having a man. She always just, this is who Joan is. She always wants her soulmate. She wants a man so much, but then when she does get a man, she always self-sabotages. It's just... So here we are at the end of season 3, and like I said at the beginning of this, season 3 is my favorite season. Toni's storylines, like I said, I've been eating up all the other girls' storylines. Like, I really enjoy Toni's storylines, while Maya is continuing to annoy me, which is, like I said, so crazy because Maya was my favorite character in season 1, and now she just honestly just aggravates me now. Like, she's the victim mindset that she has going on right now with Darnell when she cheated. It's just... Ugh. And the way that she acted towards Joan when she was living in Joan's house rent-free for 6 months. Like, when I was younger, back in 2020, when I first watched the show, so I was like 17, I really enjoyed Maya's realness. Now that I'm older, I really see her judgmentalness, her self-righteousness, and her brightiness, which is so funny because right now, Toni is my favorite character, and Toni is absolutely terrible. She's selfish, she's self-absorbed, she don't care about nobody but herself. Maybe because her storylines just eat up for me all the time. Here we are in season 4. Season 4 has one of my least favorite storylines. So let's get into the characters, shall we? Joan is still going strong with Ellis until she falls in love with his agent. Toni's marriage with Todd is unsurprisingly terrible. Maya this season is enjoying single life. Lynn is still dating Savard and on the quest to find her birth father. And William is searching for a new woman to love. So now that we've got the characters out of the way, let's really get into season 4. Ellis and Joan seem to be going strong.
Things are really good between us. It's like we found our groove.
Until Joan meets a man named Brock, randomly in the rain, and they seek dry shelter. They make playful conversation.
Now, don't laugh. Okay. But I always thought that a sun shower was God having a happy cry.
I like that. I'm gonna use that.
And after their conversation is over, Joan thinks that she'll never see him again until she finds out that Brock is Ellis's agent.
Brock! Ellis!
Joan and Ellis have tickets to see some type of performance, and when Ellis can't make it, he makes Brock go in his place. Joan and Brock have another playful conversation together.
2 Tic Tacs. Would you like one?
Yes.
And end up making out. Like, you guys have only known each other for a whole day. And Joan, you have a man, remember? And Brock, her man is, your client. But those facts don't deter them because they go back to Brock's place and continue making out.
Joan, what are we doing?
I don't know.
Until Joan receives a call from Ellis, who is expecting Brock to bring Joan back home. So now they're panicking because all of a sudden, after one whole day, Brock and Joan are infatuated with each other. And Brock tells Joan that he wants to be with her and everything, and wants her to dump Ellis because he wants her and her only. He doesn't want to share her with somebody else.
You make me forget everything.
The way that I feel about you, I can't be with you if you belong to somebody else. I am already in love with you.
I love you too.
You guys have known each other for how many hours? However, Joan decides to not pursue things with Brock because she's committed to Ellis. And you know what committed means in Joan's book. It means she's closer to marriage with Ellis.
I am committing to Ellis.
Even though Joan stays with Ellis, she has Brock on her mind constantly.
You're still thinking, desiring, palpitating about that Brock.
Calling their connection enchanted.
It was enchanted.
Okay. When Ellis ends up bagging a huge movie role thanks to Brock, who, you know, is his agent, he invites Brock over to dinner, to Joan's dismay. And when Brock comes over, him and Joan are all the way trifling, because when Ellis goes to a separate room, Joan and Brock end up making out with each other, hungry for each other. Like having no sense of self-control. Little did Joan and Brock know, the girlfriends were in Joan's laundry room and they saw the whole nastiness.
I don't get it. Brock doesn't look Asian at all.
Asian? Why did you think he was Asian?
Cause y'all told me that Joan was in love with Ellis's agent.
Brock is Ellis's agent.
You thought Joan loved Ellis's Asian? That's stupid.
Brock decides that he wants to drop Ellis as a client so that he can date Joan. And this leads Joan to realize that she can't keep stringing Ellis along, and tells Ellis the truth about her and Brock.
With every ounce of my being to forget him, but I can't. Ellis, I love him.
Ellis is understandably hurt and leaves Joan's house. He eventually does come back, and him and Joan end things on good terms. He goes on to tell Joan that when they first met, Joan thought that he was a jerk. So he essentially, I don't know, dated her to show her that he isn't a jerk.
You know, when we first met, you basically said I was a jerk. So I came back to win you over, to prove that I'm a good guy. And I've been sticking to that script ever since. Joan, I've been hanging in there because I didn't want to fail. Didn't want to be just another guy who did poor Joan wrong.
Okay, you can stop now. I know where you're going with this.
Hey, you were truthful with me. So I just want to be truthful with you.
Well, this literally is a lesson in how you shouldn't care what people think about you, because you dated this woman because, you know, she called you a jerk and you didn't want her to think that about you. Like, that's essentially what he's saying. Like, why the hell are you trying to prove yourself to somebody who don't even know you? No, never do that, guys. So, Brock and Joan's trifling asses start dating.
At least let me get out the door before you call them.
Okay.
And Joan is up here praising him for the bare minimum. Literally, he puts the toilet seat down after using the toilet, and here she is like, oh my gosh, Brock, I can't believe it.
You're too perfect. You are that rare man that all women dream about that actually puts the toilet seat down.
A month into their relationship, Brock suggests to Joan that they should go to Vegas as a trip.
I think it's time. We go to Vegas.
Vegas?
Vegas, baby. Vegas.
And what does Joan's dumb ass think is gonna happen? Her male-obsessed, husband-obsessed, marriage-obsessed brain thinks that Brock is taking her to Vegas to marry her. Joan tells the girlfriends this, and of course they all think that she's crazy.
No, it means He wants to get married.
Oh, hell.
Here she goes again.
Tucson, what are you talking about? Look, I just don't have the stomach to go down this road with you again. Instead of playing your silly game, we might as well play mine. El Paso. That's 3-1. Y'all better jump in.
Look, I know you're thinking she's only a month into this relationship and already she has wedding bells ringing. Well, you don't know the way he said Vegas.
Well, hear the way I say, stop the madness.
Just date the man, sweetie.
Yeah, I mean, girl, you barely even know him.
I know that he loves me.
That doesn't mean he's ready to marry you.
It's different with Brock. We're in sync. So when he looks into my eyes and says, it's time we go to Vegas, it can only mean one thing.
Mental institution. Crazy. Bitch needs straight jacket.
However, as Joan keeps on talking about it, Lynn comes around first. And Maya and Toni are still skeptical. Toni actually thinks that Joan is competing with her, with this enchanted love mess and getting married to somebody without barely knowing them like Toni and Todd did.
Are you competing with me? What? Running off to get married? To a man you barely know?
Toni, you barely knew Todd.
See, you're competing with me.
This is ridiculous.
Oh, is it? Who was following me around in the 4th grade trying to get my wind beneath their wings? And you went through some deep borderline evil over me getting married, and here you are, not 5 months after I find enchanted love, claiming you found it too.
Joan denies this, and they quickly move past it, and Toni now believes that Joan and Brock are gonna get married in Vegas. But I think that Toni was right. Like, subconsciously or consciously, Joan still was competing with Toni. She wanted what Toni had, a husband. I still think that she was competing with her. Maya is the only one that was making sense, because she was up here talking about, this man might be taking you somewhere to, kill you, because you guys barely even know each other, so that could be a possibility.
It's possible that this fool could be planning to kill you, dump you off in a desert.
While Brock and Joan are riding to Vegas, Joan finally tells him that she thinks that they're getting married, and Brock is completely taken aback. Brock tells Joan that he wanted them to go to Vegas because he wanted them to get to know each other, and Joan's dumbass is upset.
You the one who said it's time to go to Vegas, baby? Aren't you the one that said you had some questions to ask me that you could only ask in Vegas? Aren't you the one that booked the best honeymoon suite in Vegas?
You found out where I booked us?
Don't change the subject.
But Brock then starts to think, you know what? Yeah, we're going to Vegas anyway. We know that this love is enchanted and that we want to be together forever. So you know what? Let's get married in Vegas.
What are we waiting for? We already know we love each other, right? It's just life, so let's live it. Let's get married.
Joan is obviously happy and excited, but then she starts to flip-flop on the idea, changing her mind constantly because you know how neurotic she is. In the end, Joan decides that they shouldn't get married in Vegas, but she doesn't mind getting engaged in Vegas.
I never said I couldn't get engaged in Vegas. I just said I can't get married there.
But once they're in the jewelry store ready to get engaged, Joan changes her mind once again because she feels like she's pressuring Brock into marrying her. But Brock insists and he proposes to Joan. So now Brock and Joan are engaged after a month of knowing each other. Meanwhile, the other girlfriends were planning on going to Vegas to be there for Joan, seeing her get married. Instead, they went to Celine Dion concert. Great friends. So, like I said, Joan and Brock are now engaged. And while they're on the ride back to LA from Las Vegas, Joan finds out that Brock doesn't want kids. And Joan does.
You should probably have the kids first, so they can play with the puppy and grow up together.
I don't want to have any children. I've just never seen having kids as part of my life.
See, this is why you don't get engaged to a man or even wanting to marry a man a month after you've met him, Joan. You didn't even know the fundamental things about him, like the fact that he didn't want kids and you do. Joan pushes this aside and becomes in denial about it, thinking that she can change Brock's mind.
There is one problem. What? Well, it's not really a problem. It's more of an issue. You know what? I don't know why I brought it up. You haven't brought it up. He doesn't want to have children. No, it's just something he said. That'll change.
She asks Brock why he doesn't want kids, and Brock says he just can't see kids in the future for himself. But Joan still wants kids. So they come to the decision to break up. And even though they've only been dating for a month, And their breakup scene, when you really factor that in, that they were only dated for a month, it just looks so ridiculous. But I really think that the breakup scene between Brock and Joan was very well acted. But it's so stupid. You guys started off as an affair, you've only been dating for a month, and you call this enchanted love, and you barely even knew anything about each other, and you have fundamentally different views on, kids. This wasn't love. This wasn't the enchanted love they were talking about. This is literally just infatuation. Like, I know that Ellis was cackling when he heard about this. Months later, Joan ends up running into Brock and he is with his niece. She ends up listening to some weird ass psychic who leads her to reconsider breaking up with Brock. But after Joan goes to her gynecologist, she finds out she needs to get on her baby making plan as soon as possible. So in the end, Joan realizes that she made the right decision by breaking up with Brock. Side notes, okay, when William found out that Joan and Brock were going to get married, he didn't want Joan to get married before him. So he and Lynn got married so he could say that he got married before Joan. This is some Joan level behavior that William is doing, okay? Obviously, Lynn and William get divorced.
See, what had happened was you were all set to run off and marry Brock, and in the spirit of competition, William didn't want you to beat him to the altar. But now we're divorced.
That's insane. Does anybody else here think that's insane? Am I the only one here who thinks that's insane? Because that is insane.
And Lynn is enjoying that alimony money that she's about to be getting. Toni and Todd have been going strong for 3 months of marriage at the start of the season. Until Toni wants to buy a new family home for her and Todd so that they can have separate wings of the house. So Toni starts to show Todd luxury areas that they could move to. Because Toni loved the luxury.
I thought we just needed separate bathrooms, but clearly we need separate wings. That's gonna narrow our choices. Okay, baby, where do you want to live? Brentwood, Bel Air, Holmby Hills, and you want to work?
This is where Toni finds out, and we, as the audience, find out that Todd is in severe debt. Something that he never told Toni about before they got married.
I don't have 600 grand. And I didn't own my house.
Excuse me?
I was renting.
Renting? So where'd you dump all your millions?
I'm a Beverly Hills doctor with an enormous malpractice insurance premium, a mountain of medical school debt, and a $200,000 wedding on my credit cards.
You're broke?
I'm not broke.
Can you afford a house north of Wilshire?
Not right now.
Then you broke.
He knows how she loves the high life, how she just loves wealth in general. In this context, omission is the same as lying. Toni is furious, and Todd has the audacity to say that they, both of them are in debt.
I'm just saying we have a cash flow problem, that's all.
What do you mean, we, white man? Hey, you was the lying ass.
Toni ends up leaving her apartment and Todd and moving in with Joan for like a few days. But she fails to tell Joan why she left Todd because, Toni and pride. Todd comes over to Joan's house to talk to Toni and reconcile, but Toni isn't having it at all. Todd tells Toni that in about 5 years, they'll be out of debt. But Toni still isn't having it and tells him to leave.
Look, I should have told you about my finances. I'm sorry, but let's talk about them now.
I know all I need to know. They're whack.
They're whack for now, but I've met with a financial advisor and I have a plan. I have a successful practice. You have a great career with a little budgeting and steady income. We could be completely out of debt in 5 years.
In 5 years, I could be sick and tired of you. And if I divorce you before then, I'll get half of nothing. And I'm about a whole lot of something.
You remember our wedding vows? For better, for worse, for richer, for poorer?
I must have blacked out because that foolishness would have never gotten past me.
Toni.
I'm through talking. So go on with your broke self. What?
I mean, even in that scene where Toni tells him to leave, you can see that she feels conflicted about it because, that is her husband. They got married. This is a serious thing that Todd did. Because now that they're married, they do carry the debt together. Toni accidentally lets it slip to Joan that Todd is $750,000 in debt. Joan tries to convince Toni to go back to Todd and tells her that when they got married, they barely knew each other.
I can't go on with this marriage. He betrayed me.
Sweetie, the betrayal implies malice aforethought. You two got together and married very quickly. You didn't know squat about each other. So what you're in is not so much a betrayal situation. It's more of a you forgot to do your homework situation.
One thing I know is a relationship is built on trust and money. And we are fresh out of both. I never thought I'd hear myself say this, but trust is the bigger issue.
While Joan and Toni are having this conversation, they're at the spa, so their toes are soaking in, and a woman comes up to Toni admiring her ring. Then she says the company where the ring is from is repossessing it and snatches it from Toni's fingers, and Toni can't do anything about it because her toes are like dipped into whatever the thing is they put your feet into in the spa.
Harry Winston knows too. That's why we're repossessing it.
This leads to Toni being completely done with Todd because now her ring is gone too. So she goes to William for advice on how divorce or annulment proceedings will go. As she's talking to William about it, she's clearly hesitant as she does love Todd.
I want a divorce.
Toni, did Todd lead you to believe that he had money?
Well, he didn't lead me to believe he didn't.
Well, I'm not a divorce attorney, but if he presented himself to you as something that he's not, and in doing so induced you to marry him, then that constitutes fraud. And under California statutes, fraud is grounds for an annulment.
Wait a minute. Technically, I didn't tell him about my financial situation either.
Oh, please, Toni. All anybody has to do is look at you to see you're living large with no assets.
She comes back home to Todd.
Todd, this is not working out. I'm already taking steps toward our annulment.
Wait, okay. So this is over the top, Toni, right?
Nothing scares me more than being poor. I grew up poor, and I'm not going back.
And tells him about the ring being repossessed. Shall we find out that woman was lying about the ring being repossessed? She was just some random woman and she stole Toni's ring.
That woman with the jacked up cuticle stole my ring!
Somebody stole the ring? Okay, Toni, that is the most expensive piece of debt we have.
However, the ring was insured for $50,000. But here comes Toni's materialistic ass wanting Todd to replace the ring for the same price instead of using the insurance money to pay off some debt. And when Todd doesn't want her to do that, she then says, let's get it for $45,000 and I won't kick your broke ass out. And Todd is just like, okay.
Oh, let's go shopping for my new ring.
Or we could just wear our wedding bands and use the insurance money to pay down our debts.
Or we could take the $50,000 insurance money and buy me a $45,000 ring.
Or
I could throw your little broke ass out on the street.
I love you.
Like, Todd, where is your self-respect? So even though Toni and Todd are $750,000 in debt, Toni's ass is still up here buying luxury items. She buys a £9,000 Birkin bag.
I've been going through a lot lately. I needed a treat. Sweetie, you can't afford a treat. You're broke.
And a $16,000, I think it was, Kelly bag. William and Joan essentially have to wrestle it away from her. And Toni's up here looking maximum crazy, talking about how she's not poor.
Got my crack Kelly.
You got a Kelly bag? How? There's a waiting list.
Yeah, and your mama's back on it.
Toni, give me the bag.
No.
Toni, you cannot afford a $17,000 bag.
But I worked hard for this bag. I deserve it. It's mine, and I'm not poor.
So in her eyes, being poor is not being able to afford luxury items and not being able to overconsume. The thing is, this makes complete sense for Toni. We know her as a materialistic woman, but she is this way because she grew up in a working class farm. I can get her never wanting to be broke again and having to struggle like she did when she was a kid. But Toni literally takes it to the extreme. Like, buying luxury items when you're broke isn't gonna help you at all, Miss Toni Childs. Toni even tries to get William's nephew's son, we'll get to that later, a luxury baby item, which frustrates Todd.
Oh, we can't be walking in with some of your gym socks.
They're baby booties, Toni.
Oh, Gucci, Fendi, Prada,
Target.
When I said put 5 on it, I meant 500.
Are you out of your mind? It's a baby gift.
Look, Todd, sweetie, people rely on Toni Childs Garrett to bring fabulousness into their drab lives. So, as my consort, you need to get with the program.
You're so concerned, why don't you buy the damn gift?
Because I was focused on my wardrobe. Take the rattle, the cup, and the teething ring.
It's almost $700.
Don't be silly. With the engraving, it'll be closer to 1,000. Let's see those losers top that.
Instead of getting the baby item, Toni ends up buying herself a Tiffany bracelet. So even though she didn't get a luxury baby item, she got another luxury item. And here goes Todd standing like a mannequin, even though he's obviously frustrated with her spending habits when they're in debt. On Valentine's Day, Toni tells Todd that they shouldn't get each other gifts for Valentine's Day because, you know, they need to save money and pay off their debt. And Todd is actually surprised that Toni suggested this. But then he realizes that this thoughtfulness isn't like Toni at all. And then asks her what she brought.
I don't know what to say. For you to call it our debt and to sacrifice a gift, it's so selfless, so thoughtful, so not like you. What did you buy?
She reveals that she bought herself boots for $2,500. You can literally see how aggravated Todd is with Toni's spending, but he continues to just let it slide.
$2,500 pair of boots.
You spent $2,500 on shoes?
Boots, Todd, I'm not crazy.
How could you?
Todd, our budget shouldn't be about spending no money. It should be about spending money in the right places. And me walking around in $500 flats with leather uppers? That ain't right.
Fine. We won't exchange gifts.
Listen to you. Trying to make it sound like it was your idea.
Where's your backbone, sir? Still during Valentine's Day, Joan and Brock had just broke up. So Toni is concerned for Joan and she buys Joan a tennis bracelet Joan was hoping that Brock would buy for her to cheer Joan up. But Joan is actually clearly fine with her and Brock breaking up. But Toni doesn't take that as an answer. And
Toni, really? Come on. I'm in a good place. Really?
Just keeps thinking that Joan is upset about her and Brock breaking up and her being alone on Valentine's Day when Joan is completely fine. And even Todd is saying that Joan is completely fine, but Toni isn't listening at all.
Come in here! Joan!
You can't just come busting in here.
The hell I can't? That woman doesn't have a date. She wasn't at work. She's not answering her cell phone. What does that tell you?
She has a life.
And we see that Todd is actually very upset that Toni bought Joan a Valentine's Day gift and not him, her own husband. Toni, surprisingly not thinking of just herself and what she wants, reveals that she knew that Todd was upset that she bought Joan a gift instead of him. So she gives Todd a gift for Valentine's Day.
You return the boots.
I saw how hurt you were when I got Joan a gift and hadn't gotten you anything.
You saw that?
Yeah, all by myself. And I didn't have to have my friends explain your feelings to me or read your little diary.
What?
The point is, I saw you were hurting and I did something about it. See, I'm growing.
But like, you guys are still $750,000 in debt. The next issue in Todd and Toni's marriage is when Toni finds out that Greg called, Todd talked to Greg, and Todd never told Toni. Toni finds this out from a letter that Greg gave Toni and the check for what he owed her for the things that she paid for when they were in a relationship. Greg also says in his letter to Toni that he feels bad for what he did to Toni. You know, that psycho-ish that he did when he, slept with a woman in her living room.
For $900, now that's my kind of card. Dear Toni, given the horrible thing I did, I understand why you didn't return my message before your wedding. But your fiancé sounded nice, and I just wanted you to know I'm sincerely happy for you. I also wanted to pay you back at least the financial part of what I owe you. All the best, Greg?
Toni is beyond angry at Todd for keeping this secret from her. But then Toni's ass has the audacity to yell at Todd and say that the love of her life called and he didn't tell her. She said that to her own husband, that Greg is the love of her life.
My name Greg?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I guess I forgot.
You forgot. My ex-boyfriend, the love of my life, calls and you forgot?
The love of your life?
Don't be trying to change the subject.
Last time you saw the love of your life, he was screwing another woman right here in your living room.
Wow. Todd, where's your backbone? Todd is obviously hurt at Toni saying this and continues to feel hurt when Toni wants to get closure from Greg and meet up with him. I completely understand why Todd is so upset, but Toni does bring up the fact that the issue of trust keeps coming up in their marriage. First the debts thing and now this.
I care that you would keep something from me. I care that the issue of trust keeps coming up in our marriage.
Todd goes on to say that he didn't give Toni the message because he was afraid that Toni would go back to Greg because, like she said, he's the love of her life. And he goes on to talk about how he's tall and he's black.
Hey, you want to know the truth? I was afraid of losing you.
I get that, go on.
We hadn't dated very long, and I knew that Greg was the one great love of your life, as you keep reminding me, so I was afraid if he was back in the picture, I might lose you to him, and I didn't want to lose you. I wanted to win.
But you never thought about what I needed. Greg hurt me, Todd, and according to this, he had some regrets. I needed to hear that.
Greg is better looking than I am. He's taller, more artistic, and black.
What does his being black have to do with this?
Come on, honey, I hear you and your girlfriends. Ooh, look at that fine black man. You never hear me say, ooh, look at that attractive white woman.
But Toni doesn't care. She wants to go and see Greg. And despite Todd telling her not to go,
if I don't go with you, I won't be here when you get back.
Your loss.
And the girlfriend's telling her not to go.
Toni, after everything that Greg did, why would you want anything to do with that man?
You sound like Todd. Nobody seems to understand that I need closure.
Toni goes anyway, thinking that she's going to make this grand entrance and that Greg is going to fall at his knees over her and she's going to be the one to reject him.
He's going to die when he sees me. I've been at the gym all day. I'm going to buy a new outfit, a new spray mist, so I look all fresh and dewy. That man will fall to his knees and beg me to take him back. But I'll coldly disregard his feelings with thinly veiled disdain. And I'll toss out phrases like, I know how devastating this must be for you. And we could never be. And right when he's a quivering puddle of yearning and regret, I'll grind my heel into his heart and say, good day. And then he'll whimper, Toni, Toni. And then I'll say, I said good day.
All that doesn't happen because Greg tells her that he's getting married and he just wanted to apologize to Toni about all of the toxic things that he did and all the toxic things that she did.
I know how devastating this must be for you. But I love Todd. We could never be.
Toni, I'm getting married.
Say what?
I wanted to tell you that I was really happy for you because I know now what a wonderful thing it is to find the right person. There's no drama. There's no hurting each other. I found my soulmate.
That's great, Greg. I'm happy for you. Good day.
Toni!
I said good day. Once more, good day.
When Toni comes back home, Todd has left and she begins panicking to the girlfriends. But they told your ass not to go. But once she goes back home again, Todd is there and she begs him not to leave. She literally climbs on top of him, looking real desperate.
No. What are you doing? Get down.
Todd and Toni make up. They're toxic as is. I can't. The next issue, yes, we're on issue number 3 in their marriage, is when Toni starts to go to therapy. The era of Toni going to therapy starts because Toni isn't there for Joan when Joan needs her help with a charity auction.
Toni, look at me. I need eye contact, Toni. Listen. This is really serious. My ass is on the line here, and I need you to come through for me. Your real best friend.
Girl, don't worry. I got you.
I need to hear the words, Toni.
Fine. I promise to get Joan some crap from Dominique Cohen for that thing she screwed up.
Good enough.
Instead of helping Joan with the charity auction, Toni goes all stan Twitter on her idol, Beverly Johnson, stalking her and meeting her. When Toni acts all nonchalant about, Joan's need for her to be there for her for the charity auction,
I spent all day in the glaring sun scouring the city for Beverly Johnson. If I'd known any better, I swear my supermodel role model was hiding from me.
Toni, did you or did you not promise me a contribution from Dominique Cohen?
Well, if you don't know, how am I supposed to remember?
Toni, I told you my ass was on the line.
Okay. When is this little auction thing anyway?
Tomorrow.
Ooh, and Dominique Cohen is closed. I was just there. You want to go with Plan B? So it's my fault you have no contingency? That's not like you, Joan. I'm very surprised, and dare I say disappointed?
You're disappointed? The whole auction is...
Hold that thought. Hi, Toni Garrett. What? Where? If she tries to leave, stop her. I don't care how you do it, just do it. Okay, everybody. I've got to go. That was a valet from the Peninsula Hotel. The Nubian Eagle has landed.
What are you talking about?
Beverly's at the Peninsula. Haven't you been listening to anything I've been saying for the last few days? Oh, you people. Toni.
So as she's leaving Joan's house to go, and she just dismissed Joan's concerns about Toni bringing a luxury item for Joan's charity auction, Joan, thinking that Toni's left, starts complaining about her to William, Maya, and Lynn about how she doesn't even know why she's friends with Toni, and sometimes she wishes that she wasn't friends with Toni.
God, she gets on my nerves!
Please, this is just typical Toni. Self-absorbed and clueless.
No, she has sunk to new lows of self-centeredness and bad friendship-ness. She has completely screwed me over.
I don't know why you're acting all surprised. You know the child is trifling.
I don't even know why I'm friends with her.
You preaching to the choir.
Frankly, Joan, I would have encouraged you to cut her loose years ago. If I'd been waiting for you to rip each other's clothes off in a fit of pique.
Come on, we all know that Toni is deeply insecure, so she's manufactured this callous front to mask the fact that on the inside, there's nothing there.
And Toni comes back into the house because she heard everything.
She's a painful bitch. And I'm tired of that bitch. And I sometimes wish that bitch was out of my life.
She didn't just hear Joan complaining, she also heard William, Maya, and Lynn also agreeing with Joan about why Joan is still friends with her and why is Joan still friends with her. Aren't you the same three people who begged Joan to be friends with Toni again in season 2? And now you guys want to be like, yeah, we don't even know why you're friends with her. Okay, like I said, Toni comes back into the house because she heard everything, and she cusses Joan, Maya, Lynn, and William out, and then goes to meet her idol, Beverly Johnson.
How about I speak? All of you jealous, ugly bitches can kiss my fabulous, very perky black ass. And yes, William, today, you're one of those bitches.
Beverly is creeped out when Toni intersects herself into her conversation.
See, my friends don't know what it's like to walk in my shoes. Like, I'm sure your friends don't know what it's like to walk in yours. You went from rags to riches. I went from rags to riches. You're about uterine health, and I have a healthy uterus. Oh, and people are jealous of you, Beverly. People are jealous of me, and do you know why? Because they don't know what's on the inside. But Beverly, we know each other on the inside. And together, we can have a global impact. But if nothing else, we can just be best friends. It just so happens I have an opening.
And she ends up thinking that Toni is a schizophrenic and gives Toni a card to her therapist so Toni can get help with her schizophrenia.
And I have a very good friend who works wonders with schizophrenics.
Toni and Joan end up making up once again.
No, I messed up the auction. I didn't do my job, and I expected you to fix it. I don't know what I was thinking. I've never been able to rely on you. I don't know why. I thought this time would be different. You don't know how to be there for anybody but yourself.
Am I really that bad?
Toni, honey, you can't really be that oblivious.
And Toni tells Joan that Beverly Johnson said that she's schizophrenic. And Joan says, no, Toni, you're not schizophrenic. You're a narcissist.
Beverly Johnson says I'm a schizophrenic.
Come on, she doesn't know you. Sweetie, you're not schizophrenic.
Oh, thank you.
You suffer from a profound narcissistic personality disorder.
She sure is, Joan. She sure is. So now Toni is going to therapy, and the topic of her mother comes up. You know how her mother was an alcoholic and it caused trauma in her childhood.
Is it my fault I was born the poor black child of an alcoholic mama?
So Toni ends up bringing her mother to town so that her mother can come to a therapy session with her. So Toni's mother, Veretta, stays with Toni and Todd while she's in town. And Veretta is so disrespectful towards Todd. She ends up eating Todd's sandwich that he was saving for dinner.
Where's the rest of my corned beef sandwich?
Oh, Mama ate it.
I have that for dinner.
Oh, you still have your Fruit Loops in there.
Oh.
Todd, honey, next time you order that corned beef, hold the mustard.
And then Todd has to eat some cereal instead. This has me thinking, like, I would never want to stay at Todd and Toni's house. Like, Toni doesn't cook, Todd doesn't cook. I'd be starving up in there. Todd then complains to Toni about Veretta smoking in their house. But Toni insists to Todd that she doesn't want to start a problem with her mother now that they're just starting to get along due to therapy, and basically says that Todd's concern with her mother smoking is inconvenient, which leaves Todd upset because Toni is basically invalidating Todd's feelings.
I don't ask for much. Your mother could have my corned beef sandwich. She could even talk about our sex life, but she's got to stop smoking in the house.
Oh, come on, Todd. It's not that big of a deal.
Yes, it is. It irritates me, and you said you were going to talk to her.
Todd, look, she and I are going through enough with this therapy. I don't need to jam her up with something trivial like this.
Oh, so your husband's feelings are trivial.
You know what I'm saying.
One thing.
Todd and Veretta end up having a big blow up when Todd is just to his limit with Veretta smoking in the house.
All right, Veretta. The reason your kids can't stand you is because you were never there when they needed you. Where the hell were you, huh? Were you liquored up in some bar?
Todd chews Veretta up though, like, period, Todd. Period. During the argument, Veretta throws a chair, and I really thought that her and Todd were gonna fight. Like, it felt like it, like the tension was high. Right after Veretta throws a chair and is ready to, get buck with Todd, Toni walks in the door and sees the, commotion. And not knowing how to deal with what's going on, she leaves them together in the house and goes to Joan's to complain about what's going on. Toni is conflicted between her mother and Todd, who's her husband.
Guys, I can't kick my mama out. Not now. We're finally getting through to each other. I'm telling you guys, this therapy is working for us. I don't want to lose her. Just when I finally got her.
And Todd?
Well, I haven't known him as long.
But in the end, she chooses Todd.
It's about the fact... Yes, I'm choosing Todd.
And Veretta has the audacity to say that, oh yeah, I did this because I was smoking in the house and stealing Todd's dinner and started a fight with Todd because I wanted you to, realize that you need to put your marriage first, and there's never been a divorce in the child's family, and you were doing crazy things like going to therapy, and I thought you were going to divorce Todd.
Girl, you were all discombobulated and going off half-cocked and acting all crazy and going to a therapist and whatnot. I thought you was going to do something stupid like end your marriage. I picked a fight with Todd to force you to choose. You know, there's never been a divorce in the child's family. We make it work. We stick it out.
Because she was going to therapy. So, girl, the only reason Toni's going to therapy is because she has a messed up childhood because of you. Like, I don't believe that story that Veretta has going on, talking about she just started a fight with Todd because she wanted Toni to, be serious about her marriage. Like, that is so bull. I don't believe it. And the fact that she thinks that Toni going to therapy is wrong. This woman is so annoying. Weeks go by, and during a therapy session, Toni admits that she doesn't actually know how to love. She admits that she just tells people that she loves them because it's the thing to say.
When I say I love people, it's because it makes them feel good. I mean, if someone says they love me, I say I love you back. It's just like when someone sneezes and you say God bless you. Do you really care if God blesses them? I know I don't.
So her therapist gives her an exercise to figure out her idea of love. The exercise is, who does Toni want on a deserted island with her where they can never leave? And Toni picks Joan because her and Joan have been through everything together, so they might as well be on a deserted island together.
She's my best friend. We've been through everything else together. We might as well be stuck on your stupid island together.
And then her therapist tells her that they're now starting to build her idea of love. And Toni is so excited that she can love because she thought that she couldn't.
I do love Joan. I'm capable of love. Woo! I'm fixed!
I'm glad that she's, improving, but jeez, aren't you like 33 years old and you know how to love and you're married? Oh yeah, the married part. Okay, let's get to that. Toni is excited because she knows how to love. So she goes to Todd and tells him that she knows how to love and tells him about the exercise that she did with her therapist and how she chose Joan to stay on a deserted island with her for life because she loves Joan. And Todd is completely taken aback because he asks her, was your husband not an option? And Toni dismisses him, saying that this is about her and how she knows how to love. And Todd is like, surprise, surprise, this is all about you.
Was your husband not an option?
Huh?
Was your husband not an option?
I wasn't thinking about you. Yugoslavia.
That makes me feel better.
Yeah, that's the woman that you married, sir. So now Todd is upset with Toni, and Toni tries to look for a male perspective from William.
It's great that you had a breakthrough, but he didn't have to know about it. That's what your girlfriends are for.
After William gets her advice, Toni decides to get a picnic for her and Todd. And while she's getting a picnic for her and Todd at the new restaurant that the girlfriends frequent at, side note, this is my favorite restaurant that the girlfriends frequent at. So when Toni is getting the picnic basket for her and Todd, she sees Todd sitting outside eating lunch with another woman. Toni is instantly angry when she approaches Todd. Todd introduces the woman as Natalie. She is one of Todd's co-workers.
Toni! Hey, what are you doing here?
Surprised to see me, are you?
Toni, this is Natalie, a colleague of mine from the hospital. Natalie, this is Toni.
It is so nice to meet you. I have heard so much about you, Toni.
Please, call me Mrs. Todd Garrett. Nice little table you two picked out here. Intimate, tucked away, hidden, some might even say.
But Toni doesn't want to hear any of that. She is convinced that Todd and Natalie have something going on. And Todd is completely taken aback. She believes that Todd is trying to get back at her for not putting him on the island. But Todd is like, no, you're the one that goes for revenge, not me. Like, ooh, ate her up.
It's a work lunch.
What's going on, Todd? Is your little tryst with the Barbie knockoff some sort of payback for my breakthrough? Tell me this wasn't about revenge.
No, Toni, that's something you would do.
But that little threesome joke on the island thing, that was hilarious.
I didn't marry Joan.
No, but you put her on your little island.
Who should be on the island, Todd? Huh? You and Natalie, so you can have your little threesome?
Threesome?
Oh, you think I'm gonna leave you alone with that bitch?
Like, Toni is literally being so irrational about Natalie and Todd literally just having a work lunch. And Toni being irrational about Todd and Natalie continues. During bedtime, Toni wants to cuddle with Todd, but he continues to move away from her. Todd then ends up getting a call from Natalie when it's literally at night. And Toni is rightfully suspicious about that, I will say. She might be irrational, okay, but why is she calling you at night? Todd is real excited to get the call and is laughing and keying with Natalie on the phone when Toni's asking him who's on the phone and what's going on.
Hey!
I know you're not perking up.
Yeah. I am doing it right now. Yeah. Oh no, that's okay. I was still awake. Right?
When Todd gets off the phone, he tells Toni that was Natalie, and Natalie was telling him to put some type of medical book in his bag for work the next day.
No, you're not getting back in bed without some explaining.
That was Natalie. She wanted to read an article from last month's New England Journal of Medicine. Told her to call me and remind me to put it in my bag.
Did she also remind you to put your penis in your bag?
But Toni's irrational ass isn't buying it. The next episode, Todd tells Toni about a job offer that he's gotten in New York and how it might get them out of debt. And he says it in a very cheery way. So Toni is happy about it and tells him to go for it.
Might be flying to New York. I have a job interview.
What?
Yeah, I'm not crazy about it being in New York, but might get us out of debt.
Hey, if it gets us out of debt, then I say go for it.
But Todd is instantly angry at her because she just tells him to go for it without even asking what the job is and what it's about and how it's literally going to uproot him from LA to New York. And when Todd says that, all Toni can think about is materialistic ass things when she asks him to get her something from a luxury store when he's in New York.
That's it? I tell you I'm going to New York and you just say go for it?
Well, that and get me something nice from Bergdorf's.
Typical, not even for a second. Can you think about anyone other than Toni?
Typical Toni. You're shocked? Don't be shocked. I don't know why Todd is so shocked right now. Miss Toni Childs only cares about herself. This self-absorbed, self-centered, materialistic woman only cares about herself. What? So now Todd and Toni are at odds once again, and Toni goes to William once again for a male perspective. And William literally has to point out to Toni that she didn't even ask what the job was. And he has to literally give her pointers on how to be interested in a conversation.
1. Ask him how his day went. Step 2. Listen to the answer. This is good, William. I would have never thought of this.
Well, hold on to your hat, because here comes the big one. Ask him a follow-up question.
Okay, now my head's spinning.
This grown-ass woman has to be taught how to show interest in a conversation, how to actually listen in a conversation. William has to teach her. It's ridiculous. With this advice in mind, Toni goes back to Todd and starts asking him follow-up questions about his job in New York.
Because I'm interested, I have some follow-up questions. How's the weather?
Toni, what are you doing?
I'm asking you a question, listening to the answer, and giving you a follow-up.
You sound like a nut.
So just tell me, how was the weather?
Partly cloudy.
Oh, that's too bad. You see how I care?
Which weirds Todd out because, you know, Miss Self-Centered is asking me follow-up questions. Yeah, something's weird. Todd goes on to tell Toni that he's taken the job now. And Toni is surprised and shocked because Todd didn't tell her that he was going to take it. But he goes on to say that she told him to take it. So you can't be surprised now that he's taken it.
I took the job.
Without talking to me?
You said go for it, so I did.
Yeah, but you haven't even told me what the job is.
I'm the lead plastic surgeon on a reality makeover show, so if you excuse me, I have a lot of packing to do.
Packing? Are we going now? I mean, for how long?
And then Todd drops a bombshell on Toni that he will be going to New York without Toni. She's not coming. He's leaving her.
You're not going.
Well, yeah, not right away. I have to rent this place and hire an associate to run the office and... Oh, break the news to Joan. I don't know how she's going to take this.
Once again, Toni, you're not listening to me. I said you're not going. At all.
I've been working so hard to get us back on the same page. I'm the one in therapy.
That's my point. It's not this hard. You need a therapist to teach you how to love your husband?
Todd, please. Don't give up on us yet. We're making progress. Just give us some more time.
How about this? You stay here and work on trying to love me, and I'll go to New York and work on trying to stay in love with you.
Todd is finally done with Toni, and I can't blame him. Once Todd goes to New York, Toni continues to call and call and call Todd with no answers. So Joan comes up with the idea to take Toni to New York to go and reconcile with Todd. And when Toni and Joan come into Todd's office, he and Natalie are in there just talking, just literally talking. Toni's delusional ass thinks that Todd left her for Natalie and starts shouting up a storm.
Her? You left me for her? Is she why you haven't returned my phone calls? Answer me!
Toni, calm down. You're gonna get me fired.
Now the adulterer's worried about getting fired.
I am not having an affair.
Toni, honestly, we're just working together.
You better be glad you work for a makeover show because you're about to get cut.
Toni ends up embarrassing herself when she realizes that Todd is trying to leave her, and she begs and begs and begs him not to leave her in front of all of Todd's co-workers.
Let's go. Are you trying to leave me? No, don't, please don't leave me. Don't leave me. I don't care what you did. I don't care if you cheated. Just come back, please. I know that we can. It's okay, sweetie. Come on, let's just go. It's okay.
Like, she was really on her Joan-ish right there. When Todd and Toni get a moment alone, and Toni still thinks that Todd was cheating on her with Natalie, even though Todd says that he didn't. Toni goes on to say that she wants to be with Todd, but she wants Natalie fired.
Okay, you and Natalie had an affair. It's over.
Toni, it's over.
Damn straight, and you need to get her fired. I may let you get away with cheating, but that heifer's got to go down.
So you would want to stay with Todd if he cheated on you, but you want Natalie to be the one to get in trouble and fired? Typical. Blame the woman more than the man. Todd goes on to say that if Toni thinks that he would just cheat on her and that it's just okay, then he chose the wrong woman.
Marriage that we have where it's okay that I have an affair, which I didn't have, by the way. The fact that you say it's okay, it's not okay. The man that you married wouldn't cheat on you, and the fact that you think I would says I married the wrong woman.
Sir, I could have told you that. Todd goes on to question Toni why she's so gung-ho on fighting for their marriage when she never really loved him at all.
Why are you fighting this? Why does our marriage suddenly matter to you? Why are you trying to hold on to me when you never really loved me at all?
Then Toni drops a huge bombshell. She's pregnant.
Pregnant.
Oh great, now a child's gonna be all up in this mess. And that's where we leave Toni and Todd's story for this season. I honestly love Toni and Todd's dysfunctional, toxic ass marriage storyline. The way that all of their issues finally compounded into, you know, Toni revealing that she's pregnant when their whole marriage has basically disintegrated. Chef's kiss. Both of them contributed to their marriage falling apart. I honestly believe that Todd ignored Toni's selfishness, Toni's self-centeredness, and Toni's narcissistic traits when he first met her because of how gorgeous she was. And he continued to ignore them when they got married. And I think that Todd believed that Toni was out of his league. So he just ignored all of her negative traits because he was just so like enthralled with the thought of a gorgeous woman like Toni wanting him. I mean, Todd even said on their wedding day at the end of season 3 that he thought that her selfishness and her self-absorbedness was just a joke. Well, sir, clearly it wasn't. Like, the halo effect was really affecting in Todd and Toni's marriage, because all Todd could see was that one good quality about Toni, which was that she was gorgeous, and he ignored everything else. The whole time she would be spending constantly when she knew that they were in debt and they had to pay off that debt. She ignored that, and every single time Todd was frustrated, he just let it slide because of that halo effect of her just being gorgeous and him, you know, honestly feeling like he was out of her league and wanting to keep her close. That's also evidence in the fact that he didn't give Toni the message about Greg, because he even said that he was scared of losing her. And also, one of the biggest things about their marriage crumbling apart also had to do with Todd, because he didn't tell Toni about his financial situation when he knew the type of woman she was. He knew how she loved luxury. He knew that she was classist and egregious. And then we get to Toni, because it wasn't just Todd who exploded their marriage. Toni was like a bigger part in this, because we all know this. Toni is self-centered. She's self-absorbed. All she cares about is herself. Even though Todd didn't tell her about his finances, she just assumed that he had money without even actually seeing his finances. Like, they married like 6 months after dating. She didn't try to see his real finances. She didn't even ask. She just assumed. And then when she found out that Todd was in debt, she continued on buying luxury items that were in the tens of thousands, ignoring their debt. Every time she would just dismiss Todd's frustrations. Toni is awful. And Todd knew that, but he chose to ignore it. Like, the fact that Toni had to go to therapy to learn how to love when she's already married to somebody. Maya is now William's assistant instead of Joan's after last season, because William has been getting raise after raise and is on track to becoming senior partner, and Maya needs the money, so now she's William's assistant. Now, I don't get why in the world William would want Maya as an assistant when she's always been a terrible assistant to Joan. But child, she goes even further with William. Like, she really played in William's face the entire time that she was his assistant, always stepping over boundaries. She constantly shows up to work late, and when I mean late, I mean late. She barely does her job. She constantly disrespects William.
Woman, what are you doing?
Visiting my friend.
What are you supposed to be doing?
Following my bliss.
You think your bliss might be leading you down to the unemployment office?
William, are you threatening me?
I hope so.
What is it? Huh? What do you want me to do now?
The same thing I wanted you to do for the last 3 months. A little something we call work.
I'm right behind you.
Thank you.
All right, girl. What movie?
Maya! What part of we are working late tonight did you not understand?
That would be the we. William Dent's office? Okay, William. Oh, no. Hey, no. Take your time. Enjoy your lunch. I got everything here at the office covered. Yeah. I'm sorry, what? Oh, you eating your lunch at your desk? Okay. Well, like I said, I got things here at the office covered. Enjoy your lunch. Bye.
And she leaves work early on many occasions to get her hair did or her nails did. Sometimes her ass doesn't even come back to work after lunch.
Sorry I'm a little late, though. I had to go by to Jabari's school. He forgot his lunch again.
Maya, you left here 2 hours, 11 minutes, and 13 seconds ago. Now that is more than a little late.
Did you not hear me say sorry, boo?
Yes! I heard it this morning when you were late because the Starbucks was crowded. And then yesterday when you took a half a day off to get your hair done. Look, Joan may have let you run amok, but this is William Dent's office. Today is a new day. There's a new sheriff in town, and he doesn't take kindly to lollygaggers. So, from here on out, you're here on time, no more personal calls, no more hen sessions down in Joan's office, and if you have to get your hair did, you'll do it on Saturday like everybody else.
Okay, fine. There you go. Now, can we start tomorrow? Because they charge if you cancel a null appointment at the last minute. I'll see you in an hour. Oh, hell, make it 2. They gotta dry.
William literally ends up having to put Maya in his office so he can keep an eye on her. But I will say that one scene where Maya used a cardboard cutout of herself to fool William into thinking that she was staying late at work was hilarious. On a real note, put Maya in a job where her boss isn't her friend and let's see how she acts. Because clearly she's taking these liberties because William and Joan are her friends. Like, everybody loves to talk about how lazy Lynn is, but look at Maya. She barely does her job. So Lynn is out here still desperate to sleep with Savard despite his beliefs in celibacy.
How was your day?
When are we gonna have sex?
You're gonna stop asking me that.
Want to get the answer I'm looking for?
You know the answer. We will make love when I know that you're my soulmate.
Savard, this is the longest soulmate interview in the history of the world. Do I have the job or not?
But Savard is sticking with his beliefs. Period. Lynn gets so tired of this that she decides to snoop in his room. For why? For what? But she ends up finding his ex's number and she decides to meet up with his ex to ask her questions about Savard. The ex tells Lynn that her and Savard never slept together in their long-term relationship because Savard was looking for his soulmate. And the ex ended up just cheating on him and leaving him.
Apparently I wasn't Savard's soulmate.
Okay, what is his deal?
He's a very spiritually centered guy. He's very committed to his lifestyle. He's a sweet, gentle, immensely talented man who won't be moved until he finds what he's looking for.
Oh, that's a load of crap. Even Gandhi got his freak on.
She then hints at the thing that Savard has, but then she quickly shuts up and doesn't tell Lynn what it is.
Of course, the thing.
What thing?
You don't know about the thing?
What thing?
You know what? I've said too much already.
No, you haven't. You haven't said anything.
Girl, open your mouth. You've already said enough. You might as well just tell us what the thing is. Maya then accompanies Lynn to snoop around Savard's room because you know Maya loves this conspiracy type ish. And Maya ends up inside Savard's attic looking for clues while Lynn gets caught by Savard. Savard and Lynn thankfully decide to break up.
Why are you snooping through all of my stuff?
Because of you! You've driven me to it. Become the kind of woman I despise. A pathetic girlfriend snooping around on a man, wondering if anything's going on behind her back.
Lynn, let's talk.
I don't want to talk. I want to make love. And I'm so tired of you controlling everything.
It's not what I'm doing.
But I feel like you are, and my feelings are valid.
Lynn, you act as if I've deceived you, and I haven't. I've been upfront with you every step of the way.
Well, I haven't been upfront with you. I thought that I would be the woman who could make you give up celibacy.
Shut up, bitch!
But before Lynn leaves, Lynn asks us to see the thing, and Savard shows her the thing. But us as an audience don't get to see what the thing is.
Well, what's that?
Well, that's the thing.
When Maya comes out of Savard's attic hours later during the night, Savard has come out of the bathroom and he has nothing on. So Maya sees the thing and she states that Darnell has 2 of those.
That's the thing. You know, that ain't all that special. Darnell got 2 of those.
So what is the thing? Balls? Like, what's going on here? Or 1 ball? Like, okay. In conclusion, I didn't care for Savard and Lynn. I'm starting to think, did I ever care about any of the romantic relationships in the show? Because I've yet to say anything really good about any of these romantic relationships. Lynn's high sex drive having ass was always trying to force Savard to, engage in relations and trying to make him compromise his own beliefs. It was actually gross to watch. Like, Lynn, you can have your high sex drive, but get with somebody who else has a high sex drive. Like, leave Mr. Celibacy alone. Last season, William's sister, Linda, asks William for his sperm so her and her girlfriend can have a child that is related to both of them, which puts a damper in William's obsession with lesbians. Like, William's obsession with lesbians on the show is absolutely creepy and weird. Anyway, it's kind of weird, the whole sperm thing. Imagine your dad is your mother's brother. Like, sure, your biological mom isn't related to your dad, but I mean, your other mother is, and it's, I don't know, it's weird. And your other mother is your biological aunt. It just feels weird to me. Like, I know in real life people do this, but honestly, for me, it just feels weird. Anyway, this season, Linda's girlfriend is ready to give birth. William and his sister Linda clash because he wants a hospital birth while Linda and her girlfriend want a home birth. So William decides to not let Linda and her girlfriend have the home birth at his house.
Tell her we're gonna have the baby at home with a midwife.
Well, there's the fly in your ointment. You're staying at my home and I don't condone that.
So what does Linda do? Linda's ass decides to have the home birth in Joan's house without even asking Joan.
Fine, then we'll just have the baby here. Here? But my house don't know nothing about birthing no babies.
Like, girl, you don't even know Joan. I swear this is like the first time that her and Joan have even met. And she's like, yeah, we're gonna have the home birth here in this woman's house that is your friend, not my friend. And I don't even know this woman and I didn't even ask her if this is okay. But Joan's ass, Miss People Pleaser, Miss Doormats. So, they just have the home birth at Joan's house. The midwife in this episode was so jarring. Like, her rude ass. Like, she was getting on everyone's nerves, me included.
Kira, now, when I was in labor,
I've been meaning to hush you.
Anything I can do to help?
You can drop that mop and make me a sandwich.
Like, Joan, slap her, son, slap her. I'm joking, but not really. Darnell and Lena are going strong, and Maya invites them to her Christmas party at her apartment, trying to play nice with Lena for once, until she sees Darnell and Lena kissing beneath the mistletoe. Now she wants to get jealous. So Maya decides to be childish and uses her neighbor, Jalen, to make Darnell jealous. But Darnell isn't fazed at all.
Kiss me. I'll explain later. Now use a little tongue, okay? Make it good.
During the Christmas party, Maya finds out that Lena brought Jabari a Game Boy, and Maya and Darnell discussed that Jabari wouldn't get a Game Boy because of his grades. But Lena didn't know that. Maya goes on to insult Lena when it wasn't even her fault.
The problem is that you and your little girlfriend here don't know how to communicate. Okay, so you need to tell Miss Thing
Miss Thing is standing here, Maya.
Interrupting me.
You need to calm down.
No, I don't need to calm down. Listen, if the two of you are going to continue to be a couple around my son, you need to learn how to communicate the important details of my child's well-being. Because if you had, she would know that Jabari is having trouble in school, and until Jabari begins listening to his teachers, Jabari does not get what? Oh my goodness, a game cue!
Shut up, bitch!
And Darnell tells Maya that she just hates to see Darnell with somebody else.
All this because you can't stand seeing me with another woman.
Which is true. Maya denies it, but Look at the material. At the Blue Bar, the bar that the girlfriends frequent, Maya catches Lena on a date with another man. And she calls her out. At first, Maya's all smug, as you may think she would be.
You know I'm telling, right?
But then she decides to help Lena. She encourages her to stay with Darnell and not cheat on him like she did. Maya goes on to talk about how Darnell is controlling, but that he is a good man.
He is a good guy. But how do I get through to him? Lena, I know that Darnell can be a bit controlling. Okay, but you have to tell him how you feel. Be direct. I mean, don't get your needs met by running around behind his back. I mean, that's what I did, and I ended up with a stalker.
But Lena's ass goes back to Darnell and only tells Darnell that Maya called him controlling. She conveniently forgets parts about how she was on a date with another man and how Maya was trying to tell her to stay with Darnell. So Darnell confronts Maya about it.
That's what you told Lena, right? That Darnell is too controlling.
And Maya goes on to tell Darnell that she saw Lena with another man. At first, Darnell doesn't believe Maya and thinks that she's just being, twisted.
I'm trying to spare your little feelings, okay? But the only reason I said anything to Lena is because I caught her all hugged up in Blue Bar with another man. Yeah. While you were at home, being all happy. She was out cheating on you. Where are we on the happy meter now?
You know what? You're sick. The things you come up with. Sick. You need to just let me go.
But then he later comes back to Maya's apartment and tells Maya that Lena confessed. But Lena and Darnell decide to stay together. Okay. Darnell then asks Maya if he really does drive women away. And Maya tells him that he's a good man and that his controlling ways stem from him loving too hard. And he just wants to protect people that he loves.
There was a time when I used to think that you were controlling. But maybe you just love too hard. You try to protect people you love from life when you need to just let them live it with you.
Girl, how was him not wanting you to remove hair from your coochie protecting you? Like, girl, get out of my face with that mess. Honestly, Maya's hostility towards Lena was so annoying to watch. Lena didn't do nothing to you. It's not her fault that she's with your ex-man after you cheated on him. This season consists of Maya's dating era. First, in Maya's dating roster, we have Antoine, Toni's brother. Maya and Antoine sparked a romance during Toni's wedding day weekend at the end of last season. Antoine is a medical resident, and Toni and Antoine's mother, Veretta, was hating hard on Maya, thinking that Maya was going to distract Antoine from his studying.
Don't think you gonna slip in, grab my son, and jump the broom for free.
Excuse me?
I know you've been kissing on my boy.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Childs. But were you spying on us?
Little girl, I will slip, slide, and hide all up and through this place. I am a lioness. I will protect my cubs.
Well, then look here.
Like, she was hating hard, and Maya ain't gonna back down.
Here. What goes on between me and Antoine is between me and Antoine.
Wait a minute, what's that on your lips? Some back talk?
No, I'm just telling you. Woman to woman. The way it is. Excuse me.
Like, Veretta was really trying to little girl Maya, but Maya wasn't going for it. Clicks to Maya. Like, Veretta was really giving toxic boy mom vibes and slut shaming Maya. It was weird. Veretta's ass even trips Maya when she's going down the aisle as a bridesmaid. And as always, Maya clocks back at her. Because what are you doing? And she shuts Veretta right up.
You know it's you who's messing up your daughter's wedding.
Veretta does come around to Maya at the reception because now, after Maya shut her down, now she has respect for her, but she's still a weirdo. Months later, Antoine comes to LA to see Maya. Maya's gremlin self decides to discuss sleeping with him in front of Toni, asking Toni about her brother's condom size.
Why do I have to be waxing for somebody? Antoine. Antoine who? Not my brother Antoine. Yeah,
Yeah, he flies in from Boston tomorrow. He said he needed a break from his residency and that he wanted to see him some Maya.
So I guess you're gonna be knocking boots all week.
Well, girl, that is the plan.
This is my little brother. I don't want to hear about the knocking of Maya's boots, clogs, sandals, Target flip-flops, nothing. Okay, so just shut up.
Okay. Girl, I just have one quick question. I gotta buy some condoms. And would you say that Antoine was salt, mustard, or ketchup?
Just straight up disrespectful. When I tell you, Maya doesn't know boundaries at all, because what the hell? Because if that was me and my friend was doing all that, no. Anyway, Antoine and Maya sleep together. And the next morning, Antoine makes Maya breakfast. Then, all of a sudden, Antoine, who barely even knows Maya, they weren't even dating at the time, he literally just came over to see her. That was it. He tells her that he wants to stay with her in her apartment and that he loves her.
I want to stay here with you, Maya.
Come again.
Maya, this past weekend with you has been extraordinary. I can't remember when I had this much fun. I mean, I've spent the last 6 years of my life buried in medical books, exams, and cadavers. I've forgotten what it was like to live until you. I love you, Maya.
Maya is obviously taken aback because, sir, you guys barely know each other. And Maya rejects him.
I don't love you. Okay, and I'm not saying that it could never get there, but I think the L word kind of confuses things. You know, I mean, let's just be together when we're together. No strings, no catches, just friends who do the do and then go the go. And we done the do, so brother, you should be good to go.
Antoine seems like he's okay and goes to the bathroom, and everything seems hunky-dory until he locks himself in the bathroom and starts singing "And I Am Telling You" to Maya.
You're the best thing I've ever known. There's no way I could ever go.
Like, this whole storyline with Antoine and Maya, hilarious. Because then Joan, Toni, and Todd come to Maya's house to try and get Antoine out of Maya's bathroom.
I'm not living without you, girl. I mean, I love you so much, I need to tell the world. Look.
When Todd tries to get Antoine out of the bathroom, Antoine goes into an actually emotional speech about how his residency is really taking a toll on him and how he had told his attendings that one of the women that they were going to operate on didn't need surgery and she almost died from that surgery, but the attendings didn't listen to him because he's a resident.
You hear that? She called me dummy. I guess all those years at medical school didn't teach me anything. You know, us doctors, we don't know nothing.
I told them she didn't need surgery, but they don't listen to the dumb resident. They say, you a surgeon, boy? Get in there and cut. She almost died, man.
But she made it, right?
Yeah.
Listen, man, you gotta hang in there. All residents go through it. But you can't break down and drop out of the game. If you do, they win. And you want to win, don't you?
I want to win.
And I know how that's like because, you know, I've been watched Grey's Anatomy and I know how these attendings be acting. Obviously, it's not like real life, okay? But Grey's Anatomy, those attendings, okay? Once they become attendings, they act like they just know everything and they don't be listening to their residents or even interns. The way they treat the interns and the residents, they treat them like crap. And even this is just a little tangent about Grey's Anatomy, but I hate it when we see people come in as interns and they go up into residency and then to attending status, and then they start treating the interns like crap when they were treated like crap when they were interns. I hate it. Anyway, we'll maybe get to that when I make a Grey's Anatomy video. Anyway, like I said, Antoine is basically pouring out his emotions about how stressful training to be a doctor is and how his residency program is literally breaking him. And honestly, this is exactly why he thinks that he's in love with Maya, because he's trying to hold on to some type of, I don't know. They never really explained it, but like I feel like he was really just trying to hold on to something else and fixate on something else, which was loving Maya, to just get his mind off of, you know, his residency. So Todd comforts Antoine because, as we know, Todd is a plastic surgeon. He's a doctor, so he knows how residency was. So he speaks to Antoine doctor to doctor, and Antoine comes out of the bathroom, but then he sees Joan and Toni discussing TV, and then he concludes that they don't care about him and runs back into the bathroom and locks himself in there once again.
You know what? I gotta get TV.
Y'all don't care about me.
Continuing to sing "And I Am Telling You." Todd, to get Antoine out of the bathroom again, then uses a very bold approach by saying that black people aren't smart enough to be doctors. And it works because Antoine gets out of the bathroom and starts choking Todd out.
Okay, fine. Well, maybe you should just stay in the bathroom. I mean, the only reason you got into medical school was because of affirmative action.
What?
Yeah, I mean, everybody knows black people aren't smart enough to be doctors.
Oh, hell no!
I had to get you out by any means necessary. Malcolm X.
Todd has to quickly tell him that he was doing what Malcolm X said to do, which was, you know, trying to get him out by any means necessary. And then Antoine hugs Todd, talking about, "I love you, brother-in-law." And then I can't, with Todd basically being suffocated in the hug with Antoine, and then he says, "I can't breathe, brother-in-law." It always gets me.
I love you, brother-in-law.
I can't breathe, brother-in-law.
So now Antoine's out of the bathroom and everyone thinks that Antoine is okay and everyone's simmering down. But then he turns back to Maya and says, "I still love you," and runs back into the bathroom.
I still love you.
So he locks himself in there once again. And we actually never see the conclusion to this. Like, we never see how they end up getting him out of the bathroom permanently. Honestly, even though the storyline was really short, I really think it really honed in on like the pressures of being a doctor, even though they didn't really go into it that much. But that scene with Antoine talking about the stress that he's going through in residency and how the attendings don't listen to him and how he basically feels like, I don't know, a slave to the attendings, was powerful, even though it only lasted for like 2 minutes. Maya's next paramour is a man named Alex. Maya, now that she's rid of Darnell, goes back to college, because you remember in season 2 Darnell didn't want Maya to go back to college because he wanted to start up his garage business. So now that she's not with Darnell anymore, she has finally been able to go back to college, and she meets a man named Alex who is in her class. When he asks her out on a date, she isn't interested at all. Even when she finds out that he's a professional baseball player, she's still not interested.
Oh girl, you don't know nothing about baseball. He plays for the team with the little birdies on their hats.
Sorry, still not interested.
And can you put on a good word for me?
However, Alex is persistent in dating Maya to the point where he literally orders a stretch limo for Maya to pick her up from the law firm for her to go to college. So this leads to Alex and Maya dating. Jalen, you know, Jalen, Maya's neighbor, who she used to get Darnell jealous when she saw him kissing up on Lena at the Christmas party. Jalen is clearly salty when he finds out that Maya is dating Alex.
Doesn't it bother you that the driver's always picking you up and not Alex? I mean, my man is treating you like you're a groupie or something.
Excuse me?
Alex treats Maya with lavish gestures, like free stretch limo rides, private parties at the Blue Bar, but Maya refuses to call Alex her boyfriend, so the girlfriends give him the name Boy Toy.
Baseball boyfriend?
Toni, Alex is not my boyfriend.
Okay, baseball boy toy, whatever.
So on their way to the private party, the girlfriends nickname him Maya's Boy Toy.
He's not my boyfriend.
Boy toy.
William comes up into the stretch limo with a male friend that we've never seen before. And this male friend is absolutely hilarious in this episode. His obsession with Lynn was hilarious. And every time Lynn was saying something that was crazy, he was all in for it.
What's your name?
Gonorrhea.
Pretty. So what do you do for fun?
I kill people.
I can get with that. Oh, keep having fun and nice on me.
Yeah!
Bye. Bye.
Except her. I got gonorrhea.
Once the girlfriends, William and his male friend, come up into the private party at the Blue Bar, a bouncer stops them from coming in because their names aren't on the list until Alex intervenes and tells the bouncer that he's with them. So the bouncer lets them in.
Well, she's with me, no problem.
And Maya and Alex are showing all the PDA while they're at the private party. Maya is upset that Alex can never come back to her house because he has rehab in the morning. Because, you know, he's a professional baseball player, so, you know, he's gonna make sure all his joints are in order.
How about we take this show back to my place?
Honey, I would like to, but I can't have rehab for my arm in the morning. I cannot miss.
Alex, come on. You know, you never come over. What's that about? You always have something to do or somewhere to go. I just want to spend some time with you.
One day, Maya comes home to her apartment and finds out that Alex replaced all of her furniture. Maya is initially angry, but Alex tells Maya that as his girlfriend, she needs to stay in her place, and staying in her place means accepting wealth and gifts because he's rich and he can't help it, and he wants to shower his girlfriend with lavish things, and she has to stay in her place and accept it because that's her place.
It's not me. I'm not like that. You know, and it's not my place to accept these things from you.
Not your place? But you are my girl, right?
Yeah, but I...
Well, then it's your place to accept it. It's my girl's place to have nice things given to her. It's my girl's place to be showered with things she's never had before. And it's also my girl's place not to penalize me for having money. Okay, Maya, I'm rich.
Yeah, well...
And if I'm rich, then my girl is rich too. She benefits. If you're waiting for me to act like some ordinary guy, I'm sorry, I cannot do it. I'm not ordinary.
So Maya accepts this explanation and is okay with accepting the gifts that comes with dating him. One night, Maya suggests to the girlfriends that they should go to a rooftop party because Alex is always telling her about how good the parties are on the rooftop. So when the girlfriends get to the rooftop, it's a private party and the bouncer doesn't let them in. But then Maya sees Alex at the party and he comes over to talk to them.
Ladies, this is a private party. No invite, no inside.
Private party? That's crazy. Remember us? We're Maya Wilkes.
Hey, wait, isn't that Alex? Oh my goodness, it sure is. Okay, guys, we are so in there.
Maya asks Alex to let them in, but he insists that it's not his party, so he can't just let anybody in.
Maya, I cannot just invite anyone into my man's party. That's not right.
You're not just inviting anyone into your man's party. You're inviting your girlfriend and her 3 girlfriends.
Her 3 cute girlfriends with that cute shoes on, whose feet are starting to hurt. Just want to clarify.
But then he goes on to say that this party is not a party where he would want his girlfriend to be at, and how there's no girlfriends and wives in this party.
I don't invite you. You know, if I thought this was an appropriate place for my girl to be, I would have asked you to come, but I don't, so I didn't.
But we see other women walking around the party. Alex tries to brush that off about these other women being there, and obviously those women are there to entertain the men at the party. That's why there's no girlfriends and wives allowed.
It's a public place.
Yes, but it's a private party. Okay, Maya, this is no place for you. All right, there are no wives or girlfriends in here. Only the ball players.
Excuse me? Who in the hell are they? The bad girls?
Oh, those are just women.
No.
Hey, I did not invite them here either, okay? They are just here.
Here for who, Alex?
Here for whoever, I don't know.
Maya is perplexed, but Toni knows what's going on. Toni tells Maya that Alex just wants her as a trophy, not as a partner, and how Toni has dealt with this before with rich men.
He doesn't want you here. You're messing up his game. You're saying to the beach, you're the trophy. He only wants to flash when he feels like it. Honey, I know, I've been there. You know what he's doing. Come on, you know why these women are in here. You don't have to hear him say it to know it's true. He's a coward. Screw him.
This leads Maya and Alex to break up. But I will say, the girlfriends expecting to be let into a private party that isn't even Alex's party and expecting him to just let them in was honestly unreasonable. Maya's next dating experience comes in the form of Mr. Melly Mel. Maya is approached by Melly Mel, who is the law firm's security guard. He asks her out on a date, but she initially rejects him because he is a security guard.
Very handsome man, and she turned him down flat.
He's a security guard.
Enough.
The classes and egregiousness is coming out of Maya now that she's been hanging out with Joan and Toni for years. When Maya tells Toni and William that she doesn't want to date Melly Mel because he's a security guard, William chastises her, but Toni, with her classist and egregious self, is very much proud of Maya.
You're classist and egregious.
And I'm so proud of her, I can just bust. Welcome to the right side of the tracks, girl. Now we can hang.
We already hang.
Well, now I can tell people.
And when Maya realizes that Toni is proud of her, she's like, oh, I'm not trying to be classist and egregious like you. So she decides to go on a date with Melly Mel.
You just held a mirror up to my face, and I don't like what I see.
The date is going well until Melly Mel finds out that Maya is an assistant, not a lawyer. Like, the whole time he thought that she was a lawyer.
What law school you go to?
I'm not an attorney. I'm an executive assistant.
A secretary?
Bitch, you were an administrative assistant.
So here comes his classes and egregiousness. He doesn't want to be with an assistant. He wants to be with a lawyer so that he can mooch off being with a successful woman. Ew.
Please.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry. What the hell is your problem?
But you're not one of those professional women that's sweeping the nation. Now let me express my feelings. The Melly Mel here is looking for a woman with some bank. So I can be a stay-at-home dad.
What you mean is so your tired security guard ass can lay up on the couch and watch TV.
Exactly.
So obviously that relationship goes nowhere. Finally, in Maya's dating history for this season, we have Jalen, Maya's neighbor. Jalen clearly has a crush on Maya.
God, I hate being this bold, but a sister can't take your hints. So, what's up?
Okay, I like hanging out with you. I do, but I can't be in a relationship right now.
And honestly, Maya strings Jalen along because honestly, I feel like she likes the attention from him. Last season, I said that she slept with Jalen when she first moved into her apartment. Yeah. So Jalen still had a crush on her, but Maya clearly didn't have any interest in him. Jalen tries to start a relationship with Maya, but Maya constantly rejects him. So now Jalen becomes interested in Lynn, who is now the apartment manager of Maya's apartment complex. Yeah, this is Lynn's new job right now. So now Jalen likes Lynn. And Lynn likes Jalen. So Lynn tells Maya that she likes Jalen and that she wants to start a relationship with him. And initially Maya is okay with it because she goes on to tell Joan that she knows that Jalen is obsessed with her, so he won't like Lynn.
Oh, Joan, thank you so much for letting me borrow the laptop. Oh, sure. Sorry for losing the mouse. What? Scratching the screen. Crashing the hard drive. Oh, thanks.
And for taking the other half of my sandwich.
Hey, Maya, good sandwich, huh? Mm-hmm. Funny how we like the same things. Anyway, I like Jalen. Do you mind if I ask him out?
I don't care. I'm not his mama. Good luck, girl. She gonna need it.
Why?
Girl, please. Everybody knows Jalen is all over me like Toni on a stack of money.
Maya, then why didn't you just tell her that?
Because, Joan, if I say something, it sounds like I'm blocking. If he tells her, he sounds like your typical trifling, shallow LA man. And we all used to them.
You see, she likes the attention from him, even though she has no interest in him. So Maya thinks that nothing is going to happen with Lynn and Jalen until she sees Lynn and Jalen making out, and she literally trips when she sees her.
Oh, hell.
Maya then does everything in her power to get Jalen and Lynn away from each other and not to be alone together. Just like her annoying ass did with Joan and Stan. When I tell you, Maya was so annoying when she was trying to get Jalen and Lynn away from each other, like, and try to get them not to be alone together.
Hey guys, did you feel the earthquake?
Earthquake. No.
Must have been a 5 or a 5-2. All I'm saying is you just stay out of the bedroom.
Okay, that is the #1 place people die. Okay? Hey, quick, you should turn on the news. There's been a car chase and they're headed for our block. Ow! Pull up the door!
Maya, go away.
I need to speak to the manager.
Go away.
Manager!
Go away. You didn't even like him. You just liked the attention that he gave you, and now that you see that he's giving attention to your friend, and now suddenly you like him and you want to try to stop him going with Lynn. Maya then ends up telling Lynn that she likes Jalen, but Lynn doesn't care because she likes Jalen and she got it going on with Jalen right now. And then Maya and Lynn start arguing over Jalen, a man.
Look, all right, the truth is, I like Jalen too.
What? Maya? Well, it's too late now, because I like him.
Well, you know what? I can't stop thinking about him.
Well, then write it in your diary, because you're the only one who cares.
Excuse me, if he knew I liked him, he'd choose me.
I'll choose you. Okay, not to toot my own horn, but I know how to toot my own horn.
Well, then you better get used to it, because yours is the only horn you'll be tooting around here.
Okay, you know what, Maya?
Toot.
Me and Jalen are perfect for each other.
Toot,
Would you just stop that?
Toot.
Maya! Would you
Jalen comes out and Maya tells him, guess what, Jalen? I like you.
Guess what, Jalen? I like you. Now you don't have to play the desperate card with Lynn.
Okay. And even Jalen clocks it. He says, oh, now you like me, but when I wanted you and I was giving all my attention to you, you didn't want me, but now you see that I'm with your friend, now you want me. Maya ends up berating Lynn to make herself look better so Jalen would choose her.
Are you gonna get with this, or are you gonna get with that? Because you can get with that, but honey, this is where it's at.
You're berating your own friend for a man. Lynn and Maya ask Jalen to choose who he wants. Maya takes Lynn to the side and tells Lynn that whoever he chooses, this could, mess up their friendship. But Lynn is up here talking about, you know what, I don't care. I want a boyfriend.
You realize whatever decision he makes is going to affect our friendship forever.
What, you scared?
We're like family.
I got family, but I don't have a boyfriend.
And I thought Joan was the only one that was male obsessed. No. But Lynn and Maya decide that their friendship is so much better than a relationship. They choose to both not date Jalen. When Lynn leaves and Jalen and Maya are alone, Jalen tells Maya that he would have picked her. And Maya says, I know. Like, okay.
You know it would have been you.
Yeah, I know.
Clap if you care. All right, let's move on. Perfect.
This storyline was so frustrating because Maya didn't like Jalen in the slightest bit. She only wanted him for attention, like I've said. And her doing the same thing that she did with Joan and Stan to Lynn and Jalen. This woman doesn't know boundaries in the slightest bit. She's like a little kid. She's annoying. So we've come to the end of Maya's dating era. And honestly, I really liked Maya's single era where she was just dating different people. I thought it was very entertaining because for the last 2-3 seasons, we just knew her as, Miss Married. She's the married one. And seeing her go into different relationships and, just enjoying her single life was actually very entertaining to watch. It's so funny that Maya was able to get all these guys and do all this dating just so freely, and Joan is still up here struggling. You see, Maya wasn't desperate to be in a relationship, but Joan was. That's why Maya was getting the guys and Joan wasn't. It's so funny because I always talk about how Joan is so male obsessed, but every single one of the girlfriends are male obsessed. Joan is obsessed with having a husband and marriage and kids and everything like that. Toni's obsessed with, having a man too. Maya's obsessed with having a man too. She was always flaunting that she was married when she was married. And then with Lynn is male obsessed in a different way. She's male obsessed with, wanting to, sleep with men. They're all male obsessed. They always all want a man. And if they don't have a man, that means they have nothing going on in their lives. It's exhausting. William ends up running into the same wacko psychic that Joan ran into, where he told Joan that she made the right decision with, breaking up with Brock or whatever. So when William runs into that wacko psychic tells William that the woman of his dreams is right in front of him. And when he looks in front of him, there's a woman, so he just believes this psychic that this is the woman of his dreams. I'm actually just deeping that William and Joan are two sides of the same coin when it comes to dating and being desperate to be in a relationship. Because what? The woman sitting at the bench is named Donna. And when William tries to pursue her, Donna isn't interested at first because William is a weird mama's boy.
I'm William.
Look, I don't talk to strangers, okay?
That's a wise policy. But I'm a nice guy.
Says you. You could be crazy or abusive or married.
But nonetheless, William continues to go to the bus stop that she frequents at, trying to impress her and trying to get her to date him.
Here's my Eagle Scout badge. Now, you know they just don't throw these around. And it's a picture of my mama, another picture of my mama, still another picture of my mama. It's before she got the perm.
He then asks Lynn to go in his place to talk him up, but instead Lynn ends up looking homeless and crazy.
Used to be his roommate, which was before we were sex buddies, but way before we got married. We're not married anymore, don't worry. It's a sham of a marriage. But he cared enough to give me alimony. See, we do things like that for each other. Like the time I shot his fiance with the tranquilizer dart. Girl, that's a story for another time.
Once again, William goes to the bus stop and Donna is annoyed. But then he actually succeeds in his plan to get her to date him. They have a date at a restaurant that the girlfriends and William frequent at. And the number one thing that you need to know about Donna is that she has financial struggles. Whereas William, obviously, is a lawyer nearing senior partner and he's very wealthy. And Donna is clearly insecure about the differences in their financial situation. When Donna is ordering a drink, she calls mocha mocha. And Donna feels instantly embarrassed when she finds out it's actually mocha, not mocha. But William tries to make her feel better about it and says, yes, I would like 2 mochas.
I have always wanted to try one of those mochas.
A what?
A mocha.
You mean mocha.
No, she means mocha. And I'll have one too, so that's 2 mochas. In fact, make mine a mocha grande. God, I love mocha.
William, stop. I know I said it wrong.
But Donna still feels embarrassed and takes it out on William, asking William if he just gets, a rise out of dating a girl who has financial restraints.
Why are we even doing this? At first I thought you were some kind of stalker. And now I think you're some rich guy taking pity on the poor girl that rides the bus.
I'm not taking pity on you.
Then what are you doing?
I'm trying to get to know you.
Well, know this. I have a bus to catch. That ought to cover my mocha.
Maybe a mocha.
Okay, Miss Meow. Or should I say, Miss Mocha. So she leaves the date angry at William. William ends up calling Donna and they go out on a walk. And Donna admits to him that she's glad that he called. Donna's character honestly veers into woe is me when it comes to her financial restraints. I feel like her insecurities took priority over dating William, like causing this pride-related tension between them because she was insecure about her financial restraints and then took out her insecurities on William. Like, Miss Mocha, okay, calm it down. Weeks go by and Joan invites Donna and William over so that they can have a dinner with the girlfriends and get to know Donna. But Joan and William end up keying about their own experiences together the whole night, which leaves Donna visibly uncomfortable.
Coin caper
Donna then asks Lynn if William and Joan were ever a thing.
Did the 2 of them ever date?
No.
And this leads Donna to come up with the most annoying idea and tells William that she thinks that William is in love with Joan.
I just can't compete.
What are you talking about?
It's obvious, William. You're in love with Joan.
Miss Mocha, why did you come up here and do this? William insists that he loves Donna and not Joan, and they continue dating for a bit.
You love her.
Stop saying that! It's ridiculous and crazy.
She knows your allergies. She knows your pant size. She knows cheese makes you gassy.
But Donna can't shake the idea that she thinks that William loves Joan. And she keeps telling William that she thinks that he loves Joan.
No, if you're lying to me or to yourself, but you love that woman.
So this sparks the worst storyline that this show has ever had. All of it stemming from Miss Mocha's insecurities. And that storyline is Joan and William's romantic relationship. Ew, 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 ew. We'll get to that later, okay? We'll get to that mess later, unfortunately. I will say, as much as Miss Mocha annoyed me because she came up with the idea of William and Joan loving each other, Jill Scott was adorable in the role. She was cute. The whole season, Maya has been reading self-help books.
Maya is dining daily on chicken soup for the divorced woman's soul.
I feel like this is a way of her getting over her divorce with Darnell, but I digress. She writes an essay called Oh Hell Yes for her college assignment, which she receives a D+ on. Ronnie, Maya's cousin, encourages her to make her essay into a book, telling her that people in his salon would buy it.
It's brilliant. It spoke to my heart.
So you really think it's good?
It ain't your mama's pot of greens, but it's good. Ladies, would all y'all like to buy Maya's book?
Oh, yes!
So now Maya is on the journey to write her book. When she finishes the transcript for her book, she wants Lynn to read it, but tells Lynn not to tell Joan or show Joan because she knows that, that Joan is all classist and egregious and would probably poke holes in the book.
Why do you want Joan to read it?
Because she'll hate it. You know how she is, all classist and egregious.
Eventually, she lets Joan read it. And of course, Joan hates it due to all the hoodness that's in the book.
I hated it. This chapter, don't be a stupid bitch girl. It's just too on the nose. See, I can't absorb that kind of information when someone's calling me a stupid bitch.
While Lynn and Joan are talking about the book, and Lynn names out things that Joan doesn't like, she doesn't like the hood things, but likes the classy equivalents to those hood things. And then Joan finally realizes, oh my gosh, I am classist and egregious.
Okay.
Your suits are Stella McCartney, hers are Miss 60. Yeah. You like Coco Vin, she likes Cocoa Puffs. She listens to Ludacris?
And I think that kind of music is ludicrous. Oh my God. I am classist and egregious.
And Joan also tells Maya that she doesn't have any interest in what Maya wrote about.
No, I think you're a great writer. I just had absolutely no interest in what you wrote about.
Maya ends up self-publishing her book and she sells it on the streets and the freeway. Ronnie gets Maya the ultimate hookup. Like, when I say he's riding for Maya, he's riding for Maya. He gets a publishing company to give Maya a $25,000 book deal, and they're going to fly her to New York to negotiate.
Some big book publisher called. They heard you were making a killing out here with the whole hell yes.
What?
Maya, girl, I think they want to sign you to a big book deal. Fly you to New York, first class, put you up in the Royale, and that's 4 stars, honey, so you know they ain't playing. I think they gonna sign you to a 5-figure deal.
Okay, wait, Ronnie, slow your roll. Just slow down for a minute. Somebody actually called the salon and told you that?
And why wouldn't they? I am your manager. So throw those books in the car. Jabari, quit playing in the traffic and get in this car, boy. Your mama's famous now.
So Maya is now in New York, while Toni and Joan are also in New York, doing their own mess. You know, Toni up here trying to get Todd back. And in Maya's meeting with the higher-ups of the publishing company, they essentially want her to take the black out of her book, which Maya obviously dislikes.
We want to go in a different direction, which brings us to the title. Oh, hell yes. It's a little too around the way.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. What does that mean?
Ghetto.
If white women, Asian women, Latina women want to read it, fine. But I wrote it for the sisters. And if you take that away from them, then I don't need you.
Maya ends up receiving her $25,000 check, and she enjoys her hotel that the publishing company is paying for and eats herself some $20 Kit Kats.
Look at this, $25,000. A mini suite at the Royale and a fully stocked minibar. Oh, girl, hand me a $20 Kit Kat.
And gets a cheese tray. By the end of the episode, she finds out that she must pay $600 for all of the stuff that she bought while she was in the hotel, because her ass thought that the publishing company were paying for everything, but they were only paying for the room.
$300 for champagne. What's this, $100 cheese tray? Oh, hell no. See, I know this is wrong because ain't nobody had and ain't nobody paying for a $20 Kit Kat.
Despite small setbacks, Maya is on the rise financially and professionally. Something that she's always wanted. She's always wanted a career for herself. She always complained about how she had a job, which was her assistant job, and how she wanted a career like Toni, like Joan, and like something that Lynn could get if she used her degrees. And now she finally has it. And honestly, I'm happy for Maya at this moment, but she quickly ruins that for me next season. We'll get there. Joan now feels disconnected with her career as a lawyer. And when she finds out that Lynn didn't mail her application to go to fashion school, which inadvertently made her choose law because she thought that the fashion school just didn't get back to her, Joan is furious and upset because now she feels like law was a mistake.
My application to the Fashion Institute that you were supposed to mail for me senior year.
That 25-cent stamps, memories.
Lynn, why is it still in the box? Why didn't you mail it?
My guess, I forgot.
Lynn, I'm serious.
Joan, don't you think you're overreacting? I mean, it was 10 years ago, so I didn't mail it. What's the big deal?
No, I'm not overreacting, Lynn. And the big deal is that I waited for the damn response for weeks. And when it didn't come, I thought it was a sign that I should go to law school, so I did. And now I'm stuck being a stupid lawyer with a stupid life, all because of your inadvertent malfeasance. Thanks a lot, Lynn. Thank you for ruining my life.
Joan ends up venting to Sharon, of all people. And surprisingly, this actually leads to a promotion for Joan. Despite the promotion, Joan ends up quitting the law firm. And now Joan has nothing to do, no plan, no nothing. I'm not gonna lie, when you quit your job, I feel like you should always have a job lined up before you quit your job, because I remember well, I was in my second year of university, undergrad, and I was working at McDonald's, and then I just didn't want to work at McDonald's anymore, so I quit my job at McDonald's without even finding a new job. So I was just living off my student finances. Yeah, so don't do that. So like I said, Joan has nothing to do, she has no plan, and she can't relax. So what does Joan do? She's walking in a mall one day and she decides to get a job at a fast food place called Wienersicle.
Hi, welcome to Wienersicle. Would you like to try our Southwest style Wienersicle?
This woman who is a lawyer is working at a fast food place called Wienersicle. The girlfriends are rightfully horrified when they find this out, thinking that Joan has gone completely Fruit Loop.
Oh, sweet Jesus.
Did I lie?
What are you guys doing here?
Girl, that hardly matters. The question is, what are you doing?
I'm coming home from work.
From Wienersicle? Have you lost your damn mind?
When Joan tries to quit, she sees her 17-year-old manager struggling to keep things afloat.
To you as soon as I dip those dogs, drop those fries, and peddle these lemons.
So she decides to stay. Okay. And she looks foolish while doing so.
This is not a getup. This is my Wienersicle uniform, which I wear with pride. I am proud of my job. And a little scared of my manager. She may only be 17, but she don't play. She is very high-strung and a little obsessive-compulsive, and she takes herself very seriously.
She sounds like you.
Exactly. And and I can't quit on myself.
When her and her 17-year-old manager are having a talk, Joan tells the manager that she only stayed because the manager was crying. But then the 17-year-old manager goes on to say, of course I was crying. I'm 17. I'm probably going to cry tomorrow when I quit.
You were a lawyer?
Yes.
Like, in this country?
Yes. I was a junior partner at a very prestigious law firm.
So, why are you working here?
Because I'm 32 and I have never stopped to smell the roses.
Oh, I just figured you were mentally challenged or something.
I'm not mentally challenged.
But you're a grown woman dipping hot dogs.
Yeah, and I was gonna quit, but you needed me.
No, I didn't.
But you were crying.
Oh, please, I'm 17. I cry every 5 seconds. In fact, I'll probably cry when I quit tomorrow.
So this finally leads Joan to quit Wienersickle. Joan ends up attending a meeting for women in transition, and when it's her turn to speak, she goes on to talk about how she's transitioning out of law and trying to find a new career. And this annoying ass woman next to her tells everybody that Joan is lying about being a lawyer and how she saw her working in Wienersickle. And Joan's annoying ass, I hate when Joan does this. When somebody tries to get at Joan and when she can easily defend herself, she doesn't. It's so annoying. So Joan doesn't defend herself and she ends up looking stupid.
I recently took a big step and I left the only career that I've ever known. I was an attorney.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold up. You straight up lying.
No.
You ain't no attorney. I saw you dipping dogs at the Wienersickle.
But I...
Oh, no, ain't no buts. Around here, we speak the truth.
Yes.
And the truth is, you a grown-ass wiener dipper. Now, you need to explore why you are underachiever.
I'm not an underachiever.
Oh, really? Wiener dipper. Then what are you?
I'm a mentally challenged.
Joan leaving the law firm really marks an end of an era for the show. Sure, William and Maya still work there, but you know, it's not going to be the same without Joan. I really liked Joan as a lawyer, and I liked the setup of the law firm with Joan being there. And I don't like Joan's next career. Well, it's not that I don't like it, it just doesn't, I just don't like it. Okay, this mini storyline really shows how mean-spirited Toni, Lynn, and Maya are, especially Maya in this situation. So William pays for Maya, Lynn, and Toni's lunch and Toni's dinner.
All right. It's always a pleasure to take 3 moochin' heifers out to lunch.
And to pay for their dinner, make sure my takeout's on that bill.
Yes.
Afterwards, he shows off his $6,000 pen that he just brought due to getting a raise.
Your eyes on a $6,000 pen.
I don't care how much money I have, I'm not spending $6,000 on a pen. Girl, you must be crazy. William is excited about the pen and flaunts it to the girlfriends, while also jabbing at them for them not being able to afford it. But if that was Toni or Maya, they would have done the same thing.
Just as I thought. A $10 manicure and the remnants of a tuna wrap are not going to besmirch this blatant symbol of my status.
You know what $6,000 could buy?
Look, I work hard. I deserve nice things. I deserve to live in a manner the likes of which you'll never achieve. I deserve to flaunt the benefits of that wealth. You all excuse me. I deserve to go out and drive my $100,000 BMW. Ta-ta, peasants.
Toni ends up taking William's pen to make him think that he lost it and make him go into a panic.
He deserves to have a little mini stroke when he can't find his pen.
After William literally paid for Toni's broke ass, not just her lunch, but her dinner. Maya, Lynn, and Toni kiki about William panicking over losing his $6,000 pen. William comes back to the restaurant looking for his pen, and I can't, when he shouts at the first table that he gets to see if his pen is there, it always gets me.
Customers, excuse me, get on!
After Maya, Lynn, and Toni see William panicking, Toni has had her fun and gives Maya William's pen to give back to William.
Let's give this back to him when you get back to the office.
I sure will. I think I want to see him cry one more time, like a little bitch.
Maya, however, doesn't give the pen back to William immediately, instead taking advantage of William panicking over the pen to get out of work, because of course her lazy ass would.
Girl, I told you to give that stupid pen back to him.
And I told you how much fun it is to watch him act like a fool. Yesterday he pulled up all the carpet in his office, and when he called maintenance to put it back down, I got the afternoon off. Hell, I just might keep this little pen till Christmas.
Still have not given that thing back?
Girl, I was going to, till he asked me to spend the day searching for it in his Beamer. So I drove it to Disneyland, see if the pen made it down there. It had. Then I drove to SeaWorld, see if it was there. It wasn't. Then I drove to Tijuana. Girl, it could have been there, but I got distracted. Oh, Lord, what do you know? Chiclets?
Later on, Maya, Lynn, and Toni end up at Blue Bar talking about the pen, and Lynn wants to hold the pen. And once Lynn holds the pen, we cut to the end of the night and they can't find the pen anymore. They end up giving up their search and promise to take the secret of taking William's pen to the grave.
Unless we can fashion a pen out of that number 2 pencil or this gold tooth that I found. William has just asked out.
I hear that. I say we just take this to our grave.
You guys suck. At the end of the episode, William and Joan are at the Blue Bar, and William is still upset about losing his pen. And we, as the audience, find out that the bartender at Blue Bar has his $6,000 pen now. I swear, Maya's mean-spirited behavior is always like brushed aside when she's literally just like Toni when it comes to that. But no one ever clocks it. $6,000 down the drain. Honestly, it was already down the drain when he used that money to buy a pen, but still, Maya, Lynn, and Toni, you guys suck for this. So Lynn has a one-night stand with a guy. What a shocker. The guy's name is Lenny. The morning after, they end up finding out they have a lot in common, mainly being bums.
I'm starving.
Oh, me too. I always am after.
Yeah, me too. Then 30 minutes after I eat, I'm ready for...
Me too.
Wow. Grandpa Poe's organic soy snacks? I live on those.
Me too. They're a great source of protein. I'm a vegan.
Me too. 7 years.
Oh, wow. I just want you to know that actually before you, I was doing the whole celibacy thing.
Me too. Yeah, I went for 10 months. I was trying to build up my chi.
Oh, you certainly had a lot of it.
God, I've spent so much of my life searching for myself, Just jumping from one thing to another.
Me too. How much jumping did you do?
Oh, I have 4 postgraduate degrees.
You're kidding.
I know, it's crazy.
No, what's crazy is I have 5. Psych, anthro, English lit, poli-sci. There's one other that I can never remember, but I know I rocked.
Dude, I studied rocks. Geology was one of my degrees. I would have stayed in school forever if my family and friends had let me continue to mooch.
Oh my God. Okay, you are killing me softly with your song. We're so in sync.
And sleeping with people when they don't know their name.
Do you think we're ready to take this to the next level?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh, great. My name's Lenny.
Mine's Lynn.
Lynn and Lenny have so much in common that they think that they could make this work and actually start dating. So Lynn introduces Lenny to the girlfriends. Toni is grossed out by the fact that they slept together because she is convinced that they are brother and sister.
That's nasty. Because y'all know y'all are brother and sister.
What?
Look at you. Y'all are both tragic mulattoes. You're both petty criminals. You both look like you've been rode hard and hung up wet.
That's crazy. I think I'd know if I had a brother.
Is that the adopted girl who doesn't know who her daddy is?
Maya.
And now that's all that Lynn can think about because, she's adopted. She doesn't know who her father is. So anybody could be her sibling and she wouldn't even know. Lenny, to try to disprove that Lynn is his sister, takes Lynn to see his parents. And his parents are high on the ganja, but they assure Lynn that Lenny's dad isn't her dad.
Are you guys high?
But Lynn breaks up with Lenny either way because he could have been her brother, which just grosses her out. And then this leads Lynn to ponder about who her real father is. And now she's on the quest to find out who he is. She visits her birth mother, Sandy, and her birth grandmother drops a bomb. Lynn's birth grandparents, Sandy's parents, paid Lynn's birth father to leave. Sandy insists that her parents did that because they didn't like that Lynn's birth father was black.
He paid your father to go away. What? We didn't do anything. You and Daddy did it. He wanted to marry me. That boy was after our money. We were in love. You were in love with a ball of yarn for a month and a half. You were off your rocker. Your daddy and I had to protect you. You weren't fit to be a mother or a wife.
You didn't send him away because I was sick. You paid him off because he was a black man.
He took the money, didn't he?
Anyway, Lynn is understandably hurt when she finds out that her birth father took money to abandon her,
I don't even want to meet him. Why in the hell would I want to? He's a coward for taking the money.
instead of being there for her. But in the end, she does decide to find him, and she does. She goes to his house and pretends that she's doing a follow-up on the 2000 census and asks him if he has any kids outside of the home because he already has children. At first, the birth father says no, and Lynn leaves.
How many children do you have?
2 boys. My wife filled out the form, and I'm pretty sure she put that down there.
Yes, she did. And we are just verifying that.
So, are we all done?
Just one more question. We just needed to know if you have any other children living outside of the household.
No.
As Lynn is leaving, he goes to her and tells her that he has a daughter and he doesn't know where she is.
There is one more. I don't know where she is.
After this encounter with her birth father, she doesn't tell him who she is, and that's where we leave the season for Lynn. Now, Lynn's birth mother and father actually suck. Like, Lynn's birth father and Lynn's maternal birth grandparents actually suck. Like, sir, you abandoned your daughter for money. She's a whole human being that you created, and you'd rather trade her off for money. Like, I would understand more if he was a part of the adoption process and just put her up for adoption. But no, he took money to abandon her. And don't get me started on her racist maternal birth grandparents, okay? Who paid him off. As you remember, because of Donna's insecurities, she makes William think that he's in love with Joan. So now that's all William can think about is Joan, I'm in love with Joan.
I'm talking about Joan. Clayton? It's funny, my last girlfriend thought I was in love with her. And I've been thinking a lot about her lately, and
No, not Clayton. Clayton is a quitter. She quit the firm. She's gonna quit on you.
William has a new relationship that he has going on with a beautiful woman named Kara. But when Kara goes off to let William and Joan talk, William ends up kissing Joan and professes his love for her.
I'd be a fool to let you go. I'm sorry, Joan. I can't stop thinking about you. I've tried to, but I can't. I know we're just friends and everything, but I want there to be more. I know it can make you so happy. I love you, Joan.
Joan is perplexed and tries to avoid him afterward. And this all happens when Todd leaves Toni for New York. So Joan decides to avoid William to the max, to take Toni to New York to reunite with Todd. However, when Joan and Toni get to New York, William is there too, because he is acting as Maya's lawyer as she is getting her, her contracts sorted out with her book deal. Joan ends up telling William that she doesn't see him in a romantic way, and William accepts it.
I have really deep feelings for you. I love you.
I know, as a brother. But I thought maybe after the kiss you might feel a little different, But obviously you don't. And that's fine.
See, that's why I didn't want to
talk to you because I was afraid I'd hurt your feelings.
Oh, no.
While William is sitting in the lobby, he runs into Monica of all people. And Monica and William rekindle things while in New York. And he invites her to his hotel room. And you already know what they're going to be doing up in there. Honestly, Monica looked gorgeous in that black dress. While William and Monica are rekindling things, now Joan's desperate ass believes that she has feelings for William and that she loves him.
You love him, Joan. So go get him.
This woman, so desperate for a man, she goes to William's hotel room and she knocks on his door. And that's where we end season 4. We have a terrible ass storyline. Like, Joan is really up here so desperate for a man and to find her soulmate that now she's settling for William of all people because he has said that he loves her. So now she's just trying to make herself feel like she loves him too. Overall, I really did enjoy this season for the most part, especially Toni and Todd's toxic mess. But the start of William and Joan really brings this season down for me. I hate it. Season 5 loses so many points for me because of the romance of William and Joan. Ew. But there are still good storylines in this season, so let's get to the characters as usual. Toni is dealing with being pregnant and her marriage falling apart. Maya is now basking in her newfound wealth from her book deal and becomes the worst version of herself. Joan starts her new career as a restaurant owner and has her stupid plotline with William. Lynn discovers her newfound career in music and becomes obsessed with a man named Finn. And William is up in here in a relationship with Joan. When it comes to Toni and Todd, we start off with them how we left them last season. Toni and Todd in New York, and Toni telling Todd that she's pregnant. But Todd doesn't believe her at all.
Toni, who won't sweat out her hair for anybody, is pregnant?
Yes.
Then you won't have any trouble taking a test. In fact, we can go get one right now.
I'm not taking no damn test. How dare you, Todd? I'm your wife. I am pregnant. I don't have to prove it to you.
Yes, you do, because the sad fact is I don't believe a word you say.
And the girlfriends don't believe her either.
I'm not lying. I'm 6 weeks pregnant.
Yes. And I'm the Queen of England.
Well, then I'm pregnant, you heffiness.
Toni, don't lie to us, okay? We're all you've got left.
And honestly, I can't blame them because the way Toni was all desperate and crazy about getting back together with Todd, I wouldn't put it past her to lie. So nobody believes Toni while Toni is trying to tell them that she is pregnant. She shows them the sonogram photo and everything, and the girlfriends kiki about not believing her.
Is this ultrasound doing in my purse?
Hiding from whoever you stole it from.
Until Toni takes them to her OBGYN appointment and they find out she really is pregnant. And now everybody's excited.
For the record, I knew you were pregnant. I just playing along because you know how they ridicule me when I don't.
Girl, please, you can know squat. You barely know who your daddy is.
Oh my goodness.
You see how mean-spirited Maya is? Because how was that comment warranted? Anyway, when Todd finds out that Toni really is pregnant, he apologizes profusely on the phone and he comes back to LA to look after her. But to Toni's dismay, Todd is excited to be a father, but he doesn't want to be with Toni.
I forgive you for not coming home earlier. You were wrong and it cut like a knife that you didn't believe me, but you're here now. We have a fresh start.
Toni, I'm excited about the baby, but I'm still not excited about us. We have problems. We're not back together.
I mean, girl, Toni, Miss Miam, what are you expecting? Why do you think that a child is going to magically solve the problems in your marriage? It's not. If anything, you guys shouldn't be together even more if a child is going to be involved. A child should not be involved in this toxic mess of a marriage. Like, you guys are literally going to screw up your child with your incompatibility issues. So now Toni is going through her pregnancy and morning sickness has come. And I can't with the noises that Toni makes when she's about to vomit.
Oh, I'm always here for you. God, Toni, will you go outside and do that by yourself?
A few weeks go by and Toni is still gung-ho to get Todd back.
Pregnant or not, I'm still skinnier than all y'all, and I got a man. Well, sort of. Fix that tonight.
I swear, all these women care about is man. Like, if they don't have a man in their life, they act like they don't have a life. Like, they can't do anything. Like, their life is boring without a man. Like, ugh. Like I said, Toni's planning to get Todd back. And what is her plan, you may ask? To seduce him during their OBGYN appointment. Girl, Toni was up here acting like a damn fool.
Spank me. Isn't that right, lover? Been very hot for my husband.
Toni, stop.
During this seduction, Todd ends up telling Toni that even though he still loves her, they're not good for one another, and he has contacted a lawyer. He is ready to start divorce proceedings.
Consulted an attorney and he's drawing up separation papers. I want a divorce.
This leads Toni to make a huge rash decision. She wants to now end the pregnancy just because Todd doesn't want to be with her. She tells the girlfriends that she only went along with the pregnancy because she thought that Todd will be there with her in marriage, and how she'd never wanted to be a mother.
I'm not having the baby. I need to move on, get my life back on track. The only reason I was going through with the whole thing was because of Todd. If Todd's not in the picture, what's the point? I never wanted to be a mother, and I still have some time to do something about it.
The girlfriends are absolutely against it, especially Maya, because you know she's the mother of the group and she opposes terminations.
What if my mother thought that about me? Okay, you know, Toni, you might not want to be a mother, but somebody out there does.
Why would I want to ruin my fabulous body for somebody I don't even know? Then you need to rethink the single mom thing.
And Maya calls Toni selfish. But Toni agrees with Maya and tells her everybody knows that she's selfish. She knows that she's selfish, and her selfishness ruined her marriage, and her selfishness will ruin a child if she brings a child into the world.
Selfish. No, she's right. I am selfish. I'm a selfish bitch. I know it, and so do you guys. That's why I screwed up being a wife, and that is why I will screw up being a mother.
Honestly, she's not wrong. During this conversation, Toni decides to order an alcoholic drink, and all the girlfriends are appalled. So she decides to leave and get a drink somewhere else. But when Toni is leaving, she accidentally falls down the stairs. This leads her to realize that she really does want her baby, because when she fell down the stairs, all she could think about was her baby. Not her shoes, not anything materialistic, not even herself, and not even Todd. All she thought of was her baby.
All I thought about was my baby. Oh my God. Please, get me to a hospital.
So Toni decides to continue going on with her pregnancy. And she actually starts to enjoy being pregnant. As time goes on in her pregnancy, Toni does everything in her power to avoid Todd's lawyers as much as she can.
I know you've been trying to reach me, but I've been rather busy.
And also during her pregnancy, Toni is worried about getting bigger and not going back to the fabulous Toni that she is once she has the baby.
I guess I'm afraid that I won't be fabulous after the baby's born. And if I don't have my fabulous, then what do I have left?
The only one that can tell you're pregnant is you.
Exactly. Everybody else thinks I'm fat.
Nobody thinks you're fat.
Yes, they do. I see the way they're looking at me. Same way you're looking at me.
While also insulting Maya and Joan. Maya for apparently not bouncing back when she had Jabari.
Girl, you've been pregnant, and your body never completely bounced back from carrying Jehoshaphat. So, tell me what you did so I can do the opposite.
And insulting Joan because Joan has a big old booty. So she's up here talking about, where do you get your big girl panties from?
I can't fit into any of my clothes, and you have a closet full of those wraparound skirts for fat ass girls. Start wearing those big girl panties. Where do you get yours from?
Shut up, bitch!
I swear, back in the early 2000s, if you weren't stick thin, you were fat, because where in the world are Maya and Joan fat? Here Toni goes insulting Maya and Joan. What a surprise. Toni gets so scared about having stretch marks that she ends up oiling herself up, and because she was in the heat, she ends up smelling like some bacon.
Now, I'm about cooked.
And then when she's sitting down on Joan's couch and Joan puts up some type of, I can't remember what it was, something to cover up the couch so Toni won't put oil on it. Toni ends up slipping slipping down the couch. It's hilarious.
Tell me.
What about me? I need a hug.
Throughout Toni's pregnancy, Todd is being standoffish with her, giving her short responses and being snippy.
Thanks for, walking me upstairs.
No problem. I needed to come up and check my mail.
Oh, Dr. Couch seemed happy with the baby's development.
Yeah, that's great.
But as always, Toni is still desperate to have him. It's honestly so crazy how desperate Toni became for Todd. Like, Toni was known as the woman who had guys chasing her after her, and now she's chasing after Todd. Crazy. One day, Toni ends up being a realtor for one of her exes, a fine, rich black man who's played by Idris Elba. I'm so confused with what his accent is. Like, I know Idris Elba is British, and I can't tell if the character that he's playing is supposed to be American or British or like both, because his accents just keep melting into each other. Like, one minute he sounds British, next minute he sounds like he's trying to be American.
Stupid. But now that my divorce is final, maybe I will.
It's very confusing. Idris Elba's character is named Paul. So Toni is clearly pregnant.
Look below, that ain't a fanny pack, I'm pregnant.
And you're also not wearing a wedding ring.
Separated, but very much married.
Understood.
But Paul still wants to date her, and they share a kiss. So now Toni has a chance to date a fine, rich, wealthy black man who isn't in debt, and he's tall. Toni is hesitant to date him at first because she's still desperate for Todd and she's pregnant. But in the end, she decides to actually go out on a date with Paul because she can't just keep waiting around for Todd, who clearly has no interest in her anymore. I wouldn't say clearly, but he's being very, rude towards her. So Toni tells Maya and Joan that she's decided to go out on a date with Paul.
It's just a date. Not marriage, not a relationship, a date that I'm going on.
And Maya's annoying ass goes and tells Todd. And now all of a sudden, Todd wants Toni back because now he sees that she's moving on.
Why, Todd? What, you changed your mind? You want me back?
Yeah,
What?
I changed my mind. I want you back. I realized you were right. You've been right. We could make this marriage work if we try, and, well, we should try for the baby.
So this is about the baby.
Some of it. But it's also about us. When you signed those papers, it really hit home. And before we start moving on and seeing other people, we should make sure it's something we both want.
Where I'm standing, I honestly feel like Todd likes that Toni was chasing him. Because like I said last season, I really believe that Todd felt like he was out of Toni's league and he just couldn't believe that a gorgeous woman like Toni wanted him. That's why he held on to her so long, even though she was showing clear negative traits, and he just ignored them because she was a gorgeous woman. So I feel like he likes that a gorgeous woman like Toni was now chasing after him instead of him chasing after her. And now that he sees that she isn't pining over him anymore and she's finally moving on, all of a sudden he wants her back.
So that's what this is all about.
What do you mean?
Me going out on a date.
What?
With Paul, Todd. Don't act like you don't know. Are you afraid I'm moving on? I won't be around to pine after old Todd?
No.
Okay, so on the day I just happened to have a date, you decide to come over here and say what I've been wanting you to say for the past 6 damn months, Todd?
And don't get me started on Maya's annoying ass. She literally told Todd about Toni going out with another man because she was making it about her and Darnell, talking about if Darnell wanted her back, she would go in a heartbeat.
I told him because I love you and I want you to be happy.
I am happy.
No, Toni, you're not.
You're not. He's right. And I know, because even though it's been 2 years, in my heart of hearts, Toni, if Darnell wanted me back, if he gave me a hint that he wanted me back, I'd be there in a heartbeat.
Nobody asked you, bitch! Nobody asked you! Thank you!
Girl, this isn't about your janky ass marriage. This is about Toni and Todd's janky ass marriage. Mind yours. So this leads Toni and Todd getting back together. So Toni and Todd are back together, and during this time, Toni reveals to the girlfriends when they're revealing secrets that Toni has a $500,000 fund called the Never Going Back to Fresno Fund that she's had for years.
You know how everyone thinks I'm broke? Well, I have a little bit of money stashed in this Never Going Back to Fresno Fund. Oh, girl, everybody's got a little money stashed in an actress. I've got $500,000. Oh, snap!
So she doesn't go back to Fresno, up here living in her family's farm. But it's so crazy to find this out. While her and Todd were in debt, she didn't talk about this. She didn't tell Todd about this. She kept that a secret.
Okay, but what about your husband? I mean, he's in debt. You can help him.
Could have, still can, but won't. Hell, I'd let him sell a kidney or toss somebody's salad in prison before I go back to Fresno.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T
H.
Child, like, why even marry somebody and pledge to spend your whole life with that person and you keep a secret like that? This is why Toni had no business getting married. Toni Childs is selfish. We know this. And it doesn't change during her pregnancy. She wants to use her small ass closet in her bedroom as the baby's room instead of giving up her shoe room. But she does eventually compromise and she uses the shoe room as her new bedroom. So she sleeps in her shoe room and she converts her bedroom into the baby's room. Girl, that bed that she was sleeping on looked so uncomfortable. Like, girl, what? Another instance of Toni's downright selfishness. There's literally no other word that I can really use for Toni except for selfish, self-obsessed, narcissistic traits. Like, those are the main things for her. Anyway, during Toni's baby shower, William gifts Toni a heartwarming gift. A cot that has been in his family for generations.
What's your turn?
Oh, William, that's so thoughtful.
Yeah, my grandpappy made it out of oak from his favorite shade tree.
And this trifling woman named Toni Childs Garrett ends up giving William's family cot away to her ex-maid and ends up buying a high value cot.
Toni, that wasn't even yours to keep. I expected to have that back to have with my kids someday.
Well, then why'd you give it to me?
I said it was your turn to have it. Your turn.
To have it? For an attorney, you really slipped shot with the language.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T-H.
So, because of this, William and the girlfriends have to go to Toni's ex-maid to get the cot back. And Toni's ex-maid doesn't speak English. She only speaks Spanish. So there's this whole hilarious misunderstanding between William and the girlfriends and the ex-maid because she doesn't know what they're talking about.
So sorry. Oh, about Miss Toni? Firing you.
No, por favor, no me hagan daño.
The ex-maid ends up thinking that the girlfriends and William are there to take her child.
Need you to give us the cradle back.
¿Ustedes quieren a mi bebé?
Yes, you give it to us and then we'll be on our way.
No, por favor, no se lleven a mi bebé. Si se llevan a mi bebé, los voy a matar a todos con un cuchillo de carnicería.
That's right. That's right.
It's too funny. And when the maid finds out what they're actually here for, she's real pressed because they were literally about to give her a heart attack.
Idiotas.
At the end of Toni's pregnancy, Toni ends up giving birth alone because everybody else has something else going on and nobody knew that Toni went into labor and she can't reach them at all.
I did it all by myself. I did good.
So as you know, Toni and Todd got back together, but they barely spent any time together these last few months of them being together because Todd has still been in New York, doing his job. And after a few talks with a kind-hearted nurse, Toni comes to the conclusion that her and Todd shouldn't be together.
It's okay if you don't want him back. How do you let somebody go after you fought so hard to get them back?
I think Toni's pregnancy storyline was honestly entertaining to watch for the most part. The one thing that wasn't entertaining to watch was her constant desperation to get Todd back. It was draining. So as per last season, Lynn decides to meet her birth father and get to know him. And her birth father's wife is so annoying.
I can't believe I have a sister.
Half sister, baby. Knew it? She wants money.
No, I don't want money.
She reminds me of Toni's mother, Veretta. To try and bond with Lynn, Lynn's birth father and his wife come to LA to visit. But every time Lynn and her birth father try to bond, his annoying ass wife is up here yapping about wanting to see some Hollywood celebrities.
This is my birthday trip. I want to see Hollywood celebrities.
English Lit, I was actually offered a fellowship, but anthropology was just calling.
Anthropology? Isn't that the...
Here, get my picture.
Made a movie. Yeah, it was a documentary on the AIDS crisis and its effect on black women.
No offense, but it's gonna be kind of hard to concentrate on seeing Hollywood celebrities with you bringing everybody down talking about the AIDS and whatnot.
Shut up, bitch!
And Lynn's birth father doesn't even stick up for Lynn or at least tell his wife that he wants to get to know his daughter and, tell her to shut up. He just lets her continue to interrupt their bonding moments. Simultaneously, Lynn's adoptive father comes into town to be there for Lynn. Lynn is understandably angry that her birth father is just letting his wife interrupt their bonding moments.
And I hate him for not standing up to her.
She's even more angry when she throws a party for them at Joan's house. Of course it's at Joan's house, but she throws a party for them at Joan's house and they don't even show up because their asses are trying to look for some Hollywood celebrities. Lynn then finds out that her birth father and his wife had this trip to LA planned before they even knew about Lynn.
We had this trip planned before he even knew about you.
Rearranged it so I could spend time with you.
And when was that gonna happen? Because every time I suggested something, you suggested something else.
Lynn lashes out at them because her birth father can't understand why she's so upset. And Lynn tells her birth father that her adoptive father understands where she's coming from. And then here comes her birth father talking about, of course he understands because he's your father, and how her adoptive father knows her because he raised her, blah, 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 not taking accountability at all for him and his wife's actions when Lynn just wanted to get to know him.
Show you my LA so that maybe you could get to know something about me. That's what this night was supposed to be about.
Well, why didn't you tell me that?
I didn't think I had to. I didn't have to tell him, and he knew.
It's because he's your father. Look, you and I are going to have our own relationship. It's just going to take a little time.
But Lynn and her birth father do stay in touch. And Lynn also gains a birth brother. So Lynn finding out more about her birth parents was interesting to watch for the most part because they both suck. I can't with this storyline. I just can't. So Lynn's birth brother wants to join a band, but he is absolutely terrible.
Watch what I
Dude.
The lead singer of the band wants Lynn in the band. So now Lynn has entered her new career venture in music. And she falls in love with the lead singer of the band, Finn, after knowing him for like a few weeks. Girl, you sound like Joan up in here. Finn wants to keep things casual and wants to be able to sleep with other people. And Lynn agrees because, she usually doesn't mind being casual.
Both free to see other people. We're safe. And we don't believe in limits, just like with the music. This is just how we do. Some nasty people do.
But we see a new side to Lynn because she becomes jealous when she sees Finn with other girls. But Finn's ass doesn't care one bit. He has literally zero respect for Lynn.
I thought you were about the music and we were doing something special. You don't just drop that and run off every time. Fine. I don't care. Go get laid.
Great. I will. I'll see you tomorrow.
Now how did I, queen of love him and leave him, get all strung over some guy?
Lynn literally becomes so desperate. Like, I'm just deep in that there's been like at least once one of the girlfriends has been so desperate over a man, and now it's Lynn's turn. She becomes so desperate for Finn to feel the same way that she does, that she makes a fool out of herself trying to show him how much she loves him. And Finn doesn't care in the slightest bit.
Damn it, Finn, what do you want from me? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? You want to say I love you? Fine, I love you. Okay, and I want you. And I'm willing to play by your rules if that's the way you want to have it. Okay, so it can't be just you and me. Fine. And you want to see other people? That's totally fine with me. You want to have threesome with me, baby love? Okay. See? Fine, I'm into that. How about a foursome, huh? How about that? Just tell me that I matter to you. Can you just say that?
A foursome, huh?
Side note, that scene where Lynn and Finn are performing and Finn is literally just whispering into the mic, trying to sing, was so uncomfortable to watch. Ew.
Be nice.
I'm finding it.
It take you that long to find it?
It does.
At the end of the season, because Lynn is so desperate to love Finn and for Finn to love her, they end up breaking things off, their casual arrangement, and also Lynn is kicked out of the band. So now at the end of the season, Lynn is in shambles because of Finn. Girl. So she's up here sitting on a mountain thinking about Finn. I hated this storyline. I really hated the storyline. The fact that Lynn became so obsessed with Finn and was all of a sudden in love with him when they'd only been in the band together for a couple of weeks was ridiculous. So now that Joan has quit being a lawyer, she has a new career venture that she wants to get into, being a restaurant owner. For me, I feel like it would have made more sense if Joan was a decorator or a party planner, because you know she likes to decorate things around her house, and also she loves, you know, planning things. She loves planning events, she loves planning parties in her house and everything like that. So I feel like it would have made more sense if she was a decorator or a party planner. But also a restaurant owner kind of makes sense too, because Joan does like to cook as well. At first, all of the girlfriends are skeptical about Joan's idea, and Joan is upset about them not being supportive of her restaurant idea, and they chew her out by bringing up all the times that Joan wasn't supportive of their business ideas. Like when Toni wanted to open up her real estate business, which Toni ended up doing, but Joan was poking holes in it. And when Maya wanted to write her book, and Joan was being classist and egregious about the topics that Maya was talking about.
But I do know what you're like as a boss, and are you sure, sweetie, that you want to unleash all of that craziness with employees with access to sharp nuts?
Okay, here I am, making the most important announcement of my life, and none of you can be supportive?
Oh, like you were when I opened my real estate office? Or when I wrote my book?
Clock it. William ends up investing in Joan's business because Joan didn't have enough startup money to, you know, to manifest her restaurant idea. So now William is her silent partner. Not only does William help Joan start up the restaurant with the money that he invests, but he also comes up with the name for the restaurant while Joan is struggling to come up with a name. So he names Joan's restaurant the J Spots.
And you are officially an investor of Joan's tapestry.
That's stupid. It should be called the J Spot.
The J Spot? That's brilliant. Thank you.
When the J Spot first opens, it does see some traction. The girlfriends even end up being good friends for once and bring Monique, of all people, to the grand opening, because having celebrities in the grand opening for a restaurant in LA makes a restaurant look good. But then weeks go by and the J Spot after the grand opening becomes deserted. William and Joan tried their best to liven things up, but fail every single time. That laughing plan and that list plan that they had, terrible ideas.
Are you on the list?
What list?
One you're obviously not on. Back to the line.
What line?
The one you're about ready to start. Are you on the list?
Are you on crack?
And by the end of the season, the J Spot still isn't popping. So what will Joan do? Well, we're gonna wait until next season to see what happens with the J Spots. And you guys are gonna be real surprised. This season, Darnell and Lena are still going strong. When Maya is doing a book signing for her book, Oh Hell Yes, Darnell comes by to get his book signed by Maya.
Hope you didn't have to wait in line too long.
I know, it was worth the wait.
This leads Maya to be even more delusional than Joan when she concludes that Darnell coming to get his book signed means that he wants to get back together with her.
He said that he was proud of me and it was worth the wait. And then I signed his book, Love Maya, and he said thanks.
So what does Maya do to try to get Darnell back? She puts on this act of a cookout when it's freezing cold, wearing some short shorts and a tight ass top when Darnell comes over. Like, Darnell is literally still with Lena and they've been dating for like 2 years, and Maya's up here trying to seduce him.
What do you mean? You remember these shorts, Darnell? These are the shorts I was wearing the first time you asked me out at my cousin TC's cookout.
Like, the whole time that Lena and Darnell have been together, Maya's been calling Lena all types of hoes. But look what she's doing.
It's okay, because I still have feelings for you too.
That's all I'm saying. While Maya is trying to seduce Darnell, Darnell blurts out that he and Lena are engaged.
Lena and I are engaged.
And Maya is obviously shocked. Oh well. For the wedding preparations, Darnell is trying to find a band for his wedding. At the last minute, I might add. Maya suggests that Darnell hire Lynn's janky ass band. Like, the band is terrible and Maya knows it. Clear sabotage. When Darnell and Lena go and see Lynn's band play to get a sense of the music that they play, they are taken aback because it's literally depression music. And Lena is furious with Darnell because 1, he took the suggestion from his ex-wife, and 2, he did it last minute, and 3, he didn't even know how the band sounded like before this.
Lena, come on!
And Darnell is furious with Maya because he knows that Maya basically sabotaged him by offering Lynn's band. But Maya tells Darnell that she thinks that Darnell doesn't really want to marry Lena, because if he wanted to marry her so bad, why did he wait last minute to get a band? But Darnell's not trying to hear any of that.
You just want to be happy until you mess this up for me. You know what? But it ain't gonna work. It ain't gonna work, Maya. Whether you like it or not, I'm marrying Lena.
But during Darnell's bachelor party, he comes over to Maya's house drunk. And then this trifling man who is about to marry Lena, not Maya, confesses to Maya that he loves Maya and that he doesn't love Lena.
My home is with you,
No,
girl.
your home is with Lena.
Lena? I don't love no Lena. I ain't got no business with Lena. Always been you, girl. You know we belong together. Love you, Maya.
Then why are you stringing her along? Why did you propose to her? And why are you about to marry her if you don't love her? I hate when people do this. I hate when people waste people's time in a romantic relationship when they know they don't really want that person. You should have just left Lena if you didn't want to marry her. If you don't want them, don't pretend to commit to them then. Bear wasting Lena's time. After this, when Darnell wakes up the morning after and he's at Maya's house, he pretends that he doesn't remember that he said that he loved Maya. And he leaves, to get ready for his wedding day, because the morning after his bachelor party is his wedding day. But Maya, because, she was sober, she remembers that Darnell said that he loved her. And so she comes up with a plan. She goes over to Joan's, and Joan and William are there. And she tells Joan and William that she needs to stop Darnell's wedding to Lena.
I ain't got time for all that. I got a wedding to stop. What? I know I came by last night. He told me he loved me.
Because I know darn well if someone was trying to stop Maya's wedding to somebody, she would kick their asses. So Joan and William accompany Maya to crash Darnell's wedding. But when Maya, William and Joan are at Darnell's wedding, she's too nervous to say anything. So Joan takes it upon herself to go talk to Darnell about how Maya truly feels and how Darnell feels, him still being in love with Maya and all. And here comes this annoying ass man. He has the audacity to tell Joan that she already ruined his first marriage and he doesn't want her to ruin his second marriage.
You cannot marry Lena.
Joan, you already ruined my first marriage. You trying to get a head start on my second one here?
Shut up, bitch!
When in the world, oh my god, see how these people are just so fine with disrespecting Joan? When in the world did Joan ever ruin your first janky ass marriage? Last time I checked, you were a controlling douchebag and your wife cheated on you. What did that have to do with Joan? How did Joan ruin your first marriage? How did Joan ruin your marriage with Maya? Please tell me, Darnell. But Darnell dismisses Joan and he goes along up until the altar with Lena. I can't with the random ass man crashing the wedding and realizing that he's at the wrong wedding. That was funny.
Chiquita, girl, don't do me like this.
I'm not Shaquita.
This is Mount Moriah AME.
This is Mount Moriah Baptist, my brother.
Anyone know how to get to the other Mount Moriah real quick from here? Anybody got a bus pass? Oh, Lord.
When Lena and Darnell are at the altar ready to say their I do's, Maya can't handle it and she leaves the altar, with Joan and William going quickly after her. And Darnell Wilkes, this trifling man, leaves the wedding, goes to the venue parking lot, professes his love to Maya, they kiss, leaving Lena running outside in her wedding dress, absolutely heartbroken, with her family running behind her. So Maya and Darnell get back together and they sleep together in a car in the same nights that Darnell was supposed to marry Lena. I swear, both Darnell and Maya are so trifling, they deserve each other at this point. Like, this whole time, Darnell knew that he didn't love Lena. He knew that he didn't really want to marry her, but he chose to propose to her. He chose to go down the altar with her, knowing that he still loved Maya, and literally just wasted Lena's time. I hate it. I will say though, Golden Brooks and Khalil Kane have amazing chemistry together. This is truly Maya's worst season, fully putting out how mean-spirited, and self-righteous she is. First, we have the plane mess. During the Girlfriends and Williams plane ride back from New York to LA, Maya is given a first-class seat due to being flown out by her publishing company, who have now just invested in her book and given her a $25,000 check. So Maya, Toni, and William are in first class, whereas Joan is in coach. Joan is having a huge crisis because she wants to go and talk to William because now all of a sudden she thinks that she's in love with him. And every single time she tries to leave coach to go and talk to William, here comes Maya with her new classist and egregious traits, doing everything in her power not to let Joan come into first class for the simple fact that Maya doesn't want anyone from coach to be in first class.
Becky, got some coach looking loose up and through.
Hey, girl. Hey, I brought you some nuts. There you go. Sorry they're not hot, but it's a long walk back here, Siberia.
There she is, Becky, right here. Castaway from coach, right here.
Maya? Ma'am, this cabin is for first-class passengers only. Please, return to your seat.
Handle your business, Becky.
Like all of Maya's talk over the years of Toni and Joan being classist and egregious and snobby and sedity, and when she gets her first taste of wealth, now she's acting like this. The whole episode, I just wanted Joan to maybe, like, I don't know, pull Maya's hair a little bit, you know, maybe slap her. Then we have Maya having to do rewrites on her book on request from her publishers. And when does she do these rewrites? When she's at work, when she's supposed to be William's assistant.
Good to see you're already hard at work.
On my book.
You've been on the clock for 45 minutes.
Actually, an hour and a half. I need the overtime.
And just when you thought Maya couldn't get worse at her job, she gets worse. She even hires a temp behind William's back so that she can get her hair done.
What temp?
The one I hired that you didn't know about the day I had to get my braids taken out.
Which leads her to not know that the Reverend Al Sharpton was coming to see William, a huge client for William. And Maya has the audacity to be pressed at William for not telling her.
Oh, hell, William. Why didn't you say something to me? I would have got some flowers, some Perrier, some scones. Would have reheated the same coffee from Friday.
Girl, you should have known, but instead you passed off your work to an unauthorized temp. I really don't understand why William is being such a pushover when it comes to Maya being his assistant. Like, he's put up with her for way too long. Maya, as expected, is an unprofessional mess when Al Sharpton comes, asking him about his perm and whatnot, and also telling him that she hates her job and how she's written a book.
Is that a press and curl or a no-lie relaxer? You know what? Turn on the cameras because no one hates that job more than me, okay? Name of my book is called Oh Hell Yes. It's in the self-help genre. And here, go on and take it. Read it at your own leisure. Now, if you like it, which I'm sure you will, would you mind writing the forward of my book if it ain't too forward of me to ask? Wink, wink.
Al Sharpton is not impressed at all and complains about Maya to William.
Is she family? I can't think of any other reason she's still sitting out there.
I guess I'm a little perplexed myself.
She took too many liberties. I don't even tell my own family whether this is press and curl or no-lie relaxing.
Okay, smile.
This leads to William putting Maya on probation. Should have been the unemployment office, but whatever. Right before William tells Maya that she's on probation, she comes back late from bringing William's lunch, and she's literally eating some of his lunch right in front of him.
Hi, William. Sorry, 2 hours late. Here's your lunch. It's a little cold. Some of the fries are missing.
Maya just got off.
Unemployment office. And when William tells her that she's on probation, Maya's really up here thinking that William is the one being unreasonable.
You're not listening. I finally made it to senior partner. I worked my ass off to get here, and I'm not going to let you or anybody else mess that up for me.
Weeks later, Maya still has a bit of money left from her first check from her book deal and decides to buy some Louboutins. She also throws a little get-together. This is where she introduces her new agent, which catches her cousin, Ronnie, off guard. As Ronnie thought that he was her manager because he's done everything for her. He was the one who encouraged her to make an essay into a book, and he was the one who got her that publishing deal. And he was constantly saying that he was her agent. So now he's literally being blindsided by Maya, and he ain't having it.
Excuse me. Are you firing me as your agent?
But here comes Maya being disrespectful and mean-spirited, denying that Ronnie was such a huge help for her, and denying that if it wasn't for him, she wouldn't have the success that she has now. Telling him that he isn't her agent.
My agent? Boy, please. Your nipple ring must be on too tight.
That nipple ring comment was funny though. I'm not gonna lie, that it always gets me. Ronnie snaps and demands 10% of Maya's book money and cuts her off.
Did I or did I not wheeling deal to get you hooked up with Innovision Fest? Did I or did I not get you first-class accommodations in New York? Oh, hell! Did I or did I not all but put those Lubus on your crusty little feet?
Wait, Ron. Please, you ain't nobody's agent. All you did was take a phone call in between the perm.
Hey, child, without me, you would still be peddling that homemade pamphlet down at the swap meet in your jellies.
Hey, come on, Ronnie, please. You don't know anything about being an agent. We're family. This is business.
That's why I'm going to need my 10% commission off your advance. I want my money, you little backstabbing biatch.
So Maya's ass ain't gonna be getting her hair done by Ronnie anymore. And now her hair's looking a mess. But she stands 10 toes down, saying that her and Ronnie are family and this is business.
Why would he think he's your agent? I mean, have you ever talked to him about representing you?
Like I said, all he did was answer a phone call. Okay, but it was me selling the book. You know, yeah, he inspired me to turn my essay into a book. And yeah, he let me sell the book out of his shop. You know, but and he may have said something about, you know, being my agent and taking 10%.
Trifling. But the other girlfriends try to vouch for Maya and they all separately go and talk to Ronnie. Toni fails miserably due to her pregnancy brain because when she goes to the salon to go and talk to Ronnie, she ends up forgetting the reason why she was there, you know, to vouch for Maya, and gets her hair done.
Did you see Ronnie?
Yeah. You like?
But let's be honest here. Even if Toni didn't have pregnancy brain, she still would have forgotten and just gotten her hair done with her selfish ass. When Joan goes to talk to Ronnie, Joan finds out that Ronnie has been doing Maya's hair for free for 15 years. And Maya's ass is still up here being ungrateful because they're family.
Shame on you, Maya. I didn't know he's been doing your hair for free every week for the last 15 years.
Well, so what? We're family.
Maya, if he had been charging you, you'd owe him $35,000 plus tip.
Even when she goes to Ronnie's salon to talk to him, she still doesn't see how in the wrong she is or why Ronnie is upset, and she's still being disrespectful and nasty. Ronnie literally has to explain to her that he's hurt not because of what she did, but it's how she did it. Getting an agent without telling him, and also not even mentioning him in her book when she mentioned the girlfriends.
You even know what this is about?
Yes, you've been whining about your little money, so here's your check.
This was never about money. It wasn't even about you just getting an agent. It was about the way you did it, without acknowledging my contributions to your success. Maya, I've known you since you were just a notion, but your friends were all living through the dedication. You couldn't even name one of the hypothetical characters after me.
Now all of a sudden Maya wants to apologize, but just a second ago she was huffing and puffing. So Ronnie and Maya make up, but honestly, Maya was so grimy for that. It was really just nasty. Meanwhile, Maya continues to be a terrible assistant to William, surprise, surprise, up here writing down nonsense and yapping on the phone to her mother when she should be working.
No, I'm serious. I like to be girl. We'll see. Mommy, I'm gonna have to call you back. William is tripping again. I don't know something about work, but I'll call you right back. You know how he is. No, won't be long. It's better be good. I'm gonna get to this when I get to it.
Oh, and never listening to William. William finally has enough and fires her.
You're firing me.
Hold that thought. I have a code 4 situation on the 28th floor.
You're firing me?
Good. And yet Maya still doesn't take accountability or even see how disrespectful and unprofessional she was, and how she was always crossing boundaries when it came to William. She still never saw what she was doing, and she never saw a problem in it. But karma hits Maya right in the backside, because in the same episode that William fires her, she finds out that her publishing company has been brought out and she won't be getting her second check for her book, and her agent is also avoiding her.
What about my second check from Oh Hell Yes? When can I start expecting that?
Oh, you can start expecting it right now. Oh, thank God. But it ain't gonna come.
Woof, child, the karma bells are ringing. Maya's success really made her so nasty, and now look what's happening to her. She's now back to selling her book on the streets, but fails because Lynn, unbeknownst to Maya, has been photocopying Maya's book and selling it.
Bootlegger. My book is being sold at the swap meet by a bootlegger.
Any idea who he or she might be?
Nah, that's real trifling. Lynn, 5 degrees, and instead of using those degrees to get a job and a career, you're photocopying your friend's book and selling it. This bum. With no job, Maya decides to work for Joan as Joan's assistant while Joan is still building up her restaurant. But this quickly changes when William, being an amazing friend that Maya doesn't deserve, ends up getting Maya the rights to her book back and her second check.
Called your publisher, threw around some of my legal know-how, and I got the rights to your book back. I also got you your second check.
For real, William? Oh my God! Oh my God! Give me your book!
I swear, Maya did not deserve any of this from William after how she treated him. It just boggles my mind. The fact that William can be a great friend but a terrible partner. Alas, the book money quickly dries up and Maya has to go back to finding another legal assistant job. And it's hilarious because now she's working for somebody who isn't her friend, so she can't be disrespectful, unprofessional, or cross any boundaries. And I love it. I love to see it.
I just wanted something a little bit more challenging.
Well, I got a challenge for you. I need these contracts copied.
Okay. Where's the copy room?
Oh, out that door, 2 blocks down. It's called Kinko's.
Okay, you got some petty cash?
Well, yeah. In your purse.
She quits the job because it was a crappy place to work anyway. But I also feel like a part of her quit too because she couldn't, disrespect her boss because her boss wasn't her friend. Maya then ends up working as an erotic writer with Lynn, who is on her 4th job this season. I don't know. However, at the end of the episode where she's working as an erotic writer, she sees Al Sharpton on TV and he's raving about her book.
It's a self-help book called Oh Hell Yes. It's about stepping out on faith and making a change. It's by a young woman named Maya Wills, who I took on advice and moved on. Because she hated her job. But at least I hate her in it. Anyway, it's a good book, good advice, good read. So good luck.
And you're asking, how come Al Sharpton has Maya's book? Well, the day that Al Sharpton came in and Maya was being very much unprofessional, she snuck her book into his bag after William already told her off about being unprofessional. Okay. But Al Sharpton praising Maya's book revives her book and she gets a new agent and then does a book signing. So it looks like Maya's book career is on the up and up. But I will say, during the book signing, when the girlfriends were reading out like chapters in Maya's book, like short paragraphs, the book sounded ass.
There's so much hatred in the world. Why should we waste time hating ourselves? Especially when there's so many hateful people worth hating.
And that's why I always say, if your man acts like he's your daddy, tell him you already have a daddy. If that doesn't work, you take a switch to his behind like a mommy. And if he likes that, then you run as fast as a motherfucker.
All in all, I believe that season 5 was Maya's worst season. I literally could not root for her at all. I do like how the writers were building her up and having her be all high and mighty because of her supposed newfound wealth and status and notoriety, just for her to crash and burn. Like, they really said, stay humble. I'm about to talk about the storyline that I hate the most in this whole entire show. Joan and William dating. Ew. So when it comes to Joan and William this season, we start off where we left them last season, with Joan waiting at William's hotel room door. We and Joan find out that she's at the wrong door. It's not William's hotel room door. Instead, the room belongs to 2 lesbians who just broke up. And the one who was being broken up with sees Joan at the door and thinks that Joan is the other woman and that her girlfriend was cheating on her with Joan.
Is this the bitch you're leaving me for? Trina, I told you there's no one else. I just don't want you.
Which leads this woman to chase Joan, and Joan is literally running for her life.
Don't try to slink away. Wait, I'm going to... Stop it. I don't know her. You lying lipstick whore. Wait. Okay.
The whole episode, Joan accidentally ends up running into the woman who broke up with the other woman, and they're talking, and then the woman who got broken up with, who thinks that Joan is the other woman, sees them talking, and she's ready to, you know, beat Joan's ass, and then Joan ends up being chased again and again.
I just think you can just flaunt her in front of me? Oh, hell. I knew something was going on.
Meanwhile, William and Monica are getting it on. On the plane ride back to LA, Joan wants to talk to William badly, not knowing about him and Monica. When William does come on board to the plane, the passenger sitting next to Joan is so annoying, not letting her get out. When Joan sees Monica come on board, she's absolutely shocked.
Monica?
When Joan finally has William alone in the plane, she tries to talk to him, but Monica pulls him into the bathroom and they join the Mile High Club. Monica accidentally ends up letting it slip to William that she knows that he made senior partner. I forgot to say, William made senior partner at the end of season 4. So Monica accidentally lets it slip that she knows that he's made senior partner. So William ends up realizing that Monica basically set this all up to, you know, meet William again because he's getting up there in his career, and you know, Monica has always wanted a successful man. She's wanted to build a high value successful man.
But when we ran into each other yesterday...
No, we don't even just run into each other. Monica, I know how you operate. You spin your web, you mate, you kill.
William, I swear, it really was a coincidence this time.
It doesn't matter. Let's just keep it light and be friends.
What we did last night, friends don't do.
Oh, come on, Monica. Friends have sleepovers all the time.
We do play well together, don't we?
I do love to share my toys.
And I have a toy box you can store them in.
And I swear, if Monica put this much energy into, I don't know, creating her own career, she could be successful her damn self instead of just trying to make her partner successful. Like, she could make herself the successful person that she wants to be with instead of trying to make somebody else that. William tells Monica that he wants things to be casual, and Monica's fine with it. After the plane ride, Joan is angry at William for getting with Monica after he told her that he loved her. But girl, he told you that he loved you and you rejected him. What do you want? You just want him to pine after you?
In 1 minute he claims to be in love with me, and next thing you know, he's in the Mile High Club with Monica.
Let him move on. So in true Joan fashion, she becomes passive aggressive towards William.
Grab us a table? Something tucked away would be nice.
So you want to go join her in the bathroom?
We just do that on airplanes. Not much novelties at the Sea Level Club. You know, we haven't really talked since we got back from New York. How you been?
Good.
You get my message?
Yeah, I'm sorry I didn't return your call. I've been swamped.
Really? What?
I have a life to plan, William.
I'm busy too. At least I can return a phone call.
Yeah, well, that's what makes me me and you, so ta-ta.
Bye-bye.
Don't mock me, William.
At a get-together at Maya's apartment, Joan decides to bring her and Toni's shoe guy as a date because she thought that William was going to bring Monica, but William doesn't bring Monica. And here comes Joan's neurotic ass being passive-aggressive once again.
Set up, William.
What are you talking about?
You said you were bringing Monica.
When?
You said we would all catch up at Maya's birthday.
Yeah, all of us. What does that have to do with Monica?
Nothing. I knew that. Look, you know what, William? I let you down as easily as I could. So let's just relax and be friends, okay? Because all these games are childish and unnecessary.
I can't with Joan and Tony's shoe guy talking about baby toe, baby toe, baby toe. And William had no idea what was going on.
What's up, 10 deep? You think because your Cole Haan cap toe lace-ups are a perfect match for her white Decotissimo glitter Louboutins, you can move in on my girl?
What?
Just know, baby toe is mine.
What?
That's real lawyerly.
What is it with you?
Hey, step off my baby toe.
What?
At the end of that episode, Joan and William make up without Joan actually telling him that she loves him too. They just make up because things have been awkward between them ever since New York. But William understands that, you know, that's just how Joan is. She's just, you know, she could be weird.
They're acting all crazy, and I thought it was because of what had happened. But then it hits me, you are crazy.
He doesn't know that, you know, she allegedly loves him back. Monica and William are still seeing each other, but Joan finds out that William is still seeing Kara. At the end of last season, that beautiful dark-skinned woman who's played by Kenya Moore, yeah, William is still seeing her. So he's seeing Kara and Monica at the same time. Joan, being obviously jealous because now all of a sudden she loves William, she accidentally, on purpose, tells Kara that William is two-timing her with Monica.
William is seeing another woman.
What?
Oh, I wish it weren't so, but it is so sorry.
So Kara and Monica confront William in a hilarious scene. This scene always gets me.
But still, I don't share no man. I mean, look at me. Look at me. Oh, you doing a pinch, but I'd be damned if I'm gonna back off and let you have him. Oh, please. I'll take care of him so well he won't have a need for you. Now, I know this Amazon did not just stand on that.
However, this ends up not deterring Monica and Kara from seeing William, as he did tell them that he wanted to be casual. So William continues to see Monica and Kara, and Joan's plan failed. William ends up confronting Joan and telling Joan that he knows why she did that and why she told Kara, because he knows that she actually loves him and wants him. And Joan decides to do this fake ass performance saying, "Oh my gosh, yes William, I do love you," and then says it's a prank.
I want you. Not!
Okay, let's stick to that, Joan, please. Let's stick to that. It's a prank. Let's stick to that. After William becomes Joan's silent partner for her new restaurant, the J Spot, these two annoying bozos are still at odds. When Joan's mother comes to town and finds out that Joan quit law and is now opening up a restaurant, she is highly disappointed and doesn't agree with Joan's plan at all to have a restaurant. She also flirts with William, which makes me and Joan uncomfortable. So like I said, Joan and William have been at odds ever since that whole Kara and Monica thing, but they make up once again at William's house, and Joan finally tells William that she was waiting outside his hotel room in New York, well, his supposed hotel room in New York, waiting to say that she loved him. And this makes William kiss her and they make out.
I love you.
I love you too.
Ew. It's like brother and sister. It's just ew. But then Joan's mother comes down William's stairs in a robe, and Joan has a heart episode, an arrhythmia, but Joan's ass keeps calling it a heart attack.
After the pacemaker,
No pacemaker. You had a heart episode, an arrhythmia.
which preceded the heart attack.
You did not have a heart attack.
So I had a stroke?
Miss Miam, do you want a heart attack? Calm it down. Girl, when the girlfriends found out that Joan had a heart attack, well, they thought Joan had a heart attack, instead of just going there straight away, Toni's ass goes off to get some food before going to Joan's hospital room.
It only took 5 minutes to drive to the Jack in the Box.
Great friends. We find out that Joan's mother was just at William's house to talk to him about Joan, and she just went to get washed up. That's why she was in a robe. Her and William didn't have anything going on. So with everything cleared up, William and Joan start dating. Ew. They're just so uncomfortable to look at. It just feels wrong. Ew. And desperate on both sides. They try to navigate their friends to lovers-ish terribly. Even when they make out, Joan is stopping William from pulling up her shirt. And then Joan and William decide to bring back Joan's 3-month rule to not sleep together until 3 months into their relationship. During Thanksgiving, Joan brings on the passive aggressiveness that she loves to do towards William because William decided to spend Thanksgiving at his mother's instead of with Joan, and it was their first holiday that they would have spent together, and you know that Joan is obsessed with the holidays. William's like, "Why are you so mad? You told me to go." And then here comes Joan's dumbass talking about, "I said go," like in like an angry way.
I asked you if you wanted to go. You said go. Have fun.
No, William, I said have fun, go.
How was he supposed to know that you were mad about him going? Like, he can't read your mind. You're a grown woman. Open your mouth if you don't want him to go. Joan is so annoying. But they end up making up. Whatever. A few more weeks go by and Toni and Maya bring up the fact that they've never seen Joan and William do any sort of PDA.
You guys don't even kiss in front of us. Hell, Jabbar and his little fast girlfriend do more than y'all do.
combat Toni and Maya's criticism of their lack of PDA, Joan and William try to hold hands outside. But then, while they're holding hands, surprise, surprise, they see Brock of all people, and Joan lets go of William's hand when she approaches Brock. Not only that, but Joan also tells Brock about all the exciting things that are going on in her life, but fails to tell him about William, you know, that she's dating William, and William is standing right there next to her.
Amazing. Well, of course, you always looked amazing. But you're glowing. What's going on in your life?
Gosh, where do I start? I quit the law firm.
What?
Yeah, and I'm opening a restaurant.
Where?
On 3rd. You know what? I should invite you to the opening.
Please do. I'd love to help you celebrate.
Yeah.
And William is understandably upset. When Joan talks about this to the girlfriends know that Joan will always love Brock, and that if he said that he wanted kids, which was the whole conflict of them breaking up, Joan would go back to him. So now Joan is conflicted. She goes to talk to Brock to tell him that William and her are dating, and Brock finds this comical because he has always seen William as the 5th girlfriend.
You and William? Come on. I mean, he's a good brother and all, but I always thought him like the 5th girlfriend.
He also didn't even remember who William was at first.
I'm in a relationship with William.
William who?
Like, how were you about to marry Joan, okay, and you loved her so much, but you don't even know who one of her closest friends are? Oh yeah, because you guys were literally dating for a month before you tried to get married. Brock wants to get back together with Joan, and Joan admits that there's a part of her that will always love Brock because their love was supposedly enchanted.
I have feelings for me.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Then why are we here?
Okay, I do.
And Joan almost agrees with him until Brock's ass blurts out that Joan is only with William because he'll give her kids.
What makes him so special? Oh, he's gonna give you some kids?
This causes Joan to become disgusted with Brock, and she leaves, telling Brock that she doesn't want to see him ever again.
You know, I said what we have is enchanted, but I was wrong. Because the person I thought I loved would never say something like that to me.
No, I don't.
Brock, next time we run into each other, which it seems like we always do, let's just wave and move on. You know what? Let's not even wave.
Joan apologizes to William about, you know, the whole Brock situation, and they make up and kiss on a public bench to show that they are okay with PDA. Ew. During Christmas, Joan just wants it to be her and the girlfriends celebrating together at Joan's house.
Christmas at my house. Wrapping gifts 2 days before Christmas at my house. Christmas Eve, my house. Christmas Day, my house. And, oh, what the hell. New Year's Eve, my house.
Okay, well, what are we gonna do at my house?
Reminisce about all the fun things we did at my house?
We always do Christmas at your house, Joan. I want it at my house.
Good luck with that.
Okay.
Until William busts up in Joan's house and tells Joan that he's taking her to Puerto Rico. And Joan's like, bye to the girlfriends.
Feliz Navidad. You bitches are on your own.
And this is another instance of Maya, Toni, and Lynn being terrible friends to Joan and disrespecting her. Because Joan got them gifts for Christmas that they didn't like.
What the hell? All right, look, there's a note. On winter days, when you roam and mosey, this will keep your cell phone cozy. A cell phone holder. You know what? If there isn't a diamond crystal cell phone in here, it's on. I have finally been emancipated from her holiday hell. Now we get some damn call in a stocking. Oh, my ass. All we got was a stocking.
You know what? That cozy making heifer's going down. I'm yanking down all the lights off her house and burning her nativity scene.
They decide to read her diary.
Maybe this is why Joan's our friend. Because her life is so hideously dull. She has to live vicariously through us.
Somebody needs to call the New England Journal of Medicine. They need to write this OCD bitch up.
Put her underwear on her neighbor's lawn.
I guess I'll go wash, fluff, and fold her Christmas panties. As soon as I get them off the neighbor's lawn.
And talk crap about her and her love for the holidays. But then, when they read her Christmas diary, they find out about her complex feelings about why she loves the holidays so much because she was a child of divorce. And now all of a sudden they feel bad.
Maybe it's because I'm a child of divorce. Or maybe it's because my mom always wanted to travel at Christmas instead of staying home. Whatever the reason, Christmas always made me a little sad. Until I spent it with my girls. With Toni, Maya, and Lynn, I finally understand what it means to share the joy of giving with people I truly love. Wow. Oh my God.
You guys suck. All I'm gonna say about Joan and William's trip to Puerto Rico is that it's a perfect metaphor for their sham of a relationship.
Oh my God!
Months go by and now we're at Valentine's Day. And Valentine's Day coincidentally coincides with the end of their 3-month rule. William runs over to Joan's house at midnight, Valentine's Day. And Joan's ass thinks that William ran to her house at midnight because he wanted to spend Valentine's Day with her straight away. But no, he ran to her house because he wanted to get it on, because he was ready to go.
Drop the robe, woman. I'm ready to go.
William didn't even know that it was Valentine's Day. Joan says that she wants romance before anything happens. So William goes to one of those 24-hour convenience store and gets some lame gifts for her.
Okay.
William, are these from my yard?
Yes. And some from your neighbors. Help fill it out. Here's your card and your presents. Just remember, there's not a lot open at 2 o'clock in the morning except for drugstores. So here's some honey for my honey. A baby for my baby.
Oh, okay. William, what's that?
Oh, it's a hole.
Then he rushes through dinner and dancing just so he can get Joan in to bed. Like, William's ass didn't love Joan at all. He just wanted to sleep with her.
Joan, we have plenty of time for romance. You don't seem to get it. I want you so bad it hurts.
Like, girl, that's not a compliment. That makes your heart warm. What he wants to do is get in. And that's like, oh my gosh, William. Like, that's not a compliment to me. So while Joan and William are in bed together, ready to go, they have trouble getting in the mood. First, Joan laughs, and then they start talking about random-ish.
I'm sorry. It's just so funny that we're finally doing this.
Then they decide to go to a hotel because they think that the atmosphere of Joan's room is, you know, messing with their mood.
I just don't know why it feels so uncomfortable.
Because we didn't start with phone sex.
And then after all these issues, they realize that the reason why they can't sleep together is because they don't belong together. Thank you. So they break up. Yes! Things are awkward for a while after they break up, and Joan does her natural passive aggressiveness towards William, trying to avoid him.
Okay. William's on his way over here. What should I do? Don't turn to me. I can't help you. Great plan. I'm sure he'll never notice your ass in the air.
Their friendship is shaky for several episodes after they break up. Monique, of all people, brings Joan and William together to talk. They make up and become friends again. And at the end of season 5, during a montage, what everyone else is going through at the end of the season, we end on Joan and William in bed together, looking very uncomfortable and terrified. So clearly something happened, and that's the end of season 5 for William and Joan. And you guys already know how I feel about this storyline. I absolutely hate it, and the fact that it ended with Joan and William in bed just means that we're gonna have more mess in season 6. Ew. Season 6, the season before everything changes. Let's get into the characters. Toni is struggling with being a first-time mother. Joan becomes the it girl and becomes Toni's clone. Maya is back with Darnell and is on the up and up with her book career. And Lynn is up here doing foolishness in a fake lesbian relationship. And William is on the quest to find a new woman to love once again. At the start of season 6, Toni is still in hospital and she has given birth to her baby girl, Morgan. After everybody is done with their foolishness that they were doing at the end of season 5, they find out that Toni gave birth and everyone now comes to the hospital. This is when Toni tells Todd that they don't belong together. Now it's Todd who's insisting that they stay together for the sake of Morgan.
I want a divorce. We don't have a marriage. We got together for 6 months and we haven't even seen each other. We never even made an attempt.
Why are you doing this now?
Oh, when am I supposed to do it, Todd? When Morgan's 15? Smoking crank? Sleep with strangers? Forgetting she slept with strangers because she smoked crank? And all because she grew up with parents that had no business being together. No one fought harder for this marriage than me, but just because two people love each other doesn't mean they're good for each other.
We are keeping this family together for Morgan.
Todd, if we're not good for each other, then we won't be any good for her. Look, Todd, we failed, okay? But our baby has a fresh start in life. She shouldn't have to come into this world carrying our baggage.
Damn it, Toni, I am not getting divorced.
Well, I am.
So you better think about what you're gonna say when my lawyer calls.
Terrible idea. Staying together when you know that you aren't good together doesn't even benefit the child. If anything, it hurts them. Kids always pick up on energy, even if adults want to pretend that they don't. When Toni tells Joan that she wants to leave Todd, Joan's ass tells Toni to stay.
Toni, Todd is a good man. He is a decent man. He's practically a saint. You know what, Toni? You need to stay with him, okay? You need to stay with him at least until Morgan's 9. That's what my mother did with my daddy.
And look how good you turned out. A wishy-washy bitch. I'm nipping this thing in the bud.
Don't listen to Joan's desperate ass. She'd stay with a man just to have one. So now while Toni is still in the hospital, healing from giving birth, her and Todd are now at odds. The tables have now turned, and now Todd is the one chasing after Toni. While in the hospital, Morgan isn't latching on to Toni, which makes Toni panic.
She's gonna starve. Something's wrong with me.
And makes her think that her and Todd shouldn't get divorced.
We can't get a divorce.
What?
Maybe I was just scared. Or maybe it's that postpartum thingy like you said.
Todd agrees, but then he switches again, telling Toni that maybe they should be divorced, and the only reason why he was begging for them to stay married was because he was scared that he was going to miss out on Morgan. But Toni insists to Todd that he won't miss out on Morgan because he is Morgan's father.
I was just holding on to you because I didn't want to miss out on her.
You won't. You're her daddy.
And so Todd and Toni decide to divorce. Good. When Toni leaves the hospital and she really starts new motherhood, she is struggling. Todd seems more equipped at handling Morgan, and you can tell that Toni feels stuck.
I did it. She's sleeping.
Oh. How'd you get her to do that?
I just sang to her a little.
Where'd you learn that? Who taught you that, some nurse?
Toni uses earplugs to go to sleep while watching Morgan so that she can block out Morgan's cries so she can deal with her in the morning, refreshed from sleep. Yeah, girl, no, that's not how it works.
What?
Oh, no. You're wearing earplugs, Toni.
I need to get some sleep so I could be ready to deal with her in the morning.
Toni, she's a newborn. She's not going to sleep through the night.
Why not? Those are 400 thread count sheets. What's she all up about?
Toni!
When Toni is left alone with Morgan for the entire night, Morgan refuses to sleep because she's a newborn baby. She continues to cry all night, and Toni spends the entire night trying to get Morgan to sleep. And you can see that Toni is struggling.
We'll just walk. We'll just rock. We'll just rock. We'll just pray.
Toni ends up breaking down and asks Morgan what she wants from her.
What do you want from me?
Honestly, it was so heartbreaking to see that scene. It just feels so real and raw because, I mean, I have no experience in motherhood, but I do know that a lot of mothers go through that where they feel like they're in over their head because they've never gone through this before. And it's a real struggle, especially after, you know, they just gave birth. The postpartum is all up in there. And I think that Toni definitely had postpartum depression. After breaking down and, you know, screaming to Morgan about what she wants from her, we then see Toni sitting outside of her apartment with a baby monitor. She's waiting for Todd to come home. And when Todd comes home, she gives Todd the baby monitor and then leaves, telling him that she needs a break. When Todd tries to go back into the apartment, he finds out that the apartment door is locked. Toni accidentally locked Morgan in. When Toni comes back to the apartment, Todd is furious with her, rightfully so, because he had to get the maintenance man to open the apartment door so, you know, Morgan would be alone.
Locked me out of the apartment. I couldn't get to Morgan.
Oh my God, is she okay?
She's fine. We got lucky this time. The maintenance guy let me in.
Oh, thank God.
What were you doing locking the door? Use your head, Toni.
Why didn't you use your key?
Because you took it from me.
Toni explains to Todd that everything's easy for him because she has to be stuck with Morgan.
It's different now.
For me, you get to come and go as you please, and I'm stuck here with Morgan.
Oh, I didn't realize you thought of being with your child as being stuck.
Keyword, stuck. Let's put a pin in that. And Toni tells Todd that she wants a nanny. However, Todd and Toni both agreed that they wouldn't get a nanny until they bonded with Morgan first. But Toni doesn't care. She is struggling and she wants a nanny. But Todd puts his foot down and says, no. But you think that's going to stop Toni Childs? No. It is then Morgan's first checkup at the doctor's. Joan comes along and meets up with Todd in the waiting room, and they wait for Toni. And where is Toni, you might ask? Instead of being at the first appointment for her baby, she's up out here shopping for the baby. She runs into Maya at the restaurant that they frequent and vents to Maya about how she feels and the struggles that she's feeling with new motherhood. She goes on to tell Maya that she doesn't even want to be around Morgan. She's scared that she's going to mess her up.
Maya, I don't have any business being somebody's mother.
Okay, Toni, that's okay. It's only natural for a new mother to be exhausted.
I locked in the apartment, Maya. I just feel like such a failure. I mean, everything I touch goes bad. Look at my marriage. Look at me. Like, I don't even want to be around her. Because I don't want to mess her up.
Well, I really don't blame Toni for feeling that way because, we know Toni's a terrible person. When Toni tells Maya that she's literally missing Morgan's first appointment, Maya goes from understanding to, oh, hell no.
That's why I'm here with you instead of her first doctor's appointment.
Oh. Hell to the north, honeymoon!
And you can see that Toni is completely heartbroken. And Maya sees this too. So Maya tries to reassure Toni about how motherhood is hard and, no one really knows the answers.
Toni, you've never done this before. Hey, guess what? Good news, Nina has a baby. So just be there for her. Love her. Anything else you get right is just gravy.
Meanwhile, in the waiting room for Morgan's first appointment, a random woman comes in to the waiting room with Todd and Toni's baby. And Joan literally has to point out, Todd, I think that's your baby. And when Todd goes up to the random woman to ask who she is and why do you have my baby, this random woman is revealed to be a nanny that Toni hired. So Toni asks the nanny to bring her own baby to her first appointments.
See, Mr. Garrett. Mrs. Garrett told me to wait for you here with Morgan for her doctor's appointment.
Todd is perplexed and he sits back and tells Joan he thinks that Toni doesn't want this baby.
She doesn't want this baby.
But Joan defends Toni by telling Todd that Toni has a hard time expressing her love, but she expresses it through being there. But Todd rightfully points out that Toni isn't here. When Toni gets home, Todd tells Toni that he's fighting for full custody, which leaves Toni completely shaken.
You handed our daughter off to a complete stranger.
Okay. I know I got off to a rough start. I did, but Todd, I love her.
The way you show love is by being there, and you haven't been there.
But it's gonna get better. Todd, I was scared, and I know I stopped trying, but I'm back, and I'm not gonna give up this time.
I believe you want to try, but I'm not gonna risk our daughter's well-being on the hope that you pull this off.
Todd, please don't do this.
I talked to a lawyer today, and I want full custody.
For several episodes, Toni and Todd fight for full custody by any means necessary. During this time, breastfeeding is still a struggle for Toni. And Toni finds out that Morgan will only latch on and be a good little girl if Toni insults her.
I love you, you little bitch.
Go figure. I can't with Joan walking in on Toni insulting Morgan and getting scared for Morgan and wanting Toni to give, Morgan over to her because she's scared that Toni's gonna kill Morgan.
And toss you out that window in the rush hour traffic.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Joan.
It's okay, Toni. Sweetie, give me the baby.
It was hilarious. The temporary custody hearing arises.
Okay, so do you want some judge who doesn't know our family making decisions about Morgan?
Well, I like to think we could work it out. Toni, she had a scratch on her face the other day. And you didn't tell me about it. And why didn't you tell me about it?
It's a scratch, Todd. Babies get scratches.
Just look more serious than that.
Oh, so I'm a child abuser now?
That's not what I'm saying.
That's exactly what you're saying. You know what? You're sick and you're twisted.
And Toni hires a broke down lawyer and it's his first case ever. He was terrible. A terrible, terrible lawyer, but he was hilarious.
I'm trying. But she's kind of belligerent.
Which brings us to our next argument. Mrs. Garrett has become increasingly erratic and apparently belligerent.
Objection. That's hearsay.
But you just said it.
But it's still hearsay. The baby should stay with Mrs. Garrett. because she's,
Breastfeeding, fool.
right, a breastfeeding fool.
Todd's lawyer is up here emphasizing how he's a doctor.
Petitioner Dr. Todd Garrett. Dr. Garrett's request be granted.
Shut up, bitch!
Like, okay, ma'am, and what does him being a doctor got to do with him raising her? That doesn't mean that he's a good parent just because he's a doctor. Toni's broke down lawyer is literally tanking the case for her. So Toni has to plead to the judge about how she was struggling at first when Morgan first came home, but she's better now and she's really trying, and Morgan is well because she is with Toni.
I didn't exactly take off running with this whole motherhood thing, but I am a good mother and I'm trying. See that she's healthy and happy. And part of that is because of me.
So the judge denies Todd temporary custody and Morgan is still with Toni. Toni is now on a mission to get full custody after Todd and his lawyer went in on Toni's early behavior during Morgan's first few weeks of life.
She is self-centered, irresponsible, and a danger to the child. In the crucial first weeks of the baby's life, Mrs. Garrett wore earplugs so the baby's crying wouldn't wake her, pawned her off on a nanny, missed the first doctor's appointment, and locked the child inside the apartment alone.
But I also understand Todd's fear. Like the judge said, I would have been worried too with the way that Toni was acting. But Toni is a first-time mother who is clearly going through postpartum. And honestly, I just think society doesn't take postpartum seriously enough. Like, postpartum can literally cause women to go through psychosis. And I just feel like postpartum depression and postpartum psychosis needs to be highlighted more in society because women are having children every day. There's always a possibility of a woman going through postpartum depression or postpartum psychosis. Toni and Todd call a truce during the holidays, only for the holidays, so that Morgan can experience Hanukkah because Todd is Jewish, and Christmas because Toni is Christian. Toni and Todd's mothers fight over what Morgan's religion will be. Like, literally, Toni and Todd's mothers are literally acting a damn fool. Toni's mother starts singing a Christmas song. This always gets me when Todd's mother starts singing a Hanukkah song. Like, they look a damn mess. And then during the holiday celebration, which is, you know, at Joan's house, what a surprise, Toni's mother goes on to talk about how people will perceive Morgan as black.
Lighting candles because my granddaughter is half Jewish.
Well, if you don't type that on her forehead, ain't nobody gonna know that. Because in America, that's a black baby with good hair. Praise Jesus.
And everybody is talking about how society will see Morgan as black, but that's a white ass baby, okay? The first baby actress that they had for Morgan was brown skin. And then all of a sudden they switched out that baby and made Morgan white. And now everybody in the show is talking about how Morgan will be perceived as black by society. In what way? That looks like a white baby.
Whose goddamn white baby is that?
This is your baby, okay? He's just light-skinned.
And don't get me started on the good hair comments that Toni and her mother start throwing around because Morgan's mixed.
Don't even think about any acts of violence. I'm pregnant with your only good-haired grandbaby.
That's a black baby with good hair.
That baby barely even has hair right now. Calm it down. Girlfriends is definitely a product of its time with those good hair comments. Because what is good hair? Because to them, good hair is just, you know, hair that's not black. Because in the show, everybody's delusional and they think that Morgan will be perceived as black, Todd and his mother want her to be raised Jewish.
Our Meshuggah mother is right about one thing. Our little Morgan will always be perceived as African American.
Todd really wants something of himself to be seen in Morgan because everybody always talks about how they see Toni in Morgan.
I want to raise Morgan Jewish.
And I want you to stop hogging that pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Your turn.
Toni, everyone can see you in her. I want there to be something of me in her.
He's got your hair. See, now you're getting greedy.
This is important to me. We should have talked about this before, but we didn't, so here we are.
Well, I'm not just gonna kick my religion to the curb, Todd. My faith is important to me too.
Todd ends up doing something so manipulative so that he can, you know, be seen in Morgan. He tells Toni that if they decide to raise Morgan Jewish, he will stop the custody battle.
If I agree to drop my petition for full custody?
And you know, Toni is so desperate to keep Morgan, so she agrees out of desperation. When she tells the girlfriends that she'll be raising Morgan Jewish, you know, to drop the custody battle, the girlfriends are apprehensive, especially Maya's judgmental ass.
Todd offered to drop his custody petition in exchange for Morgan being raised Jewish. So I've agreed to take her down to some religious hot tub and dunk her and convert her. I love that little girl. I mean, you guys, Morgan is my life, and I would do anything if it meant more time with her.
Morgan is black. Black people are Christian. End of story.
Actually, Maya, the majority of black people in the world are Muslim.
Well, you know what? I don't really know nothing about all that.
Well, I don't know nothing about that either, but I know there's a lot of them.
Look, you know what, Toni? I'm talking about black people in America. Let me be specific for you. I'm talking about black people in LA, Atlanta, and Houston.
Joan suggests that Morgan be raised in both religions because at the end of the day, it will be Morgan's decision to pick which religion she wants.
Expose Morgan to both religions, because ultimately it's her choice to make anyway.
But Toni stands by her decision to raise Morgan Jewish to keep Morgan with her until she doesn't. When Morgan is about to be dunked as Jewish, Toni stops the ceremony and Toni tells Todd that this is just another knee-jerk decision that she's making. And she goes on to talk about most decisions that she makes in her life have been knee-jerk, just like her marriage to Todd. It was knee-jerk. And she doesn't want Morgan's faith to be a knee-jerk decision from her.
Todd, I'm sorry that I let it get this far, but this was a knee-jerk decision. All my life, I've made knee-jerk decisions. I mean, come on, Todd. Our marriage was knee-jerk, but raising Morgan is too important. I can't have her raised in this faith and deny the other part of her religious heritage, which has been so good to me.
So Morgan is not dunked as Jewish, and the full custody battle is back on. Time goes by, and Toni is struggling with work, looking after Morgan, and having a personal life. She ends up running into an ex called Michael, and they rekindle things. However, she's apprehensive to date him because she's scared that this will be used against her in court.
How about dinner sometime?
Oh, no. I need to stay away from dates. I'm in the middle of a custody battle, so I can't be giving my ex any ammunition to take my baby.
Meanwhile, Maya and Darnell are house hunting for an actual house that they can own, and they use Toni as their real estate agent. Toni is her usual classist and egregious self, insulting their finances because that's how she do.
Can I get you guys something? The snack rolls are for VIPs.
$4.50, that's it. That's all we got.
Oh, well, don't spit on that. I can get you on somebody's hill for that. Really, girl? We can live in the hills? Yeah, girl. Of Arkansas. Calm down, Maya. We'll find something in your price range. Now, where are you? Is that still in LA County? Hold on, you're breaking up. No, it's a good sign. Just keep driving till you lose all cell phone reception. That's where the real cheap houses are. Bye. In fact, Tammy just found several lovely properties for you. And what in 10 years will be the new Palmdale.
Toni goes on a date with Michael, and she uses her mother as childcare. And while she's on the date with Michael, Maya and Darnell have found their dream house and they want to put in a bid. So Maya tries to call Toni continuously during her date with Michael, but Toni ignores Maya.
Oh, hell, it's Maya again. Just work. It can wait.
And honestly, I feel like this whole time when Toni was Darnell and Maya's agent, she was just being, like I said, classist and egregious, but she wasn't really taking it seriously because they weren't like high value clients and they were just her friends. Well, at least Maya was her friend. She barely even knows Darnell's name. So Toni is ignoring Maya's calls when Maya and Darnell want to, put up a bid on their dream house. So Maya and Darnell end up using Darnell's cousin as their real estate agent and they put in a bid. When Toni finds this out, Toni lashes out at Maya and tells Maya that she needed that sale and has the audacity to tell Maya that Maya isn't being there for her.
Put in an offer and it's been accepted.
I'm sorry, what?
Sweetie, since we couldn't find you, we had to use Darnell's cousin Penny.
Well, I hope you told Darnell's cousin Penny she's gonna be splitting that commission.
She ain't splitting nothing because you didn't do nothing.
Damn it, Maya! I've been working my ass off for you. Letting my standards slip, calling up places I wouldn't even drive through. Ain't this a blip? First Joan isn't here for me, and now you?
Girl, you weren't there for her. Toni then ends up being exacerbated and admits that she just wanted to have fun when she was on her date with Michael because she's been juggling all these things, like I said, work, looking after Morgan and having a personal life.
I need a break. I am worn out. I just wanted someone to pamper me for a while. Is that wrong?
But Maya goes on to tell Toni that now that she's a single mother, she has to change her priorities.
You're a single mother, Toni, and that's about juggling. And if you got too many balls in the air, then you know what? Maybe you need to let some go.
So this leads Toni to break up with Michael. Maya has a seminar for her book, Oh Hell Yes. And Toni meets a woman named Tammy at that seminar. Tammy is persistent in wanting to work for Toni. So Toni hires Tammy as her unpaid assistant. And when Toni does hire Tammy, she tells Tammy not to play with her because she will always find out.
See, you can't play me because I will always catch you.
And she sure will. One day, Tammy gets a call on her phone and tells Toni that her mother's in a hospital.
My mom collapsed at the mall. They took her to the hospital.
So she needs Toni to drive her to Watts, a more rough area in LA. When Toni, Morgan, and Tammy are driving in the car, a man steps out in front of the car with a gun and starts to carjack them at gunpoint. Toni is absolutely distraught while this is going on, and it's so heartbreaking to watch because she was literally so scared for her baby's life.
Shut the hell up! Please, my baby!
While the carjacking is happening, Tammy talks the gunman down to make him calm and not to hurt them.
We've got a baby. It's okay. I'm just gonna reach in the back and get her.
Once Toni, Morgan, and Tammy are out of the car, the gunman steals Toni's car and drives away. This leads to Toni and Tammy bonding after. And Tammy ends up telling Toni that she has to quit her job as, Toni's assistant because she has to go and look after her mother.
Really need to get my mom back home to Bakersfield.
And you'd think that everything would be over after that. But no, Toni is scared to go out after this, but Maya and Lynn push her to go out. And when they do go out, they find Tammy's trifling ass sitting up here with the carjacker. Yeah, it was an inside job. Toni is furious and confronts Tammy.
You set me up. What are you talking about? Where is he? I don't know what you're talking about. Get your hands off me.
But Tammy has the audacity to give Toni all types of attitude. Toni literally explodes about Morgan being in the car with them when a man was literally up there with a gun.
Bitch, don't play dumb. My baby was in that car.
And Tammy still thinks that there's no problem with that.
Just call the police and tell them what? You can't prove anything, so you best get out of my face.
So what does Toni do? Toni, Miss Toni Charles. The only time where I'd be like, you know what, violence is okay here. She punches Tammy in the face.
I want to leave it at this.
And what happens after this? Toni ends up being locked up in jail. And because she's locked up in jail on a Friday, she won't be able to be in front of a judge until Monday. So Toni has to spend the weekend in prison. So Lynn and Maya are in Toni's apartment with Morgan, and Todd comes around to, pick Morgan up for his turn with Morgan. And Maya and Lynn try everything in their power not to let Todd know that Toni is in jail because that's going to affect the custody battle. But Todd finds out and he takes Morgan away, which leaves Toni completely crushed.
Where's Morgan? Oh, you know what? She's fine. She's happy. She's sleeping. Lynn? At Todd's. Todd knows we were in jail. He came by and he took her.
The long-awaited full custody battle has arrived, and Todd is planning on bringing up the assault charge that Tammy set against Toni. Toni pleads for Todd to not bring it up and tells Todd that if it was him who did it, she would understand and not bring it up.
Are you going to bring up the assault charge?
Wouldn't you?
No, because I would understand that you kicked that carjacking bitch down because she endangered Morgan.
I doubt it. And then Toni goes on to tell Todd whatever he says about Toni in that courtroom, he has to explain to Morgan later.
Just remember, whatever you say about me in that courtroom, you'll have to explain to your daughter later.
Toni thankfully gets a better lawyer, but Todd and his lawyer continue to go ham on Toni's early behavior during Morgan's first few weeks of life. Maya and Lynn testify for Toni, riding for her.
But she's a good mother now. I mean, come on, Todd, you've seen her. You have to admit it. Come on, Toni's done great with Morgan. I don't even see how you could sit there and accuse this woman.
We'll get to why Joan isn't there later. because that's a whirlwind in itself. Todd's lawyer pushes Todd to bring up the assault charge, but Todd is now apprehensive about it. And then Todd realizes that he was so wrapped up in the fights that this honestly isn't worth it. So Todd ends up dropping the full custody case, leaving Toni ecstatic.
What are you doing? Do you want your baby or not?
What I want is what's best for my baby. Toni, I'm gonna drop the petition.
For real?
I don't even know why we're here. I got caught up in the fight and I didn't know how to stop. You are a good mother. I'm so sorry.
Thank you.
I was eating this story up then, and I still am eating this story up now. Toni and Todd's toxic saga, chef's kiss. I enjoyed every second of it. Well, not every second. I hated the era where Toni was literally chasing after Todd and being so desperate. That was draining. But the drama was dramaing. And I really think this season, we really saw Toni actually growing somewhat. We finally saw her put somebody before herself continuously when it came to Morgan. And it was a nice change of pace to see her actually growing somewhat, even though she was still self-centered, she was still materialistic, she was still classist and egregious. But that one thing with her putting herself in the back burner and putting Morgan in the front and really trying to be a good mother, even though she really always thought that she would have been a bad mother, was really nice and entertaining to see. So Maya and Darnell, these two gremlins, are back together. We pick up right where we left off last season with them sleeping together in a car. They decide to go to Vegas to get remarried, talking about how happy Jabari was on the phone to hear that they got remarried. What about Lena? What about poor Lena, who was just left at the altar? You bozos.
Did you hear him on the phone?
Oh, baby, I've never heard him sound so happy.
He's happy. I feel like I've been shot out of a cannon. I'm feeling brighter than these neon lights.
Okay, Mr. Corny, who are you and what you done with my Darnell?
Oh, I'm so happy though.
Clap if you care. All right, let's move on. Perfect.
Like, I know Lena had her trifling mess when she was out on a date with another man in season 4, but you proposed to her, you took her down the aisle, and then you left her, Darnell. When you knew this whole time you didn't love her, so you wasted her time. Wrong is wrong. We need to call a spade, okay? However, Maya and Darnell are living it up in Vegas after they get remarried. But, as expected, the same issues from their first marriage pop up real quick on their Vegas trip. Darnell's controlling behavior is once again here when Maya tells him that she wants to move to a new family home now that they're back together, and she wants to move to a fancier place in California. Darnell completely dismisses her.
It's gonna take a little while to find a place in Larchmont.
Larchmont. Ain't nobody got $1 million so you be moving nowhere in Larchmont so you can be up underneath Joan. I know what you're trying to do. It ain't happening.
He then tells Maya, doesn't suggest, but tells Maya that Jabari will be sleeping in the living room of Maya's apartment and they will get the bedroom. When this whole time that Maya's been living in her apartment, Jabari has had his own room and Maya has been living in the living room. But now Darnell, just because him and Maya are back together, wants to uproot his own child into sleeping in the living room while he and Maya take the bedroom. And the living room is literally the main part of the apartment. Maya makes valid points about if they want people over, they can't because Jabari's room is the living room.
Just because we change our mind, he's got to change his room? I mean, come on, Darnell, you know that's not fair.
He's gonna love being out there with the TV.
Yeah, and if he's out there with the TV, that means we can't watch TV, we can't have folks over, and if a burglar comes in, you want him to be the first line of defense? I mean, the boy's barely out of underoos.
Then it's time he mans up.
But Darnell isn't hearing any of it and shuts her down with his same old controlling behavior.
And I want us to end this conversation so that we can enjoy our honeymoon.
So after this, the vibe is completely killed. And I don't know why Maya is shocked or anything, because of course Darnell is still controlling. He never went to therapy to fix his controlling issues. He never tried at all to fix his controlling issues. So why does she now think that now that they're remarried, those same old problems that were in their marriage that ended their marriage in the first place are going to be gone. Maya ends up leaving their hotel room to explore Vegas on her own because her and Darnell are now at odds. While she's trailing around Vegas, she ends up venting to another man about Darnell's controlling nature, repeating the same mistakes that she did in season 2 when she was up here venting about Darnell to Stan, trying to seek a male understanding from somebody who isn't her husband. Darnell confronts her when he sees her venting to another man, but Maya counters back and tells Darnell that she can't even talk to him because he wants everything done his way, and he still treats her, yet again, like she's still 16 years old. She's a grown woman with her own mind.
It ain't like that, okay? I know she's married.
Well, that don't mean nothing to her.
Stop it!
Maya, I didn't get back in this marriage. You could cheat on me.
No, I was just talking to him.
Well, you're supposed to be talking to me.
Oh, you can't talk to you, okay? Because you don't talk, you just tell me. All right, no, I am not 16 anymore. All right, I'm not gonna follow you everywhere like it's gospel.
All this because I want to move Jabari to the couch?
No, Darnell, this is about you thinking you control everything.
So now that you all grown, I'm supposed to shut the hell up. Right? Is that the type of man that you want now? Fine. Whatever you want, dear.
That's not what I meant, Darnell.
Whatever, dear.
Stop it!
Whatever, dear.
So now after this conversation, Darnell and Maya decide to be the new Maya and Darnell and fix the issues that they had in their first marriage. So now, even though they're remarried, they decide to date, have Joan's 3-month rule, and live in separate apartments opposite each other, okay? Darnell's ass still doesn't like the girlfriends and doesn't want to hang out with them. He's really upset about Maya wanting to hang out with her friends, but he wants Maya to hang out with him and his friends.
Joan is throwing a party for us tomorrow night to celebrate us getting married again.
Oh, that's great. Too bad we can't be there.
Why not?
Because we're going to the drag races.
And then he's up here calling Joan and the other girlfriends lesbians because they want to hang out together. Okay.
Is being with your friends worth risking me and you?
What are you talking about?
We just got back together, and every 5 minutes you running over there to be with your girls. I mean, what's going on over there? Is that why y'all instituted the 3-month rule so y'all ain't gotta sleep with men?
Shut up, bitch!
And secondly, how come when some girls are tight, we gotta be some lesbians?
Joan even throws a party for Maya and Darnell getting remarried. Like, Joan actually is being very nice and throwing a party for them because they're getting remarried. And what does Darnell's dumbass do? Darnell refuses to go and says he wants Maya to come with him to go hang out with his friends, Peanut and them. Sounds like the old Darnell to me. Since Darnell doesn't want to go to the party, Joan changes the party into a fake commitment ceremony for Lynn's stupid lesbian storyline. And now Maya wants him to come to that. But then Darnell complains about how he thought he was getting the new Maya and is pressed that she still wants to hang out with her friends.
Is that I thought I was dating the new Maya. But clearly I'm just dating the old Maya, but the old Maya used to give me some.
This situation turns Maya into the controlling one when she's trying to control Darnell to hang out with her friends, and Darnell confronts her.
So, I was thinking about us last night, and just like my friends are part of my package, your friends are part of your package. So, to be fair, I invited Peanut and them to Lynn's party. Trust me, once they heard the word lesbian, they weren't thinking about no drag races. So, see, boo? Everybody's happy.
Saying how he's been trying to be the new Darnell, listing that he's gone along with them dating even though they're married, going along with the 3-month rule, and going along with living opposite each other.
You can't even see how I'm bending over backwards trying to be the new Darnell for you.
Do you want a cookie over a decade of being controlling, and now you want to be praised for not being controlling for a few months? And it's the fact that he still is being controlling because he's complaining about her wanting to hang out with her friends and wanting him to hang out with her friends. Anyway, Maya and Darnell compromise. They throw out the whole dating idea and the 3-month rule and decide to live together. Months later, Maya is doing well in her book career, and Maya and Darnell go out to a fancy restaurant to eat. When the bill comes, Darnell's card declines, and he's embarrassed when Maya pays because Maya has been making a lot of money with her book career.
Hey,
Sorry.
don't you worry. All right, since I got my last advance, we've got some real cushion in the bank, and as soon as we get home, I will call them and I will raise your credit limit.
Great.
Just raise it enough so I can buy my nuts back.
Simultaneously, the other girlfriends need Darnell's help to fix things around their homes. And I guess this is the start of the writers making Darnell warm up to the girlfriends. Because while Darnell is doing his trips to Home Depot or whatever with each girlfriend, he vents to them about how he feels about Maya making more money than him. Joan gives the best advice, talking about how marriage is an equal partnership and they both benefit from each other's wealth.
So she makes more than you. You're married. You get married to share your life with someone.
But Darnell tells Joan that he was raised to believe that the man is the one who makes more money.
Like, I was raised old school, okay? A man is supposed to provide for his wife.
And you do provide.
You know what I mean? She's making more.
Oh, so this isn't about providing, this is about who makes more money.
Look, I know it shouldn't bother me that she makes more, but it does.
Why? Why does it bother you?
She's gonna write more and more books. She's gonna get more and more successful, and I'm gonna be stuck working in a garage.
Personally, I'm about getting my own money and being financially independent, okay? Like, I can't imagine being with a man that is so pressed that his woman is making bank. Like, ew. Like, sir, do you think that women should be making less? Because that's how it sounds like. But I also understand where Darnell's coming from because, like he said, he was raised to have that belief. And in real life, men are raised to have that belief of men making more than women and being the breadwinners of the family. To be a man, they need to be the breadwinners and providing for their family. And you know what's so funny? My mind. This can actually be linked to why women make less in the workplace. Like, the same job, the same position, a man will make more money than a woman. Like, I really think that societal expectation for men to be the breadwinners actually links into the gender pay gap. My mind. Toni gives the worst advice, naturally. She just boasts about how she's wealthier than Darnell and Maya and talks about Todd being short.
There is no side. She makes more money.
So? I make more money than both of y'all, but I don't lord it over you. Unless I need a good laugh, but then you know it's not personal. Okay, don't get your lip all poked out. I was just playing.
It's not that. All right, you were the breadwinner in your marriage. Did you ever think that Todd was less of a man?
My problem with Todd wasn't that I had more money in my wallet. It was that he could fit in my wallet.
Lynn tells Darnell to mooch off Maya.
Maya's making money. Lean on her.
Of course. Darnell tells Lynn about his dream to be on a NASCAR pit crew, and Lynn tells him to go for it, but he explains that the training is unpaid. But Lynn doesn't care. You know, she got her typical mooch behavior. So Darnell goes back to Maya and is actually now coming around to liking the girlfriends, except Toni.
You know what, Maya? Your friends were not half as annoying as I thought they'd be. Except for Toni.
I know, huh?
He then tells Maya that he wants to go for his dream of being in a NASCAR pit crew and doing the training that is unpaid. Maya spirals because she doesn't want to be the sole provider of the family.
Sell my half of the garage to Peanut and start training to work in a pit crew.
Now what now?
Like, the garage is doing great. If there's any money to be made out of it, it's now. See, I never took my NASCAR dream seriously because I didn't think I had a chance. But now with you making more money, I'm starting to think that I can. Now, baby, I looked into it, and I got a friend who said he could get me an internship working on Bill Lester's crew.
You mean a non-paid, you ain't cashing no check on Friday internship? Oh, really? You know what else is a valuable experience? Cashing a check. And unlike you, Lynn, me and my man got bills.
She goes all full Joan mode, being passive aggressive, trying to prove that they'll be miserable if they try to cut corners if she becomes the sole provider.
I've just got the water boiled. Just need to know what kind of ramen you want. I've got chicken, beef, if you're feeling south of the border, chili and lime.
What kind of beer is this?
I don't know, but it was a 6-pack for 98 cents down the 99-cent store.
This leads Darnell to deciding not to join the pit crew.
Look, I don't want us to have to make any more sacrifices than we have to. I guess now's not the time.
Hey, you know what, baby? Now you can focus on the garage. Right? I mean, you talked about expanding. Maybe this is the time.
Yeah.
However, later, while Jabari's on the internet, he goes searching for how much NASCAR pit crew members make, and he shows Maya this, and Maya becomes guilty and tells Darnell that he should go for his dream to be in the NASCAR pit crew.
What'd I do?
You're being all materialistic. Okay, didn't nobody raise you like that? Your daddy didn't want to do this because of the money, Chapari. This was his dream. Something he's always wanted to do because it was going to make him happy. Oh, hell.
It's so funny how in season 2, Maya's dream was to go back to college and Darnell was being controlling and said no, which crushed her. And then now we have here in season 6, Darnell wants to do his dream of being in a NASCAR pit crew and Maya is saying no. But I guess the circumstances are different because Maya wanted to go to college while still working and Darnell's training would be unpaid. But still, those were both their dreams and they both shut them down. But then it hit me. Maya went back to college in season 3 or 4, but we never saw her finish college. Like she got a D on her Oh Hell Yes essay and then turned it into a book. And then got her book deal, and then we never heard of her being in college ever again. Some dream. Recently, I read a Reddit think piece where somebody said Maya's real dream was being accomplished and successful, and she thought that a degree would get her there. But once writing gave her that career success that she wanted, she dropped college. Months later, Darnell has been going through his training to be in the NASCAR pit crew, and Maya and Darnell finally get their dream house in a fancier, more rural place of California. Everything seems all sunshines and rainbows for the first 24 hours of them moving into their new house. But then, 24 hours after moving in, Darnell was offered a job as a pit crew member in Florida. Maya is heartbroken, so Darnell initially says no, but Maya later tells him that he should go because it's his dream.
Of course you have to go.
Are you sure?
Darnell suggests to Maya that they go together, and that's where we leave them at the end of the season. So Maya and Darnell are back together. How do I feel about it? Honestly, you guys know I don't like Darnell, and I only end up liking Darnell during seasons 7 and 8, which we'll get to, later. So right now, I'm a bit iffy with them getting back together because, I don't like Darnell, but I can see the writers slowly developing his character to become likable as he's warming to the girlfriends. So yay for growth. This stupid ass storyline, truly one of the worst storylines in this show, right behind Joan and William's mess. Like, I'm already annoyed and we haven't even started yet. So at the beginning of the season, we find Lynn where we left her last season, on a mountain pouting over Finn. Yes, Finn. While walking around the mountain, she ends up stumbling upon a woman who is literally trying to end her own life. And how does Lynn stop this woman from ending her own life? Her dumbass proposes to her. So Lynn takes this random woman out of the mountain and into the hospital where Toni has just given birth and introduces the random woman as Jennifer, her fiance. And when I tell you, nobody bats an eye. Ain't nobody care about Lynn's next crazy thing that she's doing.
I'd like to introduce you to my fiance.
Hi, I'm Jennifer.
Nice to meet you.
Because, they already know she's flip-floppy and she don't stick to nothing. So now Lynn is in a sham of an engagement. One problem though, Jennifer's unstable ass continues to want to sleep with Lynn. And Lynn always has an excuse not to because she don't want to sleep with her.
I was thinking tonight maybe we could have sex, finally.
Too tired.
You're always tired.
Jennifer ends up becoming suspicious and accuses Lynn of having an affair with Joan, of all people.
Are you having an affair with her? What? No! You're always avoiding sex with me and you're always running over there.
Okay. Every time Lynn rejects sleeping with Jennifer, Jennifer's up here talking about, okay, tomorrow I die. Oh my gosh.
Hey, you know what? It's clear you don't want me. It's clear I repulse you. You'd be better off without me. The world would be better off without me. So tomorrow, I die.
And then when Lynn insists that she's not rejecting Jennifer, and now Jennifer's up here like, tomorrow I live. That scene always gets me. It's too funny. It's too funny.
Tomorrow is the day that we're supposed to finally make love. No, that was tonight. So then tomorrow? Definitely. I promise. Great. Then tomorrow, I live.
After weeks of the sham of an engagement and Jennifer continuously begging Lynn to sleep with her, Lynn now decides to just get it over with, and now she plans on getting it on with Jennifer. I can't with Lynn hyping herself up in the mirror, getting ready to put it on Jennifer.
Just get dirty with it. Just be a bitch. Just be a bitch. Just bitch. bitch.
Then Lynn goes to the bathroom and now we see Jennifer hyping herself up in the mirror. And that's when we find out Jennifer isn't a lesbian.
We can do this, Jennifer. You can be a lesbian.
What? Like Miss Mia, then why were you always trying to get Lynn into bed then? Jennifer admits to Lynn that she was only doing that to keep Lynn happy.
I'm not a lesbian either.
But you've been trying to get with me since day one.
I know, I wanted to make you happy. I was so afraid of losing you, and I was willing to do anything just to have somebody love me.
You're a stupid hoe. You're a stupid hoe.
But Miss Ma'am, you saw how she kept making excuses, so it's not mathing. The math ain't mathing. Like this, Jennifer irks me. This storyline was so dumb. So after this, when everything's out in the open, Lynn and Jennifer decide to stay friends and still live together. But then their friendship turns scarily codependent and everybody sees it.
Calm down. I'm sure it's just a regular spider. Okay, I'll handle it when I get home. Of course, I'd be upset if it attacked and paralyzed you.
Okay, look, you guys are just friends. Put the phone away. It's crazy.
What you should put away is Jennifer. She's crazy.
I'm so there. Great! I'm so excited. Me too. Hey, I gotta go. I got another call coming through.
Okay, I'll talk to you later. Bye.
Okay. Hello?
It's me, you idiot.
When the girlfriends notice the codependency, Lynn acts like she doesn't like Jennifer's codependency.
Yeah, Jen. Yeah, I'm still excited. Woohoo! Yippee! I'm excited for Jennifer! I can so do it.
But then, when Jennifer's literal therapist says that their friendship is unhealthy and they need to stop being friends, now all of a sudden, Lynn is begging Jennifer to stay friends with her.
And I'm sorry. I didn't want it to end this way. And, what are you talking about? Well, Lynn, Dr. Stewart has helped me to realize that our relationship is unhealthy and that we are codependent. Therefore, I have come to realize that I must leave you in order to get my own life back. Wait, leave me? You can't leave me. We're friends. I know. Best friends. I need you. I need you. Jennifer, sorry. You're regressing. Remember the destructive pattern. Right. Lynn equals destruction. Okay, stop manipulating her. Jennifer, let's go home. Jennifer, you should stay with me. Jennifer, let's go. Jennifer, stay. Jennifer, Jennifer. Lynn, I'm sorry.
And she's desperate to keep Jennifer around, living in her apartment. The other girlfriends literally have to physically restrain Lynn so that Jennifer can leave the apartment. Like, Lynn is literally out here acting insane.
No, wait. Wait, no, don't leave me! Why did she leave me? I can't be alone.
The girlfriends confront her about her insanity because Lynn was literally talking about how she doesn't like the codependency, and now that Jennifer's leaving, she wants Jennifer to stay. Lynn finally admits the truth. She was so crazy about Finn, even though she knew him for only a few weeks, because of the music. She didn't love Finn, she loved the music.
Why Finn?
I had my purse on, Joan.
I mean, of all the guys you've been with, why is he the first man that you let get to you? I mean, you said you barely talked. He never took you anywhere. All you guys did was sit around and write music. You said the sex wasn't that special.
Damn. It was the music. And when I joined that band, I felt reborn somehow. And when I left it, I felt lost.
Girl, are you slow? You can still sing and do music without him. Child, Lynn is so annoying. The girlfriends then suggest multiple ways that Lynn can do music, but she dismisses them all.
If you could go after all these crazy things that didn't mean anything to you, then why can't you go after this?
Because this does matter. And if I fail, that's it.
And then Toni clocks Lynn. Lynn doesn't want to pursue music because she's scared that she'll be successful in it. And if she's successful in it, that means that she has to work hard. And you know, Lynn is all about that lazy life.
With success comes responsibility, which means you'd have to step up. You'd have to produce. You'd actually have to write or perform.
Oh, God. You know, maybe I don't really want music. No.
But honestly, people do suffer from this, where they're scared of success and they're scared of doing well. So they procrastinate. But with Lynn, honestly, I just feel like it was laziness, pure laziness. Because you had all the energy to get 5 degrees. So then the girlfriends come up with the idea for Lynn to stick to music. And for Lynn to stick to music, she apparently has to marry music. So Lynn marries music. Okay. And in true Lynn fashion, she abandons it and goes back to doing odd jobs. One of them being a fake celebrity tour guide. So she up here scamming people. William, once again, is being a good friend and gifts Lynn a guitar so that she can get her music career started. And Lynn starts her music career by making songs about the girlfriends.
Baby crying, mama don't care. Lynn!
Hey! You was a lying ass!
This is where Lynn is at right now. Let's hope she sticks to this one. We're still here at the saga of William and Joan, unfortunately. With William and Joan, we start this season where we left them last season. Them in bed together, looking terrified. And we find out that they slept together while drunk. But we quickly find out that it was bad. And Joan is apparently what William would call an ouch girl, because when William was trying to get inside there, Joan was hurting.
Never saw myself in a long-term relationship with an ouch girl.
Joan insists that it's because it's been a while since she's been with somebody and because she was drunk. I can't with Joan opening her legs spread eagle and telling William to go. Stand up. William goes on to say that this is just physical proof on what they've already known, that they don't belong together.
Joan, this is just physical proof of what we've been feeling all along. We don't belong together.
And honestly, this just could have ended right here. But no, William had to go open his big mouth. William's ass and his obsession with lesbians needs to know what Lynn has going on with her lesbian lover. Her fake lesbian lover.
Lynn! I just came from the hospital where I heard the most exciting news. Now, they could have been messing with me, which would be really cruel. But am I to understand that you are engaged to a woman?
Yes, William. Any more questions?
Yes! Dozens! What's her cup size?
William.
Oh, you're right. That's inappropriate.
Thank you.
Can I watch?
William.
I'm sorry. I'm just so giddy.
And to get information about what Lynn and her fake lesbian lover got going on, he tells Lynn about Joan being an ouch girl, making it seem like Joan is the problem.
Joan's an ouch girl.
Oh, no, those are the worst.
I know. She was hooting and hollering before I even got my boxers off.
And Joan finds out that William told Lynn, and she confronts him. And she correctly points out that if somebody should be ashamed here, it should be William. I don't think anybody should be ashamed, but if William wants to play that game, we can play it, sir. It's you that should be ashamed. Because clearly, Joan wasn't attracted to him in the slightest bit. That's why he couldn't arouse her. And that's why things went fitting into place.
I'd rather just preserve the last shred of respect I have for you.
Last shred of respect? Last shred? What? Oh, what? So this is all on me now? Wait a minute, I let you down? Did it ever occur to you that maybe our failure to connect was all your fault? That you just couldn't turn me on? No, I mean, maybe you just didn't have the moves, huh? Maybe you didn't have the manhood, the prowess to get Joan Clayton to the big O. You know what, William? You don't get to the World Series just because you got a big bat. You need technique, buddy. You need skills.
No, Joan, with you, I would need the jaws of life. You wouldn't know wet in the shower.
Kiss my ass, William.
I tried that. It didn't work.
I don't know how you voted for Bush, because you don't know anything about one.
Like, Joan has never had this problem before with other men. I always thought that Joan was never attracted to William, and this is literally proof. They end up making up after this, and the saga of William and Joan is finally over. Yay! Another of Joan's desperate ass attempts to have a man just to say she has a man. When the J Spot, Joan's restaurant, is going under, Joan decides to interview for attorney jobs. While in the elevator for one of her interviews, she talks to an elderly man named Kenneth. She tells him how she doesn't really want the job she's about to interview for and how she's just being practical because her restaurant isn't doing well.
This interview's just a safety net for me, you know. Honestly, I really hope I don't get this job. I mean, because truth be told, I don't really like the law.
And then Joan finds out that this man, Kenneth, is actually the boss of the man that will be interviewing her. So Joan doesn't even bother to go to the interview because, you know, she just embarrassed herself. All of a sudden, a private party is lined up for the J Spot and Joan and William are thrilled because, hello, profit. And Kenneth, the elderly man from the elevator, is at the private party. He ends up revealing to Joan that he set up this private party because he wants to get to know Joan. And not just get to know Joan, he wants to date Joan. Joan is hesitant at first because of the age gap, the massive age gap. Kenneth is 72 and Joan is 34.
I'm not looking for anything serious. Just somebody who can hold their own in a conversation at a museum or after a jazz concert or over dinner at my beach house. So before you answer or you think too much about our ages, just ask yourself, is it maybe something you're looking for too?
He's old enough to be her damn daddy and not the daddy that he wants to be. While contemplating dating him, Joan has a hilarious nightmare about going out on a date with him.
Do you have a glass for these?
But Joan's desperate ass ends up going on a date with him anyway. And they start dating. When the girlfriends find out, they are horrified by the age gap. I am too.
70s?
Oh, hell no! Oh, Joan, that's just great. Now we're both gonna be changing diapers.
Joan's ass really sleeps with Kenneth. And they go at it all night, leading Joan to believe that he's on Viagra. But Kenneth insists that he isn't, and that's just all him.
Oh, Kenneth, that was amazing. Yay, Viagra.
Viagra?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's probably not something you like to shout from the headboards, huh?
I don't shout it because I don't use it.
Really? So, that's all you? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
But Joan doesn't believe him and wants to confirm that he is on Viagra. So she goes up in his bathroom, being all types of nosy, going through his medicine cabinet, trying to find some Viagra. And she has Lynn on the phone to help her go through the medicine to make sure what's a Viagra and what's not, because of Lynn's supposed medical knowledge. I can't when Lynn mistakes one of the medications for medication to treat hepatitis and herpes. And then Joan's up here panicking, but it was just for headaches.
Okay, what's Elavil?
Hepatitis.
What?
No. Relax. It's herpes.
No, wait, no. I'm tripping. It's hepatitis. Wait a minute, no.
Okay, wait, you don't. No, hold on. I can't hear. There's a bunch of people talking. All right, now, what'd you say it was called?
Elavil.
Oh, no, that's for headaches. Sorry, my bad.
When Joan confronts Kenneth about, snooping through his bathroom, they break up because Joan clearly can't handle his age.
If you have a heart condition and you're taking Viagra, you could die. And I don't want that to happen, especially not when you're next to, on top of, or
Behind me.
You still believe I'm taking Viagra even though I told you I'm not?
So then what the hell is that down there?
Control, baby.
Like Joan's ass, I've said this many times, is desperate for a man. Like literally this season, she comments twice about even though all of the other girlfriends have messed up love lives, they still have more love than her.
You are still married to Todd.
Yes, but we're gonna divorce.
And Lynn, You are in a committed relationship with a lesbian.
No, actually, I'm in a relationship with a lesbian that needs to be committed.
And Maya, you married Darnell again.
Yeah, but we're only dating.
Right, so as screwed up as all of your relationships are, you still have more than me. Oh, God.
Like, she's really up here crying because everybody's getting married before her. Like, she was up here crying because Lynn got married to music. Girl.
Because all y'all bitches got married before me.
The fact that Joan thinks that having a man is like the pinnacle of existence when every single relationship she's been in has been ass is beyond me. While Joan is up here with her old ass boyfriend, William is up here with his young ass girlfriend. Yeah, William is dating a young woman named Jasmine who is 20 years old. And William is damn near, I swear William is like in his early 40s right now. Either he's in his late 30s or he's in his early 40s, because I'm pretty sure he's older than the girlfriends. Jasmine is completely young and dumb and inexperienced in life. William takes it upon himself to guide her to improve her life. Jasmine says that she wants to be a fashion designer.
I heard you say you're interested in fashion design.
Yes, totally. It's my dream. What I want more than anything. Ooh, and acting.
Acting? Oh, dear God, no. Honey, that's the first rung on the ladder to madness. But fashion design, see? That's stable. Got your tops, your bottoms.
So William sets her up with somebody from the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising, which is a really big deal if you want to get into fashion. Jasmine ends up flaking on the meeting because essentially she got an acting job offer and she wants to be an actor as well. William and Jasmine argue while they get to Lynn's house, and they continue to argue.
About what? I screwed up. I said I was sorry.
Can we drop it? We're at the party now.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you two kids are having trouble.
Yeah, he's all mad at me.
Well, of course I'm mad at you. One of my biggest clients sits on the board at FITM. I set up a lunch so that he could meet Jasmine. She doesn't even show up.
It's not like I flaked. I had an audition.
That was a cattle call. Half of LA was there.
Told you I always want to act with Johnny Depp. And they liked me. I read my line really well. Will that be all?
William leaves and Jasmine decides to stay with the girlfriends, and the girlfriends decide to give her some advice. Joan is sure that if William is mad, then Jasmine must have done something wrong. And I mean, Joan isn't wrong. Jasmine flaked on an important meeting with one of William's high value clients. So he's essentially making him look bad too. But then Jasmine goes on to innocently explain that William has been doing so much for her, but the so much he's doing for her is him changing everything in her life. Like telling her what books to read, what clothes to wear, and even what she should be voting for.
He gave me a list of books to read, he picked out some new clothes for me, and he even told me how to vote on Governor Schwarzenegger's referendums.
I get inspiring your partner, but this is weird and uncomfortable. William is literally trying to mold this 20-year-old young woman into being his dream woman. Like, she's so young. She's 20. She needs the time to grow on her own and get to know her own interests and not have a man essentially groom her into who he wants her to be. The girlfriend suggests to Jasmine that William is being controlling. Maya gives her advice about how controlling Darnell was and how she had to kick him to the curb when he was controlling, but now he's learned his lesson and now he's back in her life. You know, they're married again. But Toni clocks her and says, didn't you guys divorce because you cheat on him?
What she's saying is he's trying to mold you into his little Stepford wife. See, sweetie, this is how men do. You know, my man was always trying to tell me what to do, okay? But you know what? I had to let his controlling ass go, all right? I had to school him. And when he learned, I let him come back.
Didn't he leave you because you cheated on him?
Clock it. And then Joan's delusional ass comes up in the conversation talking about men are always trying to control me.
That's why I can't stay in a relationship, because Men are always trying to control me.
When? Girl, when? Usually it's you trying to control the situation. Calm it down. And Toni's advice is just stupid. She goes on talking about how humans shouldn't marry elves. Just another short joke towards Todd.
We have to find our own way. You know, make our own mistakes. That's why I left my husband, because he's a mistake. Humans should not marry elves.
Overall, the girlfriend's advice to Jasmine is messy, but the goal is to tell Jasmine that William is controlling her. Jasmine confronts William and tells him that she didn't say that she wanted to go to fashion school. He told her she did.
I'm not sure I want to go to fashion school.
What? We discussed this. We agreed.
No, you told me.
And William goes on to say that if she wants to be with a senior partner like him, then she has to get her life together.
Excuse me, Jasmine. If you want to be with a senior partner, you got to get your life together.
She's 20 years old, sir. She has so much life to live before settling down with some 40-year-old man who wants to groom her. Jasmine remembers the girlfriend's advice and uses it to push back on William.
This is my journey, William, not your journey. And at my age, I need to make my own mistakes. And you need to stop trying to mold me like you men do.
Jasmine, I'm just trying to help you.
No, you're not. You're doing a Pygmalion.
And William realizes that she got her advice from the girlfriends and goes to confront them, talking about they're trying to turn her into a bitter woman like them.
Lure innocent young girls full of hope and promise. Corrupt their minds with your gin-soaked cynicism.
Is this about your little girlfriend?
Of course it's about my little girlfriend. You're trying to turn her against me.
No, we're trying to turn her for herself.
Is it fair for you to put all that on her?
Well, is it fair for you to put your expectations on her?
At least I'm trying to turn her into something positive. You're turning her into the kind of bitter, joyless, man-hating woman I'm trying to escape from.
But the girlfriends tell him, William, you're grooming her, you're controlling her, you're basically stealing her innocence. And then William really realizes that he is stealing her innocence.
If you don't let her live her own life, then in 5 years, she's gonna be trying to escape from you.
Yeah, and take half your money and move off to Ojai with her yoga instructor. I've seen it happen. I've sold those houses. You're trying to steal her innocence, William.
I'm not trying to steal her innocence. I'm trying to help her. Look, I'm tired of looking for the right woman. What's wrong with me trying to make her... Oh my God, I'm stealing her innocence.
And the girlfriends realize that they were also telling her what to do with her life. So William and the girlfriends break up with Jasmine. Let me tell you something about Jasmine though. Face card goes crazy, okay? But yeah, William was really trying to mold his own dream woman out of a 20-year-old girl who has so much more life to live before she settles down with a grown-ass man. It was weird and uncomfortable to watch. Like, her frontal lobe ain't nowhere near ready. Months later, William is still desperate for love. I swear him and Joan are like two sides of the same coin when it comes to relationships. He's desperate too. So William hires a high-class matchmaker, and when the matchmaker is showing him pictures of different women that he could date, he sees Monica on the list and lies to the matchmaker that he doesn't know who she is, because if he did know who she was, it would be against the rules. So now Monica and William are matched together, and when the matchmaker shows William's picture to Monica, Monica refuses to go out with him.
His name is William Dent.
And the matchmaker is annoyed because William lied. William is persistent on getting Monica back. William ends up being at the same traffic light as Monica, and then he goes on to tell her that he now doesn't want love, he wants compatibility, which him and Monica had before, and how they both believe that love isn't enough and the compatibility is better. And Monica tells him she used to believe that compatibility was better than love, until he broke her heart and she drives away.
Look, we're both realists. We both know that romance is just an illusion.
No, I used to think that, William, until you broke my heart. I don't want compatibility. I want more. I want the hearts, the flowers, the knight in shiny armor. I also want to make this light. Goodbye, William.
Then William's asked dresses up as a tin man and goes over to Monica's house. He says that he wants to be her knight and shimmering armor. He then says that he loves Monica and that he wants to give her the world, and that every relationship after her didn't work out because they weren't her.
Knight in shining armor. You wanted a knight in shining armor. I want to give you everything that you want.
William.
Monica, every relationship I've had these past 3 years has failed. It's never felt right. And then I saw you the other day and I realized something standing out there in the traffic. I realized that it's never felt right with any of the women that I dated because none of them were you. I love you, Monica. I've loved you this whole time. I thought I could suppress it because I didn't think you could love me back, but...
Lies, lies, and more lies, and lies on top of lies.
So Monica takes William back and they get engaged. Honey child, we'll see how that goes in the next 2 seasons. Because let me tell you something, William does not deserve Monica. I'm just gonna flat out say that. And you know, you'll see why when we get to it. Maya gets her own seminar for her book, Oh Hell Yes, and this could immensely help with her book sales. She asks Toni and Joan, as successful black women, to be on her panel, and Lynn's dumbass is confused on why Maya didn't ask her. And like Toni said, successful black women.
Did Maya ask you to be on her panel too, Toni? Did you not hear me say a panel of successful black women?
I wonder why she didn't ask me.
Did you not hear me say a panel of successful black women?
So what am I, the loser who's got nothing to say?
If you want to sugarcoat it.
Even though Toni's ass literally forgot about the seminar and doesn't have anything planned to say. Surprise, surprise. During the Q&A part of the panel, Lynn's ass interrupts the Q&A and starts answering questions in the crowd, or at least trying to.
I'll field this one. Lynn Searcy, 5 master's degrees at UCLA. In order to answer your question, it would depend on how you measure success. I hear a lot of talk here today about success in materialistic terms. I mean, how much money do you have? How big is your house? When are you going to get a job? This obsession with material success,
Thank you, Lynn.
is why the third world is saddled with unserviceable debt.
I said thank you, Lynn.
Which I've written about extensively, and you can read on my blog, or you can
Lynn!
download my podcast.
I'm sure someone else must have a question.
Yes, you in the blue shirt.
And she literally has to be escorted out. When Maya confronts her, Lynn doesn't see anything wrong with what she did and is upset that Maya didn't include her, when this was a huge deal for Maya, and Lynn literally almost ruined it by just intercepting the Q&A.
Okay, look, I belong up there too. I am very successful, Maya, just not in your materialistic, narrow-minded terms, which is what I was trying to say before you interrupted me.
Maya completely disses Lynn. She's like, oh, you wanted to be up in a panel for successful black women? And how am I supposed to introduce you? How am I supposed to introduce your career? She goes on to talk about how Lynn has never stuck to any career and never commits to anything.
There's still time for you to join the rest of the panel.
You want to do it? All right, fine. Why don't you tell me how I should introduce you? As a documentary filmmaker? Oh, wait, I'm sorry, girl, my bad. You quit that. How about ripping off Japanese tourists with fake Hollywood tours? Oh gosh, Miss Searcy, got any tips on how to crack that film? What about music? You still married to it, or did you get divorced?
So what are you saying, I'm just a joke?
You're a joke that's not funny anymore.
And that last line that Maya says about Lynn being married to music, but she hasn't done anything in music in a while. So, girl, are you divorced from it? Girl, oof. Maya ate Lynn up. And it was deserved. Because literally, Lynn has had like so many jobs over the last 6 seasons. Waitressing, that office job, being a tin man begging for change, having a like late night TV show where she was exposing people, her documentary era, fake celebrity tour guide, erotic writer, and the landlord to Maya's apartment complex. So Maya goes on to tell Lynn that Lynn is a joke that isn't funny anymore. I honestly feel like Lynn needed to hear this. Sometimes people don't listen to you until you say something in a harsh way. Sometimes that does happen. Like sometimes you really have to tell someone what's what straight and don't sugarcoat it. Honestly, I do believe that you can have more than one career avenue. I mean, I'm all for it. I want to do that. But Lynn never commits to any of them. She literally abandons them and then goes on to the next one and then doesn't commit to the next one. But after Maya chews Lynn up, this leads Lynn to really get serious about music, trying to join a young girl group, which she fails miserably at. That song was a bop. Banana split, split, split. Maya later apologizes to Lynn and goes on to explain to Lynn how important that seminar was for her and for her book career.
Can I talk to you? Go ahead. I'm not the one who tries to shut her friends down when we have something to say.
Shut up, bitch!
That seminar was a really, really big deal for me.
Like, Maya has been grinding for her book career. She really has always wanted a successful career. So I understand why she blew up at Lynn, because Lynn was literally about to tank her panel. So Lynn and Maya make up. All's well. I'm just glad that Lynn is finally getting serious about something. Music. Let's hope she sticks to it. This is where everything falls apart. Well, for Joan at least. So the J-spot still isn't doing well, and William and Joan are fighting to keep it open. William has Mr. Sweeterson, William's boss and Joan's former boss, Darnell and Darnell's friends, Pina and M, in the J-spot, drinking beers, eating chips, and just hanging out watching sports, because ain't nobody else coming up in that restaurant.
The hell are all these freeloaders doing in my restaurant?
You might want to sidebar that more to the side, but brother can still hear you.
Joan considers selling her house to keep the restaurant afloat. She inherited her house from her grandparents. Come on now, Joan. Over this whack-ass restaurant. The other girlfriends try to talk Joan out of selling her house to keep the restaurant.
My house is worth a lot of money. So I sell my house, I fix my money problem, I save my restaurant.
If the restaurant doesn't turn around, you're not going to have a restaurant or a house.
I'm willing to take that risk.
And Lynn is up here reminiscing about all of the places that she slept with people in Joan's house.
My first three-way. My first four-way. My first doorway.
Ew. The fact that Jennifer, Jennifer, Lynn's fake lesbian fiance, is the one to encourage Lynn and Maya to help Joan see that selling her house is wrong is wild.
Well, what are you guys going to do to help her?
Well, it all depends on how you define help. To aid and assist? I think we're working with a different definition. Yeah, I thought you guys were tight. Like the Crips. No, we're tight like a grip.
While Toni's up here in her real estate agent mess, trying to sell Joan's house. Great friending.
We're here to help Joan, you opportunist.
I'm not an opportunist, Maya. I'm a real estate broker. Keeping it real and trying to keep her from going broker.
Maya and Lynn come up with some money to help Joan keep the restaurant open for a few months.
That's not much, girl. You know it ain't interest-free.
But it will keep your restaurant open through the holidays.
Right. And I'm sure Toni's gonna pitch in a little something too.
Way up in my pocket. Oh my God! Where did you guys get all of this money?
It was the advance on my next book.
And I found a buyer for Blue Octagon and Red Triangle. Lynn, you love those paintings. And Maya, there are a million things that you could do with this money.
I know, girl, but you believe in this restaurant.
But Joan declines the money, and Maya is so thrilled.
Oh, thank you, Jesus.
Girl, when Joan tells William that she's decided to close the restaurant, William tells her that he's come up with a new idea for the restaurant, to make it a sports bar, because he saw how Mr. Sweeterson, Darnell, and Pina and them were enjoying their time drinking beers and eating chips and watching the game.
Come on, Joan, get on board.
A sports bar, William.
Yes, trust me, it doesn't have to change that much.
But Joan doesn't want the J-Spot to go from a fancy, smanchy restaurant into a sports bar, and signs her share of the restaurant over to William.
William, I opened a restaurant that had a soul, that had a mission to bring sophisticated adults together in a compelling atmosphere over fine wine with innovative cuisine. I'll sign over my half of the restaurant. It's all yours.
like, Joan, why are you so pressed with your restaurant idea? The restaurant is going under. But with William's restaurant idea, he's already making a profit because of Peanut, Darnell, and M. Toni, actually being a good friend for once, tells Joan that she is being ridiculous and that she should listen to William about the sports bar idea.
Good. Then listen. See, I always knew that you were desperate and lonely and asking way too much from life. But I never thought you were stupid. How could you give up your restaurant to William now that it's finally making money?
Joan's annoying ass goes on to complain and compare people rejecting her restaurant idea to how she's felt about men constantly rejecting her.
And when people rejected it, it felt like they were rejecting me. The same way I've been rejected by men. I'm just tired of not being wanted.
Loser! This male-obsessed woman.
So the restaurant's not the fantasy, okay? Stop being a baby and get over it. The past few months, you've complained about how much you want to make the J-Spot a hit, and now that it might be, you're giving up.
So Joan takes Toni's advice and doesn't give her share to William and decides to go along with William's idea to create the J-Spot into a sports bar. After this, the J-Spot is now on and popping and has celebrities coming in and out. Javon Dennis, a famous basketball player, comes into the J-Spot one day and sparks a rapport with Joan. Simultaneously, an editor for Los Angeles Living named Derek is doing a story on LA's best hotspots and is looking for the cover, and the J-Spot is in the running to be a part of LA's best new hotspots. Joan ends up having drinks with Derek and they end up back at her house and they continue drinking and they sleep together. Joan. The next day, William comes into the J-Spot excited because the J-Spot made the cover of Los Angeles Living for the best new hotspots. William jokingly asks Joan if she slept with Derek to get the cover. Joan laughs it off, but her face.
They looked at like 200 other restaurants.
I know, and he chose us. Here's what you do, Joan. Sleep with the guy.
I can't. Joan ends up telling the girlfriends that she slept with Derek, and Toni clocks it immediately, asking Joan if she slept with Derek to get the cover. Joan denies it, but does say that it was at the back of her mind.
I slept on it funny. With Derek on top of me.
Oh, hell no! Joan Carol Clayton, you slept with that man to get that cover?
That is absolutely
brilliant.
Okay, you guys, yes, I slept with him, and yes, I thought about the cover, but it wasn't calculated. I mean, he's attractive, and
like, Toni's really up here thrilled, thinking that Joan slept with a man to get something. Okay, Toni. So now Joan has her photo shoot for, the cover of Los Angeles Living, and the photographer that is shooting her is absolutely hilarious.
There it is. Ah, you're so thin. I respect that. You're making me straight.
When Derek comes into Joan's photo shoot, he wants to do some PDA with her, but she declines, saying that she doesn't want people to get the wrong idea about how she got the cover.
Well, I just think we should keep a professional distance. I wouldn't want anyone to think got the cover because of our personal relationship.
So, who cares what people think?
Well, I do.
And then Derek questioned Joan if she only slept with him to get the cover. And here comes Joan's dumbass. She denies this and then she tells him that she's practically falling in love with him, which is a lie.
I have deep feelings for you. I mean, I'm practically in love with you.
Lies, lies, and more lies, and lies on top of lies.
Why would she do this? I still don't understand to this day why she just lied to him and said that she's practically falling in love with him. She didn't have to say all that. All she needed to say was, no, I didn't sleep with you for the cover. Joan is still interested in Javon Dennis while dealing with Derek. As you guys know, this season, Toni is struggling with looking after Morgan, the custody battle, work, and having a personal life. When Joan comes over to Toni's house one day, she's excited to tell Toni that she has tickets to go to an A-list party, a Vanity Fair party, and she asks Toni to go along with her. But Toni can't because she has to look after Morgan, and she fired her nanny because she doesn't want Todd and his lawyer to use anything against her. She's even dipped into her never going back to Fresno fund to pay for the custody battle.
An invitation to a Vanity Fair party. Come with me.
Wait a minute. Girl, this says tonight. What makes you think I can just jump up and run off to some C-list party?
Toni, it's an A-list party.
Honey, they invited you. I'm being generous.
And yes, she is a bitch. B-I-C-T-H.
You want to come or not?
To some D-list party? Who's gonna watch Morgan?
Why can't Concepcion watch her?
She's probably not in the mood since I fired her.
What?
Joan. This custody battle is costing me a fortune. I've already dug deep into my never going back to Fresno fund, which I swore I'd never do.
And because Toni can't go, she starts calling the party a C-list party, then a D-list party. I see jealousy creeping in. Toni wants Joan to stay with her at her house to look after Morgan instead of going to the party. No. But Joan insists that the party is going to be amazing, so she has to be there, and how the party is going to be like just like all the other parties that Toni would go to and come back and tell Joan about.
So, I was actually hoping that Auntie Joan could stay and help me with Morgan tonight.
Ooh, Toni. Any other night and I would. But this party is gonna be hot. It's gonna be like all those parties you used to tell me about all the time.
Keep that in mind. Toni's ass really tries to rip up the tickets because she can't go, and Joan has to snatch it away from her.
Joan, I can't go. Oh!
Jealousy meter creeping up. And Joan is like, well, I can still go. And you can see that Toni is pressed.
I could wear your snakeskin Lubus and they'll tell you all about it.
Well, no shade, girl. Morgan is your daughter, not Joan's. Sure, it's good for Joan to be there to help her friend with her daughter, but she can't just drop her plans and stay with you to look after your daughter. Joan is not your nanny or Morgan's second parents. So Joan ends up inviting Maya and Lynn to the Vanity Fair party, and they bump into Javon Dennis. Joan tells the girlfriends that her and Javon have just been texting and he still hasn't asked her out. But then when Javon approaches them, he asks Joan on a date. When Javon's car is brought around by the valet, it's a nice luxury car. And when Joan's car is brought up by the valet and it's not that luxurious, Joan's ass gets so embarrassed that she embarrasses Lynn and acts like the car is Lynn's car.
How many hypnotics have you had? You know that's Lynn's car.
Camry. 95 Camry.
Girl, don't look all embarrassed. Get in your car. Lynn, get in the car. What is wrong? Get in the car.
Oh, how I hate when women put down their other female friend to look better in front of a man. Like, ill. One day, Joan promises Toni that she will look after Morgan while Toni goes to meet an important client. On the day that Joan is supposed to be looking after Morgan, she first decides to buy a new car, a Porsche, which is obviously because she was embarrassed by her car versus Javon's car, which was all luxury. So now she wants to go and buy a Porsche.
Just had some business to take care of.
What about my business? You're about to cost me the commission on a $3 million house, and you know I need that money right now because I am not going back to Fresno.
So because Joan decided to buy a car the same day that she's supposed to be watching Morgan, she's late. So Toni misses out on her important clients. Joan arrives to Toni's apartment in her Porsche, and at first Toni thinks that Joan bought the Porsche for her, but she's still up here being ungrateful because she asks if she can take it back because she doesn't like the color.
This is the surprise, Toni.
Oh my God.
Thank you, Joan. This makes up for everything. I mean, I can't take it back right because I'm not feeling the color.
But when Joan tells Toni that no, I bought this for myself, Toni is absolutely furious that Joan made her miss out on an important client and have to reschedule with that client just because she was out here getting a Porsche. Goes on to tell Joan that rescheduling is an issue because she really needed that commission for the custody battle.
I should have been out of the dealership hours ago. It just took way longer than I expected.
I can't believe you.
I see you lost the sale, huh?
Oh, if I'd lost the sale, I'd be talking to you through a seance. The point is, I had to reschedule with my client. You know how foolish you made me look?
But Joan counters back and tells Toni that she remembers all the times that Toni cancelled with a client just to do her eyebrows. And how Toni has barely ever been there for her when Joan depended on her.
Come on, in all the years that I've known you, how many times have you kept me waiting? What, you need more time to count?
And Toni calls Joan selfish. And Joan is like, are we in an alternate universe? Because that's you.
You selfish bitch.
Okay, now you're really flipping things. Because that is totally you.
I mean, Joan is right. Miss Toni Childs only cares about herself and what she can get out of something. So her calling someone else selfish is real funny. But two things can be right at the same time. Joan was wrong too. She could have picked any other day to buy a new car. Why would you buy a new car the same day where you know that you have a commitment and it could take a while to get all the papers done for the new car that you just brought? And she knew that Toni was meeting with an important client and how much Toni needs that commission because she's going through the fight of her life with this custody battle. In this same conversation, Joan ends up calling Toni jealous of her newfound success.
You are jealous of me.
Ha! Joan, sweetie, that just might be the funniest thing you've ever said.
You're jealous of my success and my popularity and the
Okay, that was the funniest thing you've ever said.
Toni denies it and says that she'll always be flyer than Joan.
I will only say this once. Sweetie, you can have a Porsche. Hell, you could have a Porsche for every day of the week. And you will still never be as fly as me.
Girl, are we 15 or 34? Let's calm it down. So now Joan and Toni are at odds. And Maya and Lynn tell Joan to be the first one to initiate reconciliation with Toni because they know how Toni is and she can't be the bigger person. So that means Joan has to be the bigger person. That is some bull crap. Like, that is literally some bull crap. Because Toni can't be the bigger person, Joan has to be the bigger person.
Joan, you know how Toni is. We always have to make the first move. That's a given. So be the bigger person so we can get back to being girlfriends.
No. Lynn goes on to say that Joan is supposed to be the dependable one. And when Toni screws up, they expect that from Toni.
Joan, you're the dependable one. If she screws up, we expect it. But we rely on you.
Oh, so Toni could be a terrible person and a terrible friend. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Joan goes to Toni's apartment to try and reconcile with her. And at first, Toni's being a real big baby.
Could you at least turn around and look at me?
But Joan apologizes anyway.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry that me being late caused you to miss your appointment.
And stays to help with Morgan. Joan is there for 3 hours and then she gets a call from Javon who wants to go out on her date with her. So she gets up to leave and Toni is upset that Joan is going to leave to go out on a date.
Toni, I've been here for 3 hours.
Clearly counting every minute.
That is so not fair, Toni.
No, what's not fair is you coming over here acting like you're sorry. Then you turn around and do the exact same thing.
But girl, she's been here for 3 hours helping you look after Morgan. She can't just drop her whole life for you. She's not Morgan's nanny. She isn't Morgan's second parent. Joan can't stay with you constantly looking after Morgan. So because Toni's upset, Joan tells Toni that Toni is making her feel guilty just for having a life. Toni takes this as Joan saying that she's stuck with Morgan and has no life.
Making me feel guilty for having a life.
Oh, so I don't have a life because I'm stuck with Morgan.
That is so not what I meant. Look, I'm sorry that things are hard for you right now. I really am. But you, of all people, should understand. Come on. Toni, I've never been the girl who doesn't have to stand in a line to wait to get in a club, or who gets invited to the good parties, or who gets to date more than one guy at a time. My life is so good right now, and I'm not gonna apologize for it.
If you see that word stuck, this is the second time that Toni has used the word stuck when it comes to, you know, parenting Morgan. Remember back in season 5 when Toni was pregnant, and you know how she was scared about gaining weight and scared about not going back to the fabulous Toni once she gives birth?
I guess I'm afraid that I won't be fabulous after the baby's born. And if I don't have my fabulous, then what do I have left?
Like, I really think that Toni is now insecure that Joan is living the life that Toni used to live before she had Morgan. Like going to all these parties, being surrounded by celebrities, going out on dates, just having the free luxury time. And let's not factor out that Toni definitely has postpartum. A few weeks later, William goes up to Joan telling her that he bought tickets for something that they've been planning for a few weeks. But Joan cancels on him because there will be a huge party at the J Spot that will give them a lot of profit and a lot of exposure. But to compensate for not being able to go to the thing that William wanted to go to, Joan buys tickets to a throwback band that her and William love. And William is thrilled. However, the day of the concert, Joan's trifling ass pretends to be sick so she can go to a fashion store opening.
You know, you were looking a little peaked at the Chloe boutique opening. Next time you lie and ditch a friend, don't parade yourself in front of the paparazzi.
Oh my God, I look so hot!
Joan is clearly loving the it girl life. She talks to Lynn about an A-list conversation that she had, and even makes a dig about Lynn not being able to be invited to them.
And then Paris laughed, and then Will and Jake laughed. It was hysterical.
Yeah, well, yeah, I guess you had to be there.
You wish.
And Joan and Toni are still at odds.
Toni?
Joan? Your goddaughter's fine, bitch. Thanks for asking.
Simultaneously, Joan is now juggling Javon, Derek, and a new guy named Curtis, who just seems like an unserious man with wearing a side cap with a suit. Curtis is in the music industry, and him and Joan don't have a relationship going on. They're just cool, I would say. They're just cool. There's no relationship. Anyway, Joan and Javon go out on a date, and after the date, Joan is disappointed that he doesn't want to spend the night with her.
I'm sorry. I mean, I got an early day tomorrow. It's just...
She vents to this about Maya, and Maya's mean-spirited ass goes on to say that maybe Javon just thinks that he could do better and that Joan should focus on Derek instead.
Maybe he's just trying to take it slow.
Maybe he's just hoping he could do better. What, girl? He's an athlete, okay? He can afford to be picky. You, Miss Lady, need to focus on that reporter square ass.
But if Joan had said that same thing to Maya when Maya was dating Alex, you know, that baseball boy toy, she would have called Joan a terrible friend. Joan says that Derek is too needy. I wonder why. Maybe because you said that you loved him, and not just you that you loved him, that you were in love with him. Like, Joan, please. You know how I feel about people stringing people along when they know they don't like them. In this same conversation, Lynn asks Joan what's going on with her lately. You know, with juggling all these guys and being petty with Toni.
Yeah, Joan, what's up with you lately? I mean, passing up a nice guy, being all petty with Toni.
Joan says that Toni is the one who's being petty, which I agree. She was already looking after Morgan with Toni for 3 hours. Lynn says no, Toni isn't being petty. Toni's being Toni, and you're being petty.
Toni is the one being petty.
No, Toni's being Toni. You're being petty.
This annoys me every single time I rewatch this. So Toni can be terrible, selfish, a bad friend, conceited, petty, but when Joan starts acting like Toni, it's a problem. It's literally because Joan has been a pushover, a people pleaser, and a doormat for all these years. And now that she's not doing that anymore, people don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like this. Like, if Joan acting like Toni is wrong, then how Toni acts on a regular is wrong. Lynn encourages Joan to call Toni, and Joan dismisses her and says that she'll call Toni later.
Just call her.
I will when I get a minute.
Joan ends up being awarded Entrepreneur of the Year by her alma society, but fails to tell Maya and Lynn this until the last minute when she says that she wants to invite Jovan as her +1, but she can't get a hold of Jovan because he ends up answering his calls or texts and hasn't called her back. Derek, however, wants to come to the ceremony, and you know, Joan's ass doesn't want him to come, so she lies to him and makes the excuse that her and Toni were gonna go together because her and Toni have been at odds and they just need to repair their friendship. So she does invite Toni to the ceremony instead, so Derek won't come. Toni comes to the ceremony, and at first Joan is awkward and Toni is standoffish, but then Toni admits that she's missed Joan, and Joan says that she's missed her as well.
So, I guess things have been kind of crazy between us lately, huh?
Yep.
But you came.
You called. First, I might add. I missed you.
I miss you too, Toni.
Toni goes on to tell Joan about her recent struggles, and they start bonding again.
Joan, my life has been all over the place. Work has been kicking my ass. I can't sleep, worried about that damn custody battle, and I got a toe fungus.
Ooh.
Because I cut corners and I went to this strip mall spot.
Yeah.
Until Joan mentions that she actually was going to invite Jovan to the ceremony first, but he never called back, which leaves Toni feeling uncomfortable because you can see that she's upset because she was essentially second choice, but Joan doesn't notice.
I even called him to bring me here tonight, and he never even called me back. Whatever, right? Ugh.
Yeah, whatever.
When a photographer approaches Toni and Joan, he wants to take their photo, but then we find out no, he doesn't want to take their photo, he just wants to take a photo of Joan. So Toni has to move out the way awkwardly, and Toni looks visibly uncomfortable. Then Derek, of all people, is at the ceremony to surprise Joan, and Toni still looks uncomfortable, but Joan doesn't notice Toni's visible uncomfortableness at all, because now she's up here talking about, oh look, Derek came for me and Jovan didn't, so that means I need to go pursue Derek instead of Jovan, just being male-centered as always. So now Joan thinks that she needs to pursue Derek because he showed up for her.
Toni, what am I doing? I mean, while I'm sitting around waiting for Jovan to call me back, I am pushing away a perfectly good man who took the time to be here tonight. And you know what? Isn't that what life's all about? Being there? Now let me go and get this man.
So Joan ends up going after Derek, leaving Toni alone. So Toni just leaves. Joan's male-obsessed self ends up taking Derek home and they sleep together. The morning after, she regrets her decision and she calls Maya complaining about taking Derek home and making a mistake. But Maya wants to talk about Joan messing up with Toni last night and leaving Toni alone, and has the audacity to tell Joan that all she thinks about is herself. Oh, and Miss Toni Childs doesn't?
I talked to Lynn, who talked to Toni. What the hell were you thinking last night?
I wasn't thinking. Obviously. And now he says he loves me.
Who?
Derek.
Oh, Derek, girl, I'm talking about Toni.
Why? What's wrong with Toni?
Derek.
That's what I'm trying to tell you about, Maya. Keep up.
No, girl, you need to keep up, and you need to fix this.
I know. God, I'm so stupid. I can't believe that I'm sleeping with Derek and I'm not even that into him. All I can think about is Jovan.
No, all you think about is yourself.
Yes, it's obvious that right now Joan is being very self-centered, just thinking about herself and not even seeing how she's been affecting Toni. But Toni does the same damn thing. And Maya, I don't see your ass going to Toni when she would do those things and telling her that all she thinks about is herself. But when Joan acts like Toni, now Maya wants to speak up about that type of behavior. Miss me with that. When having drinks with Curtis and his crew at the J Spot, Joan decides to go to Aspen with him and his crew. Simultaneously, Lynn brings Toni to the J Spot so Joan and Toni can, reconcile after the ceremony, even though Joan doesn't even know that they have to reconcile because she's being self-centered. Toni tells Lynn that Joan has been acting crazy.
Just Just go talk to her. Let's work it out. Come on, this is getting crazy.
No, Joan is acting crazy.
No, girl, she's been acting like you. But Lynn tells Toni that they've all gone through their crazy ways and it's time for Joan to do her crazy thing. When Toni tries to talk to Joan, Joan has no idea that their friendship is crumbling and tells Toni that she can't talk to her right now because she's going over to an A-list party at Quincy Jones' house to watch a private screening of an early cut of Dreamgirls, which is an amazing movie, okay? And she tells Toni that she'll talk to her tomorrow, leaving Toni disappointed.
How about I call you tomorrow?
The morning that Joan is set to go to Aspen with Curtis and his crew, Joan comes over, and you know, I told you guys he hasn't been answering her texts or calls. He tells her that he lost his phone, but Lynn rightfully says that, well, the J spot is listed, so you know, he could have called the J spot. Because of this, Joan decides not to go to the trip to Aspen and stay with Joan. Joan is head over heels over Joan, and you know, her desperate ass. She's up here saying sweet nothings to him while in bed, thinking that he can hear her, but he's sleeping. So she's up here talking about, oh my gosh, our relationship's just so amazing, isn't it? It's like, you're so lost for words, aren't you? And he's literally knocked out.
I mean, when you least expect it, the right person just comes along and hears every word your heart is saying. I know, it's so overwhelming. If I weren't talking, I'd be speechless too.
While Joan is now, you know, coming into Joan's house and hanging out in Joan's house, Joan is finally tired of Lynn's mooching ass just coming into her house as she pleases and using up all of her stuff, and finally tells Lynn to get the hell out.
What are you doing in my house?
I'm house sitting while you went on a ski trip with your fun guy.
Lynn, you know I canceled that trip.
Yeah, you canceled the trip, but nobody canceled the house sitting. So what will be, Western tofu omelet?
Lynn.
You're right, you've had enough protein. Girl, you put it on him last night.
Oh my God. You were here all night? Okay, you know what, bitch? Get out.
Thank you. Girl, you could have said this years ago. But because nobody actually respects Joan in the slightest bit, Lynn doesn't pay her any mind. Like, girl, don't you have your own apartments? Joan is still stringing Derek along. And when he wants to come over to hang out at her house, she lies to him and tells him that she's sick. When Toni is carjacked with Tammy and Morgan, Joan rushes over with gifts and to see how Toni and Morgan are doing. But Toni isn't having it at all. Toni goes on to tell Joan that her word hasn't been much lately.
How's Morgan?
Well, look what the cat drug in.
What's that supposed to mean? I told you I was coming.
Yeah, well, your word hasn't been worth much lately.
And yours has, Toni? Ever? Aren't you the same person that literally went to get food when you found out that Joan might have had a heart attack before you even went to the hospital? Okay then. Toni then goes on to slut shame Joan about, you know, her juggling Joan, Derek, and even Curtis.
Toni, I came as soon as I could. I had a guy down at the J-Spot working on something.
Seems like you got a new guy working on your J-Spot every other day now.
Okay, ma'am. Aren't you the same one who cheated on your boyfriend, slept with him and then another man on the same night and got chlamydia? Calm it down.
Don't even get me started on Toni Chlamydia Childs over here.
Joan just ends up telling Toni that she's glad that Toni and Morgan are fine and calls Toni a baby and leaves. Curtis comes over to Joan's house when Joan lies to him as well about being sick too. And this is where Joan breaks things off with him. And his ass gets emotional. Like him and Joan had nothing romantic going on at all.
I canceled with you is because I've met someone else.
But I told my mama about you.
Why?
Because I thought you was the one.
Why?
Because we was good together.
When?
Simultaneously, Derek comes over and Joan breaks up with Derek too, and Curtis and Derek see each other and they think that Joan is breaking up with both of them for like each other. But Joan tells them that no, I'm not breaking up with you for him. I'm breaking up with both of you for Joan Dennis.
Actually, I broke up with the both of you for Joan Dennis.
So you've been seeing all of us at the same time?
Eric, I'm sorry.
No. Joan is cool. Look, I don't want to be with someone who doesn't want to be with me.
I do.
So now Joan is happy that she just has Javon on her roster. So she goes to Javon's house in a coat, and when Javon opens the door, she opens her coat and shows him that she's just in her bra and panties. Body tea, okay? Body tea. But Javon is upset at Joan and tells Joan to call him first before she just comes up into his house.
You can't just pop up on me, Joan. It's not cool.
Yikes. He's upset because he played horribly at a basketball game, and then tells Joan that he doesn't need any more distractions and breaks things off with Joan, but does suggest that they keep things casual, you know, like booty calls. But Joan doesn't like this, so they end things completely.
Joan, I think you're cool. And I like spending time with you, but maybe this isn't a good time for me.
I'm sorry, you think I'm cool? What's that? Javon, you introduced me to your parents.
So? I introduce a lot of people to my parents. They're my parents.
So this is it?
I mean, we could still see each other from time to time, but I can't do anything serious.
So you mean we can still sleep together?
Well, when you make it sound all funky like that, I guess that's not gonna work either, huh?
Joan was head over heels for Javon, but I always believed that Javon literally didn't even like Joan like that. He didn't like Joan in a romantic sense. He just saw her as like a fun, flirty booty call. In the season finale of season 6, Maya invites the girlfriends over to her dream house that her and Darnell have now brought and moved into. Joan is late and has to leave immediately because she has another A-list party to go to.
I can't stay.
You just got here.
Yeah. I was trying to be here 2 hours ago, but I mean, damn girl, the Southwest fly up here.
You know what, Joan? I don't even want to listen to some rah-rah about you leaving, okay?
I'm going to the party of the year,
And this
Maya.
is the housewarming of your friend.
Which, thank you, which you planned yesterday. Maya, I've been trying to get invited to this party for months. It's up in the hills at this record producer's house, and at his last party, Prince sang.
She goes on about how everyone is going to be there. And Lynn says, well, we're not. And then Joan says, of course, it's only for A-list people. And the girlfriends look at her sideways.
Everybody's going to be there.
Oh, well, we're not going to be there.
Of course not, for A-list people. No,
Maya is upset that Joan is late and that she has to leave straight away. But Joan dismisses her and leaves. When Joan tries to leave, Toni stops Joan, and Joan makes a quip about how she doesn't have a +1.
Hold up, Joan. Sorry, Toni, I don't have a +1.
Toni dismisses that comment and tells Joan that she really needs Joan there as her character witness for her custody battle, which is the next day. And Joan is her strongest witness after the assault charge and everything. She needs Joan to be there for her. Joan is standoffish, but she confirms that she will be there and goes off to the party.
Hey, I know things haven't been cool between us, but you are still my strongest character witness. And with this whole assault thing, I really need you there.
Toni, I'm fine. I'm giving you your space.
Whatever. Tomorrow is the most
important day of your life. I know, and I'm gonna be there, okay? Main floor, courtroom 103, 9 a.m. Got it.
And this party is truly the fall of Joan. Joan ends up embarrassing herself in this A-list party. But body tea, face tea, hair tea, dress tea, and everybody at the party is hating on Joan because she's up here in a dress and she's the only one serving CUNT. But Joan is clearly overdressed for the party. One of the women at the party literally says that Joan is a call girl. Girl, they're hating because Joan look good. The party is a more intimate affair, quiet and pretentious. So Joan feels out of place because she doesn't know anybody there. But then she ends up seeing the photographer who shot her for, you know, the cover of Los Angeles Living, you know, the cover that she got because, you know, she slept with Derek. And his ass does not remember Joan at all.
Ew, hi.
Honey, I'm gay, sweetheart. Go work your magic on someone else, okay?
I'm Joan Clayton. Joan! Clayton, come on. You shot me for the Los Angeles Living magazine, the hot spot issue, remember? I was like... Remember? Come on, you called me an it girl. I'm an it girl.
Honey.
Yeah?
I once called Tevin Campbell the it girl.
Due to the embarrassment, Joan ends up drinking the whole night and embarrasses herself even more, dancing chaotically and throwing up in the bathroom. She's flat out drunk as she sits outside, and Derek, of all people, appears. She asks Derek if he can take her home because that's what friends do. Joan has the audacity.
Can you give me a ride home?
Why would I do that?
Huh? Because it would be dangerous for me to drive.
Then you shouldn't.
Hello? Friends don't let friends drive drunk.
We're not friends.
Okay. I didn't see that coming.
Shut up.
Because Derek ends up chewing her up. He's like, oh, you want me to drive you home when you were literally 3-timing me? And tells her she isn't even half of who she thinks she is, saying that she ain't that cute and ain't that funny.
Derek, look, I'm really sorry that things didn't work out between us, but I think you're going a little too far.
But I guess it wasn't too far. You sleeping with me to get the cover of the magazine. Or you playing me by saying that you love me.
You know what? Never mind.
No, I'm on a roll now. See, you just lucked into this it girl thing. Because, come on now, let's be real. You ain't that cute. You ain't that funny. You ain't half of what you think you are. Because if you were, you wouldn't be here alone begging for a ride from a man who finds you pathetic.
But him saying that Joan ain't cute, you lying, sir. So because Joan can't drive herself home because she's flat out drunk and she has nobody to drive her home, she literally ends up sleeping on the front lawn of the party. The next day, she ends up waking up like 2 hours before the custody battle. So she needs to hurry and get there because Toni needs her. So when she tries to drive her Porsche, she ends up running out of the car and ends up vomiting. And while she's vomiting, the car literally drives off and crashes. And Joan, from all the weight and embarrassment that she had from yesterday night and her just being a mess today, ends up breaking down, crying.
No! My my Porsche!
Pride really does come before a fall. When Joan tries to get a cab home, the cab driver kicks her out because she has no money. So then she has to bum a ride from random people. When she gets to court, she looks an absolute mess. But that doesn't even matter because it's too late. Todd already called off the custody battle. When Joan arrives, she's frantic, looking everywhere for the girlfriends. And when she sees the other girlfriends leaving with Morgan, she calls out Toni's name, but they all ignore her. And that's where the season ends. Honestly, I think because Joan spent her whole life being a people pleaser, a doormat, a pushover, while her best friend Toni was headstrong, selfish, and idolized by men, living a glamorous life. When Joan finally got the success of the J spot, she finally felt like she could live that life that she always wanted. Coincidentally, when Joan was finally able to live that life, Toni wasn't able to live that life anymore because she had Morgan. Like, do you remember in season 1 when Joan said that Toni is the woman that she's always wanted to be? Yeah, and it all manifested into season 6. I will say that I'm happy that Joan finally chose herself this season and she wasn't letting anybody walk all over her anymore, and she was finally having fun and not being a doormat or a people pleaser. But she went about it in a terrible way. She was literally just acting like Toni. Even though Maya, Lynn, and Toni did have valid reasons to point out Joan's selfishness and just her changing, I also think that they didn't like how they couldn't walk all over Joan anymore and that Joan wasn't bending over backwards for them anymore like she's done for years. Because sometimes people will literally pigeonhole you in a certain role, like how Lynn said that Joan is always the dependable one and Toni is always the one that messes up, and we just expect that from her. And then when they see you getting out of that box where they put you in and you not being who they expect you to be anymore, they don't like it. I mean, the other girlfriends literally had this same issue with Joan in season 2 when Joan started saying no and she was getting out of that box that they put her in where they could just walk all over her. I also feel like Toni was jealous of Joan's newfound success and glamorous life because this was the same life that Toni was living before she had Morgan, and she can't do those things anymore. But Joan is doing those things. The thing I have noticed is that even though Joan has been there for Toni more than Toni has been there for Joan, according to Joan has rarely ever been there for Toni during her most important moments in life. When Toni was getting married, Joan was literally envious the whole time, thinking that Toni getting married before her was a nightmare. And then with the custody battle, this is literally the biggest fight of Toni's life, and Joan missed it. In the end, Toni and Joan were terrible for one another. The codependency for all these years needed to be cut. Like, just because you've been friends with someone for years doesn't mean you guys are actually friends. Ruminate on that. And there we have it for season 6. Season 6 was an okay season. I really believe that the show really peaked in season 3 and the beginning of season 4, before the William and Joan mess started. But don't get it twisted, I still enjoy seasons 4 to 6. And I won't lie, normally when I'm rewatching the show, I stop after season 6 because an important character ends up leaving the show next season. Let's get into that right now. Here we are at season 7. To make this video, I had to watch seasons 7 and 8 all the way through for the first time. On every rewatch, like I said, I usually stop at season 6. Did I enjoy season 7 and 8? Well, let's see. Let's get into the characters for this season. Maya is enjoying her brand new sedity lifestyle. Joan is trying to pick up the pieces of the mess that she made last season. Lynn is finally choosing one profession, which is music. William is back to being a terrible partner, this time to Monica. And Toni, well, let's get into that right now. This season, it is confirmed that Jill Marie Jones, who plays Toni, has left the show. Joan immediately left LA after the custody battle to help out in Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. So when we start season 7, Joan is in New Orleans, and her and Toni haven't talked since the custody battle, which was a few months ago. But Joan has been trying to call Toni, but Toni hasn't answered any of her calls or even called her back.
Hey, Toni, it's Joan. I'm home. I just got off the plane. We need to talk. Face to face.
When Joan comes back to LA, Maya and Lynn tell her that Toni is planning on moving to New York so that Morgan can be around her father, as Todd has got another job in New York. So Toni will be leaving LA in 2 days. Maya and Lynn are shocked that Joan didn't know because they just assumed that Toni and Joan were talking again.
Okay, so Toni wasn't lying when she said y'all ain't talk, because you know that heifer will exaggerate.
So since Toni is moving to New York, she's having a going away brunch that she invites Maya and Lynn to. Maya and Lynn encourage Joan to come with them to Toni's going away brunch, but Joan insists that she's just gonna let Toni go and let Toni do what she wants.
If Toni's moving to New York, just let her go. I mean, good for her. I wish her well. This doesn't have anything to do with me. It's on her. In fact, I wish her well.
You already said that.
Because I mean it, bitch.
She goes on to talk about how everyone has always asked her throughout her life why she's friends with Toni, and she's never had an answer. And now she wants to stop searching for that answer.
My entire life, everyone has always asked me, why are you friends with Toni? Even you. And I've never had a good answer. All I know is I'm sick of trying to find one.
Good on you, Joan. The next day, the day of the brunch, Joan then goes on to say that Toni's moving to New York plan is just a ploy to get Joan to talk to her again and like run back to her.
You guys are buying this whole moving to New York thing. It's a stunt. I know her. This is all just a way for her to get me to come crawling back to her.
Okay, so Joan insists that she's not going to the brunch. However, when Maya and Lynn leave Joan's house, we find out that Joan actually dressed for the brunch, but she doesn't go. Weeks later, Joan finds out that Toni came back to town and didn't reach out to her. This leaves Joan so upset.
She was here last weekend to tie up some loose ends with her business. And we had dinner Saturday night.
Bitch.
What is up with the show after Toni leaves and them not being able to show actual photos of Toni? Because that woman right there is not Toni. Joan then tries to use Monica as a replacement for Toni now that Monica and William are engaged. Yeah, we'll get to Monica and William later, okay? Maya and Lynn do not like Monica at all and call Joan out on using Monica as a replacement for Toni. Maya and Lynn then tell Monica that they hate her and tell Monica that Joan is using her so she could be a replacement for Toni.
We hate you.
You just miss Toni, and obviously you're using Monica to replace her.
Leaving Monica annoyed at Joan, Maya, and Lynn. And I don't blame Maya and Lynn for hating Monica. Monica was awful to them when she first started dating William, showcasing clear hostility towards them. Like, no wonder she doesn't have any girlfriends. Very much another male-centered woman to add to the pack. So Maya and Lynn tried to get Joan to actually open up about her feelings with Toni leaving and her and Toni not being friends anymore. And Joan comes up in here irate because Lynn and Maya are still friends with Toni.
We're not gonna just drop her. Why not? She moved to the other side of the country. She left us. And you guys are still hanging on.
Girl, what did you expect? It's you and Toni that stopped being friends? You want them to stop being friends with Toni too? That doesn't even make any sense. Joan and Monica end up making up after, Monica finds out that Joan was using her as a replacement for Toni. At first, they cuss each other out.
I'm Monica Charles Brooks. I drink Raphael. We have a law firm to take over.
You are all, we have your number. You are ruining William. You are sucking William dry.
But then they make up. Joan ends up opening up to Monica, telling her that she thought that her and Toni would have found their way back to each other by now.
I really thought we'd find our way back to each other by now.
So now throughout the season, Joan heals through her lost relationship with Toni. I think that Joan thought that her and Toni would have found their way back to each other by now, because if it was the other way around, Joan would have forgiven Toni by now, because she doesn't respect herself and she's a people pleaser and a doormat and a pushover. But the difference between Toni and Joan is that Toni actually respects herself for the most part. And if somebody does her wrong, she will cut them off. And having her out of the show honestly sucked when I found out. Like, I was like, no. When I was watching season 7 for the first time recently, all the way through, I was really annoyed every time they kept on bringing up Toni because I just knew we weren't going to see her again. During Joan's stint in New Orleans helping rebuild homes for people that were affected in Hurricane Katrina, she meets a man named Aaron. They have a rapport, but Joan has to go back to LA. And Joan, as always, is desperate to have a man. The girlfriends end up getting a personal trainer named Samantha, who comes over to Joan's house. She's a young woman in her 20s. And when Joan is whining about how she has no man and how she wants to try this new restaurant out, but she doesn't want to go alone, she wants to go to fancy restaurants with a man and whoop-de-whoop-de-woo.
There's things I want to do and places that I want to go as a couple. Like that cute little bistro on Melrose. A Bossaday? God, I've been dying to go there.
Samantha tells Joan, if you want to go to this new restaurant that you want to try out, just go alone. You don't have to have a man to go places with.
Then go by yourself. Live in the moment.
So then it turns into an episode of Joan going out on a solo date and trying to be single and be happy about being single. And Natasha Bedingfield's song Single is played throughout this episode and it's hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, okay, I'm showing my age. When I was watching this episode, I had no idea that was a real song until recently. So now Joan is going up on her solo dates, and I highly recommend solo dates. If you keep waiting for people to do something, you're never gonna go and do that thing. So, go to the concert alone, go to the dinner alone, travel alone. I am yet to travel alone, but I really want to. So now Joan is at her solo date for this new fancy restaurant that just opened up. Everybody was so annoying to Joan in this episode in the restaurants. Like that rude ass waiter after Joan said that she was eating alone.
Just Joan.
Oh. I see.
I'm sorry, I don't get a candle?
Oh, I didn't think you'd want to draw attention to yourself.
Shut up, bitch!
And this woman who just got engaged up here talking about, I could never stay in the restaurant by myself after I got stood up.
Well, I admire you. If my date had stood me up, I would have left the restaurant in tears instead of having 2 desserts.
Okay.
But Joan ends up enjoying her solo date and, follows through with it. And when Joan's at home, she ends up getting a voicemail from a man that she's interested in and he wants to hang out with her. But Joan ends up telling herself, tonight is just for Joan. We'll see how long this happy to be single thing is for Joan. Spoiler, it doesn't. Months later, Aaron, Aaron, the guy that she met in New Orleans, calls her. And here goes Joan being desperate all over again. Literally sitting William and Lynn down, discussing how her and Aaron are gonna be married one day and have kids and have dogs all up in the house after just one long phone call.
We had a dream wedding. God, and we have a hybrid minivan, and I'm pregnant with twins. Oh God, and we have a golden retriever named Coco.
This woman.
Mental institution. Crazy. Bitch needs straight jacket.
But Aaron and Joan start dating. Aaron is a teacher, and we all know how teachers do not get paid what they deserve. So he is not in the best financial situation, and his home reflects that, which is okay. We all have our times of financial strain. But here comes Joan with her classist and egregiousness. When she's in Aaron's house, clearly is uncomfortable with, how small his apartment is. And she goes to Aaron's bathroom and calls up Lynn and starts being all classist and egregious and complaining to Lynn about how small his apartment is.
His apartment is like a college student's. It's small and boxy. It's furnished with stuff that you could have left on the curb.
And then goes on to question his financial status because him and Joan used the metro to get to his apartment. She's up here complaining about how she doesn't want this for herself because this relationship could possibly lead to marriage. This male-obsessed, husband-obsessed woman. Unfortunately for Joan, Aaron heard Joan's whole conversation with Lynn in the bathroom because the apartment has thin walls.
One thing about small, boxy apartments, thin walls.
Aaron ends up telling Joan that he was testing her to see how she would react to his financial situation. He tells Joan that he is saving up to buy a house of his own.
Working my ass off to catch up.
And Joan wants to keep seeing Aaron, and Aaron wants to keep seeing Joan, so they continue dating. As the weeks go by, Aaron and Joan are going strong. And I can't with Joan not being able to take a number 2 in Aaron's house after she started her personal trainer journey, and now she's more regular and every morning she needs to go. So she ends up rushing out of Aaron's house every morning to go to Lynn's apartment to do her business. And then when she ends up admitting this to Aaron, Aaron tells her that he doesn't mind. And then when she does end up doing her business in Aaron's apartment, she blocks the toilet.
At least let me pay for the plumber.
So a few months go by, and Aaron and Joan are looking for a new car I can't remember if they're looking for a new car for Joan or Aaron, but they're looking for a new car. And Aaron has a friend who's a car salesman, and he helps them out. Joan doesn't know who his friend is at first, but then when Aaron's car salesman friend comes, oh, Joan, we find out during season 2 when Toni and Joan were at odds and Sean and Joan had just broke up. Joan had an affair with this car salesman for 6 months. This man is married and has kids. Wow, Joan. Disgusting. So apparently, Joan and the car salesman met when Joan had a flat tire and he helped her with the flat tire. So she thanked him by sleeping with him. I said, well, thank you would have sufficed, Joan. When Joan tells Maya this, Maya deeps that, hold on a second. During this affair that you were having, you were all down my throat about me and Stan.
6 years ago. That was around the time you were all up in my ear about my non-physical yet emotional affair with Stan.
And Joan admits that that's why she stopped having the affair with the car salesman, because she saw how Maya and Stan's affair was affecting Maya. When Maya goes and flaps her, pillow talking lips to Darnell about this, Darnell and Maya decide to tell each other their dating history from when they were divorced. Darnell insists, thinking that Maya can't handle it.
We never talk about our past relationships.
Because you said you couldn't handle it.
But then Maya goes on about all the guys that she dated when she was divorced from Darnell. Alex, Antoine, Jalen. And Darnell is pressed because the only woman that he was with was Lena.
Lena. And Lena.
What about Cecily?
She told me all about the men that she dated when we were apart. I ain't mad. Since the brother didn't need all the visuals.
And he can't even be pressed because he was literally going to marry Lena. They were literally at the altar. That quantity of the guys that Maya dated doesn't even equal to you literally about to marry another woman and pledging yourself for life to another woman, Darnell. Calm it down. Anyway, Joan ends up telling Aaron about her affair with the car salesman. Aaron is upset, but Joan and him do stay together and everything is going well until Aaron is ready to buy a house and him and Joan are on a bidding website. They are under the impression that you can just put in a bid and that's it. You don't have to pay for it automatically. And Joan sees a house that sounds good. Keyword, sounds good. It's called the Fixer Upper.
The West Adams Fixer Upper.
No, I'm not buying anything that's a Fixer Upper. It better come nice and made. Ain't no fixing up in here. Also, there's no picture of the house on the website. Another red flag. But Joan's dumb ass ends up putting in a bid for the house, using all of the money that Aaron had saved up for a house.
It doesn't matter. Just put something in. It doesn't matter if you get it. Just get in the mix. Come on.
You just maybe been on some house.
Not just some house. That's your new house.
So Aaron gets the house and surprise, surprise, it's a dump. Now Joan and Aaron are at odds and Joan really can't see how she's in the wrong. She doesn't see anything wrong with what she did. Like she's really like, it's really weird how she literally doesn't deep how wrong she was and how she literally screwed over Aaron.
I bought a damn crack house, Joan.
Well, then it'll pay for itself. Come on, I'm trying to make a joke. Okay, if I didn't know any better, I'd say you were blaming me.
I am. You pushed the damn send button.
After you typed in the amount.
After you were breathing down my neck about
Aaron,
it.
you asked for my help.
Hey, my fault.
You have been looking at foreclosed properties for months. You knew what was out there, so don't blame me.
Like you bought this ugly ass house for him using his money. And now he's gonna have to use even more money to fix it up. Like it's your fault, Joan. How do you not see how in the wrong you are and you're acting all blasé about it? Everyone, meaning the girlfriends William and Darnell, find out what Joan did and they're so sure that Aaron is going to break up with her. I mean, I would. But Aaron and Joan end up making up, which is literally so ridiculous. Aaron, are you okay? Aaron ends up having to, fix her upper the house. And it's literally costing him more than if he would have just bought the house where it was just nicely built. And don't get me started on the labor that he has to do now. Like, no shade to Joan, but she isn't worth all that. Like, the red flags of her personality are right there, Aaron. The classes and egregiousness, her literally buying a house for you using your money, and you guys didn't even see what the house looked like, and now you have to use all this labor and money, and you're a teacher, so you're not gonna have a lot of money. Like, come on, sir. I would have broken up with her. Another few months go by. You know Joan. I know Joan, obsessed with marriage, and Aaron and Joan have been fixing up the house that Joan brought. And Aaron tells her that he can see them being married in the house.
About how I can see us married and living in this house.
You know Joan, give Joan an inch, she'll make it a mile. She goes on to tell the girlfriends, oh my gosh, Aaron said that he might see us married in his house. Is that a proposal?
Aaron proposed. Oh my God! That's good. Wait, I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. Okay, he said, I love you, and I can see us married and living in this house. That wasn't a proposal, was it?
Mental institution. Crazy. Bitch needs straight jacket.
Her ass really thought that was a proposal, and they literally had to tell her, girl, that's not a proposal. So now she has marriage on her brain and she's upset that Aaron hasn't proposed to her yet. And they've been dating for how long? But Joan talks about how her eggs are basically, drying up and she wants to get married and she wants the kid. So what does Joan do? She ends up proposing to Aaron.
Will you marry me?
Oh my gosh. And Aaron is lost for words, but we'll get to why, because that'll make more sense later. And because he's lost for words, Joan thinks, oh my gosh, I made a huge mistake. Why did I just propose to this guy? I mean, she did make a huge mistake, because why are you proposing to this guy? And she leaves. And then Joan and Brock, you remember Brock, the enchanted love from season 4? Yeah, Joan and Brock end up reuniting. And Joan is so set on marriage and Brock was going to give that to her. She's now second guessing her relationship with Aaron and wants to get back together with Brock. Now Brock actually wants kids. All Joan ever wanted from him was Brock wanting kids.
I want the whole dream. I want the house. I want the vacation house. I want the station wagon to haul around our 2.5 kids. And the dog named Coco.
thinking that Aaron won't give her what she wants, which is marriage and kids. But unbeknownst to Joan, Aaron has been planning to propose to her this whole time. Why? Joan and Brock literally go away together. But Joan actually ends up picking Aaron over Brock without knowing that Aaron is planning to propose to her. And Aaron and Joan end up getting engaged at the end of the season, with Aaron bringing everybody back from Joan's past to see the engagement. And honestly, it was a very, very sweet scene. Everybody in Joan's life was there except for Toni. Honestly, I never cared for Joan and Aaron together. There were so many red flags about Joan that Aaron literally just ignored. No. So Monica and William are now engaged, okay? And here goes William being the same terrible partner that he was with Yvonne. When Monica wants to set the date for their wedding, William does the same thing that he did with Yvonne, you know, not concretely saying what he wants the date for the wedding to be. And he tells Monica to set the date.
Set a date.
Monica. You set the date.
When Monica does set the date for their wedding at a hotel, William's ass ends up getting his assistant to book out all of the rooms in the hotel for the day that Monica sets out for their wedding day.
Go book it.
I love you.
You too.
All right. Bye.
Avery, I need you to get on the horn with a Bel Air hotel right now. Book every damn banquet room, meeting room, coat room they've got for Saturday, March 24th.
William continues to have cold feet, stringing Monica along and wasting her time. William ends up telling Darnell that he thinks that he made the worst mistake of his life and that he's not sure that Monica is the one.
I think I may have made the worst mistake of my whole life.
After this irritating man picked Monica out in the love matching, saw her in traffic, and then professed his love for her, then went over to her house and told her that every other woman that he dated was wrong because they weren't her, and tells her that he wanted to be her knight in shimmering armor, then proposes to her and told her that he wanted to give her the world. Now he's talking about he thinks that he made the worst mistake of his life. When the devil can't reach you, he sends a man. Because what? Darnell rightfully points out that William essentially stalked and begged Monica to take him back, and how he can't do better than Monica.
Wow, man. I mean, I don't get it. You basically stalked her and begged her to take you back.
No, but dude, that was then, and this is now. No, I don't think I want her.
William goes on to make Monica a manager at the J Spot so she won't be all up on him and has other, tasks to do. When Joan questions William on why Monica is now a manager at the J Spot, William admits to Joan that he doesn't think that he wants to marry Monica anymore. Joan doesn't like this one bit, but keeps William's secret when she sees how upset Monica is with the thought of William not wanting her.
Joan, just tell me. Because I don't think I can survive being hurt by him again.
So now William is set on marrying Monica even though he doesn't want to. And his anger on not wanting to marry her manifests in different ways. He is straight up mean to Monica.
Bye, sweetheart. Cooking the Tuscan chicken tonight. What time do you think you'll be home?
I don't know.
Well, can you give me a time frame? Because I need to make my practice chicken first before I cook my real one.
Well, let's see. I will be home sometime after I leave the office.
And Monica just lets him be mean to her. But Joan doesn't like it.
Yeah, but the Monica I know would never let a man walk all over her like
William
that.
isn't just a man. William is the man I love. And I'll do anything this time around to make it work.
Monica literally just wants to make her relationship with William work. I don't know why. She literally cooks for 5 hours for William, and William is still nasty towards her.
I just think it tastes funny.
Well, I guess I won't be making this again.
Great. Let's order a pizza.
So what kept you at work so late?
Work?
Big case?
What is this, the third degree?
I'm just trying to make conversation, William.
Well, should you be conversing with the Pizza Hut?
Oh, I know you're not talking to me like that.
When Monica has had enough of him being mean to her and tries to leave him, William stops her and apologizes, claiming he wants to spend the rest of his life with her. But he still has cold feet. Time goes by and Monica finds out that William has been married before. you know, to Lynn back in season 4 when William thought that Joan was going to get married to Brock and he wanted to be the first one to get married, so he married Lynn. Yeah, but William doesn't tell Monica who he married. Lynn accidentally lets it slip that it was her to Monica. And you know Monica and Lynn don't like each other.
Sorry, look, I didn't tell you because I didn't want to risk losing you.
I wouldn't leave you over Lynn, although I may have you flea dipped.
Monica confronts William about him being shady, hiding things and now lying.
You keep acting shady, hiding things, and now you're lying. Now, if this is all you bring to the table, I'm better off alone. Because honestly, we cannot keep having this discussion.
But William just sweet talks her, telling her that he loves her and they make up.
I love you.
Ew. Like, Monica, stand up. As the wedding day nears, Monica is immensely stressed. She has a lot of errands to do.
I'm off to do more wedding stuff. My final dress fitting's at 11. I have a hair consult at 1. If the caterer calls, have him hit me up on my cell. Joan, I'll try to be back before we open. Oh, bye, baby.
I can't with Monica. She's hilarious. William, on the other hand, doesn't even have a wedding gift in mind to gift Monica. And Joan literally has to tell him to get a wedding gift for Monica. Throw him in the bin. Like, this man is aggravating me. The wedding day arrives and William and Monica are now husband and wife. Their reception dance was funny. It was funny. However, during the reception, William gets drunk and ends up telling the whole wedding reception about his cold feet throughout the months of their engagement and how he thought he was making the worst mistake of his life. He literally embarrasses Monica in front of everybody.
All those months of me thinking, oh, this is the biggest mistake of my life. What am I doing? I'm so unhappy. I've got to get out of this.
Annulment, please. Annulment. Monica is rightfully upset and stops talking to him.
I knew something was wrong all this time, and every time I asked you, you lied and said you were fine.
But the girlfriends, I wouldn't listen to these women, but whatever. The girlfriends advise Monica to go back to William. So she does. She cries to William, telling him that she doesn't trust him, but they make up anyway. Ew. When Monica tells the girlfriends that her and William got back together, they're all happy for her. But then go on to talk about how they could never bounce back from that sort of humiliation and how men really don't change.
For a fact, they're all liars, cowards, and backsliders.
This leads Monica to rethink her decision and she leaves William and goes back to her parents in Chicago.
What in the hell did you ever say to Monica? Talking about patterns and history and logic and how men don't change and how she couldn't spend her life not being able to trust me and then she left.
Clap if you care. All right, let's move on. Perfect.
William has the audacity to be angry at Monica like it's her fault.
Wives, man. They're never satisfied.
So you literally humiliated her in front of everybody at the reception, talking about how you literally thought that marrying her would be the worst decision of your life. But not only is William mad at Monica, he's also mad at the girlfriends too, because Monica got the idea to leave William after she heard the girlfriends talking about how they could never bounce back from a humiliation like that and how men don't change. And so William stops talking to the girlfriends. But hilariously, the girlfriends don't even notice that William has stopped talking to them.
He stopped talking to us? When?
Like a month ago when you messed up his marriage?
A month? Okay, that's crazy.
Good, but the girlfriends apologize anyway and they all make up. But whatever. Like, William is really up here blaming everybody but himself and not taking any accountability. At the end of the day, it's his fault that Monica left him. He is a terrible partner and doesn't deserve Monica. The girlfriends decide to go to Chicago to get Monica back. I don't know why. Leave Monica alone. She doesn't need William in her life. When the girlfriends get to Chicago, they end up seeing Monica's terrible relationship with her mother. Like, her mother is literally a demon.
Of course, I thought we were just missing the wedding. I didn't realize we'd be missing the entire marriage.
And Monica's father has now developed dementia, so now Monica's mother has control of his finances, and Monica has been living off her family's wealth this whole time. So now that her mother is in control of her father's finances and her mother hates her, she cuts Monica off financially. So now Monica is broke. Monica has no choice but to go back to LA and work at the J-Spot as a manager. But her and William are still at odds and she doesn't tell William about her financial situation. I honestly find the rich character becoming broke such a boring storyline. Monica is all up in credit cards and she can't even afford the upkeep with her hair, so she ends up looking crazy. William, making everything about himself, thinks that Monica is looking crazy to ruin the J-spot or whatever.
Like, first you come in here asking me for half of what I've made. Then you try and rip me off by manipulating the schedule, and when I bust you, you act out by coming in here looking like the governor pardoned you 5 minutes after they pulled the switch.
Okay. When William finds out about Monica's financial situation, he lets her keep her job, but they agree that they're not going back together. That doesn't last long because they end up sleeping together in the J-spot. Nasties. So Monica and William are back together. Whoop-dee-doo. William doesn't deserve Monica. He has the same old controlling, lying issues that had Yvonne running. Darnell and Maya have moved up to a more upper echelon rural part of California, and they now live in their, new big dream house. Darnell is in and out of the state due to his NASCAR pit crew job in Florida. Maya and Darnell now have weekly fish fries at their house now that they've made a big jump in income. However, Darnell realizes that his dream of being on a pit crew isn't what he wants anymore, but he's afraid to tell Maya.
The money's great. It's just a lot of pressure. The stress is killing me. And I think the whole pit crew thing is more like a high school dream.
Meanwhile, Joan's ass is pressed that Maya's house has become the new hangout spot instead of hers.
I want to throw this out there. We can always have a fish fry at my house.
To combat this, after Joan finds out that her cholesterol has been higher lately due to Maya's weekly fish fries, she decides to hire a personal trainer. Remember, Samantha, and have Maya and Lynn come over to her house to train with her so she can squeeze her house back into being the main hangout place. But Maya wants the personal training done at her house.
I think she's just hyping up this cholesterol business to get us back to her house.
But Joan goes on to say that Maya's house is too far for it.
Well, I don't see how. Maya, she's on a tight schedule, and my house is centrally located between two of her biggest clients.
And during one of Maya's weekly fish fries, Joan makes a rude remark about Maya's house being far away and how her house is more compatible for the workouts.
We agreed we were going to work out at my house. I already cut up some carrot sticks and whipped up some low-fat ranch.
I explained this to you. This trainer is really hot. We're lucky to have her. Plus, my house is midway between Chris Rock and a Gilmore Girl. We can't expect her to drive all the way out here to God's little acre.
This leads to Maya blowing up at Joan for her backhanded hits at her new home.
Damn it, Joan! I am so sick and tired of all your little backhanded hits in my maison.
And Joan wants to play dumb. Like, you know what you're doing, girl. Being all passive aggressive. Maya clocks Joan by telling Joan that she knows that Joan only wants the personal trainer to be at her house because she wants her house to be back to being the main hangout spot. And Joan wants everything to be done at her house once again. Like, how every holiday has been at Joan's house.
This is about Joan trying to suck everything back into her great room. For the past 6 years, we've had Christmas at Joan's house, game nights at Joan's house, birthday parties at Joan's house.
And Miss Maya Wilkes? Oh, Miss Maya Wilkes. Low blows Joan about her obsessive need for everything to be at her house led Toni running to New York.
All that controlling craziness, that cult of Joan's house that caused Toni to run screaming to New York.
Yeah. That was low because that is a sore spot for Joan. And Joan leaves after that comment. Maya tells Lynn that Joan is just as self-absorbed and controlling as ever. And when Lynn and Maya go over to Joan's house to do their personal trainer session, Maya and Joan are standoffish towards each other. Samantha, the personal trainer, essentially has to be their mediator to get them to make up.
Talk about it, okay? Look, take a water break. Because if y'all ain't gonna work out your bodies, you need to work out something.
Maya explains to Joan that now that she has a house now, she wants things to be done at her house too, which is valid, and wants to give Joan back everything that Joan has given her for the last 7 years.
You know how it feels to be able to give back just a little of all that you've given me?
Okay, Miss Miam, because Joan has given you a lot. Darnell and Maya end up having issues with Darnell being in and out of the States, from California to Florida, and Maya becomes unreasonable, complaining about how she has to do everything because Darnell isn't here. And Maya has the audacity to tell Darnell that he doesn't do anything.
Maya, I'm in Florida. What you want me to do?
Same thing you have been doing. Nothing.
Shut up, bitch!
Girl, you've been enjoying those weekly fish fries because he's literally making all this moolah so that you live a nice fancy life, but he isn't doing anything. Like, when was your last book check, Miss Ma'am? Okay. After Darnell and Maya have this big fight about Maya basically saying that Darnell doesn't do anything, Darnell's pit ends up being hit by a car, and Maya is obviously distraught because the last time they talked, they argued. She has to wait and wait to see if Darnell is okay. But we find out that Darnell wasn't even there because he was on a plane ride back to California to sort things out with Maya. Darnell finally tells Maya that he doesn't want to be in the pit crew anymore. So now Darnell is on a mission to buy back half of his share in the garage that he has with his friend Peanuts. A few weeks later, Darnell and Maya end up going back to their old neighborhood for a party. And Maya wants to look like she's still down with her people, even though now she's living a more upper echelon lifestyle.
I don't want to look all high desert uppity. You know, I want to look down with my people. But not too down, because I do want them to know that we have come up.
But honestly, who cares what they think? Like, those women from Maya's old neighborhood were straight up hating on her just because she's doing well.
Oh, hey, Maya. What you doing down here? I thought you was too good for us. Big, successful author buys a mansion in one of them gated communities.
Shut up, bitch!
Like, you guys are mad just because Maya's earning more money now? But since their high life financial situation has now dissipated now that Darnell isn't working for the NASCAR pit crew anymore, Darnell and Maya have to downsize and sell their dream house. Maya and Darnell's storyline this season was fine. I honestly really liked their house being the new hangout spot after 6 seasons of constantly being at Joan's house. It's a shame they had to sell it. Now this is a good storyline. While Maya and Darnell are still living in their dream house, they meet a black couple, Ray and Alicia, who live near them. They are excited to meet them because they live in a mostly white community. Maya instantly feels a bad vibe about Ray, who is the husband of the couple. He shuts his wife up every time she's excited to talk about something when Darnell and Maya first meet and talk to them.
Vitamin E oil and pure.
Alicia.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, y'all want another round of drinks?
You know what, that will be cool? We gotta go, we gotta get to that new Eddie Murphy movie.
But baby, we're having such a good time. Can't we see it tomorrow or something?
We agreed tonight.
He seemed a little shady.
He was not shady.
No, did you see the way he shut her down every time she said something?
Darnell, however, doesn't see a problem with how the husband was acting. Maya then tells Darnell that she thinks that Ray is abusing Alicia. She then ends up calling the police to go over to Ray and Alicia's house. According to Maya, she heard suspicious sounds and went through their trash and found old bandages. So now she's sure that Ray is abusing Alicia.
I heard suspicious sounds coming from their house when I was taking my morning walk. I tiptoed ran back to the garbage can, and I found old Band-Aid wrappers and an empty bottle of hydrogen peroxide.
Yeah, the rummaging through their garbage was, you went too far. You went too far, Maya. Darnell is perplexed and he doesn't agree with Maya. During a hangout with the girlfriends, their husbands, fiancés, and boyfriends, Maya tells everybody about Ray and Alicia and how she thinks that Ray is abusing Alicia. But nobody's on Maya's side when they find out that she has no proof.
To her. I saw their whole power dynamic in play, but you just want to sit there and ignore it.
I'm not ignoring anything, all right? I'm just not jumping to conclusions.
When Maya and Alicia go shopping, Maya presses Alicia about Ray's behavior, but Alicia denies everything, especially when Maya asks if Ray hits her.
Showing all that skin, no.
Come on, girl. Just try it on. And let me see how it looks.
I said no.
Why? Something you don't want people to see?
Yeah, my business. Speaking of, why are you all up in it?
Is Ray abusing you?
What?
Is Ray beating you?
No.
Alicia is then furious when she finds out that Maya called the cops to their house and was rummaging through their trash. And she calls Maya crazy and leaves. While everyone is at Maya's place, Darnell hears loud noises coming from Ray and Alicia's house. Everybody hears screams. So the men, William, Aaron, and Darnell, decide to go over to Ray and Alicia's. But William is being a wimp.
Darnell, maybe we should wait for the police.
Like, sir, there's 3 of you. But then I can't fault him because they don't know that man. Ray could have a gun. Darnell knocks on Ray and Alicia's door and invites Ray and Alicia over to their house. but Ray declines. But Darnell wants to hear Alicia decline for herself. And when Alicia appears, she's completely frazzled and upset. And then Ray pushes Alicia, which angers Darnell and Aaron.
You are. I'm a grown-ass man that knows better than to be beating on his wife.
Darnell, please.
Maya goes up to Alicia and tells Alicia that she doesn't have to go back inside with Ray. So Ray's punk ass, this gremlin, this demon, ends up going back inside the house and locking Alicia out of the house. This leads Alicia to blow up at Maya, telling Maya that she should have just stayed out of it.
Why didn't you just stay out of it?
And then she starts knocking on the door, pleading for Ray to let her back in. So everyone just starts to leave and Maya is completely heartbroken, but Darnell guides her away. However, the next day, Alicia ends up at Maya and Darnell's doorstep, asking for help, covered in bruises.
I need help.
And we never see a conclusion to this storyline. That's it. We literally just never see Alicia again. I feel like the writers should have followed up with this storyline. It was something that they never tackled before. And I actually think they did a good job with conveying how abuse works and how domestic abuse can be spotted. Like, sure, this show is a comedy/drama, but seasons 7 and 8 really honed in on the drama. So they might as well have just, revisited the storyline. Jabari has now been replaced by a new actor, which I'm kind of sad about because I actually liked the first Jabari. I thought he was adorable. Anyway, Jabari is now going through his teenage stage, being annoying and whatnot. He's at that age where he's getting interested in girls. And while Maya and Darnell are at a restaurant with Jabari, who's hanging out with his friends, they see a girl all up on Jabari's lap, and Jabari is loving the attention. Maya is pressed and wants Darnell to give Jabari the talk. Darnell tells Jabari about his first time. He goes on to talk about how girls mature faster than boys.
I hooked up with this girl named Melinda Perry. Now, she was my age, but she was kind of fast. Girls can mature quicker than boys.
Wait. And how he wasn't ready.
Thing is, I had no idea what I was getting myself into.
Essentially calling this little girl fast. Okay, sir, you sure were fast too when you were doing it, but you're only gonna call the girl fast. See, this is a thing I don't like the show showcasing. And I feel like this is really prevalent in the black community and black culture anyway, about how they talk about teenage girls and sex. They are so quick to call a teen girl fast for engaging in sexual relations, but nothing for the teenage boys. In the black community, people can love the word fast and fresh-tailed or fast-tailed when talking about, young black girls. And this issue with shaming girls when it comes to sexual relations when they're teenagers isn't just in the black community, it's in other communities too. And I hate it. Like, even back in season 5, when Maya was up here talking about how William and Joan weren't showing enough PDA, how Jabari and his fast girlfriend did more than they did, and they were like 12. Generally, Maya just loves to call women all types of hoes. She's one of those, but wouldn't say that stuff about a man. When Darnell was having to talk with Jabari ends up telling Darnell that he's already lost his V card.
I'm already having it. This
leaves Maya distraught because Jabari is literally like 14 years old, too young. A couple of days later, Lynn overhears Jabari on the phone talking to the girl that was all up in his lap and planning to sleep with her.
I got protection.
So she tells Maya. Maya and Darnell confronts Jabari, and Jabari's ass ends up confessing to them that he is still a virgin and he lied because he thought it was going to be inevitable anyway, so he might as well just say he did it even though he didn't do it.
I haven't had sex. Boy, why would you lie to me? I don't know. I figured it was going to happen anyway. Everybody else around here is doing it.
That's stupid. He even tells Maya and Darnell that he doesn't even like the girl that was all up in his lap. And he goes on to explain how he's been feeling pressured to be this macho man because he's one of the only few black guys in the community, and how everyone around him expects him to be the cool guy, and how everyone around him is already doing things.
And they're all looking at me. I'm supposed to be this player too. I'm supposed to know how to put it down. And Dad, you know what they say about black guys.
In the end, Maya and Darnell tell Jabari how much they struggled being teenage parents and don't want the same for Jabari.
Jabari, I had you at 16. Learn from our mistakes.
So I was a mistake?
Well, yes.
Yes.
Honestly, Maya's distraught behavior towards everything that was going on with Jabari in this storyline was hilarious. Girl, this is just Savad and Lynn 2.0. Lynn falls in love with a pastor. His name is Eldon. They have completely different views on religion. Lynn is spiritual, while obviously Eldon is a Christian.
No, I'm more of a daughter of the universe kind of girl.
Them arguing about their spiritual and religious differences leads to them sleeping together. Okay. Eldon doesn't want to sleep with Lynn again because, well, he's a pastor, but he does choose to date Lynn.
Still want to date you. We just can't have sex.
And Lynn wants to date him too, so she decides to contribute to the church as the choir teacher. The churchgoers do not like Lynn at all and stage a walkout until Lynn leaves the church.
Here's the hook. Crossed the line. I have held my tongue until now because I believe everyone is a child of God.
Now, Tracy.
No. We all up in here trying to hear the word and live by the word and spread the word. And then here she come with her tattoos and her pagan ways and her sexed up choir music and all this.
Her presence is an embarrassment and frankly, unchristian-like.
Oh, how Christian-like of you to say that.
Eldon stands 10 toes behind Lynn because what the churchgoers are doing, ousting Lynn, is unchristian-like.
Tracy Blackwell and the rest of them can come in here and lay down some crazy ultimatum? They haven't heard me at all.
Lynn, I told the congregation if they can't embrace a spirit like yours, they need to find a new church.
Why would you do that?
Because I love you.
But Lynn pushes him to accept them back because this is his job and he needs them. So they break up. And honestly, writers, really? You have Lynn creep on 2 celibate people? For someone who's so free-spirited about sex and how people should be allowed to express themselves sexually, it's funny how Lynn is so judgmental when it comes to people who don't want to do that. But what I will say is that this relationship was wrong on both sides. Eldon knew what Lynn was about, and yet he still dated her. And Lynn knew what Eldon was about, and she still dated him.
I mean, I'm not cut out to be a minister's wife. And you're not cut out to be with whatever it is I am.
Just dumb. You both believe in fundamentally different things. Come on now. Lynn finally has some character development. She puts all her energy into one single career, being a singer. Her stage name is Indigo Sky. She takes this seriously, but she does have her ups and downs throughout it. She gains some momentum, however, she then has a disastrous setback when she decides to sleep with a music producer to get a leg up.
Where'd you say you left us again?
And the next day, he doesn't even remember her.
I'm Jordan Gray, and you are?
You're kidding, right?
About what?
This was a low point for Lynn, but thankfully, she bounces back.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah.
So what time do you think I'll be able to get on tonight?
I don't know if I can squeeze you in tonight, but I'll have a good idea around 2.
All right, I'll be here.
And I'm honestly proud of Lynn for this. Like, finally, she's trying not to be a mooch, for the most part. So here we are at the end of season 7. And honestly, me watching this for the first time all the way through, it wasn't as bad as I thought it was going to be. I thought with Toni gone, the show would be unwatchable, but I actually did enjoy myself watching season 7. It obviously wasn't the same without Toni, but Monica essentially being Toni's replacement was okay for me because honestly, I find Monica hilarious. I also loved Maya and Darnell's dream house being the new hangout and the reoccurring personal training thing that the girlfriends were doing. Season 7 is nowhere near one of my favorite seasons, but it was enjoyable. We are now at the last season of Girlfriends. Wow. This season has a huge problem. There is no real ending due to the writer's strike of 2008. The show got cancelled before they could have a finale. It's frustrating, but what can you do? The show must go on. Well, in this case, it didn't go on. But you know what I mean.
What's that saying? The show's gotta go all over the place or something.
You mean the show must go on?
Yeah.
No.
Let's get into these toxic characters for the last time. Joan and Aaron are on shaky grounds. And surprise, surprise, it's because of Joan. But then Aaron has to leave for something that Joan never imagined. For Maya this season, Maya ends up becoming pregnant. She got pregnant at the end of last season. I just never mentioned it, but yeah, she's pregnant this season. But heartbreaking events happen. Lynn is progressing in her music career. Go Lynn. Aaron and Joan start the season in a fight because Joan brought a costly stove that both her and Aaron agreed was too much. But Joan's ass brought it anyway.
It's just a damn stove!
That we both agreed costs too much damn money.
And here comes Joan self-sabotaging her relationships once again. When Aaron and Joan arrive late to Lynn's festival performance, they argue in front of everyone. Aaron is mad about Joan making costly decisions on the house. He brings up the fact that Joan brought this costly stove when they have way more things to buy for the house.
Oh, so now I'm getting punished because I went and bought something special for our house?
That's right, Joan. Our house. Which means we make decisions together. One of us doesn't run off and does what she wants when she wants it. We still got the rest of the house to fix up.
I know that!
But Aaron isn't just mad about the stove that Joan brought. He's mad about Joan choosing new tiles that he didn't like, buying fancy new cabinets, and new dishes that are all costly.
And the tile I didn't want.
Because it matched my towels.
And the fancy cabinets, and the new dishes you didn't show me.
Aaron says that he wants to put his foot down when it comes to the stove. And Joan makes a quip about if he wants to be the man of the house, then he has to make man of the house money. And she says this in front of everybody. William, Darnell, Maya, and Monica.
If you want to be head of the household, you need to make some head of the household money.
Just embarrass the man, why don't you, Joan? Embarrass him. Joan tells Maya that it makes more sense to get a costly stove, explaining that a cheap one will break down more quickly and you just have to get a new stove anyway.
It just didn't make sense not to get the best stove from the get-go. I mean, what were we gonna do? Trade up through lesser stoves until we got the good one? That's just a waste of money. Joan!
Which I actually do agree with. I feel like it makes more sense to invest in a quality product instead of getting a cheaper one that's gonna break down and then you have to get a new one anyway. That goes with clothes, shoes, stoves. It's better to get one quality item than, you know, having to buy 10 pairs of cheap shoes that are gonna all break down when you can have one pair of costly shoes that are gonna last you a long time. But Joan, talk to your fiance about that, not Maya. So Joan decides to apologize to Aaron, and Aaron tells Joan that she will not speak to him like that, like she did in front of everybody ever again, or even in private, and that he doesn't want to talk about the situation anymore.
Just so we're clear, you will never speak to me like that in front of other people or alone ever again.
Or what?
You're right, and I'm sorry. But we really need to get...
I don't want to talk about it.
This leaves Joan angry.
If Aaron doesn't want to talk about it, then we don't talk about it? Okay.
We both need to calm down.
I'm calm. And obviously you are too, because you left your fiance out at a concert with a whole bunch of drunks, and here you are at home calmly sipping some chamomile tea.
Shut up, bitch!
She's exhausting. He doesn't want you to literally berate him in front of everybody and alone, and you have a problem with it. Joan. Aaron ends up telling Joan that Joan won't be happy until she's the man and the woman in the relationship.
Because you won't be happy till you're the woman and the man in this relationship.
Clock it. Now Joan is up here telling Lynn that she doesn't want to be with Aaron anymore. Okay. Simultaneously, Lynn is now renting Joan's house because she subleased her own apartment and she can't get out of subleasing it. So now she's renting Joan's house while, you know, Joan's living with Aaron now in that broke down house, you know, that fix it upper. Well, you know, they fix it up and it looks nice now, honestly. Anyway, Lynn has the audacity to be pressed when Joan uses her spare key to get into her house.
Hey, you can't ring the bell.
Not when I got a key.
Joan, I pay you rent.
And I pay mortgage.
This is my house now.
Like, Miss Mia, you may be renting the house, but you know, she's the landlord. And let's not remember all the times that you literally bum rushed yourself into Joan's house, staying there rent free, using up all her food and all her laundry detergent. Let's calm it down. Oh yeah, and also having sex all around her house. Joan ends up complaining to Lynn that she wants luxury things for the wedding, but Aaron can't afford those things. The classlessness and egregiousness never leaves Joan. It never leaves her. You knew who you were marrying, so don't be surprised now. Joan also complains about how Aaron wants to get married at this less luxurious place.
Like our wedding, I casually mentioned yacht and Italy, and he totally lost it. So I said, fine. We'll get married in a restaurant. So now he wants to book the poo-poo-ceria where we had our first date. The poo-poo-ceria.
And then she goes to talk to Aaron about it. But Aaron tells her that he wants to get married at that place because it's a special place for them. They have a memory there.
This is about money. It's about you hearing me. I want to get married at the pupuseria because it's part of our history. I want to get married at the place I fell in love with you.
But Joan still doesn't listen. And Aaron tells her, you don't want a partner, you want a yes man.
I have worked really hard in my life to get the things that I want.
What, and I haven't?
Do you hear me? Sweetie, I'm telling you, what's mine is yours.
As long as you get the answer you want from me. You don't want a husband. You don't want a partner. You want a yes man.
So after this argument, Joan now tries to leave Aaron. And Maya tells Joan that she's being stupid, which she is. But Joan stays stubborn.
I said it. You're stupid.
So when Joan's packing up her things, Aaron admits that he didn't think that Joan was actually going to leave, but he lets her pack up anyway. And then Joan's dumb ass starts crying, talking about how she doesn't actually want to leave him. And then Aaron's dumb ass starts crying and says that he wants to be with her, so they make up.
Well, I didn't think you were going to leave me. I thought we were in the middle of a fight. You know, I know I tend to dig in my heels, but come on, woman.
I know, and I know we have issues, and I know I have issues, but I really think we can work it out, baby.
Boo. But right when they make up, Aaron notices a letter for him. And this is when Joan finds out that Aaron is in the army. He enlisted when he was younger to pay for college. But now they're calling him to serve in Iraq. This is during the war on terror after the events of 9/11. Joan is heartbroken because she's finally found a man that she's going to marry.
No one is gonna take that away from me.
Joan, baby, Joan.
But Aaron has no choice and he goes off to Iraq. And Joan is understandably worried about him constantly, but she keeps a brave face on. Joan's worry about Aaron in Iraq compounds when she takes retail therapy to the extreme. Maya finds newspaper articles about deaths in Iraq in Joan's purse while they're retail shopping. Joan loses it in the store and locks herself in one of the changing rooms. She cries about how nobody has asked how she's coping and how everyone's just been making jokes about the situation. But Joan reveals that she's struggling and she's really scared for Aaron's safety.
I deal with it every day. You guys don't deal with it. You never even ask about Aaron. He left and you never bring him up.
We are here for you.
We never see a resolution to this storyline. We never see Aaron come home because the show got cancelled. But we'll get there later. Honestly, it's just so crazy how Joan finally got a man that was actually willing to marry her crazy neurotic ass, and then he gets shipped off to Iraq. But she will still up her self-sabotaging in a relationship. Honestly, if Aaron didn't go off to Iraq, she probably would have done something else again to sabotage her relationship. You know it. Lynn has finally made it big in her music career as Indigo Sky. She even plays at a music festival in the beginning of the season. She then gets signed to a record label, Dirty Girl Records. However, Lynn's music career hits a wall when the label doesn't know how to market her. They think that Lynn isn't black enough.
Those people don't think you're black enough.
This leads to a good storyline with Lynn feeling all these complex emotions about not being seen as black enough and her getting irritated at a newer artist who was just signed. The newer artist is named Chrisette Michelle. She is fully black and gets studio time over Lynn, but she doesn't know why she's getting studio time over Lynn.
I heard that Chrisette is working with Marco and Joe tomorrow.
Yeah.
What's that about? I signed with you way before her. I've been sitting around twiddling my thumbs for like 3 months now.
I know, honey.
The producer that tells Lynn that she isn't black enough tells Lynn that Chrisette is being put on more of a pedestal than Lynn because Chrisette is fully black and the label is able to market her better.
She looks black.
Mm-hmm.
She sounds black. And you, not so much.
So this leads Lynn to be hostile towards Chrisette and her getting studio time.
Hey, Lynn, I didn't know you were coming down. Hey. Just wanted to come down, show some support, you know, see firsthand, well, secondhand, what it's like to be black in the studio.
Black in the studio?
I mean, back in the studio.
It's
perfect. Perfect.
That's great. It's very black. You might want to pick some black notes. Yeah.
Hey, okay, you can't say that. Let's go.
What? I'm just trying to make sure she's black enough for you.
You know, well, Lynn's hostility doesn't go unnoticed by Cochette, and Cochette quickly catches on, and she don't play.
What the hell's your problem?
What? I'm just trying to help you out.
Well, you're disrupting my studio time. What's going on?
But Lynn and Cochette end up having a talk. When Lynn tells Cochette about her being discriminated because she isn't fully black, Cochette goes on to tell Lynn she is also being discriminated by the label because she isn't skinny.
Last night, I saw up at a photo shoot, and they pull out a rack of size 2s. Now, do I look like a size 2?
You got a photo shoot?
Yeah, but they photographed me in a man's big and tall shirt.
So Cochette and Lynn have a nice talk and they mend things. But now Lynn wants out of her contract with the label. But the head of the label refuses to let her go. So now Lynn is trying to make terrible songs so she can be let out of her contract. But the head of the label still doesn't care. She's not letting Lynn out of her contract.
You have one. And that's to fulfill the terms of the contract you signed with us. So the long and short of it really is, for the next 2 years, we own you. Whether you want to do anything to advance your career, that's on you.
Yeah. Also, Lynn has this weird storyline with this college student, and she's literally like 35.
God, I have not been in a dorm room in like 15 months.
Like, why are you rolling around with some college guy? She actually meets this college-aged guy in the alleyway, and she goes back to his dorm, but like, girl, he literally could have been a serial killer. I believe that Lynn had the most character development out of all of the main characters. She finally wasn't a bum anymore. She was actually paying rent to live at Joan's house, and she was focused on one single career. But it does suck that when she finally stuck to one career and she actually got a record deal, the label sucks. And we never even find out if Lynn got out of her label contract because the show got cancelled. So here we are again with William not deserving Monica and treating her like trash. William and Monica are still newlyweds, and Monica wants them to spend time together as they're still in the honeymoon phase.
We're still in our honeymoon phase, and I just want to do everything with my boo.
But William doesn't like this, and instead of being a grown man in his 40s and communicating this, he comes up with a plan with Joan and calls Monica fat so that Monica will leave him alone for a bit and be mad at him, so she'll leave him alone.
They're not exactly smoothing out the old hips now, are they?
See, I know you're not calling me fat.
Come on, Monica, I'm not calling you fat. Calling those pudgy little fingers fat.
You know what? I'm gonna leave before I make your lip fat.
Where you going, little piggy? To market?
Like, wow, this man sucks. I also don't understand why Joan went along with this plan and agreed to this plan. I thought the plan was good.
So it worked?
Like a charm.
Joan agreeing with this plan had to be some type of subconscious jealousy that she had towards William and Monica being married because ain't no way Joan would be okay with that happening to her. Monica doesn't speak to William for 2 days, and William loves it until he realizes that he has needs in the intimate department, and then starts begging Monica to talk to him.
How long is it going to take you to get over it?
I don't know.
Like a day?
I don't know.
Or 2 days?
I don't know.
10 days? Come on, woman, I've got needs.
Claiming he doesn't know why he called her fat.
I don't even know why I said that.
Yes, you do. You called her fat because you didn't want her around you.
I was really hurt when you called me fat. But then I caught a glimpse of myself in the mirror and I thought, Negro, please. Hey! You was a lion!
I love Monica. She's too funny. She's too funny. Monica ends up finding a book that she loves, and she wants to keep reading it and not talking to William. And William has audacity to tell Monica that Monica wanting to stay mad at him so she can read a book is scary, and how they're literally newlyweds and they're already needing time apart, and how they're supposed to still be in the honeymoon phase.
Read rap and got engrossed in this book. I mean, can't put it down.
So you want to stay mad so you can have some me time? Monica, that's really scary. We're already at the point where we need time apart, and we should still be in the honeymoon phase.
Yeah, I know. It's stupid.
Well, you're damn right it's stupid.
Shut up, bitch!
Is this man okay? That's what Monica wanted, but you called her fat so she could be mad at you so you could have alone time. Is this... So you literally started this. You started this. Monica wanted to be around you. You started this. And William is just so annoying when it comes to his romantic relationships. He is such a good friend to the girlfriends, but he is a terrible boyfriend, a terrible husband, just disrespectful and inconsiderate. This type of behavior towards Monica continues when Monica surprises William with balloons, a teddy bear, and the announcement that she's pregnant. And William is sitting on the couch in his underwear watching sports. And instead of being excited with her, he has the audacity to ask her if they can move the celebration of her being pregnant to the next day because this is just so overwhelming and he just wants another day in his boxers watching sports.
Do this whole wonderful thing maybe tomorrow. I just think I need one more day in my underwear, you know, I think. Please don't be mad.
I'm not mad, William. No, I completely understand. You take your time.
Because it's a whole lot to take in, you know, today in my skivvies, but tomorrow.
Throw him in the bin. Divorce. Then the next day, William wants to get all excited, jumping up and down, talking about, we're having a baby. And Monica isn't having it because she's outraged by his reaction last night.
I'm so happy. We're having a baby.
I'm having a baby.
All I'm going to say is people show you who they are the first time. And when you ignore it, those same red flags will keep showing up until you really just, have enough and actually respect yourself and leave them. Like, don't be in love with the idea of somebody or what you think that they can improve in. Because sometimes people are just that. Sometimes people don't want to improve. Sometimes they're just stuck in their ways and want to be that way that they are. And even if it's really negative and crappy. William goes on to tell Monica that he had that reaction to her announcement yesterday because he was scared and didn't think that he was ready to be a father.
I'm sorry about the way I reacted. It was stupid. But I was deep in the man cave watching TV, drinking beer, my boxer shorts, but now I'm back. And I'm so happy. We're having a baby.
Then he has the audacity to turn the argument onto Monica, suggesting that Monica got pregnant on purpose because they were waiting a year after their marriage to get pregnant. And Monica is now pregnant while they're still kind of in the honeymoon phase, a little bit out of it. Talking about how she's a calculated woman, so it would make sense.
How you always go to the trust thing with me? Well, I occasionally revisit how you swoop down on me like a bird of prey.
He really tried to switch this around on Monica when this whole argument started because you weren't even excited about her being pregnant and was like, oh, let's move the celebration to the next day. But Monica doesn't clock this because William sweet talks her and they make up.
We got a lot to work out, so what? I figure we have a lot of time to do it. Till death do us part. I love you, baby, and I can't wait to see you all pregnant and glowing.
So because William's first reaction to Monica being pregnant wasn't good in the slightest bit, Monica and William decide to tell somebody else about her pregnancy and see, people being happy for them. And when William calls his mother to tell his mother that Monica's pregnant, his mother immediately, with her weird ass, changes the subject about her pet dying. And William just goes along with it and starts talking to his mother about her pet dying.
Mama's dog Fluffy just died.
But...
Oh, sweetie, I should really be with Mama. That's it, let it all out, I'm here.
He just sucks. Weeks later, Darnell tells William that once Monica has the baby, things won't be the same. And when he says things, he means Monica's body. And when he says Monica's body, he means Monica's cootie cat. And now William is obsessed with Monica's cootie cat changing and potentially not being as tight. Ew.
Is my pig gonna be warm and snug in a blanket? Cold and floundering. Big old billowy tent.
Like, worry about your own bits and pieces and leave Monica alone. When William finally tells Monica that he's afraid of Monica not being as tight as before, he masks it as him being concerned for her.
But I've done some research, and I've read some books, and not everything is gonna snap back after we give birth.
Are you worried about Miss Kitty?
Not for me, no. But for you.
But Monica ends up telling William that she's already planned a tightening after she gives birth. But we never get to see William and Monica's baby because, you guessed it, the show got cancelled. Maya and Darnell have been trying for a baby for months, and at the end of season 7, Maya finds out that she's pregnant, and Maya and Darnell are excited. Simultaneously, Maya's publishers want her 3rd book. I don't even remember her 2nd book, but okay. And Maya hasn't even come up with the idea for her 3rd book. Because of Maya's fibroids, her doctor tells her not to be in her feet too much. And Darnell wants to enforce this because of Maya's delicate womb.
I'm concerned.
I've been pregnant before, Darnell, okay? I know what I'm doing.
Yeah, see, but this time around, you got a delicate womb. And until you get through the first trimester, the doctor said you need to stay off your feet for at least 4 hours a day.
Maya gets a call from her publishers and they cancel her 3rd book because her 2nd book sales weren't what they thought it was going to be. This leads to immense stress for Maya because her book career has been so important to her. She's always wanted a career, not a job. So she starts working on her 3rd book day in and day out, to Darnell's dismay because he wants Maya to take it easy.
It means to you. But now's not the time. You don't need to be stressing.
One night, Maya's working on her book and Darnell comes in. He tells her to stop and take it easy. But Maya snaps because of Darnell constantly telling her to rest. She jumps up from the couch thinking that she's peeing herself, but Darnell looks down and he realizes that it's blood.
No, you got me so worked up. I'm like sitting here peeing myself.
Maya, that's blood.
Tragically, Maya has a miscarriage, but there was nothing that they could have done to prevent it. So now everyone starts to tiptoe around Maya because having a miscarriage is a very, very sensitive topic. And Darnell is concerned about the way that Maya has been acting, especially when she starts suggesting that they should adopt a baby.
Doing a little research online, and I was thinking that you and I should adopt a baby.
Maya flat out tells Darnell that she believes that Darnell blames her for them losing their baby because she was so stressed about the book. But Darnell insists that he doesn't blame her.
You blame me for losing the baby because you think I was stressing out about the book.
I didn't say that.
No, you don't have to say it. I feel it every time you look at me. I feel it every time you talk to me.
But this doesn't stop them from arguing when they get to William and Monica's. And Darnell continues to tell Maya that he doesn't blame her. They didn't do anything wrong. There's nothing that they could have done to prevent the miscarriage. But Maya still feels blamed.
I don't blame you for losing our baby.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Darnell tells Maya that he doesn't have anyone that he can talk to about it, and that Maya and Darnell need to be there for each other.
I need you. I feel like I'm out here by myself.
When Maya and Darnell get home, Maya finds a baby book that Darnell brought before the miscarriage. And Darnell, heartbreakingly, breaks down in tears, with Maya consoling him. A few weeks later, Maya comes to Joan's house in the middle of the night wanting to just drink and hang out so that she can avoid the concerns of Darnell and her family. Maya tells Joan that she's over losing the baby and that she's fine and that she feels that the concern that everybody has over her is overbearing.
I don't know, girl. I just don't know when it's okay to move on. Everybody else seems to be so stuck in this thing.
She also goes on to say that she's more upset about losing the book deal than she is about the baby because she really misses her career.
I actually feel worse about losing the book deal than I do losing the baby. No, wait. Before you judge, girl, I birthed those books. Now it's all over. And I miss my career.
So Maya insists that she's over the miscarriage and she's fine and she's healed. But all that goes to the wayside when Maya finds out that William and Monica are pregnant. The first thing that Maya says when she finds out that William and Monica are pregnant is that Monica stole her baby.
Oh my God, Monica and William are having a baby.
Oh, hell no. That bitch stole my baby!
Darnell is once again concerned with Maya's behavior when Maya starts acting like William and Monica's baby is her baby. She makes comments about the baby having things related to Darnell.
I am craving spicy food.
That's funny, you know, because the baby probably gets that from Darnell, you know? He puts hot sauce on absolutely everything.
And not wanting her baby to eat Joan's food.
Excuse me. Okay, I don't want my baby grazing on Joan's voodoo herbs all fancy-free.
And we finally find out why Maya's been acting so erratic and weird. Darnell finds speed prescribed to Maya, and she's been hiding this from him. Darnell confronts Maya and throws the pills on the floor, which makes Maya go erratic. Maya finally breaks down and tells Darnell that she's been having bad days and how she's just been trying to be strong for everybody else.
Since the miscarriage, I've been having some bad days, okay?
She explains how hard it is for her to be vulnerable because she feels like she has to be strong for everyone.
No idea. You have no idea how hard it is trying to be vulnerable when you have to be strong for everyone around you.
And Darnell tells Maya that it's time to start the grief process. And Maya, in tears, tells Darnell that she wanted to give him a little girl.
I wanted to give you a little girl.
Honestly, this was such a heartbreaking scene. It was so well acted. Chef's kiss. Months later, Maya and Darnell decide to look into adoption, but we never see where that goes because the show was cancelled. Honestly, I really did enjoy. Obviously, it's a heartbreaking storyline, so I can't be like, I enjoyed it. It was so much fun. But I did think that Maya's pregnancy and then miscarriage and then pill addiction storyline was interesting. Like, I was sat, and the whole process of her just refusing to grieve and feeling like she had to be strong for everybody else. I think the storyline was really good. The last episode of Girlfriends is season 8, episode 13. And it's just a regular episode. Aaron sends Joan a letter from Iraq, and he doesn't want her to open it just yet. He wants her to read it out to his students. Remember, Aaron's a teacher. Aaron's students are unruly, chaotic, and disrespectful.
No, you can't just that up.
I'm Mr. Waters' fiance.
You let Mr. Waters hit that? I hit it too.
The school is an inner city public school. It is severely underfunded, lacking in supplies and resources. And the substitute teacher that is substituting for Aaron's class doesn't give a damn about teaching.
I'm a substitute teacher who doesn't get health care. I think I'm gonna sit this one out.
We also see a cameo from the late, great Miss Naya Rivera before she landed her role as Santana Lopez on Glee. She plays one of the disrespectful ass students.
I don't think you can just walk out of here like that. Bitch, be glad I walked in.
Oh my God. I thought this was a classy party.
When Joan attempts to read out Aaron's letter to his students, every time she tries, the kids interrupt and continue to be loud and disruptive. So Maya decides to help Joan read out the letter and, calm these kids down so that Joan can read the letter. Because Maya was an inner city school kid, so she thinks that she can reason with them. When I tell you, this scene always gets me. Maya gets up into the school, okay? She gets up into Aaron's class. She starts talking all slick to the students like she's down with them and everything.
Okay, and I ain't bougie like Miss Clayton. I'm straight up Compton, okay? So you need to shut your hot chip stained mouth, excuse me, Ray J. And you're gonna listen to her read Mr. Waters' letter, all right? And if you think I'm playing, just try me, little Miss Cassie. Okay, and little Miss Airbrush fingernail with your little design on it. I see you. All right, I'll be clear.
And what do the kids do after Maya says all these insulting things towards them, trying to act like she's one of their peers? These kids beat Maya's ass by throwing papers at her. Like, Maya even lost a shoe. Like, they were whooping her with paper.
Why you can't do this to me? I pay taxes.
That scene always gets me. Joan comes back to the school once again, trying to read the letter. And the kids start debating about the war in Iraq.
And y'all know me. I never walk away from a fight.
Yeah, but we're not even fighting the people who attacked you.
And how the teachers at the school don't even care about them, except for Aaron.
Most teachers don't even want to teach us. But Mr. Waters did.
So after this little debate these kids have, Joan is finally able to read the letter out to them. And while Joan reads the letter, she finds out that Aaron is coming home.
Stacey's coming home! Oh my God!
But we never see Aaron come back and we never see how this goes. And that is the last episode because you guessed it, the show got cancelled. So here we are at the end of season 8. I didn't enjoy season 8 as much as I enjoyed season 7, if I'm going to be honest here, because this is the first time I watched season 8 all the way through, and I really didn't enjoy as much season 7. I feel like the only storyline I actually liked was Maya's miscarriage storyline. Everything else was But we're at the end now, and we've seen a lot of trifling, toxic behavior from these 4 girlfriends and William, and even the side characters. And as much as I've ragged on all of them for their toxic behaviors, I still love this show, and this show is really one of those shows that I go back to rewatch. If this was your first time learning about the show, thank you for coming on this ride with me. But I also want you guys to go and watch the show for yourself too, because I too watch videos about movies and shows that I haven't watched before, just for the commentary. And thank you guys for loving my commentary and just staying with me up until the end of this video. And if you have watched the show before, I'm glad that you guys stayed for all 8 seasons to hear my thoughts on the show and key with me. So all of you made it to the end of the video, and I have a really big question for you guys. Who do you think is the most toxic out of Maya, Toni, Lynn, Joan, and William? And I want to know why, because I'm really looking forward to all of you guys' discussions on the show and the characters and the plots and your own analysis. And who do I think is the most toxic character? I'm not gonna lie, at first I really wanted to say Toni, but now that I've made this video and now that I'm at the end of filming this video, I'm just like, I don't know. I really don't know. They're all toxic in their own ways. Lynn is a bum. Joan is a people pleaser, doormat, and an envious friend, controlling and a self-sabotager. Maya is self-righteous, judgmental, mean-spirited. Toni is selfish, self-centered, and has narcissistic traits. And William is just literally an all-round terrible partner to his girlfriends and wife. So, like, I don't know. I really can't pick, but hopefully you guys can. I worked on this video while studying for 3 exams, and I'm so grateful that I'm finally finished. Well, I have to edit first, okay, but I'm finally finished. And now I'm glad this video is done once I finish editing and it's out in the universe, and that you guys will enjoy it. My next video will be Degrassi Part 3. Yay! Which will be obviously focusing on next class, and I'm really excited about it because Miss Esme with her toxic ways will be a treat to talk about. We love the mess and the drama on this channel, okay? As much as I be getting in on people for being messy, we love it over here. I'm Realityoholic, aka Edwina. I like to yap, and God bless you all.
Joan, what's my son's name again? Poor Jeep Cherokee. His name is Jabari.
My good friends Maya and Jaboom Boom's dad are having problems.
Hey, Jolly Rancher.
I'm waiting, Jujubee. Merry Christmas, Joanna Man. If Jaboobaboo. Hey, what's Geppetto doing here? Look at here, Jafifi. And Darnell worked it out with Jakarta.
Toni, his name is Jabari.
That's what I said.
No, you didn't.
Look, we're not here to talk about Jim on it.